Chapter 504, White Death, 2. Standing at the top of a small cliff, I looked at the pale red sky. A pungent and chemical-like smell lingered in the air, prompting my nose to momentarily close up. 2 more months, huh? With 4 months gone, there were only 2 months left for me in this place. Actually, if possible, I preferred to go back earlier. Surprisingly, the demon realm wasn't that much different compared to Earth. Aside from the terrible smell, and the fact that the place was filled with demonic energy which made it harder for me to recover my mana, everything else was pretty much normal. The landscapes, the time difference, and the gravity. It was pretty much the same as that of Earth, which surprised me quite a bit. Ah, right, this place also had only one sun. Lowering my head, I covered my mouth. I'm tired. During these 4 months, I didn't only just train, but I also spent the time sorting out the thoughts inside of my head. It took me quite a bit, but I had pretty much come to terms with everything that had happened. Despite the fact that I wanted to reject everything that I had learned with all my heart, I knew that it wouldn't do me any good. And thus, I decided to stop caring. Or should I say, I decided to move on and focus everything on getting stronger. If the figure inside of my head was none other than my future self, then I decided to stop at nothing to stop that future. That said, squatting down a little, I squinted my eyes and gazed into the distance. Looks like they've finally made their move. Indeed. Before I knew it, my other self had appeared next to me as he similarly looked into the distance. The Greed clan have finally started to make their move against you. Figured as much. With everything that I had done over the past couple of days, I wasn't surprised by this development. Rather, I was in fact more shocked by how slow they were. Sitting back down on the ground, I looked up at the sky. Hey, what exactly were you planning when you had me provoke the Greed clan? Knowing myself well, I knew that my other self had other plans in mind when telling me to destroy a series of sub-branches. The real question was, why would he want to do that? Weren't you looking for a way to save Amanda's father? Unexpectedly, I received an answer to my question. What surprised me the most was the contents of his words. I instantly sat up straight. Wait, do you have an idea of where he is? There were 3 goals I had in mind when entering the demon realm. Of those 3 goals, one of them was finding Amanda's father. Over the last few months, although Amanda had tried to hide it as much as possible, I could tell that she was incredibly exhausted. And not only that, the guild didn't seem to be faring well lately. It had gotten to the point where Natasha had decided to come back and take the reins of the situation. Not that she was of much help, but it still did relieve Amanda of her stress. That said, with Amanda's father being gone for as long as he was, it was inevitable for news to spread about this, resulting in the other clans becoming more rampant than ever. If the situation continued like this, I was afraid that something terrible would happen to the Demon Hunter Guild, and I simply couldn't allow for that to happen. The downfall of the Demon Hunter Guild would lead to catastrophic consequences. Not only for me but for the human domain as a whole. Is Amanda's father trapped in the Greed clan? No. The other me shook his head. Taking out a small branch, he lowered his body and drew a large square, and divided it into 7 disproportional sections. Let's just ignore the fact that the demon world is not squared and that this is not in any shape or form accurate. As you already know, there are 7 clans in the demon world. Right. I nodded my head. They were the Lust clan, Greed clan, Sloth clan, Wrath clan, Gluttony clan, Pride clan, and Envy clan. Ren continued. You should also know that the clans don't get along with each other quite well, right? Yeah. It was as he said. Despite working together, the clans weren't on friendly terms. In fact, their relationship was quite complex as there were a lot of hidden fights between them. I had in fact witnessed a couple of them during my training in the demon realm. If not for their fear of the Demon King, they would have long had started a war amongst each other. Just went to show how powerful Jezebeth's reign was. In the meantime, the other me continued. There are 3 secret alliances between the clans. The Lust clan and the Sloth clan, the Greed clan and the Wrath clan, the Pride clan and Gluttony clan. These are the 3 alliances between the clans. Ren paused and looked at me. Do you get it? Caressing my chin, I pondered over his words. It was then that I realized something. What about the clan of Envy? Did he perhaps forget to mention it? But that didn't seem to be the case as he shook his head. No, I didn't forget. The Envy clan is not in an alliance for one simple reason, and it's because they're the strongest and scariest out of the 7 clans. Raising the stick, he pointed it towards the biggest block, which was located at the bottom right corner of the large square. Amongst the clans, they are the strongest and scariest, as they have the most number of Duke-ranked demons alongside Marquis-ranked ones. He then raised the stick and pointed it toward two smaller blocks that bordered the Envy clan block. These over here are the clan of Wrath and Greed. As they both border the Envy clan, they have no choice but to ally together. The more I listened, the more everything started to make sense to me. In short, most of the conflicts arose due to their bordering lands. The Lust clan and the Sloth clan both bordered the Greed and Wrath clan, resulting in minor skirmishes arising between the two, hence their alliance. The same could be said for the Pride clan and the Gluttony clan, as they bordered the Lust and Sloth clan. Of course, this wasn't the only reason for their conflict, but it played a major part in it. This posed a question. Okay, so what's the goal in targeting the Greed clan? Was Amanda's father located there or something? Putting the stick down, the other me answered. But his answer was unexpected. Nothing in particular, it could have been any other clan. Oh. I raised my brow and repeated. It could have been any other clan. Yeah. I see. My mind started to race. With all the information I had just learned, an idea started to formulate inside of my mind. After a while, I asked. Where exactly is Amanda's father? He's in the Pride clan. I see. The picture inside of my mind was starting to become clearer. It wasn't long before I finally understood what the other me was planning. A long sigh escaped from my mouth. As expected of myself, I stood up and gazed into the distance. All right, I already have an idea of what you want me to do too. Let me start making preparations now. With a smile on his face, the other me stood up. Seems like you've caught on. You have 4 days, better get started. The next day. Finally found them. Observing a couple of demons in the distance, I stood atop a large boulder that was the size of a large car. The demons were currently about a couple of 100 meters away from me. Their strength wasn't anything worth looking at, but that wasn't the reason why I was targeting them. Squinting my eyes and making sure they were indeed the demons I was looking for, I stood up and channeled the mana inside of my body. Aim for their weak spots, and don't go all out. Just then, I heard a voice coming from next to me. Though my mind was in a state of pure concentration, I heeded his words and did exactly as he said and reduced the mana that I had gathered toward my sword. Ooh. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I hope this works. Placing my hand over my sword, I pressed the hilt of my sword and a subtle clicking sound rang throughout the area I was in. Click. Following the clicking sound, I abruptly opened my eyes and a bright light flashed across the area I was in. Despite that, I kept my eyes locked on the demons in the distance. It was then that I was able to see it. Crack. Crack. Thin cracks formed around the area the demons were in, startling the two of them. Not only that, but a couple of seconds after the cracks formed, with a shattering noise, 2 bright lights shot out and directly pierced through the skulls of the demons. Their bodies quickly dropped to the ground. Ha, ha. Gazing at the demons in the distance, my chest heaved up and down unevenly. After a while, I clenched my fists. I did it. I finally used the 5th movement of the Keiki style without suffering any backlash. The other me complimented. Not bad. Although your body still can't handle the full power of the 5th movement, but reducing the force and mana you put into the attack, you're still able to use the attack without suffering any backlash. Calmly walking toward the demons in the distance, he added. Your mana control has indeed improved a lot. Thanks. With a slight nod, I recomposed myself and followed him from behind. We soon arrived before the demons. Halting my feet a couple of meters away from them, I mumbled to myself. They are already regenerating. As I had not destroyed their cores, the demons were still alive. But that was exactly what I was looking for. Sitting down on the ground, I leaned back on one of the trees and patiently waited for the demons to heal. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait for long. By the time it took for me to recover a bit of mana, the 2 demons were already healed. Opening my eyes and carefully scanning their bodies, I watched as they looked back at me, not even daring to move a single inch of their bodies. At the moment I was wearing a dark robe and a mask, hiding the fact that I was a human. You too. When I finally opened my mouth, the 2 demons flinched. They were clearly still shaken up by my sudden attack from before. I waved my hand. Don't worry, I won't kill the 2 of you. I just want to ask you 2 something. With their eyes still locked on me, neither answered. But I didn't mind this. A smile soon emerged on my lips. You two are in contact with your branch leader at the moment, aren't you? The countenance of the two demons changed drastically. I once again waved my hand. This time, I put some mana into it, and the two demons fell face flat on the ground, unable to even lift a finger. The smile on my face deepened a little. Don't worry you, I mean no harm. Massaging the back of my neck, I stood up. If you're indeed in contact with your branch leader, just relay him a message for me. Turning around, I paused. Over the next few days, I will contact you again, and I will present you with a big opportunity. Whether you take it or not will depend on you. Pressing my foot on the ground, I shot back into the forest. Chapter 505, Chaos, 1. Anything to report regarding the fly that has been running rampant recently? A deep voice echoed inside a small room. There were clear and visible hints of anger in his voice as the room quaked a bit. The voice belonged to Marquis Corniver, an executive sent by the Greed clan to handle the situation. Although sub-branches weren't particularly important, the loss of over 10 of them was still felt by them. Furthermore, with their pride, how could they allow such flies to continue to exist? This. Replaying to him was a demon whose body trembled. Regarding the White Death, we don't really. Crack. The sound of something shattering echoed throughout the room. Useless. Opening his hand revealing fine black powder, Marquis Corniver turned his attention toward another demon in the room. The moment their eyes locked, the demon started to shake even more than the previous one. Marquis Corniver shook his head. Extending his hand, he asked. Send me a map of the branches that this fly has attacked. Why, yes. Stuttering a little, the demon took out a small map and handed it to Marquis Corniver, who took it and unfurled it on a small desk. Scanning the map with his eyes, a minute eventually passed. Ha! Letting out a long sigh, he raised his head and stared at all the demons standing in the room. Every time his eyes would pause on a demon, they would start to shake uncontrollably. Bunch of cowards. He ended up muttering. Raising his hand, he pointed toward a certain section of the map and declared. The fly will attack this branch next. Muffling. His statement caused every demon in the room to open their eyes in shock. Staring at each other, they all had the same question. How could he tell? It may not look like it at first, but the fly or White Death is actually targeting all of the branches that are bordering with the Pride clan. In order to make it seem like his pattern is random, he also attacks those that are outside that range, but in general, it is safe to assume that this muffle ing going to be his next target. A look of sudden understanding appeared on the faces of the demons present as they looked at the map. This was especially so for the higher-ups as they looked at each other with an embarrassed expression. How could they have missed something like this? Over the next few days, I repeated the same thing over and over again. Find a demon, beat them up, and propose them the same deal to them. Obviously, the words that I would say differed as they eventually started replying back to me. It wasn't long before we were able to come up with a deal. Well, sort of. Knowing just how the demons were, I never trusted them to hold the end of their deal, therefore, I never took their words seriously. It would be nice if they did in fact keep their words, but that seemed unlikely. As soon as I finished helping them, the first thing they would do would be targeting me. Well, it doesn't really matter anyway. Staring into the distance, a large red fort appeared in my vision. The fort's circumference was about a couple of kilometers in length, and its outer layers seemed to be made out of hard red sandstone. An eerie and chilling atmosphere enshrouded the whole fort as demons appeared to move to and fro. The entrance of the fort. I muttered to myself as I lowered my hand. If we're going with the same pattern, that should be the last sub-branch I need to attack. At first, I thought that I had been targeting the demon sub-branches at random patterns, however, as time passed and I realized who I was dealing with, I knew that the situation wasn't as simple as this. Therefore, after contemplating the matter for a while, I realized that we had been indeed targeting the sub-branches at a set pattern. It wasn't exactly clear at first, however, as I looked back at all the branches, I realized that we had been eliminating all of the sub-branches near the borders of the Pride clan. If the demons weren't dumb enough, they would be able to predict my pattern and set up an ambush there. Licking my lips and locking my eyes on the fort in the distance, my eyes began to squint. That sub-branch over there should be a trap. A trap designed to capture me. Interesting. My lips couldn't help but curl at the thought. Acting predictable to know your opponent's movement. Not the easiest of tactics as it narrowed my choices by a lot, but it was sure as hell a damn effective one. Crack. Cracking my neck, I loosened my joints and jumped up on the spot. Alright, this is going to be troublesome. Running through the thick vegetation of the demon world, I looked back from time to time. Fucking. A curse inevitably escaped from my mouth as I took a sharp turn to the right. Bang. It was at that exact moment that a powerful energy blast shot in the direction of where I was, tearing a series of trees down. Damn it. Taking another sharp turn, I let out another curse. Bang. The ground beneath me tore apart as bits and pieces of dirt hit my back. Turning my head once again, I was able to spot over a dozen demons heading in my direction, all of whom had bloodthirsty expressions on their faces. Not all that, but all of them were ranked from Viscount rank to Count rank. Yup. Just as I had expected, there indeed was an ambush in the fort. Had it not been for the fact that I was using drifting steps coupled with Eyes of Kronos, I would have probably been unable to run for as long as I was. Planting my foot toward my right, I abruptly changed my direction and dodged another attack. Wheeze. I'm starting to get tired. Using Eyes of Kronos and drifting steps at the same time was quite taxing for me. I could feel my mana rapidly shrink. Thankfully, I was almost at my destination. Although it looked like I was cornered, I actually wasn't. I had a goal in mind. There was only a slight problem. Shit, I really can't fight back. No. A voice entered my ear. Shit. Another curse escaped from my mouth. It came to my unfortunate attention that I could only act as bait at the moment. The reason why I wanted to fight was so that I could reduce the numbers of some of the demons behind me as they were slowly starting to increase. It had gotten to the point where I was having a very hard time keeping up. Bang. Another energy blast shot behind me. This one was a lot closer than the previous ones. Shit. I cursed again and took another sharp turn. How much further do I need to run? I voiced out. Sitting on top of a tree in the distance, I found my other self staring at me with a nonchalant look on his face. I further enhanced Eyes of Kronos and time slowed down even more. Not much. He answered. Turning around to look into the distance, he squinted his eyes. Should be soon though. Just keep running straight. Fine. I glared up. Just so you know, if I die, you die too. Yes, I know. The other me nodded his head and patted the tree branch he was sitting on. So make sure you don't die. Tisk. Clicking my tongue, time started to speed up once more and I took another turn. Bang. Huh. Another terrifying explosion sounded behind me. This time, however, the explosion was a lot more powerful than any other explosion in the past. It was so strong that I suddenly found myself losing my footing, and I stumbled a couple of steps. This would have normally not mattered much, but because I was going so fast, I actually ended up crashing against a nearby tree and my face planted on the ground. Ugh. My vision repeatedly changed as I rolled on the ground. By the time I stopped rolling, what met my sight was the red sky. Well, fuck. I cursed at the sky. I didn't even bother getting up. From beside me, I could hear my own disappointed voice. Useless. I bitterly laughed. Lifting my head up a little, I looked into the distance and sighed. It's not my fault a Marquis-ranked demon showed up out of nowhere. It wasn't long before I ended up being completely surrounded by multiple demons. Scanning the demons around me, my eyes locked onto a particular demon. It's him. With a large muscular that was about 3 times the body of mine, stood a demon that emitted a radiating pressure that made it difficult for me to move. The pressure coming off of him was so immense that I actually started to feel a little bit more concerned. He's definitely a Marquis-ranked demon. From a glance, I could tell that he wasn't an opponent that I could fight with my regular strength. Not that I was planning on fighting him in the first place. Are you the White Death? Opening his mouth, his deep voice shook the surrounding vegetation as I heard the rustling sound of the nearby leaves. Supporting my body up, I nodded my head. You can say so. Still didn't like the name though. At my confirmation, the demon's eyes squinted. Feeling his gaze scrutinize me carefully, I remained motionless. After a while, he opened his mouth. You don't look very panicked. Why should I be? You already caught me. I shrugged my shoulders. The demon's eyes squinted even more. Nudging his head, a couple of demons disappeared from the spot. A careful one, I see. He may have looked like a hot-headed musclehead, but it seemed like he was quite the opposite of what his appearance showed. It reminded me of a certain phrase. Never judge a book by its cover. For a brief moment of time, silence enveloped the surroundings as I continued to stare at the demon in front of me. Neither one of us budged a muscle. Rustle. Rustle. A rustling sound soon broke the silence, and the demons from before showed up. Walking up to the Marquis-ranked demon, they reported their findings. Nothing. A surprised look appeared on the Marquis-ranked demon as he heard their recounts. His forehead creased even more. Strange. He then turned to face me. You, what are you PL? Stopping himself mid-sentence, his face changed and he glared into the far distance. His large wings began to spread behind his back and a powerful energy fluctuation started to emit out of his body. It's a trap. Unfortunately, he had realized all of this too late. By the time he had gotten ready to fight, multiple demons appeared out of thin air. All of them released a bloodthirsty aura. Furthermore, their numbers were significantly larger than theirs, making the atmosphere even tenser. Out of all the demons that had shown up, there was one demon that stood out from them. He was tall, about the size height as me, or maybe even taller. His eyes held a certain light. Were they green or were they the eyes of a serpent? I couldn't tell from where I was standing. The darkness was kind to his features, but somehow there was a brooding sense of evil coming from out of his body, sending subtle chills down my spine. He unfurled his wings, bat-like, and then he smiled in our general direction, revealing long fangs and sharp jagged teeth. Sloth Clan, Marquis Aethera. The demon from before muttered in a heavy voice. The area started to shake, as a torrential wave of demonic energy sprung forth from his body. What is the meaning of this? He. Marquis Aethera let out a throaty laugh and locked his eyes on the large demon. It's been a while, Marquis Corniver. Rumble. The shaking started to intensify as Marquis Corniver's glare intensified. He then alternated his gaze between me and Count Aethera. After a while, he started to show a look of understanding. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down. I understand. This whole scenario was created by you in order to ambush us and deal minor damage to the Greed clan. Raising his hands, Marquis Corniver started to clap his hands. Clap. Gradually the claps started getting louder. Clap. Clap. Before long, the claps started becoming so loud that the air started to tremble as visible shockwaves swept the air. All the demons that were below count rank found themselves having a hard time floating or standing as some even fell down to the ground. Interesting. In the meantime, laying next to me with his arms behind his head, my other self stared at the scene with deep amusement in his eyes. He was completely unaffected by what was happening around me. Staring at him for a good moment, I sighed. Secretly, I felt quite envious of myself. I wanted to enjoy the show as well. It wasn't every day that you could watch a fight between two demon grounds. But I sadly couldn't. Count Aethera, are you sure you want to do this? Replacing the clapping sounds was a loud and unshakable voice that shook the vegetation. The smile on Count Aethera's face deepened. He then raised his hand. Slowly, he lowered his hand. Of course I am. At the exact moment his hand lowered, all the demons in the air dashed toward the ground at incredible speeds. Now do me a favor, and die. Chapter 506, Chaos, 2. Bang. The air trembled, and two powerful forces clashed in the air. High-pitched shrill cries echoed throughout the air as demonic energy began to envelop the surroundings. Boom. A terrifying shockwave spread out in the air, dispersing the clouds in the air. The two responsible for this were none other than Marquis Corniver and Marquis Aethera. The two most powerful figures around. Facing each other in the sky, a frightening pressure bore down on the demons below. Standing up from my spot, I distanced myself a little. However, just because there was a fight going on at the moment, it didn't mean that I was still in the clear. Despite being high up in the sky, I could feel Marquis Corniver's gaze from above. It was filled with malice and resentment. Understandable though. I was indeed the one who had lured him into a trap. Unfortunately for me, Marquis Corniver wasn't the only one looking at me. Marquis Aethera was also looking at me. Since this was supposed to be a quick operation that wasn't supposed to be known by the other demons, he was most likely going to silence me once the fight was over. Not that I didn't expect this. It doesn't really matter. Placing my hand on the sheath of my sword, I stood still and watched the fight that was happening above. The first part is done. Turning my head, I secretly gazed into the distance. Now all I have to do is wait for the next part. Bang. It was then that I felt a frightening energy coming from the sky. Lifting my head, I realized that the two marquee-ranked demons had finally begun fighting. Ugh. Their energy caused me to step a couple of steps back. It was so strong that I almost groaned as my internal organs shook from the residual energy released from their attacks. Channeling my mana to stop the shaking, I cursed. Damn it, the difference between S ranks and A ranks is huge. Still. Planting my foot on the ground, I took a deep breath and calmed my mind. Not yet. I softly muttered. Cards won't replace magicians. They are taking our jobs. Tyranny. Magic cards are what's going to reverse our progress. Shame on the Demon Hunter Guild or stealing our jobs. Holding onto signs and megaphones, people flocked beneath the Demon Hunter Guild as they started protesting. As this was happening, a black car with tainted black windows quietly drove by. Sitting in the back seat of a car, a girl wearing a black suit stared at the crowd with an impassive look on her face, making it hard for anyone to judge what she was thinking. Taking her eyes away from the people, she muttered. The situation has gotten worse lately. Do you want me to do something about it, young miss? Answering her was the driver of the car. Maxwell, Amanda's assistant. Taking another look at the people protesting beneath the building, Amanda thought for a while before nodding. Yes, get rid of everyone. Her tone was firm. It was about time they did something about the protests. Her decision might result in a backlash to happen against her, but she was prepared for this. If her estimates weren't wrong, more than half of the people protesting there were paid actors hired by the other guilds in order to put more pressure on her and the guild. After the release of the magic cards a couple of months back, they instantly swept the market and sold out on the very first day, which was well above her initial estimate. In fact, even now there was far more demand than supply for the magic cards. It had gotten to the point where she had to purchase a couple of more processing plants to make them. That said, not all was positive. With the success of the magic cards, a lot of new problems started to arise. One of them was the massive flood of complaints and protests coming from magicians who found the cards a threat to their profession. Amanda did reassure them that magic cards could never replace magicians, but in the end, it only served to anger them even more, leaving Amanda helpless. To make matters worse, the other diamond-graded guilds also found the newfound success of the magic cards a serious threat to them, resulting in them becoming even more brazen when trying to put pressure on her guild. With news of her father's disappearance becoming more and more of a reality, they started to openly suppress the Demon Hunter Guild. Just the thought caused Amanda to clench her fist tightly. Fine. She ended up muttering underneath her breath. Amanda wasn't the type of person that let something like this happen. Since they were looking out for her blood, she decided to finally make her move. It took her a bit to plan everything out, but with all of the money she recently gained from the magic cards, Amanda was confident in her chances of dealing with the other diamond-graded guilds. Not only that, she had already expected such a situation to arise from the moment she released the magic cards. The situation looked helpless for her, but it really wasn't. Young miss, we're here. Snapping out of her thoughts, Amanda looked outside the car window. It was then that she realized she was inside the parking garage of the guild. Brushing her hair behind her ear, she opened the car door and got out. She then proceeded to head for the elevator in the distance. Talk. Talk. The calm sound of her heels hitting the ground echoed throughout the parking lot. Following her from behind was Maxwell. Maxwell. Amanda called out. Yes. Halting her footsteps in front of the elevator and pressing the button, Amanda's voice became icy. How are the preparations for the things I've requested? They are already done. I see. Ding. A low chime sounded and the elevator door opened. Taking a step forward, she entered the elevator. With her back still against Maxwell, Amanda muttered. Proceed with everything that was planned. Make sure there are no mistakes. Opening his mouth, Maxwell eventually nodded his head. Understood. His eyes began to squint. In the meantime, the elevator door started to close. You understand what the consequences of your actions will bring, right, young miss? I do. Amanda softly replied. Her tone was very chilly. But I don't care. It seems like people have forgotten just how scary the #1 guild in the human domain is. It's time we show them what happens when they provoke us. A satisfied smile formed on Maxwell's face. Understood, young Mississippi. I will carry out your orders immediately. Good. Amanda nodded her head in satisfaction. Starting from today onwards, a couple of diamond-graded guilds will cease to exist. Turning his wrist to glance at his watch, Maxwell suddenly recalled something. That's right, young miss, I forgot to mention this, but Melissa has scheduled an appointment for later on today. Melissa. Turning around, surprise flashed across Amanda's face. She eventually nodded her head. All right, once she comes, send her to my office directly. Ding. Right as her words faded, another chime sounded and the elevator doors opened. Taking another step, Amanda got out of the elevator. Her elegant figure quickly attracted the attention of everyone that was waiting outside the door. This should be the place. Lowering and raising his head to make sure that he wasn't in the wrong place, Han Yufei looked at the large warehouse in the distance. Scratching the back of his head, he put his phone away and walked toward the entrance of the warehouse. It took him a while to convince the elders to let him join Ren's team, and it took him even longer for him to make them agree on the trade he and Ren talked about. Well, that part wasn't actually too hard. From the moment that he mentioned that he was going to trade the family art with another 5-star technique, all the elders stopped talking. Why was I even worried? Han Yufei could still recall their sparkling eyes to this day. He shook his head at the thought. It seemed as though he had overthought things. Stopping in front of the door of the warehouse, he glanced around the place. On the outside, the place didn't look like anything special as there were only a couple of flowers carelessly put out as decoration. But Han Yufei wasn't one to be fooled by outer appearance, as his eyes soon paused on the doorbell of the warehouse. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he eventually pressed the doorbell. All right, here goes nothing. Dee-dong. Bang. As time passed, and the fight between the two marquee-ranked demons continued, it wasn't long before one side started to gain the upper hand. As this was an ambush, it quickly became clear as to who held the upper hand in the exchanges. It was Marquis Aethera. With more forces at his disposal than compared to Marquis Cornivy US, the momentum of the battle was starting to shift in his direction. It's over. But after taking another closer look, I realized that the fight was already over. Bang. Another powerful blast reverberated throughout the air as a black body shot down on the ground, resulting in an enormous crater appearing on the ground. Masking my vision was a small and dense cloud of dust. Once the dust disappeared and I managed to get a good look at what was going on, I started to get ready. Give it up, Marquis Cornivos. You're finished. A haughty voice rang in the air. With a smirk on his face, Marquis Aethera looked down on Marquis Cornivos as he struggled to get up from the crater. Despite having won the fight, Marquis Aethera didn't exactly come out unscathed. A part of his right wing was torn, and blood leaked out from his mouth. Beating a Marquis-ranked demon wasn't something someone of the same rank could do so easily. Ugh. Letting out a low groan, Marquis Corniver turned around to look at how the situation with the other demons was. It didn't take too long for him to understand they had lost. Lifting his head, he glared at the sky. You know the consequences of your actions, right? Consequences. Marquis Aethera laughed out loud. What do you think we've spent so much time preparing for? We've sealed the whole area, and have killed everyone you brought along with you. No one will find out anything. Yo. Die. Before Marquis Cornivos could reply, Marquis Aethera raised his hand and shot a powerful energy his way. Boom. What followed the attack was a thunderous explosion that destroyed the nearby vegetation and some of the demons that were standing nearby. Fortunately for me, I was quite far from the location of where the energy blast was, therefore, I came out unharmed. By the time the sound of the explosion faded, and the dust clear, all that remained of the Marquis Cornivos was a small cracked core. You're still alive even after that, heh? Descending down to the ground, Marquis Aethera grabbed the core. The smile on his face twisted even more. Well, it doesn't matter. Crack. Squeezing his hand, the core broke into millions of pieces. Just like that, a Marquis-ranked demon had died. Staring at the scene from a couple of meters away, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Looks like it's my turn to move now. Chapter 507, Chaos, 3. My next set of actions was quick. As I was dealing with a Marquis-ranked demon, every little second mattered. Taking out a stack of magic cards from my dimensional system, I injected them with my mana before throwing them in the air. Swiping my hand, 3 rings formed around the igniting cards. By the time the cards were about to fully ignite, the rigs turned red and a small ball of fire resembling a sun was contained in the middle of the rings. Go. With a simple wave, the rings flew toward the sky. What's this? Catching sight of the ball of fire, Marquis Aethera reached his hand out. But it was already too late. Boom. A large cloud of fire bloomed in the air and accompanying it was a thunderous explosion. The fire receded after a couple of seconds, but it served its purpose. Any time now. You. Feeling Marquis Aethera's gaze land on me, I raised my head and stared back at him. Slowly descending to the ground, he looked back at the area where I threw my attack. What were you trying to do? Testing something. You seriously want me to believe that? Raising his head, he smelled the air. His face changed a little. This sensation. I felt his gaze pause on me, as he carefully scrutinized my body. After a while, his eyes opened up. You're not a demon. Ah, looks like the cat is out of the bag. In order to make it seem like I was a demon, I had placed a couple of cores inside of my body. By simply creating a thin coating of mana, I stopped the demons from regenerating, and in the process, created an effect that made it seem as though I had demonic energy inside of my body. This was a trick that I learned from my other self. It was quite a useful one at that, as it really helped me out quite a bit. Without it, I would have probably been found out in the first month. Had it not been for my last attack that left some lingering mana in the air, Marquis Aethera would have never found out. A pity. I muttered underneath my breath. I don't know how you. Stopping himself mid-sentence, Marquis Aethera's head snapped toward the distance. It was then that he managed to spot several demons heading his way, coming from the northern side. His face finally changed. This. Staring at him from below, I smiled from behind my mask. It looks like someone noticed all of the commotions you've caused. Not quite. From the moment that I decided to help him out, I knew that he was going to try to silence me. Even if he wasn't, I wasn't still going to go through with my plans. Which were essentially the same as the first one. That is, act as bait and lure them into a trap. With Marquis Aethera now injured, if there was a better time than to get rid of him, it would be now. That said, even if he was injured, he wasn't someone that I could kill. Our rank difference was just too big. I didn't need to kill him myself anyways. And just like I had convinced him to ambush the Greed clan, I presented another clan with a similar situation. From how the Sloth clan was planning on ambushing the Greed clan, and how they could use this opportunity to deal damage to them. The fireball I just threw was a signal for them to move. You actually planned to backstab me from the very beginning. Snapping me out of it, I felt a malicious and terrifying glare directed in my direction. Without needing to look, I already knew who it belonged to. But I didn't care as my attention toward the opposite side, the southern area. This was only half of my plan. They should also be coming soon. But as I looked in the distance and I saw nothing, my forehead started to crease. Did I mismatch my timing, or did they ignore my words? If so, this was going to be troublesome. I suddenly felt a burst of aura coming from behind me. You. Marquis Aethera's voice shook the air, and the area around me started to twist. Turning around, I realized that Marquis Aethera was preparing to attack me. Shit. Feeling the terrifying aura that was directed in my direction, I once again turned to look into the distance. Yet again, I saw nothing. Activating Eyes of Kronos, I started to assess the situation. The chip inside of my head started to run at full throttle as I tried to figure out my next course of actions. Looks like Plan A is going to be a bust. Do I have no choice but to go with Plan B? You don't. A familiar voice rang from beside me. As usual, it was the other me appearing from out of nowhere. What do you mean? Wait a little bit longer. After a slight pause, his voice became colder. Keep in mind that using that power will only serve to alert Jezebeth of your appearance in the demon realm. You're right. Recalling Jezebeth's power, I became extremely apprehensive. Back then he had only sent a clone to fight me. What if he showed up in his full form? Wouldn't I just die with a simple glance? Just the thought made me extremely apprehensive about using my power. In the midst of my thoughts, the other me continued speaking. Using the skill now will not be ideal. Later on, you might need to tap into that power in order to save Amanda's father. It's best if you save it for then. Not only that, but it's best if fewer demons know about you being a human. If they are made aware of your presence, all clans will start hunting you down. Sure, but the situation doesn't really look too good. You worry too much. Raising his head, he stared into the distance. Unlike me, he could freely move in this slowed-down space. Give it a couple of more minutes. If something doesn't happen by then, you can go ahead with Plan B. All right. Closing my eyes and deactivating Eyes of Kronos, I raised my head and met Marquis Aethera's eyes. My next set of actions all happened within a fraction of a second. Placing my hand on the sheath of my sword, I activated my sword's effect, and the mana inside of my body started to circulate at a faster rate. At the same time, I activated the one. Because our rank difference was a bit more than one rank, it didn't have too much of an effect on Marquis Aethera as it only worked to distract him for a split second. But it was enough. By the time he recovered from the effect, I had already gathered enough mana. The third movement of the Keiki style, Void Step. Click. My vision distorted, and a low clicking sound rang in the air. At the same time my vision started to distort, I saw Marquis Aethera's attack shoot in the direction of where I was previously standing. Boom. Within a split second, it arrived in the area that I was previously standing on. Despite my extreme speed, I was unable to come out unscathed as I ended up crashing against multiple trees, and felt tremendous pain invade every part of my body. Bang. Ugh. That said, I had survived. It hurts. Gritting my teeth, I lifted my body up a little. I had trouble moving as some of my bones were broken, but it was worth the pain. I quickly chugged down a couple of potions. By the time I recovered, the demons in the distance had already arrived and had surrounded Marquis Aethera. Look who we have here. It looks like the information wasn't wrong. A sadistic voice echoed throughout the air as another demon that bore striking resemblance to Marquis Aethera stepped up. I didn't know exactly who he was, but I knew that he was an executive coming from the Gluttony clan. A clan that wasn't on good terms with the Sloth clan, the clan Marquis Aethera came from. Having presented them with an opportunity to deal damage to the Sloth clan, they obviously did not refuse it and secretly sent an adequate force. Wasn't exactly sure they would believe in my plan at first, but it wasn't exactly hard to confirm my words. After I told them that the Sloth clan would make a move against the Greed clan, all they had to do was check for any movement, and from there, they were able to confirm my words. Also, to them, this could be considered a minor conflict. It wasn't anything big. That aside, I didn't doubt that they had set countermeasures in the off chance that this was also a trap, but it didn't concern me. Marquis Action. Marquis Aethera's voice was filled with spite as he said those words. With narrowed eyes, demonic energy rose from his body at an alarming rate. Sink. Just as he was about to speak, Marquis Aethera stopped himself mid-sentence again. His face changed, and he looked behind him. Marquis Aethera wasn't the only one that had a change in expression as Marquis Action's face also changed. Similarly staring into the distance, I smiled in relief. They're here. Reinforcements from the Wrath clan and the Greed clan. Demon Hunter Guild. Inside a large office space, Melissa sat opposite Amanda. What did you want to talk about? Amanda asked in a soft tone. Taking her eyes away from her nails, Melissa adjusted her glasses a bit. She quickly cut to the chase. The central government seems to be planning on regulating the magic cards. Oh. Amanda absent-mindedly nodded her head. Her reaction surprised Melissa quite a bit as she raised her brow and asked. Are you not surprised? Not really. Amanda shook her head. I already had an idea that this was going to happen. Not only her but so did Ren. Unlike the Union which dealt with heroes and villains, the central government was another power that primarily focused on keeping order in the human domain. They weren't as powerful as the Union in terms of raw strength, but some might even say that they were more powerful than them as even the Union could not discard their orders. Melissa leaned back on her chair and crossed her arms. Since you know, this makes things a lot easier. Do you already have any countermeasures in place? Sort of. As in. Here you go. Unlocking the drawer next to her, Amanda passed a file to Melissa. Sliding the file her way, Melissa looked through it. Her furrowed brows slowly started to relax. After a while, she put the file back on the table and nodded her head. This might actually work. Amanda smiled slightly. I spent a lot of time thinking about it. It will work. There was confidence in her voice as she said those words. She didn't spend her days at the office idly. After learning from the best for the past couple of years, Amanda knew about the political affairs of the world like the back of her hand. A problem like this was not going to faze her. Brushing her hand behind her ear, Amanda's eyes narrowed. If the central government truly wants to put their hands on the magic cards, they should prepare to lose a couple of limbs in the process. You've changed, Melissa said after a brief moment of silence. A smile crept on her face. But I like it. Chapter 508, Arena, 1. Minutes prior to ambushing the Greed clan, I sent a message to the Wrath clan. In the message, I told them that the Sloth clan and the Gluttony clan were planning on secretly working together to ambush the Greed clan. Although my words sounded sketchy, I provided them with the exact location of where the ambush was going to happen and told them that they knew that they were planning an ambush against someone called the White Death, and that it was all a ruse in order to make the Greed clan act, and use that opportunity to deal damage to them. Since the Wrath clan was allied with the Greed clan, all they had to do was contact them and confirm the information that I told them. Once they were able to confirm my words, the rest was pretty much self-explanatory. While everyone was staring into the distance, I slowly stood up. I should probably take my leave. My plan was pretty much done. If there was a time for me to leave, then it was now. With everyone still confused and startled by the sudden situation, I prepared to use this chance to leave. Taking another look toward the sky, I sighed in relief. That was close. Fortunately for me, the plan somehow worked out. By exploiting the demons' desire to harm each other, I was able to create this scenario. In any case, I had never been too worried about the plan failing. I had 3 more plans prepared just in case this one failed. Not that I wanted it to fail, but I wasn't delusional. I never once thought that my plan couldn't fail. I found myself doubting my plan a lot, but in the end, it seemed as though the demons had been at peace for too long to realize what had happened. Good for me. Masking my presence as much as possible, I quietly left the area and headed toward the Pride clan's territory. My goal here had been achieved. It was time for me to move to the next part. After a while, inside a large forest. How long till we reach our destination? Halting for a bit, I rested my hand by the side of the tree. It had been about half a day since I left the conflict, and by now, the sun was already starting to set. Considering that I was under a time constraint, I knew that I could waste as little time as possible. We're almost there. About 2 hours. 2 hours. I groaned. It had to be noted that when he meant 2 hours, it meant 2 hours of me running at full speed. Not only that, but I also had to watch out for the monsters and demons in my way. If anything, that only served to make me even more tired. Hurry up, you don't have much time. Keep going straight. Fine. Recollecting my breath, I once again dashed forward. I can't waste time. I had a goal in mind when acting on the previous plan. Primarily, I wanted to turn the attention of the Pride clan away from their own territory. Although the conflict was a minor one, it was still a conflict. It could serve as a great excuse for the other clans to start conflicts with each other. This was exactly what I wanted. Still, I wasn't naive enough to think that they wouldn't notice that I had a hand at play in this conflict. But that was fine. By the time they realized what had happened, I would already have left the demon realm. Hup! Pressing my foot on the ground, I sped up even more. Following the directions given to me by my other self, I continued running for the next 2 hours. To be more precise, it was actually 3 hours as I met a lot of demons and monsters along the way. They weren't looking for me though. Just as I had expected, the fight in the distance had caused enough chaos to attract the attention of the Pride clan. This was exactly what I wanted. You can stop now. Hearing a certain voice, my feet came to a stop. Resting my hands on my knees, I took a couple of deep breaths. Sweat dripped from the side of my face. Are we finally here? Looking around me, the only thing that met my sight were trees. They weren't exactly normal trees though. They were quite tall, and their bark was quite dark. Most notable was the fact that the leaves were red. As it was nighttime, it was actually quite hard for me to see what was ahead. Furthermore, an eerie silence enveloped the area around me, making it all the creepier. Crunch. Crunch. The only noise I heard was the crunching sound of my feet stepping on the ground. Seeing that I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary in the area around me, I turned to look at my other self. Is Amanda's father here? Not quite. He answered. My brows furrowed. What do you mean? We're close, but we will have to stop now. You might not like the sound of my next words. Taking a step back, I instantly felt an ominous premonition. Spit it out. Our eyes met. For a brief moment, I saw my other self's lips curled upwards. It left as fast as it came, and thus I became unsure of whether it was real or not. Did I just imagine that? His next words made me realize that I didn't see wrongly. You're going to fight a demon and lose on purpose. Eh. I blinked my eyes a couple of times as I had difficulty trying to process what he was saying. Are you telling me to lose on purpose? And get captured by a demon? This. Was he crazy or something? Never mind, he's always been crazy. Why in the world did I forget this? I took a deep breath and sat down on the ground. I then leaned my back against one of the trees. There was definitely more to the plan than he let out. I wasn't planning on dismissing it without properly understanding what he was trying to say. Kindly explain to me your plan. Sure. In a rather calm manner, he started to explain. Raising his hand, he pointed it toward the distance. Not far from here you will find Morian, one of the largest cities in the Pride clan territory. The city is quite big, about the size of Ashton City, and Amanda's father is located there. I see. I scratched the side of my cheek. But how does that have anything to do with me purposely losing to a demon? Let me explain. The other me leaned back on a tree. A small rattling sound accompanied his movement. To put it bluntly, you can't infiltrate Morian. It's impossible unless your strength is equal to a Duke rank demon. SS rank. That hard? Yes. His words surprised me quite a bit. Even if you can make it seem like you have demonic energy inside of your body thanks to the trick that I taught you, it can easily be discovered. It might work when someone isn't paying attention, but once you enter a city filled with demons, you won't make it a couple of steps before everyone finds out that you are an imposter. Right. My brows knit tightly. His words once again made me realize just how dangerous the demon realm was. So far I had only been playing around with the weaker demons on the outskirts of the major cities. My brows soon relaxed, and I asked. I get it. But what does that have to do with the fact that I have to lose to a demon? Are you thinking of having me infiltrate the place as a prisoner? But what makes you think the demon won't kill me? You're not exactly wrong. The other me spoke. I won't go on a long speech telling you exactly how the city functions, as that would be counterproductive. I will cut straight to the point. If you get caught by a demon, you will not be killed. In fact, they will try their best to keep you alive. Oh. I was once again left surprised by his words. Elaborate. MHM. The other me nodded. In a way, demons aren't that different from humans, or any other race with a shred of intelligence. At one point, all of them seek entertainment. Right. I was slowly starting to get an idea of what he was trying to say. Lowering my head and placing my hand over my mouth, I softly mumbled. Are you saying that my appearance will serve as some form of entertainment for them, hence why they wouldn't kill me, but sell me off to make money? Yes. I see. Once again covering my mouth with my hand, I had a sudden thought. Is that what happened with Amanda's dad? Is he currently inside of that city for the purpose of entertaining the demons? That's right. Clank. 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 Taking a couple of steps forward, the other me stopped in front of me. One of the biggest entertainments in Morian is their arena. A place where captives from the other races are made to fight each other, and where Amanda's father is currently residing in. Ah. I let out a small sound. Everything finally started to make sense. In short, in order to reach Amanda's father, I had to purposely lose to a demon so that they would sell me to the arena. Since he said that infiltrating the city was impossible, it seemed like this was the only method that could work. There was only one problem. Since you said that it's impossible to infiltrate the place, what makes you think I can escape from that place? Don't worry about that. The other me reassured. I wouldn't propose something so dangerous without coming up with countermeasures. My eyes squinted. To be honest, over the past 4 months I had seen just how smart and calculative he was. Every one of his plans worked perfectly fine. It may have to do with the fact that he perfectly understood the psychology of the demons, but not once have his plans ever failed. I also didn't doubt that whatever he had planned would end up working out, but I don't trust him. I just couldn't bring myself to trust him. Without fully understanding his intentions, I couldn't bring myself to trust him at all. The only reason why I listened to what he had to say was because I knew that my death wasn't something that was within his interest. It was the only thing that reassured me. You're doubting me? Hearing his words, I snapped out of it. Raising my head and meeting his eyes, which seemed to be devoid of any emotions, I ended up nodding. I don't trust you at all. Good. Good. Let me give you a piece of advice. He suddenly disappeared from his spot before reappearing on top of a tree branch. Always keep your guard up. In this life, you might never know who might end up betraying you out of nowhere. Only ever trust yourself. My eyes narrowed. I could tell from the tone of his voice that he was speaking from experience, but despite being the same person, we were fundamentally different. Etching his words into my mind, I slowly stood up. I'll keep your words in mind. I then turned around and headed deeper into the forest. It was time to get caught by a demon. Chapter 509, Arena 2. Bang. Crashing against a tree was a black humanoid figure. The bark of the tree flew everywhere, and the figure rolled back a couple of meters. Coming to a stop, the demon raised his head and glared in my direction. Walk. How dare you? Just answer a few questions if you don't want to die. Walking up to the demon, I placed my foot on top of his head and applied some pressure. His head came into contact with the ground. KHHH. Using every ounce of his strength to raise his head, the demon glared my way, but I ignored him and lowered my body to meet his eyes. Along the way, I removed my foot, which was pressed against his face. He was only a Baron-ranked demon. Therefore, I wasn't too worried about him running away. Taking out a black frit from my pocket, I presented it to the demon in front of me. I'll give you this if you start speaking. The demon's face changed instantly the moment I took out the core. He was giving me a look filled with greed. I secretly smirked when I saw this. Having killed as many demons as I did, it was inevitable for me to pick up a couple of devil fruits. Since I had no use for them, I could use them as a good bargaining chip. If you want this core, you better answer my questions properly. How should I believe you? The demon's voice was rather calm, but I could tell that this was merely a pretense. It was very subtle, but there was a tremble in his voice as he spoke. He's scared. How should you believe me, MHH? I frowned underneath my mask. After a while, I just shrugged my shoulders. You don't really have a choice either way. I can just kill you with a single slap. If you don't answer my questions, I'll just go to another demon. Someone will eventually speak. It's not like the questions I'm about to ask are a secret. I slowly raised my hand. The demon flinched when he saw this. I will speak. I will speak. He repeatedly shouted. There was clear fear in his eyes as he said those words. Good. Lowering my hand, I deeply gazed into the demon's eyes. All right, I'll make this simple. Tell me what you know about Morian. Although what my other self said usually ended up being correct, I still didn't trust him. Before making any moves, I wanted to assess the situation for myself. My next set of actions would be based on the demon's answers. Marion. That's right, tell me anything you know about it. Especially about the arena. The demon's face changed a bit as he hesitated to speak. I pressed my hand to his throat when I saw this. I don't have much time, make it quick. KHH, yes. Giving me a fearful nod, he slowly started to recount everything about the city. From its general layout, to who reigned supreme over there, and how heavily guarded it was. He also told me which area to avoid, and what were the most crowded areas. I didn't really pay too much attention to this information. I wasn't planning on infiltrating the city in the first place. All that interested me was the arena. If you're planning to infiltrate the city, give up on the thought. That place is under the surveillance of 2 dukes. You will never make it past the entrance without getting yourself killed by them. I see. Everything perfectly coincides with what he said. This reassured me a bit. Turning my attention back to the demon, I continued to ask. What about the arena, what do you know about it? The arena. For a brief moment of time, the demon's face changed. It went from a fearful look to one that was filled with excitement. My forehead creased. Before I could say anything, the demon quickly answered. The arena is the biggest entertainment you can find in Morian. It's the best place demons can go to enjoy themselves. Watching the other races fight and kill each other is the most entertaining thing one can watch. Demons from all over the demon realm come to Morian just to watch the fights and PLA. See their bets. As he spoke, the demon seemed to have completely forgotten about his predicament as the excitement in his voice only increased. This isn't that much different from fights on Earth. His words reminded me of televised fights back on Earth. Their system was pretty much the same. Most recently the arena has become an even bigger attraction. There's this new human that has not lost once. Each and every one of his fights a mass. Did you say human? I cut in. I'm sure I didn't hear incorrectly. Could he be referring to Amanda's father? Unaware of what I was thinking, the demon nodded his head. Yes, he's incredibly strong, and everyone is already betting on how many matches he has left before he loses. I've personally bet on 30. Even though his fights are impressive, he is slowly getting tired. I don't think he will last that long. Lowering my head a bit, I asked. About this human, what is his strength like? The demon tilted his head. Pondering for a bit, he answered. He should be Marquis rank. Some even say that he's close to Duke rank, but no one really knows. I see. I nodded my head and slowly stood up. It's probably him. The fact that he was human and his strength was similar to that of Amanda's father before he left was a good indication to me that this was most probably the case. Is there anything else you would like to ask me? The demon asked. Turning my attention back to the demon, I thought for a bit before replying. If by chance a demon caught a human, orc, or any other member of the race, what do they earn from handing them to the arena? A strange look appeared on the demon's face as soon as I posed the question, but all it took was a quick glare to stop him from asking unnecessary questions. I was still using the same as before. The one that used cores to make it seem as though I was a demon. Due to our rank difference, the demon was unable to see through my disguise. If a demon manages to catch a member from the other race, they can give them to the arena and earn a cut from how much the member performs. Oh. What an interesting system they got here. Instead of having them directly by the people, they have them fight and give them a cut of how much they make along with their stay in the arena. It wasn't a bad deal. Especially considering that each event made quite a bit of money for them. Snapping me out of my thoughts was the demon's voice. Lowering my head, I glanced at him. What is it? With a crude smile on his face, the demon asked. I've already told you everything, will you? Click. A subtle clicking sound rang through the air and the demon's face rapidly changed. Why? Ignoring him, I turned around and left the area. Although the demon was unable to mutter his last words, I already knew what he was trying to say. You lied. Yes, I lied. Not that I ever promised him to keep him alive. Walking a bit further away from the area I was previously in, a figure appeared not too far from where I was. So, you satisfied? I am. I gave a short reply. The information he had previously given me may have been right, but I just had to make sure for myself. This wasn't the first time that I had done this, but I just couldn't bring myself to truly trust him. What are you going to do now? He asked after a little bit. Raising my head to meet his eyes, I gave a brief reply. I'll carry on as we've previously discussed. Good. My footsteps suddenly came to a stop. Tapping on my bracelet, I took out a small sphere that was about the size of an ant. I knew that it would eventually come in handy. Taking out all the most important items that I owned from my dimensional space, I put them inside of the small ball which was another dimensional space. The space that it could store was incomparably smaller than compared to my bracelet, but this was the price one had to pay for such a small dimensional space. Done. Storing all of my most important items inside of the dimensional space, I let out a satisfied smile and proceeded to head toward the city in the distance. The city wasn't actually that far. It was about a 10-minute walk from where I previously was. Throughout the journey, I had to make sure to be extra sneaky as demons and monsters lurked everywhere. Fortunately for me, I didn't do what I did in the past for nothing. With the commotion my previous actions had caused, the perimeter outside of the city was less dense than it should have been. This is a good spot. I stopped right as I was about a couple of kilometers away from the city. I was currently standing on top of a large cliff, and from where I was I could see the city in the distance. Staring at the city in the distance, I felt this weird sense of intimidation coming from it. Not only that, but I could vividly see demonic energy revolve around the city in the form of a black fog. I had a hard time describing the city. It was large. Extremely large. Thick walls the height of a skyscraper covered the whole city, and at the top of the walls, I could catch glimpses of demons patrolling the area. The walls were black, and I wasn't exactly sure of what they were made of, but they had this strange sense of intimidation that made one feel insignificant. Because the walls were so tall, I couldn't quite see what was behind them. However, there was one building I could see, and the pressure that it gave off intimidated me, and that was despite the fact that I was still quite far from the city. The building seemed to be located in the middle of the city, and it appeared to be a large pillar that expanded at the top. That's probably where the Duke-ranked demons reside. Other than that, what could it be? Let's get this done. Letting out a sigh, I looked around me. Then, taking out my spare sword, raised it and stabbed myself. Spurt. Blood leaked down on the ground. It hurts. Suppressing the pain, I took a step forward and jumped down the cliff. As I jumped, I made sure to coat my body with a little bit of mana. Thump. KHH. Heavily crashing on the ground, I suppressed my groan once again. Shit. I cursed inside of my mind. Dragging my body with my hand, I stopped right next to a tree. Leaning my back against it, I took heavy breaths and reached out for the white mask on my face. Crack. I broke it into pieces. Dropping one side of the mask beside me, I put the other half on my face. Just enough to make it obvious that I was a human. This should do. It would have been easier if you had just lost to a demon. Just then, I heard a voice next to my ear. I'd rather do this. This worked just as well. There was no need for me to pretend to lose to a demon. Just the thought repulsed me. Suit yourself. I will. Leaning my head back against the tree, I exhaled. My injuries were quite severe at the moment, and if not for the fact that I had coated my body with mana before the fall, I would have never survived. Slowly, I closed my eyes and pretended to be passed out. Chapter 510, Arena, 3. Loud cheers echoed throughout a large arena the size of 2 football stadiums. With seats filled to the brim, a sea of demons excitedly stared toward the center of the arena. Welcome to today's arena games. A seductive voice echoed throughout the whole arena. Following this, an alluring figure appeared in the middle of the stadium. Glossy black hair, a voluptuous figure, and deep red eyes. The demoness' appearance brought forth even more cheers from the crowd. Catching a whiff of the bloody scent lingering in the arena, the demoness licked her lips. Now. The demoness smiled. Facing the crowd, she gave them a wink. We're not here for me, but we're here for today's games. I'm sure you're all excited to see what we have in store today. Her words seemed to have instantly calmed the crowd down as the noise dropped to a comfortable level. There was still some noise, but it wasn't as loud as it was before. Thank you. The demoness thanked the crowd. Turning around, she addressed the other side of the arena. For today's event, we have a little surprise for you all. We have found ourselves a new challenger, and he's a human. Her words instantly reignited the vigor in the crowd's faces. Another challenger. A human at that. Does he also have the potential to become an overlord? As if. There is only one overlord. The current overlord is far too strong for anyone to beat. I doubt he will be able to beat him even if he manages to become an emperor-level contender. True, but what if? This is going to be fun. Enjoying the vivaciousness of the crowd, the demoness let the noise continue for a while. She eventually raised her hand, and everyone stopped speaking. Thanking them one more time, she continued. I will have to disappoint you all with one piece of news. The challenger will not be participating in the King's bracket, but he will be participating in the Duke bracket. The crowd instantly deflated upon hearing her words. In order to ensure fairness in the games of the arena, there were several brackets that classified individuals according to their strengths. The King's bracket was the highest bracket, and it was where S-ranked individuals fought. The Duke bracket was a level lower, and that was where A-ranked individuals fought. After them, there was the Count bracket, Viscount bracket, and so on. It was a fairly organized system made to ensure fairness. I see that many of you are discussing his potential. Don't be quick to get your hopes up. We still haven't seen him fight yet. Who knows? The demoness paused and stared at the crowd. He might even become the next emperor-level contender. Everyone instantly stopped speaking as they held their breath as soon as they heard her words. Within each bracket, there was a ranking. A ranking was gained through beating someone of a higher rank and taking their rank. So if a rank 30 beat a rank 12, the winner would become the new rank 12 while the loser would drop down all the way to rank 30. An emperor-level contender was someone who had reached the number 1 rank in their respective bracket. This meant that they had to be monsters amongst monsters. Only the absolute top could achieve such rank. Can we finally get someone that can overthrow the current emperor? The demoness continued to hype up the crowd with her words. And the results were showing, as the crowd started to become even livelier. Seeing how excited the crowd had become, the demoness secretly smirked to herself. Raising her hand, the arena quieted down once more. You know what, why stop at emperor rank? What about? Before she could even finish her words, the atmosphere became incredibly tense as all the demons stopped smiling. Overlord rank. The arena instantly erupted into noise. The breathing of some of the demons in the stands started to become more laborious as their eyes sparkled with excitement. How simple-minded. She thought as she looked at the crowd. To be honest, she never believed any of the words she said. What overlord? It was already hard enough for one to become an emperor rank contender, overlord. A pipe dream. It's simply impossible. For one to become an overlord they must first become an emperor rank, and that was not something anyone could achieve. That was something achieved by being the best in a bracket filled with thousands of bloodthirsty contenders. How could some random human that appeared out of nowhere achieve such rank? She was merely following the standard script and trying to hype up this new contender. Setting aside the difficulty of becoming an emperor-level contender, the difficulty of becoming an overlord-ranked contender was even higher. There was only one overlord-ranked contender, and it was a role that could only be gained through defeating the currently existing overlord. Someone who had defeated the previous overlord-level contender and had also defeated all of the other emperor-level contenders at the time. To make the fights fair, during the fight between the challenging emperor rank and overlord rank, both contestants would be suppressed to the same rank. That said, despite its fairness, 9 times out of 100, the challenger would always end up losing. They may have the same rank, but the skill gap was just that big. Gazing at the crowd, the demoness smile became even brighter. I hope he doesn't lose too badly. That said, he should be up against a weak contender, so the chances of him losing should be low. If he lost too badly, it would reflect badly on her as she spent all of this time trying to hype up the crowd. I'll see through this match whether this new contender really has the chance of becoming the new overlord. Enough with the introductions. The demoness suddenly raised her voice and the arena became quiet. Extending her hand toward her right, she continued. On our right, we have a contestant that has come in not too long ago. He's an elf, and is currently ranked 773th in the Duke rank. Please welcome, Silverwing. Following her words, a loud metallic sound reverberated throughout the arena as the tall gates by the end of the arena started to open. Clocka. 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 Coming from the other side of the gate was a blonde elf with a rather cold look on his face. His clothes appeared to be worn out, and his hair was a mess. Glaring black circled bagged beneath his eyes, and on his right hand was a small wooden staff. As he came out, the cheers coming from the demons intensified. You better win, you fucking elf. I've put all my savings on you. Die, you piece of shit. Ha 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 ha. All sorts of insults and slurs were thrown at the elf standing in the middle of the arena. The elf's expression did not change despite this. It was clear that he was already used to the atmosphere. As he walked, he would leave small footprints on the sand-like floor. It looks like everyone is already excited. The demoness smiled brightly as she took her eyes away from the elf. Extending her hand toward the left, she once again raised her voice. And finally, on our left side. The new contender that I've been talking about and that everyone has heard about. That's right, it's the human that we've recently found and is currently unranked. Please welcome our new contestant. As the new contestant had still not won any matches, he was still not given a name. He could only be referred to by new contestant for the moment. The stadium instantly quieted down. Clocka. 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 The only sound that echoed throughout the arena was the sound of the gates opening, and it was then that a figure slowly walked out. Snowy white hair, deep blue eyes, and a detached look that made it hard for someone to read his emotions. The moment he stepped into the arena, his very presence caused all of the demons that were about to say something to shut up. All forms of noise ceased. The arena was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Talk. Talk. The calm and steady sound of his footsteps echoed throughout the whole arena as everyone's attention was focused on him. His feet soon came to halt. Raising his head, he turned to look at the demoness. He didn't say any words, but his message was clear. Get on with it. Ah. It was only then that the demoness came to her senses. What just happened? She couldn't quite explain what she had felt, but for a brief moment in time, she felt overwhelmed by the presence the contestant gave out. It almost felt suffocating. This was a first for her, and she had presented her fair share of matches. Was this a mistake? Taking another glance at the contestant and no longer feeling the same sensation, the demoness quickly came to that conclusion. It had to be that. She had seen all sorts of experts during her career. Therefore she was quite experienced. She had seen individuals much stronger than the human before her. For her to not have felt as much pressure from them as compared to the human before her, who was much weaker than them, the demoness didn't know what to think. In the end, she just decided to not believe it. Coughing slightly, the demoness looked toward her left and right. Directly in the direction of the two contestants. In the meantime, the demons in the stand also recovered from what had happened previously and started to cheer even more loudly. Fight! Kill that elf! Kill that human! Should have bet more money. Seeing that everything was all right, the demoness raised her hand. The arena once again instantly quieted down. Glancing at the crowd, she smiled and lowered her hand. You may fight. Bang. What followed her words was a loud banging sound. It was so fast and unexpected that she was unable to react in time. All she felt was a short breeze that blew her hair and clothes back. By the time the noise faded, the whole arena had quieted down. Weakly turning her head in the direction of where the sound came from, what met the demoness' sight were two deep blue eyes. Ah. She stumbled back one step. It wasn't my imagination. The pressure that she had previously felt wasn't fake. Lowering her head, she gazed at the elf from before. At the moment, his head was smashed against the ground, and his figure was unmoving. Whether he was alive or not, she couldn't tell. Gulp. Secretly swallowing a mouthful of saliva, she raised her hand. The winner of today's first match is our new contestant. After a brief moment of silence, the arena instantly erupted into loud cheers as they all eyed the white-haired figure below with glistening eyes. Amazing. What a beautiful match. He's got emperor potential. While this was happening, with his hands behind his back, a demon gazed at the arena from above. After a while, opening his mouth, a deep and powerful voice echoed throughout the space. What information do you have regarding the new contestant? Appearing from behind him was another demon. From the way he carried himself, it was clear that his status was far below the other demons. He was his servant. Taking a knee, he answered. Reporting to your excellency. We do not have a lot of information regarding the newcomer. All we know is that he was brought up by a Viscount-ranked demon. A Viscount-ranked demon. The demon frowned and shook his head. That's hard to believe. Considering his display of power, the likes of a Viscount-ranked demon should not be able to harm him. Is there something else in the report? There is. Say it. In the report, it said that he was found in the outskirts of the city quite heavily injured. It appeared as though he had come out from a fight. That makes more sense. The demon closed his eyes. After a while, he addressed his servant. What is his cut? About 10% of the sales of his matches. I see. Opening his eyes again, he coldly ordered. Have him killed. Don't let others know about his existence. Understood. The servant quickly disappeared from his spot, and silence descended on the platform. Gazing at the white-haired human from above, the demon smiled. We might have found our next star. Chapter 511, Emperor Rank 1. Clank. Darkness enveloped my vision as the doors behind me closed shut. Raising my hand, I snapped my fingers. Snap. A small flame formed in front of me, illuminating what was ahead of me. Rather plain. Apart from a small bed that sat in the corner of the room, there was nothing else in the room. Not even a toilet. Shaking my head, I proceeded to lay down on the bed. The bed was rather hard, but I made do. Beggars couldn't be choosers. Beside me, the flame continued illuminating the place. Raising my hand, I glanced at my wrist. They sure are confident. I had originally thought that they would have taken my bracelet away, but that never happened. This surprised me quite a bit, but who was I to complain? This perfectly worked in my favor. Reaching my hand out, I slowly clenched it. I then opened my mouth and asked, "Are you sure Amanda's father is the overlord?" "Yes." A voice echoed from near the door of the cell. I lowered my hand and frowned. "I have no choice but to become an emperor rank, don't I?" "If you want to meet him, that's your only choice." "I see." I nodded. Raising my head, I gazed in his direction. There was something I was curious about. Apart from more resources, what's so good about being an overlord rank? Freedom. He only replied with one word, but that was enough for me to understand everything. Sitting up straight, I asked, "Are you saying that once someone reaches overlord rank, they will be freed?" "Not quite." My other self shook his head. Turning his head to gaze in the direction of the door, he replied, "For an overlord to gain freedom, they must first win against one of the ruling dukes." TSSS. I took a cold breath of air. Beat on of the ruling dukes. I assume their strength will also be suppressed. If not, how would anyone be able to win? The other me nodded. It will be, but unlike the challengers, they won't wear any artifacts to suppress their strength. Wasn't this shady? What if they were about to lose? Considering their pride, it wouldn't be strange if they resorted to some petty trick. It's exactly as you think. Confirming my words, the other me leaned his back against the wall. Freedom is merely some false hope given to ignite the fighting spirits of the contenders. They never planned on freeing them from the very beginning. As expected. Letting out a long breath, I sighed. Don't worry too much. Just focus on reaching emperor rank for now. All other things will come naturally. All right. He was right. There was no time for me to dwell on these matters. Right now my priority was to become an emperor-level contender and get the chance to fight against Amanda's father, Edward Stern. It was the only way I could get in contact with him. Ah, right. In the midst of my thoughts, it was then that I suddenly recalled something. Touching my hair, I plucked a couple of them and stared at them. Confirming that they were indeed white, I looked up at my other self. Why is my hair white? As I had never looked at myself in the mirror in these past few months, it was only recently that I found out that my hair was white. How did that happen? It was then that my question was answered. It's a side effect of you using that power. The answer didn't please me too much. My eyes squinted. Does this mean that I will have permanent white hair? Not that I really cared, but I was already used to my black hair. If push comes to shove, I might as well dye them black. There was no way anyone would notice this. Right. Ugh. I groaned. What a pain. Glancing at me for a brief moment, he answered. It will turn back to normal eventually. My eyes lit up a little. Really? Yeah. Your hair is currently like that because of the trauma your body has suffered from using so much power. There is a reason why people have ranks. Bridging so many of them without a body that is capable of holding such power will inevitably lead to your body suffering damage. That makes sense. Recalling the events of the past, I couldn't agree any more with his words. The strength that I previously held. It was something beyond my realm of comprehension. For my body to hold such power, I couldn't understand how the only issue I suffered was just my change in hair color. Rather, I should be grateful that the only side effect I suffered was my hair becoming white. No. Stop thinking about useless stuff. Get some rest, you will soon be fighting every day for the next few months. Right. Letting out a sigh, I nodded my head and laid back on the bed. Closing my eyes, I slowly dozed off. It's going to be a busy week. Inside of a dark room. A figure sat cross-legged in the middle of the room. A tangible pressure rose in and out of the man's body as each breath he took caused the room to shake. There was this wild aura around him that would make anyone quake in their boots. Ooh. Taking another deep breath, the figure slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of deep eyes that seemed to have experienced countless things. There was a trace of insanity inside of those eyes, but it wasn't very apparent. It had still not overtaken his sanity. Please wait for me. ALLNOVEL, Fu LL, C0M. He softly muttered. His voice was rather weak, but it was filled WH resolution. I'm close. I can feel it. Staring at his hands, a strong undulation of mana spread out. Ruthlessness and bloodthirst flashed across the man's eyes as he slowly closed them. I will win no matter what. Bang. With a crashing sound, a figure slammed against the side of the arena, and the crowd erupted into loud cheers. Yes, fuck him. Screw him. Ha 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 ha. And that makes it the 12th victory in a row for our new contender whose overall rank is now in the 30s and has earned the nickname of White Reaper. Seriously. Listening to the demoness words, I tried my best to keep a straight face. From White Death to White Reaper. What was up with them and the color white? It's going to be over soon anyway. Secretly sighing, I looked at my opponent who was still passed out on the ground. For the past week or so, I had been fighting every day, and finally managed to earn my current rank. Rank 30. I finally did it. I was only a few ranks away from reaching the top 10. The only ranks that enabled someone to fight against the current Emperor-level contender. Only upon reaching the top 10 of a bracket could someone fight against the current Emperor. There was not much known about him. The only thing I knew was that he was someone whose strength was extremely terrifying. It was then that the demoness came to talk to me. White Reaper, who will your next challenger be? Are you going to repeat your previous streaks and challenge the highest contender you can fight? Gazing around the crowd for a brief moment, I slowly nodded my head. That's correct. My next opponent will be a top 10 contender. The moment those words left my mouth, the crowd erupted into loud cheers. The cheers were so loud that I felt the ground shake for a brief moment. I ignored it. After I become top 10, I will quickly fight the Emperor and get everything done with. There was a 20-rank limit on whoever I could challenge. This was purposely set up so that the Emperor-ranked contender wouldn't be challenged by just anyone. For one to fight him, they must first earn the chance to do so. I was no exception to that rule. As expected of the White Reaper. Once again choosing to fight the strongest contender possible. The demoness hyped up the crowd. Stopping a couple of meters away from me, she winked her eye in my direction. I could feel subtle threads of demonic energy making their way in my direction when she did that, but I merely shrugged them off. As if she could seduce me. For a brief moment of time, the demoness showed a surprised look on her face. She seemed to be surprised by the fact that I was unaffected by her charm. Wasn't strange though. I had plenty of time to train myself against such attacks. Donna was my instructor for a while after all. Her charm was far stronger than hers. With an awkward look on her face, the demoness turned to look at the crowd. For those of you that don't know who his next opponent is, let me give you a brief introduction. Her next words were a brief introduction regarding my next opponent. The current top 10 fighter. Standing at feet in height, and with a powerful build like no one had seen before, we have the Skull Crusher. My mouth twitched ever so slightly. They really need to work on their nicknames. I bet he's naked that because he crushes the skull of all opponents he faced. Just like White Reaper, Skull Crusher never once faced defeat, and not only that but every time he goes against an opponent his signature move is to kill them by breaking their skull. No kidding. If not for the fact that I didn't want to show my emotions, I would have probably facepalmed right then and there. The crowd became even lovelier at her words. Why wouldn't they? After all, hearing of such a ruthless opponent, what demon wouldn't be excited? The fight will be held tomorrow, and whoever wins the fight finally be eligible to fight against a top 10 contender and gain the chance to fight against the current Emperor of the Duke-ranked bracket. The crowd stirred even more. But it was at that moment that the demoness' face changed. Turning her head to look my way, she softly said, "White Death. Although your achievements have been outstanding, I would like for you to keep something in mind. The top 10 contenders are on a completely different league than the contenders you have previously fought. You won't be able to beat them as easily as the people you've currently fought." Meeting the demoness' eyes, I blinked once and turned around. "Thanks for the warning," I half-heartedly replied. A figure appeared next to me. Staring at the demoness behind me, he smiled. "If only she knows you've been holding back till now." "Who cares?" I replied as I slowly entered the gates in the distance. "I'm saving my strength for when I fight against Edward." My feet stopped briefly. And maybe the current Emperor. Gazing at the white-haired figure from above, an amused smile appeared on the demon's face. What an amusing human. So far, the human had shown quite the striking performance by beating his opponents with only a couple of moves. His performances were so overwhelming that they reminded him of the past. Of the current overlord. He too came out of nowhere and destroyed every single opponent in just a couple of moves. That said, "Your Excellency, excuse my rudeness. But what do you see in that human?" Although I can agree that his performances have indeed been quite outstanding, so are the performances of all top 10 rankers. They too showed similar performances in the past. You may be right. The demon calmly nodded his head. I've just been bored recently. Bored? Yes. Taking his eyes away from the arena below, the demon turned around. With a large hood covering his features, the figure's features were hidden. Even then, a terrifying pressure was exerted out of the demon's body, making it hard for the servant to even lift his head. Opening his mouth, his deep voice echoed throughout the platform. With Duke Adramalek leaving to check out the mess at the borders, I found myself becoming quite bored. Pausing for a moment, the servant suddenly felt his body freeze as he dropped to the ground with both knees. The demon's eyes flashed. Maybe it's time we switch the current overlord. Chapter 512, Emperor Rank 2. Clank. Follow me. Coming out of my cell, I followed a demon out. Everything happened out of nowhere. I was just quietly relaxing in my cell, and before I knew it, a demon came to my room and called out for me. I was quite clueless about where I was going, but I decided not to say anything and just followed along. There was no point in asking questions that I would not get an answer to. That, and the fact that I already had an idea of what was going on. This might actually be a good chance for me. Glancing toward my left and right, as I followed the guard, I realized that the security was fairly lax. There didn't seem to be many demons patrolling the area, and to make matters even stranger was the fact that my main wasn't sealed. It had to be noted that the demon in front of me was ranked lower than me. If I wanted to, I could kill him with a simple slap. Not that I had any plans on doing that since I had a goal in mind. Finding Amanda's dad. Furthermore, I was sure that the security only looked lax. In reality, it was probably extremely tight. Had this not been the case, many of the prisoners would have long escaped. Talk. Talk. The steady and calm of our footsteps echoed throughout the corridors. The corridors were pretty badly maintained as I could see cracks everywhere. Not only that, but they were also quite narrow, forcing me to move sideways sometimes. To make matters worse, lingering in the air was an old and stuffy smell. We're here. Walking for who knows long, we soon stopped in front of a large metallic door. Standing beside the door were a couple of demons. With a simple nod, the demon walked toward the door. To talk. He then proceeded to knock on the door. For the first couple of seconds, he was met with no response. However, this did not last for long as the door soon started to open. Clank. Once the door was half opened, I was finally able to catch a glimpse of what was behind it. A luxuriously decorated room that far contrasted the shabby room I was previously staying in. A nice red carpet blanked the floor, and all sorts of decorations appeared in the room. From sofas to paintings and other things that would make one drool at the sight. So this is how the top rankers live. Gazing at the room for a bit, my line of sight paused on a few individuals inside the room. After a quick look, I was able to assess that they were the top rankers of the Duke bracket. It was hard not to notice them. The pressure that their bodies emitted was quite frightening. It was at a level where I needed to take them seriously if I wanted to win. Not that I showed it outwardly as I kept a straight face and stepped into the room. The moment I stepped into the room, I felt everyone's gazes pause on me, carefully scrutinizing every part of my body. Not bothered by them, I calmly walked toward where the sofas were and leisurely sat down. Crossing my legs and leaning back, I opened my mouth. So. I looked at everyone in the room. What did you guys want to talk about? Silence. No one in the room said a word as they continued to stare in my direction. It was then that someone finally spoke up. This human seems to be quite cocky. Standing just at about 4 feet in height with a long ginger beard was a dwarf. Raising his brow, he took a step forward and calmly analyzed my body. Not bad. Extending his hand, he presented himself. I'm Steampunk, rank 5 in the bracket. White Reaper, rank 30 in the bracket. I shook his hand back. As I did, I suddenly smelt a foul odor coming from the dwarf. His breath stinks. Moving my head back, I tried my best to not make any strange faces. His breath was simply atrocious. White Reaper. It was then that a soft voice called out for me. Turning my head, I found an elven lady staring in my direction. She had a rather long scar tracing down her face, and I could feel hints of insanity in her eyes. Her hair was a mixture of gold and silver, and if not for her scar, she would have looked extremely beautiful. I stared straight into her eyes. You are Rank 2, Silvermoon. She replied in a disinterested tone. Do you know why we've called you here? Somewhat, I answered. She nodded her head. The other people in the room became even more apprehensive as the room became tense. If you know why we've called you, then what do you think? Will you join our group? I smiled. Group, huh? I had already been briefed by my other self about what this group was all about. It was essentially a group that maintained ranks by fixing matches. The purpose of this was so that they could monopolize all the top 10 spots and support the current emperor rank. In short, everyone here was his lackey. Before I had a chance to respond, she took a step to the side and extended her hand. We've seen your potential, don't let it rot in this place. Only if you join a group like ours can you have the chance to become an overlord-level contender. Her words were filled with conviction and resoluteness. Had I not been warned beforehand, I might have even been tempted by her words. Oh. I gave her a half-hearted reply. The face of the elf changed when she noticed the tone of my reply, and the room became even tenser. You don't seem excited by this. Do you by chance happen to know that once you become an overlord-level contender you can gain freedom? I do. I nodded. Of course, I did. This was something that was told to me on the very first day that I was here. All participants were told this. With them having a goal in mind, the games would be a lot more entertaining to watch. If you know, then why do you look so disinterested? Are you perhaps not keen on the idea of freedom, or? Her eyes squinted and a powerful pressure sprung out from her body before heading in my direction. Are you just not interested in joining us? Because her actions were sudden, I was caught off guard a bit. Even then, I retained a passive and nonchalant look on my face. Glancing around the room and seeing everyone staring at me with bloodthirsty looks, I leaned back on the sofa and calmly asked. ALLNOVEL, FU LL, C0M. What do you want me to do? The pressure coming out from Silvermoon instantly disappeared. A smile soon replaced her previous scowl. Much better, she muttered in a satisfied tone. Clasping her hands together, she cut straight to the chase. Lose your next game. I leaned my head forward a little. Lose my next game. That's correct. Turning her head, her eyes paused on a certain individual standing not so far from where I was. Turning my head, my eyes paused on a towering figure. He's big. I had already noticed him from the moment that I had entered the room, but now that I took a closer look at him, there was this sense of dread coming out from his body that made one shiver. In contrast to the others in the room, the bloodthirsty aura coming out of his body was far greater. Skull Crusher. I mumbled underneath my breath. I would only have to be a fool to not have been able to recognize him. The aura that was coming out of his body was simply terrifying. Even for me, it was quite pressurizing. It felt as though I was back in Isanor, in the presence of the orc's #1 contender, Khymer. Overhearing my words, the Silvermoon smiled. It looks like you've recognized him. Walking next to the orc, she patted him on the shoulder. Rank 10, Skull Crusher. Your next opponent, and someone who you will lose to in the next round. I don't need this. Slapping the elven lady's hand off, Skull Crusher glared in my direction. I don't need him to purposely lose in our next match. I can easily get rid of a fly like him. You may be right, but rules are rules. She turned to look in my direction. I'm telling you for your own good. If you're interested in ever becoming free, then this is your only chance. Raising and lowering her head to scrutinize me carefully, her brows knit for a couple of seconds. She then warned. You seem quite strong, but like Skull Crusher said, any one of us in the room is enough to crush you. It is in your best interest to join us. After a while, she extended her hand in my direction. Her face was filled with confidence when she said those words. So what do you say, will you join us? Staring at her extended branch, I softly muttered. Tempting. The elven lady's smile brightened. That great. Cutting her off, I smirked. The faces of everyone changed the moment I did so. But I did not care. Placing my hand on the sofa, I slowly stood up. Then, turning around, I waved my hand and made my way out of the room. Thank you for your offer, but I will have to refuse. As if I'd join a group of people that I will eventually have to discard in the near future. Following my words, I headed out of the room. Since contestants could only fight each other in the arena, I wasn't worried about them trying anything in the meantime. Exiting the room, I nudged the demon that had brought me with my head. Let's go. Clank. Once the door closed, a heavy silence descended on the room. Apart from the elven lady, none of the faces of the people in the room changed. They didn't seem to particularly care. I see. Silvermoon darkly scanned the room. Turning her attention toward Skullcrusher, she coldly ordered. Make sure you let him know his place tomorrow. Take your time. Make him understand the consequences of his actions. KRRR. KRRR. I would have done this even if you hadn't told me. Skullcrusher replied while clenching and unclenching his fists. A cruel and bloodthirsty smile hung on his lips. Good. Taking a look at the other people in the room, she turned around and headed out of the room. Clank. Closing the door behind her, she turned right and headed deeper down the corridor. Following her from behind was a demon. Walking for the next couple of minutes, she eventually stopped in front of another door. Talk. She knocked once. The metallic echo of her knock reverberated throughout the corridor. A soft and gentle voice followed the knock. Come in. If you will excuse me. Extending her hand, she opened the door. Clank. Upon opening the door, she was presented with a similarly decorated room to the one that she was previously in. However, if there was a difference between the two, it would have to be the fact that there was less furniture in this room. Taking a couple of steps into the room, she soon stopped. It wasn't because she wanted to, but it was because she couldn't. Raising her head, her line of sight fell toward a figure that sat cross-legged in the middle of the room with his bare back facing her. His silver hair descended down his back, and a terrifying pressure bore down on the area next to him. After a brief moment of silence, the figure spoke. How did it go? He rejected the offer. Silvermoon darkly said. Clenching her teeth, she added. He completely dismissed us. Treating us as a joke. Is that so? The figure in the middle of the room softly said. For a brief moment of time, the elven lady felt a cold chill run down her spine as she weakly nodded her head. Why, yes. I understand. Lowering his hands, the figure slowly turned around. His eyes soon met Silvermoon's, and her body froze all over. A huge sense of dread that she had never felt before washed over her body. You know what to do. Why, yes. Chapter 513, Emperor Rank 3. This will be a short fight. Overlooking the arena from above, Silvermoon's eyes narrowed. All of the top Duke bracket competitors were standing beside her. That's good for Skullcrusher. Yeah. It was a given considering his strength. Although he's nothing much himself. None seemed to be interested in the upcoming fight. There was an air of certainty about the fight, despite the fact that it hadn't even begun yet. Who was going to win was already clear to them. Why do you even bother with that human, anyway? A lazy-looking figure languidly asked. His shoulder-length black hair spread across the sofa as he leaned back against the sofa and stared up at the ceiling with his yellow-colored eyes. From his mouth, he took out a popsicle and looked at Silvermoon. I admit that he is strong, but Skullcrusher should be able to handle him. I know. Silvermoon replied. Glancing back at the figure, she asked. You're also a human, what did you think of him? Him. The figure leaned back once again on the sofa and crossed his arms behind his head as he gazed at the ceiling of the room. Whom. He let out a yawn. He ate. Nothing special apart from his hair. That was the last thing he said before he closed his eyes. I see. Silvermoon nodded her head and once again turned to look at the arena below. However, this was merely a pretense. Her attention was secretly drawn to the human from earlier. Rank 3, Lightning Dragon. He was the individual that Silvermoon feared the most out of all the bracket contenders. His strength was quite unknown as he always ended an opponent within a couple of moves, but Silvermoon always felt this unsettling feeling whenever she saw him. She couldn't explain it clearly, but there were times that she would fear him above the current emperor. Perhaps it was because her instincts had been honed over a long period of time, but she knew that the human sitting on the sofa was bad news. Had it not been for his lazy personality, who knows? He could have even been the current emperor. What am I thinking? After shaking her head to clear her mind, Silvermoon returned her attention to the arena. With the demoness already present and preparing to announce something, Silvermoon's eyes narrowed even further. The match is about to start. Her words drew the attention of everyone in the room as they all gazed at the arena. Should we bet on how long the human will last against Skull Crusher? Sounds fun. I want in. In a calm manner, I got up from the bed and walked toward the cell door. Are you ready? Yeah. Nodding, I pressed my hand against the cell door and opened the door. Clank. My ears were pricked up by the sound of several demons waiting on the other side of the door. I didn't pay much attention to them since I was used to such scenes. As he turned around and walked deeper into the tunnel, one of the demons ordered. Follow me. Without saying anything, I followed him from behind. As for the other demons, they followed me from behind, trapping me completely. This was so that I wouldn't escape. Not that I had any plans to do so. At least not yet. Asterisk. The loud cheers from the crowd inside the arena were the first thing I heard as I neared the arena. The closer I grew to the arena, the louder their cheers became. I suggest you end the fight as soon as possible. A familiar voice reached my ears. Glancing in his direction, I lowered my head and didn't answer. That's the plan. Since I had already antagonized the top 10 rankers in my bracket, there was no need for me to keep formalities. I had to end them quickly to save my energy for when I fought the Emperor. Someone who was most likely going to be extremely hard to fight. We're here. Stopping in front of an enormous gate made out of metal, the demon turned to look at me. Get ready. Your fight will start any minute now. As I lowered my head, I did not respond. I took a deep breath and concentrated on the noise coming from the arena grounds. And in the right corner, with an undefeated streak. Though faint, I could also hear the announcer's voice coming from the other side of the gates. It was the same voice I had been hearing over and over again for the past week or so. Please welcome White Reaper. Clank. With a low rumble, the doors soon started to open. Stepping forward, I entered the arena with my head raised. White Reaper. Fuck him up. Skull Crusher. Destroy him. From the moment I stepped into the arena, I could hear the loud cheers of the spectators. They were filled with energy and bloodthirstiness. I paid them no mind. That was because my current focus was directed toward the towering figure standing opposite of me. We meet again. A large smile spread across Skull Crusher's face as he cracked his knuckles. Crack. 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 Staring back at him, I didn't reply. Don't blame me for what will happen next. We clearly gave you a way out. I hope you last long enough for me to enjoy myself. Sure. I lazily replied. The look on Skull Crusher's face changed when he realized I wasn't taking him seriously, but I didn't notice as I had my eyes on something else. Appearing right behind Skull Crusher was my other self. Due to the fact that no one could see him, his appearance did not attract any attention. Are you going to proceed as we planned? Meeting my gaze, he asked in a soft tone. In the midst of the loud cheers, I could clearly hear his voice. I slowly nodded my head in his direction. Yes. Are the two contestants ready? Just as I nodded, I felt the demoness gaze pause on me. I glanced back at her and replied briefly. Yes. Skull Crusher. Yes. He also gave her a short reply. With a simple nod, she raised her hand and the noise in the arena ceased. A slight smile hung on the demoness' face as she noticed this. The arena grounds became tense as she held her hand in the air. At the exact moment the tension reached its climax, she finally lowered her hand. You may fight. After lowering her hand, she announced the start of the fight and I quickly activated one of my skills. The One. As soon as I activated the One, everything came to a halt. Neither Skull Crusher nor demoness dared move an inch. At the same time, my other self slowly moved behind Skull Crusher. With my eyes still locked on Skull Crusher, I remained standing. From the corner of my eyes, I kept my focus on my other self. Slowly he positioned himself behind Skull Crusher and extended his leg. It was only then that I took a step forward. Talk. What's going on? Looking into those dull gray eyes, Skull Crusher felt his muscles loosen as he couldn't muster any strength in them. He was paralyzed on the spot. Suddenly, his body started shaking. Lowering his head to glance at his hands, he muttered in a trembling tone. Is this fear? This was an emotion that he had not felt for quite a long time. Actually, not quite. He had recently felt this emotion not too long ago. Back when he met the current emperor of the Duke bracket. After having beaten so many contenders without losing a single match, he had grown ignorant and had challenged the current emperor. That was the biggest mistake of his life. Had it not been for his mercy, he would have long died. Impossible. But compared to the sense of dread he felt from the current emperor, the one coming from the small figure standing opposite him was even more fearsome. He couldn't stop his legs from trembling. Is he even stronger than the emperor? Impossible. The dull gray gazes stared back at him once more as he raised his head. He let out a strange sound. What are you doing? Do something. Fight. Kill him. I will kill you. In the midst of his struggle to find any energy to move, insults were hurled his way. You fat orc. Are you scared? You useless pig. My bet. It was then that the figure opposite him took a step forward. Talk. A calm and audible step reverberated throughout the arena. Because the demons in the stand were so far away from the arena, none of them could feel what Skullcrusher felt the moment he took a step. That single step, although normal, carried a tremendous amount of pressure that almost caused his knees to buckle on the spot. What's this? He shouted in an aggrieved tone. What is happening to me? How could he be scared of someone that was half the size he was? Preposterous. Mustering every little bit of strength and willpower in his body, he slapped his face. Slap. When Skullcrusher slapped his face, a loud slapping noise echoed throughout the entire arena. All forms of noise in the arena ceased as all the demons stared at Skullcrusher with confused looks on their faces. What just happened? Everyone wondered at the same time. Snapping them out of it was Skullcrusher's loud voice. I don't know what sort of trickery you used to cause me to feel the way that I did before, but I won't fall for it again. His body erupted in a terrifying hue of green. Glaring in White Reaper's direction, the muscles of his body doubled in size as his aura started to cover the whole arena. He was going all out from the get-go. Yeah. Fuck him up. So he was using a trick. I knew something was up. Skullcrusher's sudden actions reinvigorated the crowd as they stood up from their seats and cheered even more loudly. Lowering his head, the human smirked. It's useless. Taking another step forward, the dull color in his eyes darkened ever so slightly and the pressure Skullcrusher felt intensified immensely. His body felt as if it was being burdened by a huge mountain before, but now, it felt as if several mountains were pressing on him simultaneously. He couldn't move. Yucca. Holding onto his breath, Skullcrusher's face started to bleach as he struggled to lift a finger. What's this? He muttered in an incredulous tone. Talk. The calm sound of a footstep once again rang throughout the whole arena. Out of pure instinct, Skullcrusher took a step back. It was then that it happened. Right as he took a step back, he suddenly felt something hard and his vision lowered. Thump. With a soft thump, he found himself on the ground. The noise coming from the crowd once again stopped. Confused, he looked around him. It was then that he noticed it. As he sat on the ground, every spectator in the stand was watching him intently. He felt thousands upon thousands of eyes looking down on him from above. There was a clear judgmental look on their faces as their eyes were filled with ridicule and disgust. What the? A sudden dimming of his vision prevented him from finishing his sentence as a hand grasped his face. Sleep tightly. Those were the last words he heard before his consciousness slipped. Chapter 5:14, Emperor Rank 4. On one of the upper platforms overlooking the matches, a heavy, somber atmosphere prevailed. Silvermoon stared at Skullcrusher, who was passed out on the ground without saying a word. She was not aware of Skullcrusher's current condition, and quite frankly, she didn't care. He had lost, and that was all that mattered to her. Regardless of whether he had died or not, she was no longer interested in it. Trash. She uttered in disgust. The match itself had already ruined her mood. As a result, she decided to leave the room as she no longer felt the need to stay there. Before leaving the room, she took one last glance at the arena below before murmuring. Petty tricks. Clank. The door closed shut and she disappeared. As for the other top rankers in the room, they had mixed reactions. While their reactions to the white-haired figure below were not as strong as Silvermoon's, they were still startled by what they had seen. Their eyes were now mixed with fear and apprehension. For him to have beaten Skullcrusher so easily, they themselves couldn't do it. It now became clear to them that whoever this newbie was, he was above their level. Well, almost everyone. Has the fight ended? A lazy and groggy voice echoed out on the platform. Blinking a couple of times, Lightning Dragon lifted his head to view the arena below. The loud cheers had woken him up from his nap. Whom? Yawning out loud, he lazily asked. Who won? Your fellow human member. A deep voice answered his question. The voice belonged to an orc, and he was currently ranked 4th in the rankings. Compared to Skull Crusher, he was shorter, but despite his height, he emitted an even more powerful aura compared to Skull Crusher. Human. Taking a closer look at the action below, Lightning Dragon squinted his eyes. His gaze lingered on the white-haired figure in the midst of the arena grounds for a little over a couple of seconds. He looks familiar. He muttered in a loud voice. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned to look at one another. In the past, his words would have seemed odd to them, but now that they were used to him, they didn't think too much of it. To them, was someone that had a terrible memory. Sort of. His lack of memory was more indicative of a lack of care. His memory of everyone else present in the room was limited to the current emperor, and no one else. The only people he remembered were those who were worth remembering, and it was clear to them that they weren't worth remembering. The same could be said for the white-haired figure below, as Lightning Dragon still seemed to be unable to remember him. Yes, he's won. The orc from before replied. His eyes flickered coldly as he looked at the human on the sofa. However, he didn't dare to move. In his mind, there was no doubt that the human in front of him was frightening, and that he stood no chance against him. Even then, his attitude irritated him to no end. For someone as prideful as him to be treated as nothing but air. Crack! The air rang with a cracking sound as he clenched his fist tightly. Whom! Taking a moment to cover his mouth with his hand, Lightning Dragon leaned back against the sofa, completely unaware of the orc's thoughts. That's good for him. He then reached out for a long blue sheath in which a sword rested inside and grasped it with his left hand. Pulling it closer to his body, he closed his eyes. So tired. Smacking his lips, he weakly muttered. Don't wake me up until the Emperor match starts. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately fell asleep. The room quieted down. To talk. Come in. Upon entering a room that looked familiar, Silvermoon lowered her head. In secret, she glanced toward the center of the room where a shirtless man with long silver hair stood. The current emperor, Silverstar. The person that stood at the peak of the Duke bracket, and someone whom she served. Taking a closer look at him to make sure that everything was all right, only then did she finally lower her head. Are you ready for your upcoming match? She asked. In spite of the fact that her voice sounded normal, it was tinged with anger. This was naturally picked up by the figure standing in the middle of the room. Is there something up with you? He asked in a rather soft tone. Lifting her head, Silvermoon's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. She eventually sighed. It's nothing big. Remember the human that rejected our offer? What about him? He beat Skull Crusher. And it wasn't just a simple victory, but he completely won without even lifting a finger. Her teeth clenched as she thought back to the fight. How dare you challenge our authority? Without lifting a finger. Surprise flashed across Silverstar's face. But it came as fast as it left. Glancing at Silvermoon, he slowly walked up to her. To talk. The calm and steady sound of his footsteps echoed throughout the room. Taking a moment to caress her cheek, he halted his steps in front of her. His thumb traced down the long scar that traced down her face, resulting in a faint blush to appear on her cheeks. As he watched this, he smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. What do you mean it doesn't matter? He's directly challenging your authority. Silvermoon protested, but the Emperor shook his head. You know very well that my next match is against the Emperor of the King bracket, right? Yes, I know. Silvermoon nodded her head. This realization sent her heart racing. Just a few minutes from now, the current Emperor, Silverstar, would go against the King bracket Emperor, Deathbringer. Who would face off against the Overlord would be decided in this match. Once he was able to beat him, he would finally be able to fight against the current Overlord. The only obstacle stopping him from reaching freedom. Ignore the human for now. Silverstar took his hand away from her cheek. Her face was filled with reluctance when he did so, but she kept her tone calm. I understand. But are you really going to let him go like that? No. he replied. Before he continued, his attention turned toward an ornate wooden closet not so far from where he was, where a white shirt was hanging. Walking up to it, he took the shirt out and put it on. There are many things that I have to attend to at the moment. So what if he managed to beat Skull Crusher? I can do that too. My real worry is the other human. You mean Lightning Dragon? Yes. Buttoning the top part of his shirt, his eyes flashed coldly. As for that human, I will see how he will be able to run rampant like that once I become the Overlord. Will you really be all right? Silvermoon asked. Worry returned to her voice. Turning around, Sylvestar smirked. You don't have to worry about me winning. That's a guarantee. I am absolute. I'm curious about something. As I returned to my cell, I glanced at my other self and our eyes met. The look on his face suggested that he already knew what I was going to ask. Regardless, I still asked. For how long can you have a tangible form? It had occurred to me a while ago, but sometimes my other self could manifest physically. Having always thought he was some sort of vision, I was somewhat surprised by this revelation. I was quick to adjust though. Coming to terms with this fact, I decided to just accept it and use it to my advantage. Just like what had currently just happened. About 10 minutes. My other self replied to my question. Looking back at him, I nodded. I see. After closing my eyes and contemplating for a while, I had a sudden thought. Opening my eyes again, I asked. How far can you be from me? Not much. Around. About 5 meters. I see. This could serve as good information for me. Definitely plan to keep this in mind. What? Enough about that, what are you planning to do next? In the middle of asking another question, my other self cut me off. Opening my mouth, I eventually shook my head. It isn't worth it. I'm going to challenge the Emperor. I eventually replied. The only thing standing in my way in order to get to Amanda's father, the current Overlord, was the Emperor. The faster I got rid of him, the better things were for me. Although I know he'll be a tough opponent, I haven't gone all out myself yet. You think so? I tilted my head while sitting up straight on my bed. That look, he definitely knows something. My eyes proceeded to squint tightly. You definitely know something. Spit it out. Tell me what I need to know. Heh. My other self smiled slightly. He murmured as he glanced at the door of the room. The current Emperor should be the least of your worries. What are you talking about? I stood up from the bed. I could tell that he was about to say something important. And I wasn't wrong. As he turned his head, he casually said. Lightning Dragon. He is someone who might even be stronger than the current you in the bracket. If you have to worry about anyone, it would be him. What? Utmost seriousness flashed across my face as I stared at my other self. Might be even stronger than me. Although I never once thought that there weren't people stronger than me, it still came as a surprise for me to find someone this strong in the Duke rank bracket. Taking a deep breath, I was able to calm myself down rather quickly. Why are you telling me this now? This was the first time that he had mentioned him ever since I had arrived here. For what reason did he only tell me this piece of news now? The reason is simple. Slowly, he turned his head to glance my way. It's because he is the key to helping you get out of this place. Chapter 5:15, Emperor Rank 5. While everyone focused on the empty grounds below, the crowd cheered raucously throughout the arena. Everyone's attention was focused on a certain demoness as she stood in the middle of the arena with a bright smile on her face. Opening her mouth, she emitted a sweet, seductive voice that filled the arena. For today's match on our left side we have Deathbringer, the current Emperor of the King bracket. As she spoke, the gate on the left side opened, and a demon appeared from the other side of the arena. Seeing bat wings splayed across his back in a frame so enormous that it even put some orcs to shame, the crowd became even more enthralled. Kill. Destroy that elf. You better make me something, you traitor. As he stopped in the middle of the arena, he did not bother to look at the crowd. Despite being a demon, he had no sense of attachment toward them. Rather, he despised them with all his being. As he lowered his head to examine his right hand, his eyes lingered on a small black bracelet. Suppressor. It was an artifact created by demons that suppressed the wearer's rank. He had no choice but to wear it since the fight was between two emperor ranks of different brackets. The more he stared at the bracelet, the bigger the scowl on his face became. How fucking dare they? Flap. He flapped his wings once, casting a huge shadow on the ground. An evident display of might by him. In response to his readiness, the demoness reached across the arena with her right hand. There was an air of excitement in the crowd as her sweet voice swept through the air. And on our right side we have Silverstar, the current emperor of the Duke bracket, and the challenger, Dot. Slowly, the gates on the right began to rise. Unlike Deathbringer, Silverstar was met with a lot of hostility. Die, you 11 scum. I can't wait for you to die. You better die, I bet a lot of money on you. This was to be expected. Given their pride, the demons would still rather support someone from their own race over someone from another race, regardless of whether that person was a prisoner of war or had committed a hideous crime like ingesting another demon's core. As Silverstar walked slowly toward the center of the arena, he ignored the noise from the crowd. At this moment, the only thing that was in his mind was his opponent. Deathbringer. As soon as he was a few meters away from Deathbringer, his feet stopped. As he stood at the opposite end of Deathbringer, everyone could see their differences in size. It felt as though an ant was fighting up against a large monster. Their difference was incomparable. While those who bet on Silverstar regretted their decision, those who bet on Deathbringer secretly rejoiced. The difference in size was enough for most people to feel more secure about their choices. Are you two ready? In that moment, the voice of the demoness was heard. The arena grounds instantly became intense as everyone stopped speaking for a moment. Yes. Yes. The two contestants answered at the same time. A satisfied smile spread across the demoness face as she raised her hand and lowered it. You may begin. In the aftermath of her words, the crowd became even more heated and shouted even louder. Yes. Fight. 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 Crack. Crack. As the two figures scrutinized one another closely, cracks began to appear beneath their feet. Both figures soon disappeared from their spot. Boom. As the two figures disappeared and reappeared in front of each other, an explosive sound echoed throughout the arena. Their figures soon reappeared in the middle of the arena, and everyone was able to catch a glimpse of them. As he sought Silverstar, the demon extended his arm in a clawed movement, directly aiming for his head. His attack was fast and fearsome, leaving little time for Silverstar to react. Even then, Silverstar was not an emperor for nothing. Raising his hand, his wand pointed at the claw, and several magic circles formed at the tips of each nail, stopping them in place. Well, at least for a couple of seconds, as cracks soon started to form on the magic circles. Crack. 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 Despite being able to deflect the attack, the circle's power was not sufficient to stop the claw from reaching Silverstar's head, as they broke apart and continued to head for Silverstar's head. Deathbringer, however, had lost most of the momentum by the time this had happened, so Silverstar only had to tilt his head to dodge the attack. And that was exactly what he did. Swoosh. Avoiding the attack, Silverstar pushed his body back as a breeze blew and his hair scattered. With a simple wave of his hand, his hair tied back together behind his back. Raising his wand, he aimed it at the demon. A large magic circle formed at the tip of the staff. With an elegant tap of his staff, he muttered, "Here." His voice led to the magic circle transforming into a blue transparent energy beam that headed toward Deathbringer. Staring at the incoming attack, Deathbringer snorted. Umph. Fully expanding his wing, a majestic black hue began to form out his body. The entire arena started to tremble. His hand was then squeezed into a fist, and the beam headed toward him was directly dispersed in the air, much to the audience's surprise. Dealing with Silverstar's attack, he quickly followed up with his own attack. Raising his hand that was clenched into a fist, he squeezed his back muscles and proceeded to throw a casual punch in Silverstar's direction. Well, that was at least how it looked to the crowd. The opposite could be said for Silverstar, who stared at it with an incredibly solemn look. The punch that Deathbringer threw was anything but casual, and only Silverstar could sense the strength underlying it. With his hand raised, 3 magic circles materialized next to him, forming a large shield around him. The punch soon came into contact with the attack. Bang. With an enormous explosive sound, the shield started to ripple as Silverstar's gaze turned firm. Crack. Cracks slowly started to form on the outer shield. Trying to supplement the depleting mana of the shield with his own mana, Silverstar furrowed his brows tightly. Crack. Even then, the cracks continued to form on the shield. It wasn't long before a glass-shattering sound echoed out, and the first shield broke into pieces. KH. With a weak groan, Silverstar took a step back and blood started to seep down his nose. Gritting his teeth, he continued to persevere. Crash! The second barrier collapsed, causing Silverstar's face to pale significantly. But it was enough as a smile soon formed on his lips. That was because after the second barrier collapsed, the attack finally ceased, leaving behind one last barrier. As Silverstar glanced at Deathbringer, he could hear the spectators' loud chants. When Silverstar turned his head to look at the crowd, he could feel their malice-filled eyes and words wishing him nothing but death. He was honestly sick of it. This useless game where he had to fight other people for the sake of the demon's entertainment had become too much for him to stomach. It took all his willpower to keep a straight face. Just the thought made him clench his teeth tightly. However, his anger disappeared as fast as it appeared. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down. Raising his head, he glanced toward one of the platforms. After a while, a soft smile appeared on his lips. I should start now. He raised the tip of his wand and a magic circle formed in front of him. In the meantime, Deathbringer had already rushed in his direction and was only a couple of meters away from him. It was then that something happened. The demonic energy that was emanating from Deathbringer's body suddenly halted, and a horrified look appeared on his face as he clenched his left hand. This happened so fast that no one was able to notice it. But it was enough time for Silverstar, who slowly smirked. Goodbye, he muttered before Deathbringer's figure was enveloped by his spell. All the demons in the stand stopped moving and looked at one another as a bright wave of energy shot across the arena. A moment after Silverstar released the spell, Lightning Dragon snapped his eyes open. His attention quickly turned toward the arena grounds below and he paused to observe Deathbringer. More specifically, the bracelet that was resting in his hand. As his eyes lingered on the bracelet that rested on Deathbringer, his eyes flashed in a certain hue before they returned to their regular yellow color. I see, he muttered as he turned his head to gaze in a certain direction. To be more precise, toward a specific platform in the distance. His languid and lazy eyes sharpened for a brief moment. Turning his attention back toward the arena, Lightning Dragon saw Silverstar standing in the middle of the arena with a cold look. On the ground opposite him was a simple bracelet, nothing else. It was clear that in that short moment he had turned to look away, the battle had ended. After a brief moment of silence, one by one the demons started to protest as they all found the situation ridiculous. Wah! What is this bullshit? He cheated. I will kill you. They weren't angered by Silverstar's performance, but rather, at how easily he had beaten the Emperor rank contender of the King bracket. What kind of sick joke was this? For him to completely obliterate Deathbringer, the current Emperor rank of the King bracket, not everyone could accept such a result. Lightning Dragon took a few minutes to contemplate the chaos before shrugging his shoulders. Meh. Picking up the sword, he sat back on the sofa and closed his eyes. But just as he was about to sleep, he raised his head and glanced at a familiar figure, one that he couldn't quite remember the name of. He only remembered the name of people whose names were worth remembering. This character trait wasn't something that he did on purpose, but it was just the side effect of his martial art. Hey! Opening his mouth, his words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Sensing his gaze pausing on her, Silvermoon stoically replied. But secretly, she was smirking to herself. Are you finally going to submit to us after seeing such a performance? What is it? Remind me again. Lowering his head to glance toward the arena, his eyes paused on the figure standing in the middle. Scratching his head, he furrowed his brows tightly. Who is he? Overlooking the arena from above, Duke Anazek's lips twisted in a savage smile. What a wonderful performance. I'm glad it was to your liking. Standing behind him was the same servant from before. His name was Carrick and he was a Marquis-ranked demon. For the past few decades, he had been serving Duke Anazek as his right-hand man. Everything that happened below was part of his arrangement. Seeing the satisfied look on the Duke's face, Marquis Carrick felt satisfied. Raising his head, he hesitated. Your Excellency, regarding the Overlord match. Proceed as we've arrangement. Seemingly being able to read his thoughts, the Duke ordered. Marquis Carrick lowered his head. As you wish, Your Majesty. We will do as you have instructed. Taking a bow, his figure disappeared from the spot, leaving the Duke by himself. As he glanced at the arena below, the Duke's eyes remained fixed on Silverstar. A figure popped into his mind, and he smiled. Time sure flies fast when you're surrounded by such fun. He then licked his lips. Sadly, all fun must come to an end eventually. It's about time we switch the current overlord. Chapter 516, Edward Stern, 1. He's going to be crucial for when we escape. My interest was immediately piqued when I heard his words. In an attempt to quench my curiosity, I asked, "Who exactly is he?" But my other self simply shook his head. "You will find out once you challenge him." HAAA. Closing my eyes, I let out a long sigh. As usual, he would always leave out the more important details for later. What a terrible habit. So I won't be fighting against the current emperor. Not yet. A narrow grin spread across my other self's face as he replied. If you were to fight him right now, you would only end up losing. Involuntarily, my brows furrowed as I tilted my head. You serious? Yeah. Processing the information, my eyes closed. So another one who is stronger than me. Honestly, I was quite troubled by his apparent confidence in his prediction of my inevitable defeat against the present emperor. It just didn't sit tight with me. Was I just that competitive? Wasn't too sure. Who? With my eyes closed and letting out a short breath, I inquired about the current emperor. For you to say what you said, the emperor must be incredibly strong. Sort of. My other self replied. In a tight brow furrow, I stared. Sort of. What do you mean? He may be strong, but that isn't the reason why I am saying that you will lose against him if you two fought. Continue. Taking in more of what he was saying, my ears perked up. I had a feeling that his next words were going to be extremely important. The games are rigged. Silvestar, the current emperor, will be made the next overlord in the next match. What? And I wasn't wrong, as his follow-up made my eyes shoot wide open. Hold on, what are you talking about? Doesn't Edward still have over 30 matches left before he gains freedom? Shouldn't he still be fine? You're right. My other self gave a short nod. But there are two main fundamental reasons for this action. The first reason you should already know. Yeah. Edward still had over 30 matches left before he gained his freedom, but to avoid making it appear rigged, he was purposely set to lose a bit before that. Even then. Why this early? Regardless of how many matches he lost before hitting 100, I was fairly confident that nobody would find it strange. So there must be another reason. And I didn't wait for long to know the answer. He's not far from breaking through to the next rank. Huh. My head snapped in the direction of my other self. Pricking my ears with my fingers to make sure I didn't hear incorrectly, I asked again. What did you say? Can you repeat that? No. But my other self just shook his head. I shrugged my shoulders. Whatever. I had only asked because I wasn't sure I had heard wrongly. That didn't seem to be the case. Massaging my forehead, I took a deep breath. I guess it makes more sense now. Since the demons overlooking the place were both dukes themselves, if Edward broke through, his strength would reach a similar level to theirs. This in itself was a threat to their authority, prompting them to act. Scratching the bottom of my chin, I pondered out loud. So the reason why we created all that chaos before coming here was because we wanted to attract the attention of some of the upper echelon away from the arena. Correct. I glanced at my other self, whose only reply was a brief glance. But that was enough. If that's the case, it makes more sense for the current Duke to be rushing things. Clearly, the other Duke had left the territory based on the fact that the current Duke seemed to be rushing. Had the two of them been together, Edward's rank up wouldn't have bothered them too much. Since the entire city was now under the watchful eye of only one Duke-ranked demon, the appearance of someone of similar strength would put it at risk. Not only that, but so would his life. There was no way he would just sit by and watch something like this unfold. He was planning on having Edward killed before he ranked up. In the midst of my pondering, I had a sudden thought. If they are so afraid of Edward, why not just kill him directly instead of making someone else do it? Do you even need to ask? Have you forgotten which clan we're in? My question was met with another question. Glancing at him for a second, I shook my head. Never mind. Right. This was the Pride clan. Of course, their pride wouldn't allow them to do that. Stupid. I thought as I clapped my hands together. All right. Taking a look at myself from the other side, I stretched my neck. I already have an idea of what I'm supposed to do. Taking another glance in my direction, he disappeared from his spot without saying anything. Having become accustomed to his actions, I tapped my bracelet and took out a piece of paper and a pen. Grasping the body of the pen tightly, I began writing on the paper. The next few minutes flew by since I already knew what I wanted to write on the paper. And done. My tongue dipped out of my mouth as I put the pen away. With the letter inside, I placed a couple of things in the small dimensional space the size of a small ball. This should be enough. It wasn't until I was satisfied with what I had put in that I looked for the door and knocked. Thank God they didn't search me. To talk. For a brief moment of time, I was met with no response. Fortunately, I did not have to wait for long as the door soon opened and a demon appeared opposite me. My gaze was met by the demon's cold gaze. His croaky, brittle voice echoed in the air as he opened his mouth. What do you want? I would like to pay respect to the current overlord. Ha. The demon's face changed a little. In spite of this, he grumbled in a quiet whisper and nodded after some thought. This might be fun. My ears were able to pick up the whisper of his voice despite it being extremely quiet. Though I was slightly apprehensive after hearing him speak, I decided to follow through with my plans anyway. As long as I managed to meet Edward, then everything was all right. Follow me. Okay. Closing the door behind me, I followed the demon. While staring at the ceiling of his room, Edward muttered something. How long has it been now? His eyes were out of focus, and his emotions were numb. The 4 years he had spent in this hellhole were taking a toll on him. But just a little bit more. He ended up muttering as he clenched his hands into a fist and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The end was in sight. There was only a little more struggle he had to endure before he could regain his freedom. Just a little bit more. To talk. A knock came on the door of his room and the aura coming out of his body dwindled quickly. In an instant, Edward's face turned grim as he glanced at the door. What do you want? The echo of his deep voice filled the room. An answer was provided after a while by a croaking voice. It was a voice Edward was all too familiar with. One that belonged to a demon. Someone is here to pay his respects. Send them back. As he grimly replied, Edward wore a look of repulsion on his face. This wasn't the first time that something like this had happened in the past. Due to his current position as the top dog in the arena, everyone wanted to curry favor with him, but he didn't pay any attention to them. The fact that he knew better than to trust anyone here did not even compel him to glance at them or bother to listen to them. The same could be said for the current situation. But the demon behind the door seemed insistent. The person that wishes to meet you is a human. A human. Edward paused for a moment. Following a few moments of thought, he eventually shook his head. Send him away. Humans weren't quite rare here. In fact, he had already seen multiple during his stay. It was initially his intention to meet them, but after a while, he knew better not to as they would come at him all vying to protect them or form some sort of alliance. The only thing they wanted was for him to protect them, which was something he wasn't keen on doing. His goal was not to babysit them but to gain freedom. Anything that would impede him from doing so was his enemy. Human says he has recently migrated from the human world to this one and asks for your advice. Just then, Edward's head snapped upwards. Did you just say he came from the human world just recently? Does that mean that he knows about the current situation with Amanda? While taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, his heartbeat unknowingly started to beat faster. Closing his eyes for a moment, he waved his hand. Let him in. As you wish. Clank. It was a white-haired man with deep blue eyes who slowly emerged from behind the door as the demon's voice echoed through the space. I will be staying here to supervise the stay. In a brief glance, Edward glanced at the demon before examining the white-haired figure. The moment his eyes paused on the figure, Edward's brows twitched for a moment. He looks familiar. Though it had been quite a while since he had been in the human domain, he felt an odd sense of familiarity as he looked at the figure in front of him. Did I meet him somewhere before? He eventually shook his head and mumbled to himself. I don't think I'd forget someone that looks like him so easily. No matter how he tried to think, he couldn't quite recall where he had seen him. White hair and deep blue eyes. He would have remembered someone who looked like that had he met him in the past. Hello. At that moment, the white-haired figure stopped and smiled at him. My name is White Reaper, and it is an honor to finally meet you. Mr. Overlord. He then extended his hand in his direction. Chapter 517, Edward Stern, 2. Staring at the hand that reached out for him, Edward didn't immediately take it. Rather, he continued to carefully scrutinize the individual in front of him. He's not simple. That was the conclusion he came up with after carefully examining him. As the guild master of the first-ranked guild in the human domain, Edward had the ability to discern, with a glance, whether someone was more than what met the eye. Raising his head, their eyes met. White Reaper, right? Yes, that's my name. What a peculiar name. Lowering his head, Edward's eyes paused on his extended hand. At that moment, he was astonished to discover two small words written on his index finger. Play along. Closing his eyes, Edward's face remained stoic. Although he was surprised, he knew better than to show his outer emotions. Taking his eyes away from the hand, he glanced at the individual in front of him. Once their eyes met, the ends of the White Reaper's lips curled ever so slightly. Edward's head cocked slightly as he noted this. All right, I'll play along. Was it perhaps because of the sense of familiarity he gave off? Or was it because of something else? In the end, he decided to play along. What do you want? There was a slight tremor in the room as he opened his mouth. He was acting as he normally did when someone tried to meet him. Lowering his head to glance at his hand, he smacked it away. He then indifferently muttered. Smack. Be quick, I don't have much time. Nothing special. The smile on White Reaper's face stiffened a tad bit. He then replaced it with a flattering one as he clasped his hands together. Well, I just wanted to pay my respects to you. Respect. Edward's eyes squinted. What are you trying to get at? He couldn't quite understand what he was trying to get at. Regardless, he continued to act as he normally did. Glancing at the demon waiting at the door, he ordered. Get him out of my sight. What? White Reaper's face changed. Turning his head back to glance at the demon waiting at the door, he raised his hands. Hold on a second, I'm not done speaking. Focusing his attention back toward Edward, he spoke in a rather rushed manner. Mr. Overlord, please hear me out. There was clear panic on his face as he said those words. Of course, having seen what was written on his hand, Edward knew that he was acting. But what exactly is he trying to tell? It was then that he finally saw it. It disappeared as fast as it came, but Edward was able to see it. A small black ball that was resting in the middle of his tongue. Is that a dimensional space? Taking note of the black ball, Edward already seemed to get an idea of what the individual wanted him to do. Did you not hear me? Edward pressed his hand in a downward motion. A terrifying pressure pressed against White Reaper's body as Edward channeled his mana into the air, forcing him to fall to his knees. Thud. Edward grimly glanced down at White Reaper who was lying on the ground. Did you not hear what I just said? Ugh. Pressing his right hand on the ground, White Reaper forcefully raised his head to stare at Edward. There was clear hatred in his eyes as he stared at him. Opening his mouth, he spoke through his gnashed teeth. I'm a human. Shouldn't you be helping me? I should help you because you're a human. Edward scoffed and bent down until his eyes stood at the same level as White Reaper. Bringing his head closer, he softly muttered. Let me give you a reality check. Had you not been human, you would have already found yourself CLO. Spur. In the midst of completing his sentence, White Reaper spat on his face. Edward was quick to react. Right as White Reaper was about to spit, Edward noticed the movement of his jaw and brought his hand forward and blocked his mouth, stopping the spit from reaching his head. As Edward secretly grasped the black ball that was hidden in the spit, he glared at White Reaper. You. He raised his hand and slapped White Reaper in the face. The movement was so fast that White Reaper was unable to react on time. Bang. With a powerful crashing sound, White Reaper was sent crashing against the wall. Yuck. Letting out a pained groan, White Reaper's body slowly slid toward the ground. Take him away. Edward ordered as he turned his body and no longer looked back at White Reaper. Kiki. Letting out a chuckle, the demon helped White Reaper up and dragged his body up. It had to be noted that, it was only after the conflict was over that the demon moved into action. Clearly, he was expecting such a scene to occur from the very beginning. You bastard. On his way out, Edward could hear White Reaper's enraged shout. Mark my words, as soon as I become the next emperor, I'll fucking kill you. I'll fucking kill you. But his words went deaf ears as Edward continued to ignore him. Clank. The door eventually closed and silence returned to the room. Instead of immediately checking out the contents of the dimensional space, Edward put the orb away and continued to meditate in the middle of the room. That said, right before putting the orb away, he was able to check what was inside of the dimensional space. What he found was a piece of paper and a couple of other things. Even though he wanted to check the contents immediately, he stopped himself from doing so. There was no doubt in his mind that every move he made was being closely monitored by the demons. Therefore, the only thing he could do was be patient. Ugh, that hurt. Dumped back into my room, I massaged my shoulder as I leaned my back against the wall. Ugh, although I wanted him to hit me, he should have held back a bit. Taking out a potion, I quickly ingested it. The pain in my shoulder slowly subsided. Letting out a relieved sigh, I stared at the ceiling of the room. If everything works out correctly, we should be able to escape soon, right? Yes. A voice answered as a figure appeared at the other end of the room. If Edward heeds your words, you will be able to escape soon. Leaning my head against the wall, I muttered. Nice. I wanted nothing more than to get out of this place as fast as possible. Taking my eyes away from the ceiling of the room, I recalled something. Now that I think about it, shouldn't I be given a new room? Now that I had beaten Skull Crusher, I had rightfully become a top 10 contender. This meant that I would soon get a new room. One that was bigger and more comfortable than this room. Kind of wanted it. Massaging my chin, my eyes turned into narrow slits. There's only one problem. And that was the fact that the room was probably going to be monitored by the demons. My brows furrowed at the thought. I guess I should finish all my preparations now. Standing up from my bed, I stretched my back and immediately got to work. I had to make the most of my time if I wanted to escape within the next week. At the same time, throughout a large office space, an amused voice echoed. Something like that happened. Yes, Your Excellency. Duke Anazek drummed his long and slender fingers on his desk while holding his hand over his mouth to hide the smile on his face. What an interesting development. He murmured after a while. With one knee to the ground, his servant noticed the Duke's interest and asked. Is there anything you would like me to do, Your Excellency? Duke Anazek glanced at his servant before responding. Monitor him closely. In the off chance that something goes wrong in the next match, we can make use of him to get rid of the current overlord. As you wish. The servant's figure slowly merged in the shadows as he placed his hand over his chest. Silence returned to the room. With his gaze lingering on the spot where his servant left, Duke Anazek took a deep breath. A cold light flashed in his eyes when he opened them again. This might be even better than I thought. To talk. Overhearing a loud knock at his door, Edward raised his head. What is it? Your match will begin in 2 hours. Answering him was the demon that guarded the entrance to his room. Understood. Replying to the demon, Edward calmly walked to his desk and sat down. He then took out a piece of paper from his dimensional space. I should have no problems looking at this now. 4 days had passed since White Reaper's visit, and during those days, Edward had not once touched the things that were inside of the dimensional space that was given to him. It was simply too risky to do it in an area that was most likely monitored. Since then, he had been sitting down at his desk every day and picking up a piece of paper to write on. In order to make the real paper look less suspicious, he decided to use this method. Taking a deep breath, he secretly took out the piece of paper from his dimensional space and placed it on the desk. Let's see what your intentions are. He could finally see what White Reaper was trying to tell him. == 2. Edward Stern. == The moment Edward's eyes stopped on the first sentence of the letter, his hands shook and he almost lost his cool. If not for his tough mentality, his face would have already changed. Calming his unevenly beating heart, he proceeded to read the message. == You probably don't remember me, but we've met once before. Back then, my hair wasn't exactly white, so that probably explains the reason why you didn't recognize me. But that isn't really important at the moment. The reason why I'm contacting you like this is simple. It's because I have to tell you something really important. Your next match is rigged. == Pausing, Edward's brows furrowed tightly. Rigged? What is he talking about? He continued to read the letter. == I know what I'm saying sounds strange, but the competition is rigged. It doesn't matter how many matches you win, you won't be free again. The demons use this strategy to make the show more thrilling by making you fight with everything on the line. After all, who doesn't want freedom? Anyhow, during your next match, the demons intend to get rid of you by rigging the device that suppresses your rank. It will only be for a brief moment, but they will stop your mana flow to create an opening for your opponent. Clenching his teeth, Edward tried his best to suppress his boiling rage that was threatening to come out any second now. I should have known better. Clenching his teeth even harder, he continued to read the letter. If you trust me, I will help you escape. You may not know, but I know your daughter quite well. Furthermore, when I said that we've met before, that wasn't a lie. Remember the proposal with the magic cards system? That was me. Huh. Rereading the sentence again, Edward had a hard time processing the information. How is this possible? From the moment that magic cards were mentioned, Edward had already figured out who White Reaper was, but it was exactly because he knew who he was that he was having a hard time grasping the information. Rendover. That was the name of the youth that had presented him with the magic cards concept a couple of years ago. He had set quite a positive impression in his mind back then. But that was all that impression amounted to. After all, he had met many such talented youths in the past. As far as he was concerned, he was just a dime of a dozen. But what happened to him? How did he become so strong in such little time? Last he recalled, he was nowhere near what it was now. In just 4 years, he managed to climb all the way to where he was now. A rank that was near his. Wasn't that a little bit too frightening? Lowering his head, he continued to read the letter. The reason why I'm telling you my identity is to make you trust me more. I know that you have a lot of questions, but we don't really have the time. All I can say is that I can help you meet Amanda again. All you have to do is follow my instructions. And so, for the last remaining time before his match, Edward carefully scrutinized the letter in his hand. Chapter 519, Lightning Dragon, 1. This was out of my expectations. Duke Anazeka's face was tinged with solemnity as he gazed at the arena from one of the platforms. Pondering over the events that had just transpired, his brows furrowed tightly. How odd. What's odd about the situation, Your Excellency? Appearing from behind was his servant. Without looking back, Duke Anazek replied. Have you ever seen the Blood Prince go all out from the beginning? Musing for a moment, the servant shook his head. No, it has never happened before. That's right, it has never happened before. There had never been a time when the Blood Prince had started from the very beginning with such vigor. To gauge his opponent's strength, he tended to always start slowly before ending it. Furthermore, he displayed several skills that he had never demonstrated before. Isn't the situation odd? It's as you say, Your Excellency. As he listened to the Duke's reasoning, the servant became increasingly curious about the situation. Have there been any strange movements from the Blood Prince the last few days? Pondering for a moment, the servant shook his head. There haven't. Nothing at all. Lowering his head, the servant suddenly thought of something. Nothing concrete, but most recently, the Blood Prince has been spending his time either training or writing some things. Writing. The Duke's interest was piqued. Turning around, he asked. Tell me more about this writing. As you wish. Placing his hand over his chest and taking a knee to the ground, the servant started to explain. A couple of days ago, Blood Prince had started spending his time writing in his own room. He spends an average of an hour on each letter, and he has been writing them at the same time each day. Is there any knowledge of the contents of the thing he wrote? Yes. The servant nodded. There were times when the Blood Prince would casually toss some of the letters away, and from there he was able to learn of its contents. It appears to be letters addressed to his daughter that he misses. Duke Anazeka's eyes squinted. Opening his mouth, he asked after a while. When did this start? The servant was quick with his reply. It started a bit after White Reaper's visit. It started after meeting White Reaper, huh? Duke Anazek lowered his head and covered his mouth with his hand. He quickly came up with a hypothesis. Could his appearance have caused the Blood Prince to miss his daughter? In light of the fact that both of them were humans, the appearance of White Reaper may have triggered memories from the past to resurface in Blood Prince's mind. This may have resulted in his sudden actions. Even then, keep a close watch on the situation. he quickly ordered. Duke Anizek was cautious by nature. He would never let go of anything, no matter how ridiculous it sounded. Is there anything else that you need to report to me? Thinking for a moment, the servant recalled something and answered. Yes. At the same time. No. An anguished scream echoed throughout a small platform that overlooked the arena from above. Silvermoon collapsed to her knees and placed both hands on the glass. Her face turned pale as she gazed in the direction of where Silverstar used to stand. Arun, you told me that you were going to win. Silvermoon mumbled out Silverstar's real name in a frantic voice. The relationship between the two was special. The two of them were in fact married to each other. It was a relationship that started before they found themselves in this shithole. Had it not been for that accident. Arun, Shut up. Her despair was interrupted by an irritated voice. Ha. Weakly turning her head, her eyes paused on an individual who was lying on the couch with both of his eyes closed. His sleeping posture was rather weird as he seemed to be snuggling against his sword. Opening her mouth, Silvermoon eventually managed to utter his name. Lightning Dragon. Yes, that's what they call me. Opening his eye, he briefly glanced at her before closing his eye again. Now shut up, I'm trying to get some sleep. It took her a while to process his words, and when she did, her face quickly turned red in anger. How, duh. Did you not hear me? Cutting her off, Lightning Dragon's eyes snapped open, revealing his two yellow-colored eyes. Raising his head to glance at Silvermoon, his eyes narrowed. I'm tired of your endless nagging. Do you expect me to give you sympathy? Carefully putting the sword down on the couch, Lightning Dragon slowly stood up. Gazing toward a platform in the distance, he turned to look at Silvermoon again. You think I don't know what you did? Taking a single step forward, an overwhelming pressure bore down on the room. Among the 9 people in the room, not one of them was able to alleviate the pressure bearing down on them. Not a single one of them. Talk. Taking a couple of more steps forward, Lightning Dragon's eyes shone with a brilliant yellow hue. Trying frantically to open her mouth, Silvermoon's heartbeat quickened as she gazed into those eyes. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to summon the strength to speak. He was simply too terrifying. You think I don't know about the things Silverstar tried to pull during his fight? His next words caused her eyes to shoot wide open. How? Heh. The edges of Lightning Dragon's lips pulled into a slight grin. Raising his hand to point at his eyes, he muttered. Nothing escapes my sight. I see everything. Hack. At the exact moment those words left his mouth, his eyes shone in an even brighter hue of yellow as Silvermoon suddenly found herself grasping her neck with both hands. Spit flew out of her mouth as she struggled to mouth a single word. Raising her head, she turned to look at the other people in the room. Reaching out her hand, she begged for help. Help. But it was all futile. Turning their heads, everyone in the room glanced away from her. Silvermoon's eyes opened wide when she saw this. After all, ID for you. Everyone, apart from Lightning Dragon, was where they were because of her and Silverstar. Yet. The moment that Silverstar died, no one dared to spare her a glance. Upon realizing the harsh reality of the situation, Silvermoon's eyes dulled and she stopped speaking. The pressure that was bearing down on her had long stopped taking effect. Lightning Dragon shook his head as he looked at the other people in the room. Spineless. He muttered under his breath as he turned around and headed back to the sofa. As he was walking back to the sofa, he managed to utter a couple of more words. Do me a favor and shut up. I'm trying to sleep. To talk. But it was then that someone knocked on the door. Without waiting for anyone's permission, the door flung open and a couple of demons entered the room. Lightning Dragon's feet came to a pause. What is it now? Lightning Dragon was really starting to get annoyed now. It was one annoyance after another. When would they let him peaceful sleep? Unaware of what had transpired moments prior, the demons scanned the place before focusing their attention on Lightning Dragon. Once they managed to catch sight of him, a demon stepped up and announced. Lightning Dragon. You have been challenged to a match. A match. The frown on his face tightened. Am I allowed to refuse? You cannot. Without saying anything, Lightning Dragon's face remained impassive. Opening his mouth, he asked. Who is challenging me? White Reaper. Looks like I didn't need to interfere. I muttered as I gazed at Edward, who was standing in the middle of the arena. On the off chance that something did go wrong, and Edward had not read the letter, I had planned on interfering with the match. Not directly, but through the usage of the one. It was an extremely risky plan, but I was fortunate enough to not use it. Taking my eyes away from my arena, I glanced toward my right. You already know what to do next. I do. I nodded my head. I've already sent the application. Moments before the match between Edward and Sylvestar started, I had sent my own application to fight. The target was Lightning Dragon. Before your fight starts, use this chance to break through to the next rank. If you don't, you'll have a hard time beating him. My other self reminded me. I waved my hand in annoyance. How am I supposed to do that when there is barely any mana here? It would have been understandable if I was back on Earth where the mana was denser. However, I was currently in the demon world. A place that barely had any mana, if any. Not only that, but I've also broken through like 5 months ago. How do you expect me to break through when I can barely feel the sensation telling me that I can break through? Whenever I was on the verge of breaking through, there would be this weird tingling sensation coursing down my body whenever I channeled the mana inside of my body. At the moment, I didn't feel such a sensation. Simply put, I was still a little bit away from reaching the next rank. Idiot. What? My forehead creased. Did I miss something? Don't tell me you forgot you're a top 10 contender. Ah. I snapped my fingers. Right, I almost forgot about this. Apart from a better room, top contenders would gain access to more resources. That said, I don't think that will be enough for me to break through. Although I wasn't exactly far from reaching the next rank, I was also not very close. For me to break through to A+ rank, I needed something special. You're right, but did you forget about what we discussed a while back? Right. Raising my head, I massaged my forehead. There's that too. There was one reason why Sylvestar wanted to create a group. It wasn't because he wanted to help the others, but because he wanted to gain their resources. In exchange for a spot in the top 10, the contenders were to hand over to him a part of the resources they would get. It was a simple deal. Anyhow, now that he was dead, it meant that the resources he had kept with him were free for anyone to get. This is allowed, right? It technically belongs to the current overlord, but Duke-ranked resources shouldn't interest him, so he'll probably not care. That and the fact that the overlord is Edward. He wouldn't mind if you take them. All right. I turned around and directly headed for the Sylvestar's room. Unsatisfied with my pace, my other self reminded me. You should hurry. You should arrive before she gets back. You will have the advantage then. All right, all right. Asterisk. What are you doing? Arriving at Sylvestar's room, I was blocked by 2 demons. Staring at the demons, I answered. I'm here to collect his resources. Collect his resources? Yeah. He's dead, so I will take his resources. With confused looks on their faces, the 2 demons stared at each other. It was clear that the demons had no idea how to respond to the situation. After a while, they both grinned and took a step to the side and opened the door. Okay. Since the resources were useless to them, they didn't even think twice about taking them. Furthermore, I could tell from a glance what they were planning on doing. They were probably going to let me take the resources before telling the current overlord of what happened, and thus create a conflict between us. Not only him but with the other top 10 contenders. But it didn't really matter to me. In fact, this was exactly what I wanted. I wanted people to think that my relationship with Edward was terrible. After all, this was the best way for me to catch the Duke's interest. Regarding the others, I frankly did not care. Thank you. Taking a step forward, I entered the room. Chapter 520, Lightning Dragon, 2. Useless, useless, useless. While browsing Sylvestar's belongings, I found myself saddened by the fact that I was unable to locate any of the things that I was looking for. I found the room to be fairly large, about as big as a tennis court, and it was quite beautifully decorated with all kinds of furniture. Plants, flowers, and other nature-related things dominated most of them. But this was expected given his elven nature. Still nothing. I muttered after moving one of the sofas to the side, and still not finding anything. I was honestly starting to get quite frustrated. He's a lot more cautious than I originally let him out to be. In all fairness, I should have expected this from the very beginning. After all, given the current environment, who wouldn't? Guess I can only go for the second option. Sitting down on one of the couches, I stopped searching and just relaxed. There was another and simpler way to get the resources. And it should present itself any minute now. What are you doing here? It was then that a familiar voice echoed inside the room as a silver-haired figure entered. There was a seething rage hidden within that voice as the men in the air rippled slightly. Glancing in the direction of the silver figure, I gave her a simple nod. You're here. You're here. Silvermoon's body froze for a split second as she cocked her head to the side. Clearly confused about my intentions. You were waiting for me? She asked. To which I nodded. Yes, I was. Well, sort of. Musing for a moment, she asked. Have you reconsidered my previous offer? No. I shook my head. Standing up from the sofa, I calmly walked in her direction. My intentions in coming here are simple. Stopping in front of her, I extended my hand in her direction. Tell me where Silverstar's resources are. Immediately after those words left my mouth, Silvermoon's eyes turned bloodshot. The mana in the air rippled, and her hair fluttered widely. Seeing how the situation was getting out of hand, I immediately cut her in the middle of her words. How dare why? I can help you get rid of the Overlord. For a moment, the mana coming from her body stopped and her eyes paused on me. Before she could do anything else, I took advantage of the moment and continued speaking. You've already seen what happened when Silverstar fought against the current Overlord. A total defeat. Silvermoon's face twisted when I said those words. Regardless, I kept pushing. You know yourself that you are weaker than Silverstar, meaning that you have no chance of ever exacting revenge against the current Overlord. The more I spoke, the more Silvermoon's face twisted. Even then, she never once interrupted me. It was clear that she couldn't dispute any of the words that I was saying. After glancing at her for a moment, I asked. You've probably already heard about what happened between the current Overlord, haven't you? Yes. She nodded her head. The mana that was coming out of her body had already receded back, and I was able to get a better look at her complexion. She looked rather haggard as her hair was a mess, and her eyes had a lost look in them. Her current appearance was a far cry from the confident and overbearing one from the past. She was a shell of her former self. But this was understandable. With Silverstar now dead, what was the point of escaping anymore? Her previous goal was to regain freedom and escape with her husband, but now that he was dead, such an option was no longer feasible. Her mental state was anything but stable. Brushing her hair back, Silvermoon opened her mouth. I don't know a lot, but I heard that you were kicked out by the current Overlord. Indeed. Gnashing my teeth, I pretended to be enraged. A wave of oppressive mana burst out from my body, forcing Silvermoon to take a step back in shock. Bringing my face closer to her, I spat through my gnashed teeth. I only went to him to greet him since we were from the same race, but guess what? Not only was I kicked out of the room, but he even dared to spit on me. How fucking dare he? Crack. Crack. I cracked my knuckles. Nice acting. I heard from the side. Trying my best to keep my composure in check, I ignored the voice. Taking a deep breath, the mana that was coming out of my body quickly receded. There were two goals in my bringing out my mana. 1. To show her that I truly held a grudge against the current Overlord, and 2. Directly show her my strength. Show her that I was worth investing in. My hatred for the current Overlord runs as deeply as yours, and I want nothing more than to just kill him as you do. Is this the reason why you came to get his resources? There was a look of melancholy in her eyes as she thought back at Silverstar. Even then, her hatred for the Overlord ran quite deeply as her eyes regained some clarity. Opening her mouth, I was able to see a trace of her former self. You have seen just how strong the Overlord is. What makes you think you can beat him? Someone whom my husband couldn't even win against. Staring at her for a brief moment of time, I scoffed a little. You don't really have a choice, do you? What do you mean? Silvermoon's eyes narrowed. I smirked slightly in response. Since you yourself are not confident in beating him, then who else but I can? Silvermoon's face changed when I said those words. After a while, she clenched her teeth and lowered her head. She couldn't argue back with what I said. I kept pushing. You should already know. I challenged Lightning Dragon for the next match. Whoever wins against us will become the next emperor since you yourself don't seem to become the next emperor. As I talked, I continued to gauge Silvermoon's reaction. And the more I talked, the more I could see the despair in her face. As I kept pushing, I couldn't help but think. What a vile strategy. Taking advantage of someone when they were at their lowest point, and exploiting them. This was essentially what I was doing at the moment. Not only that, but in reality, this whole scenario had been designed to be this way from the very beginning. I had created a point of connection between Silvermoon and me as a result of telling Edward about the situation regarding the rigged game. With him winning and killing Silverstar, and given Silvermoon's relationship with Silverstar, it was only natural for such a scenario to occur. A scenario where she was desperate for Edward's death. However, she knew her limits, and so she could only despair at the thought of never being able to exact revenge against him. This was where I came in and used the connection to manipulate her into giving me the resources her husband had left behind. By giving her hope, I was essentially exploiting her weakened mind. It was honestly quite a vile strategy, but I didn't really care. I was not a saint. And neither were they, as they had also done such schemes in the past. Give me the resources and I will prove to you that you've made the right choice. I lowered my voice to a whisper. Give me the resources and I will avenge your husband. The loud cheers of the crowd reverberated throughout the arena grounds as I stood in the middle of the arena grounds. Ooh. Taking a deep breath, I felt the mana inside of my body. Thank God I managed to break through. It was a race against time, but in the end, I was able to break through thanks to the resources left behind by Silverstar. Some of the things he had would have actually been helpful for when I broke through to S- rank, but given the time constraint, I had no choice but to waste them for my breakthrough. Slowly, I opened my eyes. At the exact moment I opened my eyes, I was met with a pair of yellow pupils. The moment I stared into those pupils, I felt a cold chill run down my body. He's strong. All it took was a glance for me to understand that I was not facing someone ordinary. Rather, for the first time in a long time, I finally felt a sense of dread coming out of my opponent. It felt as though I was facing my natural predator. Hugging onto his sword as though it was a teddy bear, Lightning Dragon spared me a single glance before quickly losing interest in me. My forehead creased when I saw this, but I didn't put much thought into it. My mind was as calm as it had ever been. Are the two contestants ready? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed throughout the entire arena, causing the crowd to become even louder. Glancing at her for a brief moment of time, I gave her a simple nod. Yes. Yes. Lightning Dragon also nodded his head. His relaxed and somewhat lazy attitude was met with even more cheers by the crowd. Fuck him up, Lightning Dragon. Let him know why you are ranked third. The next emperor. In the midst of the crowd's cheers, Lightning Dragon finally opened his mouth. You shouldn't have challenged me. My brow raised. Touching the sheath of my sword, I asked. Why's that? Raising his hand, he yawned. Because I'm sleepy. I frowned when I heard his words. Although they were vague, I knew what he was trying to imply. Because I'm sleepy, I plan on ending this fight quickly to go back to sleep. Is that so? Placing my hand over the sheath of my sword, I grinned. Then all I have to do is not make you sleepy, right? Lowering his head, Lightning Dragon's eyes flashed. He then nodded his head. Yes, you can say so. Squeezing the sword closer to his body, he languidly blinked his eyes. But my eyes see everything. What do? Before I could say anything else, the demoness voice cut me off. Both contestants, please get ready. With her hand raised, the crowd instantly stopped talking. A sense of tension filled the arena. In the meantime, placing my hand on the sheath of my sword, I started to channel my mana. Feeling her gaze land on me as she alternated her gaze between me and Lightning Dragon, the demoness soon lowered her hand. Fight. As soon as her words faded, I took a step forward and channeled all my mana toward my sword. Click. The first movement of the Keiki style, Quick Flash. A subtle clicking sound rang out, and the area around me was dyed in white. From the get-go, I decided to use one of my strongest moves. The first movement of the Keiki style. As I had not once used the Keiki style, I was planning on catching him off guard from the very start. But... clank. The next scene caused my blood to freeze as my heart rate spiked up. Bah, thump. Bah, thump. Right as my sword left my sheath, I was left stunned by a loud metallic sound that reverberated throughout the whole arena. Blinking a couple of times, I slowly raised my head. Gazing at the tip of my sword, my mouth opened and closed multiple times. What? I told you, didn't I? A grim voice echoed out. Lowering his head to glance at the tip of my sword, which had been stopped by the body of his sword that was tilted toward the right side of his body, his yellow eyes shone a brilliant yellow hue. I see everything. Chapter 521, Lightning Dragon, 3. Moments prior to the fight. Casually coming out of his room, Edward made his way toward the arena. Along the way, he couldn't help but think about Ren. I'm curious about his strength. In spite of the fact that it had been 4 years since he last met him, he remembered him as a promising talent. In comparison to Kevin Voss, he was not exactly a high-profile talent, but an incident caused his name to spread far and wide at the time. Something about him defeating a demon or something. Looks like I've just arrived in time. A loud cheer greeted Edward as he stepped into the arena. After arriving at his designated platform and entering the room that overlooked the entire arena, he sat down on a sofa and made himself comfortable. On the left side, we have a familiar opponent. This is someone who has never lost a fight, and whose Duke ranking is 3rd. The demonist's loud voice echoed out of the arena as he sat down. Following her announcement, the gates opened and a figure slowly came out. With semi-long black hair and deep yellow pupils that glowed with a strange light, Lightning Dragon slowly approached the arena center. His very presence caused the arena to quiet down for a couple of seconds. Once his feet came to a stop, the demoness extended her hand toward the other side of the arena and announced. Our right corner contains a figure that we've been waiting for eagerly. A newcomer who has already reached such heights in such a short period of time. He's finally coming out. Shifting his body forward, Edward sat upright. His desire was to see how much this once youth had grown since he had last seen him. When the gates of the arena slowly rose, a figure with deep blue eyes and white hair slowly emerged. Just like Lightning Dragon, his entire presence caused the arena to quiet down. Talk. While his eyes remained fixed on the figure opposite him, Lightning Dragon, his calm and rhythmical footsteps echoed out loud. While slowly approaching the center of the arena, he displayed indifference toward the cheers from the crowd, or anyone else. At this moment, all of his attention was focused on his opponent. I like that. There was a slight curl on Edward's lips as he noted this. The way he carried himself. It was impressive. Neither arrogant nor overbearing, but calm and focused. The perfect combination that made one stand apart from the masses. I wonder if Amanda is just as strong as him. Thinking about his daughter, Edward's face flashed with sadness. The thought of leaving her alone with all of his responsibilities pained his heart beyond measure. If not for this shitty place, he would have long sought a way to return home, but this proved much more difficult than he had expected. The demon world was just that scary. Just wait a little longer. Edward secretly clenched his fists. You may begin. The demonist's loud voice signaled the start of the match, jolting Edward out of his thoughts. His eyes grew sharper as he shifted his attention back to the arena. Show me what you've got. The first to make his move was Ren. Placing his hand over the sheath of his blade, he quickly got into a stance as mana erupted from out of his body. Click. What happened next was so fast that no one was able to react on time. Not even Edward, as he had difficulty keeping track of what happened. He only remembered hearing a faint clicking sound before a bright white light flashed and a metallic ring echoed. Everything happened within the time it took for him to blink his eyes, and once his focus returned to the match, he found Ren's sword drawn from his sheath, aimed at Lightning Emperor's heart. However, what was most shocking was the fact that Lightning Emperor had casually blocked the attack by tilting the body of the sword in his hand. Edward's pupils dilated as his demeanor shifted. He was able to react to that. He quickly sat up straight and paid close attention to the match. While he had originally come here to get a peek at Ren, after having seen the first exchange, he discarded such thoughts and paid proper attention to the match. He could no longer afford such leisure. From Ren's lightning-fast attack that he could not properly see, to Lightning Dragon's ability to block such attacks. He had severely underestimated both of them. What an interesting pair. Duke Anazekas flashed with interest as he gazed at the arena below. Specifically toward the two individuals who had just had their first exchange. This is the first time I've seen White Reaper use his sword. Who would have known that he had hidden something like this? The speed of his attack. It was fast. Really fast. So much so that even Duke Anazek had a hard time fully seeing its course. That said, That was simply because he wasn't paying attention. Had he been paying attention, he would have been able to follow along. But what's more impressive is Lightning Dragon. To be able to stop such attack. The edges of Duke Anazeka's lips curled into a sinister grin. How amusing. Your Excellency. It was then that his servant appeared out of nowhere. Without turning around, Duke Anazek asked. What is it? I've got a report for you. Say it. The Blood Prince is currently in one of the platforms, looking at the match. Oh. Duke Anazeka's attention shifted toward his servant. The smile on his face grew wider. The Blood Prince has come to spectate this match. That's correct. Ha. Raising his hand to caress his mouth, Duke Anazeka pondered for a moment. What a rare occasion. Although this wasn't the first time that the Blood Prince had spectated a match, it had been quite a while since he had done so. Does he know something that I don't? Turning around, Duke Anazek gazed in the direction of where the two contestants were. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered out loud. Is he here for Lightning Dragon or White Reaper? How is this possible? Still shaken by the fact that my attack had been blocked, I was unable to react to Lightning Dragon's counterattack. Cracka. Cracka. My muscles convulsed severely as lightning crackled in the air and penetrated deeply into my body. Ugh. Clenching my teeth and suppressing the pain, I forcefully stomped my foot on the ground and distanced myself from him. I was fortunate to realize that Lightning Dragon had no interest in pursuing me. Bang. Ha, HAAA. In spite of my efforts to distance myself from Lightning Dragon, I cursed inwardly as my chest heaved up and down unevenly. Damn it. A look of incredulity crossed my face as I looked at Lightning Dragon. How in the world did he do it? How is it possible for him to stop my attack? Or was it a fluke? I was still shaken by what had happened. Sure, this wasn't exactly the first time that my attack had ever been stopped, but to do it so cleanly and calmly. It had never happened to me before. Phew. I was quick to calm down. Knowing that I was in the middle of a battle, I didn't let my emotions get the best of me. Rather, I became calmer. Let's test this one more time. See if it's a fluke or not. Channeling my mana, I decided to take it up a notch. Locking my eyes on Lightning Dragon, who calmly stood in the middle of the arena without a care in the world, I calmly took a step forward and pressed my thumb against the hilt of my sword. The third movement of the Keiki-style void step. Click. A subtle clicking sound rang out and my vision warped. At the same time my vision warped, I activated Eyes of Kronos. Let me get a better look and see how you managed to defend my attack. Within what felt like a couple of seconds, Lightning Dragon's figure appeared in front of me. With my sword extended in his direction, I watched it as it neared his head. Ready to impale it at any second. Huh. But it was then that something shocking happened. It was shocking enough to make my blood turn cold. With his eyes still focused in the distance, Lightning Dragon shifted the top part of the blade in the direction of where my sword was about to land. What was especially shocking about this situation was the speed at which he was doing it. From my view, it looked as though time was flowing at a natural rate for him. What? Clank. A dull metallic sound reverberated throughout the arena as my eyes opened wide in shock. How? Staring at the tip of my sword, which was perfectly blocked by the body of his sword, I found myself unable to comprehend the situation. How was it possible? Your sword art. Jolting me out of my stupor was Lightning Dragon's voice. Before I could even reply, thin bolts of lightning crackled around him. Crackle. Crackle. It wasn't long before the bolts of lightning converged on the end of my sword in sync, sending electricity coursing through my body. I was instantly hit by a wave of dizziness as the muscles in my arms spasmed. Ugh. Clenching my teeth, I tried to suppress the pain. But it was then that Lightning Dragon made his move. Extending his left hand, he opened up his palm and reached out for my head. It was a simple movement. Neither slow nor hurried. However, this seemingly simple move caused the back of my hair to stand as my eyes opened widely. I need to avoid this. That was all I thought as the hand reached closer to me. A sense of impending doom gripped me tightly, forcing me to release all my mana. It was clear to me that I would lose the match if I let that hand touch me. Whining. Forcing all my mana out of my body, I clenched my teeth and directed all my mana toward my sword. Gritting my teeth, my muscles bulged and the mass of the sword sharply rose. Before long, I found myself incapable of holding the sword and it quickly fell to the ground as its mass grew. At the same time this happened, Lightning Dragon's hand came to a pause. It wasn't too far away from my face, maybe a quarter of a meter, but after sensing what I was doing, he stopped whatever he was doing and glanced toward my sword. My sword soon hit the ground, and a thunderous noise echoed out. Bang! In the wake of the impact, a crater was formed on the ground, and granules of sand flew everywhere. Quick to react, Lightning Dragon pressed his foot against the ground and distanced himself from me. The situation was not as fortunate for me, as I lost my balance and fell forward. But that was enough. I had accomplished my goal, and that was to avoid his attack. H-A-A-A. Pressing my left hand against the ground, I disrupted the flow of mana to my sword, and it quickly returned to its original mass. He's strong, isn't he? It was then that a voice echoed from behind. Without needing to look, I knew who it belonged to. Not only can he see your moves, but he can also keep up with them. His voice seemed particularly serious as he spoke. However, what shocked me the most were his next words. And he's someone whose talent isn't any weaker than Kevin's. Chapter 522, Lightning Dragon, 4. His talent isn't any weaker than Kevin's. The words he spoke resonated loudly within my head as I looked in the opposite direction. Where Lightning Dragon was currently standing. How is this possible? I wondered as I slowly got up. My breath had evened out, but his words still left me stunned. How come I don't know anything about him? Was there something that caused someone so significant to disappear from my memory? Or was he simply left out? As I glanced at my other self briefly, I decided not to speak. There was a time for everything, and right now, I was in the middle of a match. There was no point in wasting time on something I was most likely not going to get an answer to. Who? I took a deep breath. Opening his mouth, my other self asked. Do you have a plan? I didn't answer. Regardless, he continued to speak. Lend me your body and I will beat him for you. No. I shook my head before I started to channel all my mana toward my sword. I can do it myself. Putting aside the fact that I didn't trust him, I wasn't going to rely on him for everything. How would I ever learn if that happened? That. And the fact that I had an idea of how his eyes worked. Watch me. As I extended my sword in the air, I drew a circle. Following this, a translucent yellow disc appeared before me. Clenching my hand, the yellow disc slowly turned blue. Ring of Vindication, Elemental Discharge, Lightning Scions. My eyes locked on Lightning Dragon, who took a defensive stance as I gripped my sword and pressed my thumb against its hilt. Go. Pointing in his direction, the disc shot in his direction. In the meantime, I closed my eyes and pushed the sword's hilt upward. Click. The third movement of the Keiki-style Void Step. Once again, my vision warped and I appeared in front of Lightning Dragon. My vision slowed down as I activated Eyes of Kronos, and a familiar scene appeared before me. My eyes immediately looked toward his hand. I was curious as to how he was able to move so fast. There must be something. It was then that I noticed something. While staring at his hand, which seemed to be moving at the same rate as my sword, I noticed something peculiar. And it was the fact that I could see small blue threads spewing out of his hand as he tilted his sword to block my attack. Is this the reason for his speed? Though I wasn't sure, I made a mental note to myself. Here goes nothing. My sword suddenly slipped from my grasp just as I was about a few meters from him. Reducing the effect of Eyes of Kronos, I pressed my foot against the ground and twisted my waist. Cracks formed on the area where I pressed my foot. Ugh. In spite of my body's efforts, I kept pushing forward as the momentum of the attack carried me forward. Regardless, this was what I wanted as I clenched my hand into a fist. Twisting my body at a 180-degree angle, I aimed the back of my fist toward the side of Lightning Dragon's face. In the meantime, my sword which I had let go was still shooting in his direction. With just a fraction of a second to spare, I was on my way to hitting Lightning Dragon in the head, while my sword was headed for his heart, which had been blocked by his tilted sword. But it was then that something happened. Right as my fist was about half a meter away from his face, Lightning Dragon's eyes suddenly shone a brilliant hue of yellow as his other hand quickly raised. Thin blue thread spewed out of his hand as his hand traveled at a speed that was faster than my fist. I knew it. A smile crept up on my face once I saw this. Just as his arm started to move, the translucent blue ring that I threw before shifted slightly. Shining a bright hue of blue for a quarter of a second, the blue threads coming out of Lightning Dragon's hand scattered, and his arm, which was moving at an inhuman speed, halted for a split second. It may not have sounded like much, but it was enough for me. Clank. After the back of my fist struck a soft surface, Lightning Dragon's body crashed into one of the walls as time reverted to its usual flow. Bang. Ha, ha. I gasped heavily as I rested my arms against my knees. That move just now took about a tenth of all my mana. Additionally, since I used my head chip to supplement my attack, my mind was also fairly exhausted. Still, I had achieved my purpose. It worked. It wasn't easy, but I had figured out the secret behind Dragon Emperor's all-seeing eyes. To call it all-seeing wasn't exactly correct. Rather, the only thing they could do was detect the mana flow in the air. It was thanks to this that he was able to predict the movement of my sword. It only dawned on me after the first void step, as I noticed that his eyes didn't move during that attack. But it wasn't just his eyes that were scary. No, rather, it was his inhumanly fast movements that made him especially terrifying. This added with his eyes made him a perfect counter for me. That said, that isn't quite enough to stop me. Raising my head to stare in the opposite direction, I watched as a large cloud of dust shrouded the area in which Lightning Dragon had crashed. The cheers from the crowd were at an all-time high as they all talked over each other. Even then, I did not let this small victory get the best of me. I wasn't naive enough to believe I had dealt enough damage to defeat Lightning Dragon. And I was soon proved correct as bolts of lightning materialized out of thin air, crashing against the ground. Cracka. Cracka. The arena instantly turned quiet. Swoosh. A gentle breeze blew away the dust in the air, and a familiar figure could be seen standing in the distance. Cracka. Cracka. With lightning covering the area around him, Lightning Dragon gazed in my direction. Massaging his cheek, he slowly opened his mouth. You. His hair started to flutter wildly as the lightning around him crackled even more fiercely. Cracka. Cracka. What's your name? He asked after a while. Opening my mouth, it soon turned into a small grin. White Reaper. I answered as I lowered my head. Let's go with White Reaper for now. White Reaper. As he repeated the name under his breath, he nodded and stared at me again. I will remember it. He then took a step forward. Half a second later, he appeared in front of me. WH. Unable to react in time, I felt a hand press against my stomach as a terrifying force dug deeply into my body, sending it crashing all the way toward the other end of the arena. Bang. My heart pounded as a powerful force crashed down on my back, knocking the wind out of me. Walk. A groan inevitably escaped from my mouth as I fell to the ground with both knees and arms on the floor. But that was not all. After resurfacing in front of me, I was once again hit by a powerful force that sent my body flying all the way toward the other side of the arena. Bang. Shit. Once again falling to the ground, I grimaced in pain. But yet again, I was unable to gather myself as a shadow appeared next to me. It was at that moment that I instantly activated the one and snapped my head in his direction. Stop. Locking eyes with me, his foot came to a stop. Quickly extending my hand, I grasped his ankle and squeezed tightly. Cracka. A bone-shattering sound echoed out. In spite of this, I was surprised to see that Lightning Dragon's face did not change when his ankle fractured. Rather, it remained impassive as he kept his gaze in my direction. Jumping up with his other foot, he twisted his body in the air, twisting his broken ankle even more, and his other foot came crashing down against the back of my head. Everything happened so fast that I was unable to react on time. Bang. My vision darkened and for a split second, I lost consciousness. It was only brief, but at that moment I lost consciousness, I let go of Lightning Dragon's ankle and he finally distanced himself from me. KHHH. Pressing my right hand against the ground to lift my body up, my eyes fixed themselves on the blood that dripped down from my forehead. Fuck. I cursed. He's really strong. Like really, really strong. Raising my head, I focused my attention on Lightning Dragon, who quickly chugged down a potion. In a short time, his fractured and twisted ankle had started recovering in a visible manner. Tapping my bracelet, I also chugged down a potion and my injury started to heal. Odd. Standing back up, my forehead creased. It was then that a figure appeared next to me. With his arms crossed, he closely examined Lightning Dragon. He then opened his mouth. You felt it right. He purposely let you heal yourself. Glancing in his direction, I nodded my head. I did. Squinting his eyes as he stared into the distance, he softly muttered. You better prepared yourself. What? In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared before I could ask him what he meant. I should have known. I secretly shook my head. My fault for expecting anything from him. Breathing out, I calmed down and closed my eyes. Opening my eyes again, my gaze was met with lightning dragons. Sparks appeared all over his body as a powerful hue escaped from his body. In his right hand was his sword. In response, I stepped forward quickly, my eyes narrowing tightly. It had to be noted that in the entire match, Lightning Dragon had never used his sword. For him to use it now, it could only mean one thing. He was starting to get serious. You. Staring in my direction, Lightning Dragon opened his mouth. Staring back at him without replying, I pressed my hand against the side of my sword. In spite of my actions, he didn't seem to grow wary as he continued talking. Your sword art. Pausing, I finally opened my mouth and asked. What about my sword art? This was the second time he mentioned my sword art. Did he know something about my sword art? Impossible. Immediately shaking my head, I put an end to such thoughts. It was impossible. Instead of answering, placing his sword by the side of his waist, he closed his eyes and my vision instantly darkened. Everything around me disappeared as Lightning Dragon's figure was the only thing that remained. Whether it was the crowd or the noise coming from them, everything was gone. Slowly, he took a stance and my heart stopped beating. Time seemed to have slowed down and my body shook. Hat stance. My pupils quickly dilated, and before I could say anything else, I heard a familiar clicking sound ring in the air. Click. Chapter 523, Lightning Dragon, 5. My eyes opened widely as a subtle yet familiar clicking sound filled the air. Pose Cybele. The thought flooded through my mind as I subconsciously activated my Eyes of Chronos to slow down time. My shock grew even more as I watched Lightning Dragon slowly unsheath his sword and aim it at me. Despite time moving at a far slower rate than reality, Lightning Dragon's movement seemed smooth and completely unaffected by the rate at which time was flowing. Thin blue thread spewed out from his hands and sword, as the sword fully unsheathed itself from the scabbard. What was worse was the fact that all I could do at the moment was watch as the sword slowly aimed for my heart. But ever so slightly, I was able to move and shift my body in a way that avoided my heart. Just barely. Spurt. A small hole appeared on the left side of my chest as time flowed at a natural rate. Following this, my body was pierced by an inexplicable sharp pain. Despite my best efforts to distance myself from him, as he again grasped his sword's sheath, Lightning Dragon continued to pursue me. With blood dripping down from my shoulder, I pressed my foot to the ground, and cracks formed beneath the area I stepped on. Fuck. I cursed underneath my breath as I once reactivated Eyes of Chronos and carefully analyzed his every movement. This time, I activated Eyes of Chronos to its fullest potential as time slowed down even more. As the seconds passed, it became increasingly difficult to see as the skill took a particular toll on my eyes. Regardless, I persevered through the pain. Suppressing the pain, I paid close attention to his every movement. This stance and movement, it is without a doubt the Keiki style. Using that information, I was able to confirm that it was indeed the Keiki style. It was clear from his movements and how he channeled his mana. It was exactly how I did it. But how is this possible? Upon realizing this fact, many questions emerged inside my mind. Of such question, the main one was: did Grandmaster Keiki give this sword art to anyone else other than me? If I thought about it, this made sense. It wouldn't be surprising if Grandmaster Keiki had set up a similar place to the one I visited, considering that his main objective was to defeat the demons. The more people that used his sword art, the higher the chances of us winning. That being said, he wasn't stupid to the point of giving it to anyone. If everyone had the Keiki style, chaos would inevitably ensue in the human domain. In other words, doing so would be the same as giving nukes to just anyone. There was a reason why most 5-star sword manuals were kept hidden. It wasn't only for the sake of keeping it to themselves, but it was mostly to limit people from gaining access to them. That and the fact that not just anyone could practice them. This must be it. After racking my brain over the matter, this was the only explanation I could think of for why Lightning Dragon knew the Keiki style. You're wrong. But it was at that moment that a figure appeared next to me. With his eyes locked on Lightning Dragon in the distance, he softly muttered, "Have a better look at him." What? Was my analysis wrong? Gazing back in the direction of where Lightning Dragon, I did as he told me and paid closer attention to his attack. It's the same. Nevertheless, I found nothing unusual about his attack. It was exactly the same as the regular keiki style. Wait. But just then, my eyes opened widely as I finally took note of something. His eyes. They were shining. And when I laid my eyes upon them, I suddenly felt naked. It felt as though all of my secrets were laid bare for him to see. What the? Shifting my body once more, I deactivated Eyes of Kronos. Spurt. I felt a sharp pain coming from the right side of my shoulder. Ugh. As I suppressed my groan, I returned my attention to Lightning Dragon's eyes. They are not shining. This. When I thought back about what his eyes were capable of, it finally hit me. That's right, his eyes. As I raised my foot, I whipped it at Lightning Dragon's head in a swift whipping motion. This time, I didn't apply any mana to my leg as it was, just a simple kick. Then, while I was doing that, I activated Eyes of Kronos and closely observed his eyes. I wanted to see whether they shined or not. Swoosh. With thin lightning bolts spewing out of his face, Lightning Dragon moved his head back and easily dodged my attack. He then followed up with his own palm strike that directly hit me in the chest, sending me crashing against the side of the arena. Bang. Suddenly feeling a powerful force hit my back, I spat out saliva and my eyes rolled backward. Slowly, my body slid down the arena's side. Cough, cough. Coughing a couple of times, I raised my head to stare in the opposite direction. It was then that my eyes locked with Lightning Dragon, who didn't seem interested in pursuing me. His eyes didn't shine. At that moment that I kicked his head, his eyes didn't shine. This confirmed it. My theory as to why he was able to use the keiki style. It's all thanks to those eyes. His eyes were unique. They allowed him to see the mana flow of an opponent. My initial lack of consideration made me grossly underestimate their power. Lightning Dragon's eyes were not the only thing I had grossly underestimated. I had also underestimated him completely. I would have never expected him to be able to mimic the keiki style from just a couple of glances at my sword art. By mimicking its mana flow, coupled with his incredible speeds, he was able to create a version of the keiki style that wasn't any different from the original one. No wonder I wasn't able to tell them apart. With the mana flow being the same, and the speed of his movements also being the same, it was practically impossible for me to tell them apart. If he could do that with my sword style, could he also do it with other sword styles? Chills down my spine as I thought of such a possibility. Just what kind of monster is this guy? Being able to analyze my sword art in such a short period of time, I now understood why he compared his talent to Kevin's. He was simply a monster. Lightning Dragon's previously vibrant eyes returned to their usual languid state when I gazed at them. Tilting his head a little, he lazily asked, "Is this really all you got? Or do you still have something up your sleeves? I'm starting to become bored." Without answering him, I wiped the side of my mouth. So. His impatient voice rang throughout the arena. Gazing in his direction, the edges of my lips curled upwards a bit. "Give me a second. I figured it out. The way to beat him." Taking out a potion, I quickly chugged it. Lightning Dragon's brows furrowed when he saw this. Regardless, he didn't seem to have any intentions of stopping me as he just continued watching me from the same spot. As my wounds slowly started to heal up, I started to stretch my neck and shoulders. After that, I calmly walked toward the middle of the arena. Talk. Talk. As I walked through the quiet arena, the rhythmical sound of my footsteps echoed out loud. I only stopped when I was a couple of meters away from him. In the ensuing silence, neither of us said a word. As if we were on cue with each other, we both placed our hands on the sheath of our sword. Click. Click. Two metallic clicking sounds echoed throughout the arena as two swords suddenly intersected in the air. Clank. The sand beneath us rose in the air as our swords intersected, scattering everywhere. Distancing ourselves, we repeated the same thing and our swords intersected once more. Clank. 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 As both of our swords continued to intersect in the air at incredible speeds, a powerful metallic ring echoed in the air for a good minute before it was replaced by more clicking sounds. Incredible. Edward absent-mindedly muttered as he gazed at the match. As he enjoyed the fight to the fullest, he had long given up the idea of analyzing the two contestants. Be it Lightning Dragon or Ren, the two of them were simply incredible to watch. Click. Click. With each clicking sound, the two figures would disappear before reappearing in front of each other, with their swords drawn out. Their movements were so fast that Edward was simply unable to keep track of them. Despite that, he could tell from just how to glance how deadly each of their strikes was. Not only did they contain unimaginable power, but the speed at which they moved was simply terrifying. That was all Edward could mutter at the moment as his face progressively hardened. If I were to fight against them. Staring at the two, for the first time in a long time, Edward didn't feel 100% confident about his victory. While he wasn't 100% confident about his victory, that didn't mean he thought he would lose. He just thought that there was a possibility of him losing, which had never happened to him before as he had always dominated his matches. Focusing his attention back toward the arena, Edward's eyebrows furrowed tightly. It looks like they are about to go all out. Within a second of his words, two massive hues radiated from the bodies of both contestants, covering the entire arena. Silence had reigned since the start of the match, with the crowd's eyes glued to the two people in the middle. It was then that it happened. Extending his sword forward, Ren suddenly drew a small circle in the air. Following this, once the circle formed, he extended his arms in the air, and 10 rings materialized out of nowhere. Clenching his fists, the rings suddenly turned blue. He then raised his hand and pointed it in the direction of Lightning Dragon. In response to this simple motion, the rings quickly shot toward Lightning Dragon. Following that, he proceeded to place his hand on the sheath of his sword. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a series of fissures started manifesting around Lightning Dragon as Edward stood up in shock. What the? On the other side, Lightning Dragon's eyes shone even brighter as his hand touched the sheath of his sword. Pressing his foot forward, he took a stance and a surge of mana erupted out of his body. Crack! Crack! Though at a much slower rate than Ren's, fissures also started to form around Ren as tremendous energy started to spew out of the two figures. At this point, no matter if it was Edward or the crowd, it was well known that the match had reached its climax and that the winner would be revealed after the final exchange between the two. Staring at the two individuals in the middle of the arena, everyone held their breath in anticipation. Who was going to win? Chapter 524, Lightning Dragon, 6. I'm bored. Over the course of Lightning Dragon's short life, the same words had been repeated so many times that he had also gotten bored of saying them. But he couldn't help it. He had truly gotten bored. Prodigy. Next Union Head. Humanity's Hope. Originally known as Liam Nephili, Lightning Dragon was once hailed as one of mankind's brightest prodigies. In the past, he had attended the Loch, and that was where he gained his fame. In spite of this, he had no pleasant memories of the place. As a transfer student, he had great expectations when he first arrived at the Loch. Why wouldn't he? It was supposed to be the #1 academy in the human domain. It was a world filled to the brim with huge prodigies who would one day become the backbone of mankind. His first year at the Loch was probably the best year he had ever had. His constant drive to improve himself, along with his friendship, kept life from becoming monotonous. As a matter of fact, he had also acquired a rival while at the Loch. An individual who pushed him forward and followed him from behind. His name was... What was it again? Givan. Gary. Gilbert. Ah, it was such a long time ago that he had already forgotten. But those were truly fun days for Liam. It was probably the last time he had ever truly been happy. Unfortunately, those days never really lasted long. After his talent began to outshine everyone else's, his so-called friends began to look at him differently. It was no longer out of friendship, but out of greed. If he becomes the next of the Union, he will support me in the future. I should stay closer to him. He will make a good connection. They didn't need to say anything for him to understand what they were thinking. Their faces said it all. Life became duller from that point on. Despite this, he continued to train hard, and his strength continued to rise at an alarming rate. It had gotten to the point where almost all the big guilds in the human domain were salivating over him. He would constantly get secret offers from the top guilds or even the Union itself. He naturally rejected them. He wasn't interested in such things. Responsibilities weren't his thing. They were boring. That said, In spite of losing a lot of his friends, Liam kept staying at the lock because of his rival, or should he say, best friend. Yeah. That sounded about right. Best friend. As far as he was concerned, he was the only one who hadn't given up on him. It was kind of fun. But, that too inevitably came to an end as his rival soon stopped comparing himself to him and pushing himself like he once did. He tried to remedy the situation by holding back a lot, but in the end, his friend and rival found out about his intentions and stopped talking to him altogether. Whenever they met thereafter, he would greet him with a short nod and disappear into the distance. It was from that point on that Liam's world became dyed in gray. His life had become monotonous as nothing excited him anymore. How boring. The boring life continued until he found himself on a school excursion trip along with his classmates during his third year of lock. It was supposed to be a typical school trip, but reality proved to be quite different as they were suddenly attacked by demons. As it turned out, it wasn't just a random attack. The attack seemed to target all lock students. Or at least on the surface, as the true target was him, as several marquee-rank demons were dispatched during the operation. In order to ensure the success of their plans, and stop any reinforcements from coming, the demons attacked several places simultaneously, including the Union. As a precaution, the lock had also put in place guards in case something like this happened. However, they too were stopped as the several marquee-ranked demons, including the Monolith members, had arrived to stop them. Everyone, including his rival, ran away the moment they spotted the demon. The only one that didn't run away that day was Liam. At that moment, he didn't stay behind because he wanted to save his classmates nor because he wanted to be a hero. He was filled with inexplicable excitement for the first time in a long time as his dull gray world finally regained some color. As he stared at a powerful enemy, he felt an impending sense of doom. So strong that it could kill him. Yet, it also brought color to his dull gray world as he proceeded to attack the demon. As he attacked the demon, his eyes shone and a smile spread across his face. Finally, someone who he could go all out against. People would have called him crazy for suddenly attacking a demon like that if they had been present, but Liam didn't mind. As far as he was concerned, he only wanted to fight against the demon in front of him. Nothing else mattered to him. He wanted nothing more than to alleviate himself from the boredom that had been plaguing him for the past 2 years. But he was inevitably left disappointed that day. Crash. Crashing against one of the trees, the demon raised his head and gazed in his direction. His eyes were clearly clouded with fear. You're stronger than what the reports have said. Ah, that. I was holding back a lot of my strength. Scratching the back of his head as he stared at the demon, Liam lazily put his sword away. How boring. He ended up muttering as he stared at the demon in front of him. I guess I should finish this quickly. It was at that moment. Wait, did you just say that you were bored? Liam's brows furrowed, and his feet came to a stop. What about it? He asked. Putting his back against the tree, the demon pondered for a moment before asking. Why are you bored? Why am I bored? Lowering his head, Liam thought for a moment. Thinking back about his past experiences, and lack of challenge in his life, he calmly answered. Because I'm too strong. Too strong. At least for my age. And the older ones won't fight me because they don't want to hurt me. They think that I am too precious to harm. The fact that the guilds were all keeping a close eye on him also contributed to his boredom, as they prevented him from getting into any fights that could endanger his life. Had it not been for the demon's carefully thought-out plan, they would have probably already been here, protecting him. He understood their intentions, but their actions only served to increase his boredom. Honestly, he had gotten so bored that he had started questioning whether living was worth it. It was then that. All you want is excitement, right? The demon asked him. Turning his head to look at him, Liam shook his head. I know what you're trying to do. I won't fall for it. I'm not going to sign a demon contract. I'm not asking you to sign a contract. But it was then that the demon shook his head as he murmured in a barely audible tone. Still enough for Liam to hear. I'm not crazy enough to sign a contract with you. Then what do you want? He took a step forward and raised his hand, prepared to kill the demon at any second. Lifting his head up to stare at Liam, the demon quickly said. What if I tell you of a place where you can fight at your heart's content with your life on the line? Liam's hand came to a pause. Speak. A grin manifested across the demon's face as he quickly started to inform Liam about the arena located in the demon realm. The more Liam heard, the more relaxed his hand became as an interest soon flashed across his face. And the winner will become the overlord of the arena. Interesting. A thin smile spread across Liam's face as he thought back on the details of the arena. Thinking for a bit, he asked. How do I go there? You must come with me to the demon realm. Liam's brows furrowed when he heard this. How would I know that you aren't messing with me? It was at that moment. Spurt. The demon suddenly raised his hand and proceeded to pierce his stomach with his sharp nails. Black blood spilled on the ground, and the demon slowly pulled out a pulsating orb. He then proceeded to toss it in Liam's direction. Here you go. Catching it, Liam looked at the demon in confusion. What's this? It's my core. The demon answered. With it, you control my life and death. Is this enough proof that I will keep my words? Staring at the orb for a couple of seconds, Liam nodded his head. All right. Spurt. Out of nowhere, he cut off his arm and blood spilled everywhere. His actions shocked the demon. What are you doing? Staring at the arm on the ground, Liam put the demon core away and proclaimed. From this day forth, Liam Nefeli is dead. He died during a fight against a demon trying to save his classmates. Turning around, he proceeded to slash the demon's head. His figure disappeared after that. His disappearance would eventually lead to him becoming missing in action, and he would eventually be proclaimed as dead when they became unable to locate any clues about him regardless of the many years that had passed. After that, Liam entered the demon world, and that was how he entered the arena. At first, he was excited. Meeting new opponents, and being able to fight them with his life on the line to his heart's content. It felt as though he was back at the lock. But bored. The excitement was short-lived as he suffered the same fate as in the past. He had once again become too strong. The feeling of losing. He had long forgotten it, and his days in the arena slowly started to become duller and duller. Will I ever not be bored? After spending exactly 4 years in the arena, his world once again became gray as he no longer even cared about winning. Or so he thought. Crack. Crack. Staring at the cracks forming around him, Lightning Dragon found his heart beating at a much faster rate than usual. Unknowingly, a smile spread across his face as he gazed at his opponent. White hair, deep blue eyes, and he also seemed to be younger than him. His sword slowly slipped from its scabbard as he muttered under his breath. This is what I wanted. For the first time in a very long time, he had finally felt a feeling that he had long forgotten. Excitement. Bah, thump, bah, thump. As he felt the tremendous power revolving around him, the back of his hair suddenly stood and his heart raced. His opponent's attack was ready. This feeling of death. Feeling the power contained within his opponent's attack, Lightning Dragon's grip on the sword tightened. While closely observing his opponent's technique, his eyes began to strain as he concentrated on the flow of mana. Drip. Drip. As he poured all of his mana into them, blood started falling from beneath his eyes. But he didn't care, he didn't want to care. Even if he died, he didn't want to miss this feeling. This thrill. Done. It was then that he finally stopped pouring mana into his eyes as he slowly took a stance. It took a bit, but he had finally memorized his opponent's mana flow and was ready to attack. As he stared at his sword, he thought. What a powerful technique. It's a pity I will forget this later. Upon redirecting his mana the same way as his opponent was, Lightning Dragon slowly pulled away at the sword. Crackle. Crackle. A crackle of lightning began to spread around him as he slowly drew away from the sword. It was then that something happened. Crash. An ear-shattering sound rang out as one of the distant rings shattered. Huh. While Lightning Dragon was preparing to fully pull away from his sword, he suddenly lost control over his lightning scions. His arm came to an abrupt stop. It was only for a brief moment, but that moment proved to be fatal. Shit. Gazing in the direction of the approaching rings, Lightning Dragon cursed. But it was too late for him to do anything. Crack. 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 In a flash, the fissures around him opened, and bright flashes of light shot toward him. Wherever he looked, he would find a bright light heading in his direction. Crash. Crash. When that happened, the discs in the distance shattered one after another, stopping him from using his lightning scions. Unable to use his lightning scions, the only thing he could do was dully stand in the middle of the arena. Staring at the incoming attacks, Lightning Dragon slowly lowered his hands and muttered. This was a good fight. Chapter 525, Deal 1. Why didn't you kill him? An eerie voice echoed across a small room. With my head lowered, I replied. Did I have to kill him? If so, I do apologize for my actions. In the 2 days since my fight with Lightning Dragon, I had essentially recovered from all of my wounds. Some parts of my body were still sore, but that was just about it. Regarding where I was. It was Duke Anazeka's private area. No, you don't have to be sorry. In the aftermath of my fight with Lightning Dragon, it seemed that I had finally caught the Duke's attention. Which was something that I desired from the very beginning. He was instrumental in my inevitable escape. Rather, you did me a favor by not killing him. Lifting my head slightly, I raised my brow. My head lowered once more when I saw the look on his face. Is that so? Then I'm flattered. I'm starting to like you more and more. The Duke said. I could tell he was pleased by the sound of his voice. A faint smile spread across my face as I thanked the Duke. Thank you. Keep thinking that. It was only out of courtesy that I thanked the Duke. While it was obvious I had never planned on killing Lightning Dragon, I was okay with him misunderstanding my intent. After all, who would refuse free goodwill? A little while later, Duke Anazek spoke again. I've recently gotten a report that you've allied yourself with the second ranked in the Duke bracket, with the goal of killing the current overlord, is that right? As soon as I heard his words, I pretended to be shocked before quickly burying it. As expected, the arena is heavily monitored. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. It's not against the rules. The Duke reassured, evidently acknowledging my reaction. My head lowered further. Nothing truly escapes you, Your Excellency. In spite of saying that, I was rather surprised. For my chat with Silvermoon to be discovered so easily by the Duke. It made one wonder how deep their surveillance system was. I need to tread more carefully. My awareness of this only heightened my guard regarding my future plans. That said, this wasn't something that I had not expected. Rather, this worked in my favor. The Duke's next words proved me correct. Do you want to fight the next overlord? Raising my head, I replied without any hints of hesitation. Yes. In spite of my quick response, the Duke's face remained the same. My hatred for Edward was always obvious, I never tried to hide it. As a result, the Duke probably didn't find it surprising that I wanted to fight him. Are you that eager to fight the Blood Prince? I indeed am, Your Excellency. Seemingly falling into deep thought, the Duke mused for a moment before he opened his mouth again and asked again. You've observed how the current overlord fights, right? Yes, I have. Then what do you think your chances of beating him are? I paused and thought. After a while, I answered. About 50%. If he's hiding something, then more. 50%, huh? Turning around, Duke Anazek interlocked his hands behind his back. That's pretty high, don't you think? Instead of answering, I decided to pose the Duke a different question. Then what do you think, Your Excellency? What are the chances of me beating the current overlord? You. As the Duke fell into thought again, he raised 3 fingers in the air. My brows creased when I saw them. 30%. 30%. The Duke repeated in a deadpan tone. I proceeded to clench my teeth. In a way, it was made possible to see from the outside. But I didn't say anything. I just continued staring at the 3 fingers in the air. Lowering his hand, Duke Azanok smiled. You think that I'm wrong? Yes. I nodded without hesitation. I think that you're... Stop. A cold touch at the back of my neck interrupted my speech as the Duke's voice echoed throughout the room, stopping whatever was aimed at the back of my neck. Cold sweat dripped down on my body as I felt the cold touch at the back of my neck. I would have probably died had it not been for the Duke. With the hair at the back of my neck still standing, I slowly turned my head. It was then that I met eyes with another demon. His features were different compared to the Duke, who looked more like a human. In a butler's attire, the demon behind me glared at me with blood-red eyes. Watch how you speak to the Duke, he warned, after slowly removing his hand from the back of my neck. After that, he lowered his head to the Duke and apologized. I apologize for the inconvenience, Your Excellency. It's all right. The Duke casually waved his hand before turning his attention back to me. Meanwhile, the demon quickly retreated from the spot where he had previously stood and quickly disappeared. Don't mind him. Walking up to me, Duke Anazeka's eyes lingered on the spot where his servant used to stand. Back to our discussion. I said that your chances of beating the Overlord are 30%, do you agree or not? No. I still shook my head. The Duke's face changed a little. But before he could say anything else, I continued. I still have a couple of cards up my sleeves. Upon hearing those words, the Duke's face relaxed and a smile returned to his face. You still have a couple of cards up your sleeve? That is correct. How intriguing. There was a brief pause in the conversation. After a while, Duke Anazek asked, how would you like to become the next Overlord? Bingo. Showing a surprised look on my face, I kept my head lowered. Are you really sure? Heh. The Duke let out a short chuckle. Walking toward his desk, he took out a small device from one of the drawers of his desk. I'll help you out. He then proceeded to toss the device in my direction. Here. Thank you. Catching the device, I started to examine it. It looks like a small remote controller. With just a simple glance, I was able to tell what it was. It was the device that was supposed to stop the mana flow of the person wearing the suppressor. In an effort to appear clueless, I flipped it around repeatedly and closely examined it. After a good minute of the same thing, lowering the hand that held the device, I looked at the Duke. What's this? The Duke smiled. That. Extending his hand, he proceeded to point at the device in my hand. Is the device that will turn that 30% into a 100%. 100%. Lowering my hand, I stared at the device in my hand with an absent-minded look on my face. Raising my head again, I asked. If I use this, I will be able to win the match. That is correct. The Duke smiled. All you have to do is press that device in the most critical conditions, and the rest will be easy. Just make sure to take advantage of the situation. I see. With a simple nod, I put the device away. The Duke's smile grew bigger when he saw this. As he asked, he had a satisfied look on his face. Is there anything you wish from me? Excuse me. I raised my head to stare at the Duke. He continued. It is only right that I reward you for your efforts. So tell me what you want. What I want. Lowering my head, I pretended to fall into deep thought. In reality, I already knew what I wanted. It was something that I had been aiming for from the very beginning after all. I slowly opened my mouth. If I win. Lifting my head, I met the Duke's eyes. I want to have a fight against you. Ugh. Waking his groggy mind up, Liam blinked a couple of times. What met his sight was a familiar sight. It was the sight of his room's ceiling. One that he had seen for the past couple of years. Did I fall asleep? He managed to mutter after a while. What happened? In an attempt to recall what had happened, his mind went blank for a few minutes. His eyes, which were filled with vitality a moment ago, started to become dull. As he reflected on his blank memories, he made sure to clearly express his disappointment. Are my memories acting up again? It was always like this. Whenever something happened, regardless of how big or small it was, he would always end up forgetting the next day. This was a consequence of the art he practiced. It was the price he paid in exchange for power, but he was slowly starting to regret his decision. Ever since practicing it, his life had only gotten duller. I guess I probably fell asleep. Halting mid-sentence, it was then that his mind was suddenly flooded with memories. His head recoiled back as his eyes opened widely. I can remember. He joyfully screamed out loud. For the first time in a very long time, he could finally remember what had happened the previous day. It was inevitable for him to become excited after realization. After all, this had never happened to him before. Ooh! But he didn't let the excitement get the best of him. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he carefully inspected his body as he opened and closed his eyes. An expression of wry relief appeared on his face after he realized he had not died. So I'm not dead, huh? It appeared as though his opponent had spared him during the last moment of the fight. Sitting up straight, he proceeded to look at his hands as he once again muttered. I can remember. The fight, he could remember it. This was the first time in a long time that Liam ever remembered one of his fights. He could remember everything. From how the fight panned out, to the feelings he felt throughout it. Especially his loss. So this is how it feels to lose. During that moment, he clenched his clothes with one hand as he felt a sharp pain rise in his chest. The corner of his lips pulled upwards as he muttered through his clenched teeth. It's a pretty darn awful feeling. This pain in his chest. This sense of dissatisfaction and frustration. He couldn't quite put how he felt into words, but it was fun. A relieved smile spread across his face. The feeling that he believed he had long lost had finally risen up inside of his body for the first time in a long time, and before he knew it, he felt a warm sensation by the side of his cheeks. It's been so long. He mumbled before closing his eyes and clenching his teeth. But I don't like it. It was only after he felt it again that Liam realized how painful losing was. He didn't like it one bit. He finally started to remember the reason why he pursued strength so much in the past. It was because of this bitter and cruel feeling. And a feeling that only appeared whenever he lost. Fuck. Clenching his teeth, he leaned back on his bed and covered his eyes with his arm. I really wanted to win. Chapter 526, Deal 2. Your Excellency, if I may ask. Taking a knee on the ground before Duke Azonek, the demon paused halfway through his sentence, waiting for the Duke's confirmation. He got it soon enough. You may ask. Thank you. The servant thanked the Duke. Secretly, he tried his best to stop himself from smiling. As expected of the Duke, he does not suspect anything. In reality, he wasn't merely asking out of curiosity. He was asking so that he could report what was going to the other Duke. It was a secret order that he had received before he had left. By doing this, he was treading a thin line, but as soon as he remembered the rewards promised to him by the other Duke, all of his fear dissipated. It was simply too tempting. With his head lowered, he proceeded to ask something that he had been curious about. Why did you tell that human to keep the Overlord alive? It was well known that the current Overlord was close to breaking through to the next level. What the servant was curious about was why the Duke didn't have any intentions of killing him directly. His question was answered not long after. It's because I'm planning on giving him a contract. Upon hearing those words, the servant looked surprised. But it soon replaced it with a look of understanding. Understood, Your Excellency. Everything quickly puzzled itself together inside of the servant's mind as he made sure to remember everything. The Duke's plan was rather simple. He was planning on taking the Blood Prince to his side. Everything was starting to make sense to the demon as he came up with one conclusion. He wants to be the sole owner of the arena. In spite of this, he immediately began to sweat profusely after coming to such a conclusion. His command over the Blood Prince would inevitably give him more power than the other Duke, thus forcing him to give him control over the arena. As his thoughts paused there, the demon felt cold chills run down his spine. As expected of Duke Azonek, ruthless as ever. Unfortunately for the Duke, what he didn't know was that the demon he shared this information with worked for the other Duke. He was simply crippling himself. Do you have any other questions to ask? Jolting him out of his thoughts was the Duke's voice that reverberated throughout the whole room. Lowering his head further, the servant quickly shook his head. No, Your Excellency. This is enough. The Duke will certainly reward me after I tell him this. Thinking such thoughts, he tried his best to suppress his excitement. Good. But it was then that a powerful force suddenly permeated the air, causing the servant to feel a rush of energy. Ugh! With a pained groan, he suddenly found himself stuck on the ground, unable to lift his head due to the sheer pressure that was bearing down on him from above. What? As he had difficulty breathing, the servant murmured in distress. Why are you doing this to me? Responding to him, the Duke's cold voice echoed throughout the room. Did you think for a second that you would live after hearing what I said just now? The servant's eyes opened up. He knew. How was this possible? He had taken all possible precautions to hide this fact. How was it possible for the Duke to know this? Your Excellency. He screamed. I won't tell anyone. You've grown a little impudent recently, haven't you? Asking me this and that, you think I don't know? The Duke's face sunk as the pressure coming out of his body rose even more, rendering the servant helpless. He could only lay down on the ground, like a helpless prey that had been caught by its predator. Opening his mouth, he tried to beg his case. But it didn't seem as though the Duke was interested, as he long stopped looking at him. Regardless, the servant continued begging. Your Excellency, please, I can, exp. Enough. I won't kill you now. After hearing those words, the servant's face relaxed a bit. But that didn't last for long, as his face hardened completely not long after. If I kill you now, that bastard will find out that something is wrong. At the same time. This is not bad. Gazing at the room in front of me, I looked around the place. Among the many decorations in the room before me, it had a bed big enough for me to fit in, sofas, paintings, and all types of decorations. This was my new room. It should have been given to me before, but it was only now that they had decided to give it to me. Quite the lazy bunch. The first thing I did upon entering my room was head straight for the bed. Of course, as I did, I made sure to keep note of every little detail of the room. This place is probably heavily surveilled, so I need to keep low for now. The leak in the conversation I had with Silvermoon not too long ago was confirmation of this. Fortunately for me, I had done most of my preparations beforehand. All I had to do was carry them out at the moment. Just a little bit more. Upon laying down on the bed and covering my eyes with my arm, I slowly started to relax. It would have been normal for me to start training at this point, but since I had forced my way to A+ rank, I needed time to stabilize my body. One couldn't just force a breakthrough and expect their bodies to be okay with it. The only reason why I was mostly okay was because of my constitution, which had changed due to the seed of limit. Had it been anyone else, they would have been in a tougher spot. As I relaxed on the bed with my arm covering my face, I thought of something. I should also be going to get my resources. A fundamental rule of the arena was that the winner would take all of the loser's possessions, including their resources. It essentially crippled the loser of the fight, but these were the rules. On another note, despite taking other contestants' resources, I found most of them to be useless. And if I had to be honest, I really didn't hold any interest in any of their resources. Having just consumed some, my body couldn't keep up. It would probably be quite a while since I would be able to use resources to once again break through. Oh well. I was still planning on collecting Lightning Dragon's resources. It wasn't because I wanted them, but because I wanted to meet him. There were a couple of things that I needed to say to him. A couple of very important things. Should I, or should I not? Biting his nails, Kevin gazed at the phone in his hands. He was currently in a tough predicament. As he held the phone with one hand, staring at himself reflected on the screen, Kevin's thumb hovered over a small green button on the screen. You have to look through the rain to see the rainbow. I have a feeling that things won't go well if I send this. Kevin began to fear each and every new post he sent as he recalled his past incident with Ren. Go away, don't talk to me, what is this cringe? Blocked. Ugh. Kevin let out a distressed sound. Damn it, Ren. In the first place, he couldn't be blamed for sending his previous post. Each time he posted something on the web, he would receive a lot of money. Like a lot of money. At least a couple million U per post. This was only to be expected. With the amount of fame he had due to his past achievements, he had a lot of followers. And they were growing each and every day. He had almost reached a point where he had more followers than most high-profile celebrities. And it was only natural for him to get sponsorship and endorsement deals from famous brands. Given how much money resources cost him, it wasn't something he could give up so easily. Furthermore, as he was always busy, rather than handling these sorts of things himself, he decided to hire someone to do it for him. Ugh. Checking his post one more time, Kevin's face distorted. You have to look through the rain to see the rainbow. Especially with the new quote. He wasn't sure whether it would be good or not. But, just thinking of Ren possibly coming back and making fun of him again. Yeah, let's not. He quickly closed his phone and put it away. No matter how much money he was going to lose, he was not going to repeat the same mistake again. Never. As he raised his hand, he wiped away the corner of his eyes. It was a bit itchy. My money. HAAA. Letting out a long and exhausted sigh, Kevin waved his hand in the air. A series of texts formed in front of him. Tracing his hand over the text, it soon paused on a specific mission. There doesn't seem to be a time limit, but I should hurry up. Lowering his hand, he fell into thought as he muttered. I've already broken through to A rank, so all I have to do is wait for Ren to come back, but when exactly is that going to be? Had it not been for the people vouching for him, Kevin would have already gone out to look for him after almost 5 months of him going missing. That said, it wasn't like he had spent the past 5 months doing nothing. In fact, Kevin had been busier than he had ever been in the past. Especially with everything that was going on at the Union at the moment. In addition to diving into dungeons almost every day, he had also met several high-ranking demons along the way, forcing him to fight them with his life on the line. They were pretty big incidents that were reported all over the human domain. Several scars still adorned his body, reminding him of his experiences. I should probably have them healed before Emma comes back. Regarding Emma. It had been quite some time since he last saw her, and if it hadn't been for her father personally assuring him that she was fine, Kevin would have already panicked. That wasn't exactly the only reason. After having had a long conversation with her a while back, Kevin understood that whatever Emma was doing, it was for the sake of improving herself. Although she didn't say it outright, Kevin knew that she didn't want to be seen as a burden or some precious vase that needed to be protected by everyone. She too had her own pride, and Kevin respected that. What time is it? Jolting himself out of his thoughts, Kevin suddenly checked the time, 6:30 a.m. Shit, I'm late for class. Hurrying out of his room, Kevin took his jacket and put it on. In addition to him working with the union, Kevin was in fact still a professor at the Lock. That had not changed. He did get an offer to quit, but he had refused. He actually quite enjoyed teaching. Well. For the most part. Chapter 527, Overlord, 1. This works better. Are you sure? If you want to deal the most amount of damage, yes. This is the best way. Okay. Things seemed to be rather tense inside of a fairly sized office space, as two figures sat on opposite ends of each other. What about with this one? Would a guild war be more suitable, or should we cripple them financially? Guild war. That sounds rather fun. It might backfire. I don't think it will. You can just ask Kevin to help you out. I'm sure he wouldn't have a problem doing so. He's a pushover. Furthermore, you yourself told me that you had to have them gone. True. In this unusual atmosphere, the words that were being spoken between the two individuals would have sent waves around the human domain. It was then that. Knock. Knock. The door suddenly knocked, and a deep voice echoed from the other side of the door. Young miss, may I come in? Yes. Amanda replied. Following this, the door opened up and a young man in his 30s walked into the room. He was Maxwell, Amanda's assistant. The moment Amanda's eyes laid on him, she curiously asked. What brings you here? Nothing in particular, young miss. He curiously looked around the room before his eyes paused on the figure sitting next to Amanda. Despite the slight twitch in his mouth as he paused to look at the figure, he quickly continued speaking. The elders wanted to know whether you have come up with a solution for our current predicament. About that. Amanda turned her head to glance at a girl who was sitting next to her. Other than Melissa, who else could it have been? Only she would say such words. Well, there was Ren, but he wasn't exactly here. Lifting her glasses up with her finger, Melissa didn't reply and scanned the map of Ashton City with her eyes. Then, taking her gaze away from the map, she responded. Your best bet would be to financially cripple Dongtan Guild, Icarian Guild, and Snowstar Guild. In terms of finance, they're the weakest of the lot, and will go down without putting up much of a fight. I thought so too. A nod followed Amanda's response as she pointed at two more guilds. Regarding these two guilds, Wraithless and Golden Crow would be the best to announce a guild war against. They have the financial power, but are not as strong in terms of members. I agree, that's your best bet. Melissa replied with a serious look. There was a glint of excitement in her eyes as she gazed at the map. My only gripe with this is that they might hire external help to fight in the guild wars, that in itself will be a disadvantage. I agree. Amanda's eyes narrowed. Her brows relaxed not long after. But I think this can work for our advantage. It might. In agreement, Melissa plucked lightly at her lips. Especially since they will be individuals that have never worked with each other before. Yes. One of the most important factors for ensuring victory in a guild war was coordination and seamless collaboration between all participants. It wasn't a 1v1 scenario. It was a large-scale battle that involved thousands and thousands of individuals. By hiring external help, they would essentially be giving up control. In particular, this was more pronounced when one hired stronger support. Consequently, the stronger they were, the more arrogant they were, making them harder to control. And this was a serious problem when guilds hired external help. They were, in other words, a double-edged sword. He he he. A sudden giggle escaped Melissa's lips. This is fun. Thinking about how many diamond-graded guilds might potentially fall from their plans, Melissa just couldn't help herself. The money that would come from their victory. A broad grin spread across her face. In the meantime, turning her head, Amanda glanced her way. Her face turned odd. She then asked, "Why are you laughing?" "Nothing much." Melissa waved it off. But the smile on her face said otherwise. Eventually, under Amanda's gaze, Melissa came clean. "All right, I'm just laughing because this is fun." "Fun?" "Yeah." Melissa's smile deepened. Adjusting the glasses on her face once more, she pressed one of the guilds on the map with her hands. "Destroying guilds and all. This is a lot more entertaining than I originally thought. Kind of relieves me from a lot of stress." As a result of everything that had happened with the magic cards recently, Melissa was overworked and stressed beyond belief. In the absence of Amanda's call, she probably would have spent the day in the lab doing the same repetitive tasks. To put it simply, it was boring. It got so boring that Melissa increased her potions consumption during that time. Fortunately, Amanda had called her. It was nice to have a change of pace occasionally. "I see." It took Amanda some time to reply. The look on her face as she gazed at Melissa was still odd. Melissa's cocked her head a little. "What's wrong?" The way Amanda was staring at her made her feel weird. What's wrong with her? It was then that Amanda spoke. Her next words caused Melissa's face to harden. "It's just that you reminded me of Ren when you were talking about destroying the guilds." What? With her mouth agape, Melissa's body started to shake. Did she just say what I think she just said? Staring at the map in front of her, Melissa had a sudden urge to destroy even more. I remind her of him. Hell no. This was her worst nightmare. Her eyes eventually narrowed tightly as her teeth clenched. Out of all the people you had to compare me to, you chose him. Sorry. Amanda apologized. That said, she didn't seem to be sorry at all. Rather, she had a look filled with pity. Melissa's fist clenched. Thanks for ruining my mood. Slapping the table, Melissa took out a potion. Gulp. Carefully staring at it, there was an audible gulp in the room. Shit, I just took it out of habit. Clenching the potion tightly, Melissa grit her teeth as she forced herself to put the potion away. She had promised herself to control her potion's intake. Standing up, she forced a smile. Amanda, if you ever plan on doing something as fun like this again, do call me. I will come in a heartbeat. Turning around, Melissa glanced in Maxwell's way before heading for the door. Seriously. Along the way, she whispered in a barely audible voice. She was clearly still salty about Amanda's words. If it was someone who copied someone, it would have been him copying me. In the first place, I'm the one with the twisted personality. In spite of the whispers, Amanda still heard every one of her words. At least she knows. Scratching the side of her cheek, Amanda's eyes lingered toward the area Melissa previously stood. She then shook her head and glanced in Maxwell's way. You've heard everything, you can report this to the elders. Report to me whether they approve of my arrangements or not. Understood. Maxwell bowed down politely. As Maxwell was about to leave, he thought of something and called Amanda. Young miss. Yes. Scratching the tip of his nose, a faint smile spread across his face. I couldn't help but overhear the conversation between the two of you, and I just wanted to add something. Halfway through his sentence, Amanda's head cocked a little as her delicate brow raised. What is it? Both of you had the same look on your faces when I entered the room. Amanda's face stiffened. But Maxwell had already left before she could ask him to elaborate. Clank. With the sound of the door closing, silence enveloped the room. Caught off guard, Amanda didn't know how to reply as she touched her lips and muttered. Did I really look like him? Honestly, she had mixed feelings about this. Especially since this was one of his weirdest traits. HAAA. With a long, tired sigh, Amanda opened the drawer next to her and pulled out a small, glowing orb. Leaning back in her chair, she gazed at the ceiling while whispering to herself. Father, how are you doing? And the winner of this match is White Reaper, who is now ineligible to fight against the current overlord. Hearing the demonist's voice, I turned my gaze away from the crowd before staring at a figure in the distance. It was my opponent. Upon making sure that he was done for, I proceeded to head back to my room. As a result of beating Lightning Dragon and Silvermoon forfeiting, I became the Duke Bracket's Emperor. In addition, I had just defeated the King Bracket's current Emperor, qualifying me to fight the Overlord. The Blood Prince. The battle was hard fought, but I inevitably became the winner. If I had to be honest, fighting against the King-Emperor was a lot easier than Lightning Dragon. Lightning Dragon was just a force of nature. The strength with which he had fought left me shaken even now. Regardless, Lightning Dragon aside, it would soon be my turn to take on the current overlord. Edward. The plan was of course for me to win. This was a must. Only by beating can I fight against the Duke. I knew better than anyone else that the Duke's rank would not be suppressed during the fight, even though the Duke should theoretically have his rank suppressed. Congratulations on your victory. Entering the arena tunnel, I was greeted by a familiar figure. It was Edward. My eyes narrowed immediately as soon as I spotted him. What do you want? I asked in a rather cold voice. Of course, this was merely acting on my part. With a shrug of his shoulders, Edward glanced my way. I was just congratulating you on your victory. Oh. You only care about that now. What about when I first visited you? A smirk slowly pulled on my lips. Don't tell me that you're only visiting me now because you're afraid. Drawing closer, my voice deepened. Afraid of me possibly beating you. Gotta say, I can probably make a good villain. I thought as I continued spewing third-rate villain quotes. For the sake of it, I threw whatever I could think of. Wash your neck. Edward's face changed at my words. I only respect the strong. I don't respect cowardly people who want to leech off of me. That's why I kicked you out. He's not bad either. His quotes were rather cheesy, but this was exactly what I was aiming for as I spat toward my right. Courting death. Scoffing at him, I took a couple of steps forward before placing my hand over his shoulder. Firmly gripping his shoulder, I hatefully spat. For your sake, when the two of us meet in the arena, you better lose. I don't want to kill you. Just as I began to say the first part of the sentence, I made sure to apply more pressure to my index finger. I was trying to convey to him the hidden meaning in my words. You better lose. Smack. After smacking my hand away, Edward subtly nodded his head and glared at me coldly. Looks like I was mistaken about you. Before I could say anything else, he directly turned around and left. Seemingly having lost all interest in me. Just you wait. I spat through my gnashed teeth as I glared in Edward's direction. Chapter 528, Overlord, 2. Inside the tunnel leading to the arena, a soft and groggy voice echoed. Are you ready? The voice came from Silvermoon, who was checking on me. Her face had become quite sunken since the last time I had seen her, and she also didn't seem to be in the right state of mind. She was clearly still unable to cope with the loss of Silverstar. She was essentially a dead woman walking. The only reason she was here was to see my fight against Edward, the man that took her husband's life. As I stepped away from her, I could hear the crowd's loud cheers behind me. Without turning around, I replied. You don't have to worry about that. I will win the fight. I wasn't lying about this. I wasn't going to lose the fight. In the wake of my meeting with Edward, it was now my turn to face him. There was already a palpable excitement in the crowd's cheers, which were getting louder by the minute. The atmosphere around me was boiling. In the meantime, Silvermoon, who was standing beside me, also sensed the weird atmosphere and took a step back. Okay. I've already helped you the best way I could. I hope you can keep your promise. You can count on that. It was at that moment. Clank. The gates of the arena started to slowly open up, revealing the vast arena in the distance. The crowd cheers intensified, and my shoulders relaxed. Here goes nothing. Taking a deep breath, I took a step into the arena. I don't know how to feel about this. Despite the passive face he wore, Edward's thoughts were complicated as he stood in the middle of the arena. Having spoken with him yesterday, he understood what the outcome of today's match would be. His inevitable loss. But there were two problems with this. One, he had to lose believably. Everything they had been working on would go up in smoke if he lost in an obvious manner. But for this part, he wasn't too worried. Considering his strength, he does indeed have a chance of beating me. Especially if he has that device. His eyes paused on the bracelet in his hand. Ren would have an easier time winning if he had a device to turn off his suppressor. Even then. That wasn't what worried Edward. I'm still on the fence about this. What worried him was how trustworthy he was. He had only met him once in his life, and he didn't know him well. Although he probably saved me from losing to Silverstar, I still don't trust him completely. Edward couldn't be blamed for this. Having spent as much time as he did in the arena and demon realm, he had long lost the ability to trust anyone easily. Had Ren not revealed who he was, Edward would have probably ignored his words. Furthermore, the strength he displayed really shocked him. And this was a point of concern for him. Just how much can a person change in such little time? He really was completely different from the person he had once met in the past. Was he really someone he could trust? But I don't really have a choice. A bitter smile spread across Edward's face as he thought of his other choices. In light of his realization that the games were rigged, Edward knew that he could only play along with whatever he was planning. He was going to lose, either way, so he may as well just bet everything he had on the possibility that brought him the highest chance of escaping. He simply didn't have a choice. Clank. In that moment, the gates on the other side of the arena opened and a familiar figure emerged. An expression of calm, devoid of any emotions, was accompanied by white hair and two eyes of deep blue color. White Reaper, or Ren, finally came out to the arena. The calm echo of his footsteps filled the entire arena as he walked toward him. There was an immediate pause in everyone's gaze as he walked in Edward's direction. Heavy tension descended down the arena. White Reaper's footsteps soon stopped in front of Edward, and their eyes met. Staring back into them, Edward slowly closed his eyes. Whatever was around him, whether it was the crowd or the noise coming from them, immediately disappeared as soon as he closed his eyes. At that very moment, in his mind, there was only an image of Ren standing opposite him. He could also feel a faint presence standing next to him. In the moment, he was only focused on studying his opponent opposite him as no other sound entered his ears. He could also feel the presence of someone else, but he made sure to pay no mind to it. It was probably the demoness who always appeared. Red at the beginning of the match. Extending his hand, a blood-red spear materialized in his hands. A powerful red glow enveloped the spear as he tightly grasped it with both hands, all the mana inside of him bursting out like a broken dam. Taking a deep breath, he slowly took a stance and opened his eyes again. A moment later, his gaze met Ren's. While their eyes met, Ren similarly took a stance and placed his right hand over his sword's hilt. A surge of powerful mana erupted from out of his body. Even if I do end up losing, I should do a good job at making it look like I put up a good fight. Edward thought to himself as he focused all of his mana toward the tip of his spear. You may fight. It was at that moment that the demoness' voice echoed out. Edward was quick to take action. The moment he heard the demoness' voice, he took a step forward and mercilessly thrust his spear in Ren's direction. From the spear, a blood-red wave resembling a small tsunami erupted, before quickly heading in Ren's direction. Click. At the same time he stabbed his spear, he heard a subtle clicking sound coming from Ren's direction. Fast. Edward thought as he found Ren's sword already reaching out for him. It was at that moment that Edward realized that his attack wouldn't make it before Ren's sword would reach him. KHH. Gritting his teeth, Edward twisted his torso and moved the spear shaft toward his right side. Clank. A loud metallic ring echoed throughout the whole arena as Ren's sword came into contact with Edward's spear. From the point of contact between the two weapons, circular pressurized wind gales were released, spreading out throughout the whole arena. But it was then that Ren did something completely out of Edward's expectations. With his sword still pushing against Edward's spear, Ren's back arched and he punched out toward Edward's direction using his left hand. What in the? It was clear that Ren's actions confused Edward, who had originally thought that Ren was going to fight him with a sword, but despite his surprise, he reacted quickly by raising his free hand. But right as he was about to move his arm, he felt something hard press against his arm. It was a small translucent ring. When did that get there? Edward's eyes opened a little as he grit his teeth and exerted more force on his arm, finally breaking through the ring and placing his arm next to his face. Bang. Upon making contact with Ren's fist, Edward was pushed a couple of steps back. Before he could stabilize his body, Ren had already reached him. Raising his fist, he punched out again. As he punched, a thin green veil of mana covered his fist, allowing him to break through the sound barrier. Bang. His fist was followed by several rings bursting from behind him as he struck out. Unable to use his spear due to his awkward positioning, Edward could only use the shaft of his spear to block the punch. Edward's movements were slightly hindered as 4 rings formed on each end of the spear precisely when he tried to block the attack. KHHH. It was only a slight hindrance, but it was enough for Ren to take advantage and land a clean hit on Edward. Bang. The moment Ren's fist connected with Edward's face, Edward found his body getting pushed back. Again. But before his body could be pushed, he felt something press against his back. He didn't even need to look to understand what it was. It was another darned ring. Ren's figure appeared before him. More and more rings appeared from behind him, as they hovered around his fist. Bang. Bang. From that moment, all the crowd could do was watch as Ren's fist continuously punched Edward in every part of his body. With every one of his actions getting blocked by one of his rings, Edward could only watch as Ren's fist continue to connect with his face and body. Although they didn't particularly hurt too much, the damage was slowly starting to accumulate, and so was Edward's annoyance. Hup! Letting out a short cry, a wave of powerful mana suddenly erupted from out of his body, completely enveloping the arena. As a result of his sudden actions, Ren was forced to take a couple of steps back. Glaring in his direction, Edward massaged his right cheek. Firmly gripping the shaft of the spear, Edward took a step forward and took a deep breath. Ooh! While calming down his mind, he focused on drawing the mana of his body toward the tip of his spear as a terrifying bloodlust surged from him, enveloping the arena. The moment Edward released his bloodthirst, Ren's face turned extremely solemn. However, if one looked closely, they'd be able to notice a subtle smirk on his face. He slowly took a stance and a powerful wave of mana also started to erupt out of his body. Although it wasn't as powerful and dense as Edward's, it was still noticeable to the crowd. You've got to be shitting me. Edward also noticed this as his shoulders almost dropped on the spot. Of course, he could only curse inwardly as his face remained as serious as ever on the outside. Grasping the shaft of his spear with all of his strength, Edward slowly thrusted it in Ren's direction. His movements caused a large blood-red funnel to form at the tip of his spear, sucking all the mana that was in the air. There was a noticeable brightening of the glow surrounding the spear. At the same time this was happening, Ren's face, which was as serious as it could have ever been, twitched as he pulled away at his sword. Click. Different lines formed in the air, and the ground began to split. Edward, who was standing not too far from Ren, felt needle-like stings start all over his body as the air around him distorted. Although the pain wasn't too intense, it still made his subsequent movements more difficult. Even so, he Owly released every ounce of mana he had accumulated inside his spear, and shot it towards Ren. Just as all the mana inside his body was about to escape through his spear, he felt a bolt of electricity come from the right side of his hand, where the suppressor was, and he quickly lost contact with his mana. Although Edward's slip of mana was only momentary, the result was disastrous, as he suddenly found this accumulated mana running rampant, resulting in his spear shaking uncontrollably. In an instant, most of the mana he had accumulated for his spear dissipated, and a thunderous noise filled the arena. Boom. Chapter 529, Overlord, 3. My eyes were glued to Edward's body, which was lying on the ground. In my ears, the noise from the crowd was drowned out. During that moment, I had all my attention focused on Edward. It wasn't until I saw his chest move that I finally relaxed. He was still alive. As he lay on the ground with his eyes wide open, staring at the red sky of the arena, his body was anything but fine. Taking a deep breath and inwardly praying, I put the device back in my dimensional space and closed my eyes. I hope Amanda does not find out about this. If she found out I beat up her father. Shivers ran down my spine. Yeah, let's hope that does not happen. What demon king? She would probably finish me before that happened. Well, I didn't think she would go that far, but I still didn't care to find out what would happen. Keeping this secret under the grave was a sacred duty. Ha! I exhaled, and slowly opened my eyes. As I opened my eyes again, I felt everyone's gaze pause on me. A pin-drop silence filled the arena grounds as none of the spectators spoke. I then glanced toward the right. Nevertheless, I was surprised to find that the demoness had not appeared yet. She was usually punctual. Where is she? I wondered to myself as I glanced around the place. It didn't take long for her to appear, as her figure appeared next to me shortly thereafter. Ah, there she is. Her eyes alternated between Edward and me as she hung open-mouthed. Eventually, she began to announce the match's result. The look on her face never changed as she spoke. It was still filled with shock. And the winner of the match is White Reaper, officially dethroning the Blood Prince from his overlord position, and thereby becoming the new overlord. It wasn't long before her words deeply echoed throughout the whole arena. During a brief pause, the crowd and spectators digested the information before erupting into cheers. The stadium started shaking as the cheers grew louder. It was that loud. My attention briefly focused on Edward's direction before I turned around and moved toward the metallic gates in the distance. My job is done, I should get prepared for the big event that is coming soon. It was about time I returned home. Not bad. Duke Azunaka's face was tinged with a faint curl as he watched White Reaper's figure slowly exit the arena. The more he looked at him, the more pleased he became as he mumbled softly. He did not make the same mistake as the other one. Recalling what had happened with Sylvestar, the Duke shook his head with evident disappointment. He was a good seedling. An obedient one. It was unfortunate that he had failed his mission. If only he hadn't been that useless. Well, this one isn't all too bad. While observing White Reaper from above, Duke Azunaka's lips opened enough to reveal a set of yellow teeth. At a first glance, he looks pretty obedient. Of course, that was merely on the outside. From that simple request he had asked, Duke Azunak had already come to the conclusion that he wasn't one that could be tamed. You wanted to challenge me? The smile on his face deepened as he slowly turned around. A pity. He muttered under his breath. What makes you willingly choose to kill yourself like that? Did he really believe that he could escape after seeing what he had done to Edward? In spite of the fact that he could have lived a few more years, he became greedy and decided to challenge him directly. What a terrible mistake on his part. A true pity that I have to kill him. Wiping his mouth with his hand, he proceeded to head out of the room. It was time for him to reap his rewards. It's time, don't you think? Coming back to my room, the first thing that greeted me was my other self. Glancing around the place, I didn't answer. It wasn't that I didn't want to, but the place was definitely under surveillance. Every one of my movements was being closely monitored, and given that I couldn't speak to him inside of my mind, I could only keep my mouth shut. Fully aware of my circumstances, he continued speaking. Your next match won't be like all the other matches that you've experienced. You should be aware of this. Meeting his line of sight, I subtly nodded my head. I know. Of course, I knew. While my next opponent was just as skilled as Edward, he was actually coming at me with the intent of killing me, unlike Edward, who came with a completely different mindset. Furthermore, I was fully aware of the fact that he wasn't going to be honest with his rank, as he would only pretend to wear a suppressor. He had most likely planned on killing me during the fight. As if the Duke would ever let himself lose in front of his city. That would be the biggest humiliation in his life. I admit, your skills are more than enough to fight against the Duke had he been suppressed. With everything that I've taught you over the past 4 months, this should be natural. Unfortunately. He paused mid-sentence, and silence enveloped the room. I didn't need him to finish his sentence to understand what he was trying to imply. It was then that he continued. He won't be wearing a suppressor, and if that's the case, you stand no chance at beating him. Your only choice is to lend me your body. Staring in his direction, I didn't say anything. Rather, my thoughts were quite complicated. I still don't trust him. I knew that despite helping me over the course of 4 months, he had done it for his own benefit. He wasn't doing it for the sake of doing it. Novelful.co. I understood this point as I took advantage of this. He also knew this. But there was only a problem. I was still unclear about his real motive. Was it just to kill the Demon King and get rid of his curse? But what exactly was this curse he was talking about? Was it perhaps the fact that time would repeatedly loop for him, or was it something else? I wasn't sure. Whenever I tried asking him, he would always keep his lips tied. His silence seemed forced. It felt as though someone or something was stopping him from saying anything. Were they perhaps the weird chains? This was most likely the case. Regardless, putting all of these unanswered questions aside, I still didn't feel comfortable with the idea of him taking over my body. You're thinking too much. It'll be just like when you use Monarch's indifference. It won't make a difference. The moment he said those words, I cocked my head forward and gave him a stare. Back then I didn't know you were the one controlling me. Seemingly being able to understand my thoughts, he shrugged his shoulders. You still allowed me to control your body not too long ago, when we were in that dungeon. What difference does it make now? Are you really that confident in defeating a Duke-ranked demon that could potentially use his power at any second without warning and kill you? As he stared deeply into my eyes, he paused for a brief moment before continuing. Let me tell you something. Regardless of how many times you want to die, or how many times you die, you will never die. That is your fate. Drawing closer to me, his ice-cold eyes looked down at me. I'll repeat this again, I'm not interested in taking your body. But, it is within my best interest that you don't die, Anne. Extending his hand, he pointed his finger toward my chest. It is within your best interest if you don't die. Clank. 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 Chains were being pulled inside a small cell, creating a loud rattling sound. Ugh. After awakening from his groggy state, Edward glanced toward the other side of the cell and saw a figure standing there. Blinking a couple of times to get a better look at the figure hiding beneath the shadows of the room, his eyes sharpened. Clenching his teeth, he hatefully spat. Duke Azonek. It's been a while since we've seen each other. A sinister voice replied back. It was none other than Duke Azonek, who smiled widely. You should already have an idea as to why I'm here. Edward's eyes narrowed. Of course, he knew why he was here. It was the most obvious answer. You want to sign a demon contract with me. Why else would he still be alive if not for this reason? You're quick to catch on. The Duke stretched out his hand and materialized a thin piece of paper that glowed a faint purple hue. Flipping the paper around and gazing at its contents, he asked. I've heard that you've been missing your daughter quite a lot. Clank. A strong chain-pulling sound echoed throughout the cell as Edward bared his teeth. In a fit of rage, he shouted. Don't talk about my daughter. Whoa. Jokingly moving back, a teasing smile spread across Duke Azanaka's face as he raised both hands. How about you let me finish my sentence? I don't care. Edward hatefully spat as he glared his way. Duke Azanak ignored him and went straight to the point. If you sign this contract, you will be a free man. The moment those words escaped from the Duke's mouth, Edward stopped struggling. With an incredulous look on his face, he gazed in the Duke's direction. What did you just say? You heard me right the first time. With a flick of his fingers, the contract flew in Edward's direction before magically stopping right in front of him. I'll soon be fighting against White Reaper. By the time it takes for me to beat him, I want to know your answer. It was then that he turned around and proceeded to head out of the room, leaving no room for Edward to talk. Clank. The door soon closed shut, and silence enveloped the room. Gazing at the contract that was laying down on the ground, Edward's face pulled into a wry smile. Recalling the events of the day prior, the corner of his lips twitched. He really did me dirty. For him to have attacked right as he was about to finish his own attack. Couldn't he have at least made it seem so not one-sided? Ugh. Just thinking about the fight caused Edward's face to darken a little. He said he knew Amanda, right? Somehow, Edward suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He just couldn't explain what it was. Chapter 530, Taking Control, 1. Hoo. My body rose and fell as I breathed in and out. With sweat trickling down my body, I slowly closed my eyes and continued doing the same motion. Alongside it, I made sure to carefully move the mana around my body. Are you ready? It was then that a voice echoed inside the room. I promptly ignored the voice. Lowering my body once more, I flexed my muscles and only stopped once my chest and nose touched the floor before moving. My movement was very slow. Slow to the point that my muscles started to sting with each movement. It was only after I completed the movement that I finally stood up. Taking a clean towel, I cleaned my body. Warms up done. Clank. 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 Detaching 4 large bracelets from my arms, I put them away. Knock. Knock. It was exactly at this moment that I heard a knocking sound coming from the other side of the room. Overlord, get ready. Your match is about to begin. Okay. Massaging my shoulders, I leaned and stretched my neck. What's your choice? The same voice from before spoke. As I glanced in his direction, my eyes paused. Eventually, I nodded my head and mumbled. Okay. Good choice. A smile began to spread on my other self's face. I'm starting to think that this was part of his plans. I was honestly still strongly opposed to the idea of having him take over my body, but after taking everything into consideration, and realizing that the Duke could use his true strength at any moment and kill me, I realized that I had no choice but to accept his offer. It sucks, but I'm still too inexperienced to face a Duke-ranked demon. Clank. Jolting me out of my thoughts, the door to the room opened up, revealing several figures standing behind. As soon as the door fully opened, one of the demons asked, "Are you ready?" Yes. Nodding my head, I took a step forward. Walking shoulder to shoulder with me was my other self. With the same emotionless expression, he muttered. Be sure to pay close attention to everything I do. I will show you the true depth of your strength. Without saying anything, I opened my mouth and softly mumbled. Monarch's indifference. In spite of the fact that he had only been defeated a week ago, Lightning Dragon could not believe what he was seeing. The Duke against White Reaper. Lightning Dragon was still having a hard time processing the information as he stepped onto one of the platforms overlooking the arena. He already had a hard time figuring out how he had been able to beat the current overlord. He's strong, yes, but from what I've seen, the overlord should still be a bit stronger even if his rank is suppressed. Thanks to his eyes, Lightning Dragon was able to somewhat gauge how strong an opponent someone was. Comparing White Reaper to the Blood Prince, there was still a bit of a gap between the two. For him to have won that easily, as expected of the person who beat me, he sure had many surprises up his sleeve. Particularly with regards to his upcoming battle with the Duke, which took the whole arena and city by storm. For the first time in a very long time, the Duke was finally going to make an appearance. The arena couldn't have been any fuller as it was packed to the brim. It was at that moment. I'm sure everyone here has already heard of the event that's currently happening. The Demoness finally made his appearance. The crowd instantly quieted down. As the demons eagerly gazed at the arena below, the only sound heard was their rough breathing. The atmosphere was heated, and all the demons wanted to do at the moment was catch a glimpse of the Duke. A supreme being whom the arena and city were under the watchful eye of. For him to finally make an appearance. All the demons couldn't contain their excitement. They wanted nothing else but to see him crush the current overlord, White Reaper. They didn't really have hard feelings against him, but he was the Duke. Of course, they would root for him. Lightning Dragon's eyes squinted as he gazed at the audience. Their thoughts were so easy to read. It was at that moment. Please let us welcome the Duke. As the gates at the far end of the arena slowly opened, the Demoness' crisp and pleasant voice echoed throughout the entire arena. From that point forward, everyone stopped breathing. A lustrous set of black hair, 2 large horns that protruded from the side of his forehead, and a presence that instantly overtook the entire arena. Duke Azonek stepped into the arena. His every movement attracted the attention of all spectators and demons alike. Talk. Talk. The calm echo of his footsteps resounded throughout the whole arena. It wasn't long before he stopped in the middle of the arena. There was a calm look on his face as he gazed toward the other end of the arena. A brief moment of silence was followed by loud cheers, which shook the entire arena. Duke. Duke Azonek. Beat him up. Those screaming for him at the top of their lungs sounded borderline fanatical. In spite of this, Duke Azonek appeared to be enjoying the cheers as he basked in them calmly. Soon, a faint curl began to spread across the Duke's face. Meanwhile, at the top of one of the platforms. The device. Lightning Dragon's eyes opened wide as he gazed at the device that the Duke was wearing. Channeling his mana toward his eyes, Lightning Dragon's eyes sharpened. It's not on. Lightning Dragon's eyes were special. Not only could they allow him to detect the general flow of mana in the air, but they could also allow him to track down the general flow of energy in the air. Whether it was mana, demonic energy, or aura, he could see through it all. For him to not detect any energy coming out of the Duke's suppressor, he knew that it wasn't on. Upon realizing this, he came up with one conclusion. He's planning on killing him. The Duke was planning on killing White Reaper. Lightning Dragon's face changed completely once he learned of this as he pressed both hands on the window of the platform. Shit, I should have told him earlier. The main reason why Lightning Dragon never once chose to become the next overlord was that he knew from the very beginning that the matches were fixed. With his all-seeing eyes, this was only to be expected. Well, that and the fact that he was too lazy to even consider the idea of fighting over 100 weak contestants. If he wanted to escape, he could do it without the need to defeat the Duke, hence why he never saw the appeal. Furthermore, he already knew from the very moment that he had heard the rules that it was practically impossible to escape from the arena. I mean, what kind of Duke would ever put their reputation on the line in front of so many demons? As if they would ever let themselves loose. And on the other side of the arena, we have his opponent. Someone whose rise could be described as nothing short of a miracle. Within a span of a single month, he managed to accomplish something that the contestants had never been able to accomplish in the past, and that is to fight against the current Duke. Welcome the current overlord, White Reaper. Clank. The moment her words faded, The gates on the other side of the arena slowly opened up, revealing a familiar figure that everyone had seen in the past. But the moment he appeared, Lightning Dragon's face hardened. Opening and closing his mouth multiple times, a cold chill swept his body. What? When he raised his hand to touch his face, he felt a wet sensation. Unknowingly, his body started to tremble as he took a step back and mumbled. Who is he? That wasn't the White Reaper he had fought in the past. He was someone else. Someone much scarier. There was a familiar smell of blood and ashiness, a familiar sight, a familiar noise. Standing in the middle of the arena with Duke Azanok opposite me, I was able to feel all my senses. But I couldn't move my body. Like I've promised, here is your match. Thank you. My mouth opened on its own. It was the other me controlling my body. The contestants, please get ready. The demoness voice rang throughout the stadium. In response to her voice, my body moved a few steps back, stopping when I was about 10 meters away from Duke Azanok. It was then that a voice entered my head. Make sure you memorize everything that I'm about to do. From my mana flow to everything that I do. Don't miss anything. Without answering the voice, I sharpened my focus and made sure to feel every sensation that was currently happening within my body. From mana flow to muscle movements. Alternating her gaze between the Duke and me, the demoness asked. Are the two contestants ready? A heavy silence descended on the arena as the crowd stopped speaking. Taking note of this silence, the demoness soon lowered her hand and announced the beginning of the fight. You may fight. Immediately following her words, Duke Azanok disappeared. Watch carefully. At the same time, Duke Azanok's figure moved, and my hand instinctively moved toward the right side of my head. Time slowed for a brief moment as my other self activated Eyes of Kronos. He would speed up and slow down the effects of the skill in short bursts. This repeated 5 times before he deactivated the skill altogether. Time returned to its usual flow. Bang. With a loud banging sound echoing throughout the arena, my right palm began to hurt. How did he do that? Then from the corner of my eye, I caught sight of Duke Azanok. In the blink of an eye, his fist had already hurled toward my right temple. However, that wasn't what surprised me. What surprised me was how my other self was able to block such a fast attack. With the palm of his hand, he somehow managed to catch the fist. Not bad. I wasn't the only one surprised, as the Duke also seemed surprised. With a flap of his wings, his figure disappeared once again. With a casual glance, my other self took a step forward. He repeated the same thing he did in the past. Swoosh. At the exact moment he stepped forward, Duke Azanok's fist flew past. Once again missing. Turning around to glance in the Duke's way, my other self started to speak. If there's something that you've been underutilizing, it's the moment he was about to complete his sentence, I felt my torso twist and I threw my fist behind me. Bang. With a loud banging sound, I felt my fist connect to something. It took me a couple of seconds to realize what that something was. It was the Duke's head. Tilting slightly as a result of the force of my fist, his expression died with absolute shock as his eyes opened widely. This whole arena was in a state of pin-drop silence. In spite of that, my other self completed the sentence without a care in the world. Chip inside of your head. Chapter 531, Taking Control, 2. The chip inside of my head, what is he talking about? I always used the chip inside of my head. In the split second that Eyes of Kronos was activated, I wouldn't have been able to think if it weren't for the chip. Was there another function of the chip that I did not know about? If there was, I wasn't aware of it. It was then that the other me spoke. My attention once again shifted. Pay attention one more time. With his words fading, the Duke's body stumbled backward. This came as a result of the previous punch. As he stabilized his body, there was no longer any look of shock on his face, and in its place was an impassive and unreadable expression. In front of the silent audience, he attempted to keep a straight face. His figure disappeared once more as he expanded his wings, casting a large shadow over the arena. This time, his movements were clearly different. It was a lot faster than before. But bang dash. The results were the same. Walkack. Casually elbowing the right side, the Duke's body reappeared. It was only a casual elbow, but it was that casual elbow that caused his eyes to widen and his stomach to cave in. A glob of spittle flew towards my face, but my face remained unchanged. Did you manage to see? The echo of his voice reverberated throughout my mind. Finding it difficult to digest what had happened, it took a while for me to answer back. But I eventually did. I have. While the answer was quite easy, it was the concept that I found difficult to grasp. Or even accept it as something that a human was remotely possible of achieving. Observe everything. From muscle movement to the direction that feet and bodies point, and eye movement. Connecting everything together. Lowering my hand, I pressed my thumb against the hilt of my sword. The moment I did that, the Duke once again decided to move. But. Click dash. Shifting my body ever so slightly toward the right, a subtle clicking sound resonated throughout the arena. Following the sound, the whole arena froze as the Duke's figure once again materialized in front of me. A gaping hole appeared on the right side of his chest. You will be able to predict their movements. Drip. Drip. It was only the sound of blood dripping on the ground that echoed throughout the arena. Drip. 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 Trying to comprehend what had happened, the Duke's head rose and fell repeatedly as he stared at his right chest. Throughout the silence, my mouth opened. What a pity. A fluke. A simple and miraculous fluke. It's the only way to explain it. The Duke thought as he kept denying the reality that was presented before his eyes. There was simply no way for someone whose rank was weaker than his to be able to hit him. Impossible. Although he was suppressed, he was still a Duke-ranked demon. A Duke-ranked demon. An existence that was supposed to stand at the apex of all worlds. A figure who had the ability to squash counts with a simple wave of his hand. Or at least that was how things were supposed to be. Drip. Drip. But, as he heard the sound of his own blood dripping toward the ground, he started to question this notion. How is this possible? His only memory was moving one step before feeling a sharp pain on the right side of his body. Raising his hand to cover his wound, Duke Azanok raised his head. From that moment on, he could see all the stares coming from the participants above. They stared at him with obvious shock on their faces. But that wasn't all. While whispering among themselves, they also displayed a clear sense of disappointment. Is the Duke only this strong? Is he really weaker than that human? He is playing around, right? They tried to be faint with their voices, but as the whispers grew, so did the noise, and their voices were heard by the Duke, whose face twisted savagely. Shut up. How dare you? He wanted to shout at the top of his lungs toward the crowd. But out of sheer willpower, he managed to stop himself. The situation was still salvageable. As he raised his head to stare at his opponent, the Duke stared deeply into his eyes. Huh. But the moment their eyes met, the Duke suddenly felt a chill run down his body as he subconsciously took a step back. There was no avoiding the audience's observation, who became noisier as the performance progressed. Did you see that? The Duke took a step back. Is the Duke actually scared? This is pathetic. Oh.co. The Duke heard more and more voices inside of his head with each passing second. All he could hear were voices at this point. But despite all of the voices against him, Duke Azanaka's focus was somewhere else. Staring at his trembling arms, he stuttered. Am I scared? That sensation he felt when he looked at him in the eyes. Was it really a fluke? Or was he just imagining things? When he glanced once again at White Reaper, the sensation he felt before vanished the moment his eyes met. A fluke. The Duke thought to himself. Yes. It had to be a fluke. How could someone that wasn't even Duke rank scare him? Impossible. It's probably because of all the voices around me. There was simply no other explanation. Ooh. Taking a deep breath, Duke Azanok calmed himself down. Drowning out the noise coming from the arena, he slowly started to channel his demonic energy. If count rank doesn't work, I will just take it up a notch. Slowly adjusting his rank in an unnoticeable way, he took a step forward and his vision warped. Reappearing in front of White Reaper, he extended his hand and clawed his head. Compared to before, his movements were incomparably faster. Within a split second, his hand was already nearing White Reaper's head. It was so close, just a couple of inches away, but... The Duke's face sank as White Reaper managed to avoid the attack by moving his head back by a narrow margin. Even so, he did manage to graze him just a little bit as a red line traced alongside his cheek. Swoosh dash. Feeling something hurl at him from below, the Duke twisted his body. He too was able to avoid the attack. At the same time he avoided the attack, he raised his head and proceeded to sweep his leg in a whipping motion, hurtling it towards White Reaper's head. Bang dash. His leg was connected. To the Duke's disappointment, his leg came into contact with his arm, which was raised to block his head. The Duke gritted his teeth and tried again. However, as he was trying to shift his body, the Duke suddenly found a hand grasping his foot. Without giving him a chance to react, an open palm came toward his head. A sense of doom rose within the Duke's mind as he watched the hand reach out for his head. Demonic energy erupted from his body as he twisted his body at a strange angle and swung his other foot toward his opponent's head with its back heel. As he performed this movement, he made sure to keep his gaze focused on his opponent. This led him to notice a slight change in White Reaper's expression, as his lips slowly curled into a grin and his left hand shot toward the side of his head. Fuck. By the time the Duke realized he had been baited into doing such a move, it was already too late. Bang dash. With a loud banging sound, the Duke suddenly felt a hand grasp his other leg. Suddenly, he found himself being thrown up in the air before being thrown down with tremendous force. Bang dash. Crashing into the ground, sand swept into the air as a crater formed beneath him. In addition, the Duke felt a great deal of pain running down his back as he struggled to open his mouth. The impact was so powerful that he didn't even have time to groan. Again. A voice echoed in his ears. By the time he realized what his words meant, his body had once again been flung toward the air. Bang dash. It's not him. After staring at the white-haired figure in the middle of the arena for a few moments, Lightning Dragon came to this conclusion. It can't be him. It was hard to describe the scene that he was seeing. If he had to use a word, it would have to be a one-sided beatdown. Bang dash. Bang dash. Bang dash. An ear-piercing bang continued to reverberate throughout the arena. It was the sound created by White Reaper repeatedly flinging the Duke's body toward the ground. How could Lightning Dragon think otherwise if that was all he heard and saw? With each swing of his arms, the Duke's body would come crushing down toward the ground, deepening the already formed crater formed from the first impact. The sight. It was something that was being deeply engraved in the eyes of all spectators present as an immaculate silence enveloped the arena grounds. But that wasn't what concerned Lightning Dragon. His concern was that the White Reaper on stage wasn't the one he had fought. His mana control, it's completely different from when we fought. In addition, he moves a lot more efficiently than in the past. Every one of his movements seems to be perfectly calculated, and, His thoughts paused for a second. Leaning his body closer, his eyes opened widely as he pressed his hand on the window to get a better look at the fight. Wait. His eyes slowly started to enlarge. That. Opening and closing his mouth, his face paled as he came to a sudden realization. He's standing where he was at the beginning of the fight. No, rather, he was only one step ahead of where he previously stood. This. Who in the world was this? Was he really the White Reaper he had once fought? Impossible. Lightning Dragon shook his head. The undeniable reality in front of him shook him to the core. It was at that moment. Enough. He was jolted out of his thoughts by a powerful voice that swept across the entire arena. In response to the voice, a tremendous amount of energy suddenly erupted from the middle of the arena, throwing White Reaper's body back before his figure soon crashed into the other side of the arena. Bang dash. All the spectators clung to their necks in an attempt to breathe under the suffocating pressure. Duke Azunaka's body emerged from the deep crater. His eyes were a deep shade of red, and his body was all dirted up and messy. Glaring in White Reaper's direction, the aura coming out of his body slowly kept on increasing. It didn't take long for a Duke-ranked pressure to emerge from his body. Some of the demons' bodies burst into pieces after his sudden aura release. It was that oppressive. But he didn't seem to care as he slowly moved in the direction of where White Reaper crashed, which was at the moment covered by a large cloud of dust. With a wave of the Duke's hand, the dust swept and White Reaper's figure reappeared. Swoosh dash. Sitting on the ground with his back up against the arena wall, White Reaper's head was lowered. The Duke's body began to tingle with bloodlust as he stared at him. He was going in for the kill. However, what he didn't notice, along with the rest of the spectators in the arena apart from Lightning Dragon, was the upward pulling of the edges of White Reaper's lips. Opening his mouth, he slowly mouthed something. Limit Breaker. Chapter 532, Taking Control, 3. Time stopped. The world within my vision came to a halt. From the crowd to the noise. The only thing that stood in front of me was Duke Azonek. Carefully placing my hand on the ground, my body slowly stood up. In parallel with this, Duke Azoneka's face changed dramatically. In a mutter, he opened his mouth. "Why, you were hiding your strength." He slowly took a step back. He appeared to be in shock and fear. "Not really." My mouth automatically opened and answered. "That's impossible." In a state of trembling, he screamed. "Do you really expect me to believe that you weren't hiding your strength? You call this hiding my strength?" I suddenly felt a wave of disgust wash over my body as I sensed my other self's emotions. I found my head slowly rising up. My eyes soon met with the Duke's. "Is it really worth hiding this little amount of strength?" What? While the two were conversing, I was secretly trying to grasp what was happening around me. It had to be noted that currently, time was flowing at a much faster rate than reality. For the two of them to be able to converse properly, just how fast were they? Not only that, the world around me. It looked different. Everything looked a lot more colorful as I was able to catch a glimpse of the mana in the air. There wasn't much, in fact, there was barely any mana in the air, but it was still there. Regardless, that wasn't what attracted most of my attention. Limit breaker. These words. This was the first time I had ever heard of these words, and my curiosity about them was at an all-time high. Unfortunately, I didn't have the luxury to ponder over those words as my head glanced around the frozen space, and I suddenly found my calves tensing up. My mouth soon opened. My time is limited. This amount of strength will suffice for now. Following those words, the tension within my legs disappeared. Within a split instant, I found the Duke's face right before me. Swoosh dash. Bringing my fingers together, my hand thrust toward the Duke's throat in a lightning-fast manner. However, unlike in the past, the Duke was able to react appropriately as he dodged my attack by moving his head to the side. It was by a narrow margin, but he was still able to dodge it. After that, he counterattacked with his own palm, pressing it towards my abdomen. Unfortunately for him, like an open book, his every move was clearly visible in the eyes of my other self. With a casual slap of my left hand, his palm changed course. Nevertheless, the Duke didn't give up, as he rotated his hand and demonic force burst out of his hand, forcing out a black beam that dangerously aimed at my head. It still proved to be a futile effort in the end. The only thing it took for my other self to avoid the attack was a simple movement of my head, having clearly read his movements ahead of time. The beam soon flew past the side of my ear, before piercing through the pale red clouds in the sky. The Duke's face hardened when he saw this. Clenching his teeth, he prepared to attack again, but in the blink of an eye, my hand had already reached out and grasped his arm, preventing him from doing whatever he was planning on doing. Firmly grasping his hand, my mouth then opened. "Give up." My body twitched with annoyance as I felt my other's emotions run down my body. The Duke's resistance clearly irritated him. "It's funny how you think you can actually do something to me now that we're both in the same ranks again. You couldn't do anything when we were of the same rank before, yet you think a small power-up would make a difference." My fingers pressed against Duke Azanaka's arm as I squeezed his hand. The Duke's face changed, but my hand continued to squeeze before it compressed it completely and I was able to close my hand into a fist. I could feel the bones of the demons crush inside the palm of my hands. "Don't annoy me any further." Pulling my hand back, the hand tore off of the Duke's body and blood began to slowly spill out. My other self glanced at the torn-up hand for a brief moment before throwing it behind me, only to see it stop mid-air and fall down at the same pace time was really moving at. The same could be said for the blood as it remained still in the air, slowing moving in a downward manner. Wyak. Following my action, the Duke's face twisted savagely as he screamed out loud. As he gazed toward me, a torrential wave of demonic energy burst out of his body, converging toward the top of his palm in the form of a small ball. "Oh, how dare you!" A tremendous force was pushed out as a result of his action. But as though he could read his mind, with just a casual tap of his hand, the ball flew past my head. When the ball flew past my head, I heard a voice speak inside of my head. The mana inside of my body started to circulate in an odd manner. "I'll show you one more thing before I end him. Make sure you feel how I control the mana inside of your body." A sudden gesture of his raised his hand and I felt the mana in my body expand outwardly, encompassing the entire arena. The Duke despaired at the sight. But my emotions remained empty. A gradual convergence of mana followed after this, forming a thin yet durable veil that enveloped my entire body. As armor puzzled itself around my body, it didn't take me long to figure out what was happening. Mana agglomeration. I had seen this scene once before, back when Monica was fighting the elders at the monolith. In the years since then, I had been deeply impressed with her gallant and powerful figure. My already tremendous strength multiplied many times as the armor completely encased me. My body was flooded with ecstasy. Immediately after that, my vision completely shifted without me even having a chance to rejoice at my newly gained power. As opposed to before, I could only see a series of black blobs now. There were a couple of more colorful ones inside of the arena, but that was about it. Additionally, I observed that some of the blobs were smaller than others, with the blob representing the Duke being the largest. What's this? I questioned as I tried to make out what was going on. That's not important, look properly. But my question remained unanswered as my other self spoke. Listening to his words, I sharpened my gaze and paid more attention to the blobs around me. It was then. Wait, what are the small circles in the middle of their bodies? Upon closer inspection, I observed small circular balls the size of tennis balls tucked within blobs. Additionally, they appeared to be distributed across different areas of each blob. Then it hit me. Wait, don't tell me. That's right. Those are their cores. How? My inner shock grew further upon learning of this. How was it possible for me to detect where the cores were? Wasn't that something only lightning dragon's eyes could do? Unless. It's not the same. I'm using a different method. It's up to you to figure out how I did it. Following his words, his attention quickly shifted back toward Duke Azanok. Quickly scanning the Duke's body, my eyes soon paused toward his right thigh. There was a visible paling in the Duke's face the moment he noticed my eyes pause on his thigh. He burst into dark flames as demon energy erupted from his body. My hand touched the hilt of my sword in response. When I touched the hilt of the sword, I felt my senses and strength enhance dramatically as I felt the armor around my body brighten up. The fourth movement of the Keiki-style World Splitter. A bright white light flashed. It flashed for an instant before disappearing once more. In the dim light, I could see the Duke's intact figure standing before me like a statue. A look of pure helplessness adorned his face, as his eyes widened up completely. Walking up to him, my finger pressed against the top of his head as I extended my hand. A simple tap on his forehead was all it took. Following this simple movement, the Duke's body split into many different pieces that slowly started to expand away from his body. Lowering my head, my eyes soon spotted a small black core that repeatedly pulsated. Reaching out with my fingers, I grasped the core tightly. When I grasped the core, I felt a strange sensation run through my body as a foreign force tried to enter my body. Nevertheless, my other self didn't seem bothered by it, simply waving it off as if it hadn't happened in the first place. While feeling the sensation of the core running through my body, I thought to myself, cold. The core was cold. Very cold. It felt as though I was holding a ball of ice. In that moment, my mouth opened and I muttered. 2 seconds. Blood splattered all over the arena as the remains of the Duke's body lay on the ground. Splat. 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 Silence. A stunning silence enshrouded the whole arena as I felt all eyes pause on me. Even then, I could do nothing about it as I wasn't the one in control of my body. Plack dash. Breaking the silence was a low smacking sound as my other self casually tossed the core in my hand. Gazing at the spectators in the arena stands, he continued to silently play with the core in my hand. Plack dash. Plack dash. Plack dash. It wasn't until he repeated the motion 5 more times that he finally stopped. Once he did, raising his head, he opened his mouth and muttered. So. Is no one going to say anything? Chapter 533, Ransacking, 1. Crack. 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 A large black palm hurled down toward 3 figures emitting a powerful aura as cracks formed around a large blue planet. He's here. An orange glow enveloped the body of one of the figures, causing her to scream out in helplessness. As she raised her hand, she cast a translucent yellow barrier around herself and the 2 other figures beside her. Her actions prompted the 2 other figures to release their own barriers as well. Within seconds of the 2 releasing their barriers, the large hand came into contact with the first barrier. The outer barrier cracked immediately as the faces of the 3 individuals behind it paled significantly. Seeing that the situation was critical, the three exerted even more power on the barrier. When they tried exerting more power, their bodies glowed brighter. Unfortunately, their struggle was futile. Seconds after their hues expanded, the first barrier crumbled into thousands of pieces. After the first barrier, the second followed, and the third followed after that. All three individuals were soon pressed down by the hand. A look of helplessness flashed across their faces as their bodies were sent crashing down against the ground. Bang! Immediately after the explosion, a large crater formed on the ground. After that, the sky began to split and a tear soon appeared. Stepping out of the tear was a white-haired figure with scarlet-red eyes. As his gaze seemed to encompass every existence within the world, his presence enveloped the entire planet. Casually taking a glance at the three people below, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This will do. Extending his right hand, fissures started to form around him. Crack! Crack! A horde of black humanoid creatures emerged from the fissures. It didn't take long for the sky to be overrun with demons as more demons emerged from the large fissures in the sky. While looking at the sky in despair, the faces of the three people below the ground paled further. It was from that moment that they understood that their world was no longer theirs. It had fallen into the hands of the demons. It was at that moment that a figure suddenly stepped out of the portal. An all-powerful pressure bore down on the world the moment his figure emerged. It even rivaled that of Jezebeth. Of course, that was only applicable in this case as Jezebeth wasn't using his real body. Nevertheless, it still spoke measure of his strength. After scanning the area with his eyes, they soon came across Jezebeth. His back unknowingly straightened once his eyes paused on him. He quickly made his way toward him. As he approached Jezebeth, all the demons beside him distanced themselves from him. In a respectful tone, he bowed his head. Your Majesty. MHM. While Jezebeth scanned the world with his eyes, he nodded his head without paying attention to him. The demon didn't seem to mind this as he patiently waited for his orders. His wait didn't last for long as Jezebeth soon opened his mouth. I want this world corrupted within a year's time. With those words, the demon's face spread into a broad grin. Looking down at the three figures below, his smile deepened as he took in their despairing looks. Bowing down his body lightly, he responded. Understood. His reaction suggested that he took enormous pleasure in torturing his prey. Glancing at Jezebeth once more, he tried to dismiss himself. If there is anything else I can assist you with you. Wait. As the demon was about to leave, Jezebeth opened his mouth again. In an instant, the demon halted. A respectful tone immediately emanated from his mouth. Is there anything you need, Your Majesty? Looking into the distance, Jezebeth pondered for a moment as he fell deeply into his own thoughts. Then, from the corner of his eye, he glanced in the direction of the demon. Have you contracted with someone yet? A human to be exact. Contracted. Human. The demon cocked his head slightly and eventually nodded. I have, Your Majesty. With who? A human on Earth. Is he an important figure there? The confusion on the demon's face grew. Nevertheless, he still answered. Who in the right minds would refuse to answer the questions of the Demon King? Recalling his contractee, the demon thought back at the things he told him before nodding his head. He appears to be. I see. Jezebeth's brows furrowed. It was then that he suddenly twitched his face and grasped the side of his head, startling the demon. Your Majesty. It's nothing. Raising his hand to stop the demon from approaching him, Jezebeth's face changed slightly as he softly whispered. My memories are still not intact. Taking a deep breath to glance at the demon, he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he gazed deeply at the demon opposite. Oh. His next words caused the demon's face to change. Tell your employee to pay special attention to those around him. There may be a cancer lurking within his organization. A cancer that will destroy everything that he's built up within a couple of seconds. What do you mean, Your Majesty? It means exactly what I said. Make sure you tell this to your contractee. Before the demon could reply, Jezebeth's face suddenly changed. A powerful wave of pressure suddenly escaped his body, causing all of the demons who had just arrived to hold their hands at their throats, trying to breathe. Ignoring their struggle, Jezebeth's face progressively darkened before his lips pulled into a thin smile. You bastard. You already knew I was going to be here, weren't you? As his brows furrowed tightly, his smile quickly faded. Closing his eyes to sense something, it only took an instant for him to figure out exactly where he was. As he pondered inside his mind, his brows tightened more once he realized where he was. How troublesome. He thought inside his mind. The distance. It was quite far. Had he been in his normal body, he wouldn't have had much trouble going to him directly, but he wasn't. Nevertheless. Glancing at the demons around him, his eyes paused on the demon closest to him. Keep the words that I've said to you in mind. His gaze drifted to the other demons, and he began speaking loudly. Make sure you convert all of the mana in this world. You have 1 year's time. Raising his hand, he swiped it toward the empty space in front of him. Crack. A fissure formed in front of him. A final glance at the demons behind him prompted him to step into the fissure. Upon entering the fissure, his face darkened considerably. Let's see if we can meet each other again. Bang. As my body entered a familiar room, a door crashed down loudly. Helplessly watching my own body walk into Duke Azanaka's office, I asked. What are you up to? Slowly, my body moved toward his desk and sat on his chair without answering. In a casual gesture, he tossed a small pulsating orb into the air while placing both legs on the table. Plack. Plack. During his repeated tossing of the orb, a thin layer of mana coated its body. This was so that the Duke wouldn't be able to regenerate his body. Indeed, the Duke had still not died yet. His actions completely dumbfounded me as I asked. What are you doing? Waiting. After some time, he replied. Hearing his voice, I asked another question. A rare sense of urgency rushed through my body as I thought about all the problems that were about to come soon. From the other Duke to the Demon King. The thought brought great anxiety to me. What are you waiting for? Plack. Grasping the ball with my hand, he remained silent for a couple of seconds before answering. For the other Duke to come back. The other Duke. Why? Casually glancing at the orb, the corner of his lips pulled a bit. Instead of answering, he replied with another question. Why do you think I would wait for the Duke in this kind of situation? As opposed to answering immediately, I began to ponder what he said. Given that he wasn't the type of person to act rashly and do something without a proper plan, he definitely must have thought of something. But what exactly was he planning? Ah. It was then that it finally hit me. You're planning on negotiating with the other Duke. Pretty much. In response to his confirmation, I had a hard time finding the right words to say. Despite not knowing much about the Duke's current affairs, there seemed to be a conflict between them. Having defeated Duke Azanaka and kept his core intact, he could now negotiate with the other Duke. In exchange for the core, he would grant us access to the portal that would lead back to Earth. Or something like that. Not sure about the details yet since he didn't divulge anything yet. But I estimated that it was something along those lines. Furthermore, given that his performance was seen by a lot of demons, the other Duke wouldn't act rashly. Especially after the fight had only ended within 2 seconds. There was no way the other Duke would try to provoke someone like that. It can work. But the more I thought about it, the more apprehensive I became. It's an extremely risky plan. The plan sounded feasible, but it was also extremely dangerous. Not only because the skill was now on cooldown, but because the Demon King was also coming. With him added to the mix, I didn't see how the plan would work out. Don't worry about the Demon King. But as though he could read my thoughts, my other self replied. It will still take a while for him to come here, so we're safe for now. With regards to the Duke. My eyes suddenly sharpened. He will have no choice but to agree to what I will propose to him. There was a sudden tightening of my grip on the orb. This did not last for long as after a while, loosening my grip, he put the orb away and proceeded to scan the room. Putting my legs down, he started to stretch my neck. I felt a sudden twitch on my lips as the edges slowly started to curl upwards. While we wait for him to come, let's have a look at the place. Chapter 534, Ransacking, 2. Fwop. Tearing through the red clouds in the sky, a figure flew at high speed with a gentle flap of his wings. In the course of his journey, he would repeatedly mumble 2 words. White death, white death. His face was strangely expressionless as he muttered those words. A white-haired human. What are the chances of me finding him? The figure flying in the sky was Duke Adramalek. The second Duke that overlooked the city of Morian. One of the largest cities in the Pride clan's domain. Currently, he was returning from a short trip near the outskirts of the Pride clan's territory. He was there to check the situation as a minor conflict arose during that time. It wasn't a big conflict or anything like that. Nevertheless, that small conflict had enormous political implications. This was simply because it allowed the participating clans to have a reasonable cause of conflict. It was an amusing sight to see. A smile spread across the Duke's face as he remembered the sight he had seen during his brief pause. Since the Pride clan had not been involved, all he had to do was enjoy the show that was unfolding before his eyes. He certainly did. While he regretted having to return before the conflict ended, he nonetheless had to. It was revealed to him that there was something going on in Morian, and that he had to hurry back. It was an emergency message, and therefore he wasn't aware of the detail. Nevertheless, since Duke Azanok had still not contacted him, it meant that the situation wasn't that dire. I'm almost there. Staring into the distance, he was soon able to see the outskirts of a large city. It was the city of Morian. Keeping his wings extended, he slowly began to flap them, casting a shadow over the area below him. Fwop. His body shot toward the city at tremendous speeds. In the midst of his actions, he had a sudden thought. I haven't gotten a response from the spy I planted. Did Azanok figure something out? If that was the case, then things would become troublesome. Although they had been keeping their conflicts a secret, for him to suddenly kill his servant. Halting his thoughts there, his face changed. With one more flap of his wings, his body picked up even more speed, and within a few seconds, he was already on the outskirts of the city. As Duke Adramalek expanded his wings one more time and forced his body to halt midair, his gaze changed. What happened here? Why is the barrier activated? Slowly descending toward the ground, the Duke stared at the city encircled by a large purple barrier. The moment Duke Adramalek caught sight of the barrier, he knew that things were extremely serious. Particularly since they were only activated in very dangerous situations. One that would even put Duke-ranked demons in trouble. As he spotted the demon in the distance, Duke Adramalek appeared before him. Grabbing him by the shoulder, he asked. What's going on here? His Excellency. Duke Adramalek's sudden appearance startled the guard. Suddenly, his look was replaced with one of joy as he stared at the Duke. Your Excellency. Thank God you're here. Thank God. Since when has anyone been so happy to see me? They would usually either cower in fear or show a look of utmost respect. Throughout his life as a duke, he had never witnessed such a reaction filled with joy. Just what is going on here? Wait. The Duke's face contorted as he had a sudden thought. Demonic energy threatened to spill out from his body. Don't tell me Azanok has managed to force the Blood Prince into signing a contract with him. Duke Adramalek's face sank completely. The demon's next words, however, caused his face to freeze as he struggled to comprehend them. Duke Azanok has died. In an attempt to say something, he opened his mouth. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't find the right words to say. The piece of news left him too confused to formulate a proper response. But he wasn't a duke for no reason. Taking a moment to digest the information, he calmed himself and closed his eyes. As he opened his eyes again and examined the barrier that was raised above the city, he concluded that the demon had been truthful. It looks like that bastard Azanok has died for real. I can't even sense his presence. His face turned extremely solemn as demonic energy sprang out of his body. A while later, snapping his head in the direction of the demon, he coldly asked. Tell me exactly what happened. Yes, Your Excellency. After bowing down once, the demon began to recount everything that had happened. Especially about the men known as White Reaper. From how he became the overlord within a month to how the Duke suddenly agreed to fight him, and everything that happened in between. The demon left nothing. The more Duke Adramalek listened, the weirder his face became. How did something like this happen within such a short period of time that I was gone? The fight lasted for a total of. Stop for a moment. In the midst of the demon's speech, he quickly cut him off. He then proceeded to pinch the middle of his brows. Do you mean to tell me that while I wasn't here, a new overlord rose to power and managed to kill Azanok? Taking a look at the Duke, the demon opened his mouth and nodded. That's exactly it, Your Excellency. As his head snapped toward the arena in the distance, the Duke's brows tightened even more. In an attempt to sense a presence, he closed his eyes, but it proved fruitless as he didn't seem to be able to sense anyone. Anyone of the Duke level. Did he perhaps escape? he quickly shook his head. While his strength made it possible, the barrier surrounding the city would have been destroyed if he had chosen to escape. Accordingly, the Overlord appeared to still be in the city. Taking a glance at the demon beside him, he expanded his wings. It was only a matter of time before his figure vanished from the spot as a result of his movements. His destination. The arena. What are you doing? While my body was still under his control, I watched as he walked around the room. Over time, I became increasingly irritated. Also, when am I going to get my body back? Not yet. What do you mean not yet? My heart sank. As my other self casually placed his hand on the desk, he looked around. There was something he seemed to be looking for. Eventually, he replied. You can take control of the body anytime you want. I can. Yes. He responded while still looking around the desk. His eyes soon paused on one of the drawers of the desk. But you would end up suffering the after effects of using the skill. After effects? There were after effects of using the skill. You want to try them? My lips suddenly pulled into a thin smile. Before I could reply, my vision distorted slightly, and I found myself back in my own body. Or rather, I could now control it. Clenching and unclenching my fist, I glanced around the place. I don't feel anything. Lowering my gaze to stare at my hands, and trying to feel every part of my body, I cocked my head a little. Is there really a... Not even halfway through my sentence, I found my mouth frozen on the spot. Pain. That was the only thing that I could feel, as it came radiating in crashing waves that threatened to drown me with every breath. Sometimes there was something else, it was a sharper, more inexplicable pain, but it never lasted long before the other pain returned and everything went black. Ha! Wake up. I didn't know how long had passed, but by the time my consciousness returned, the pain had already left and my mouth opened to release a single breath. It was then that my mouth opened by itself. So, do you think you can withstand the pain? Pondering over my own thoughts, I didn't answer immediately. It was only after half a minute passed that I finally asked. Do you not feel any pain? The pain that I had experienced. I couldn't quite describe it in words. It was something that I had never experienced before. Recalling all the types of pain that I had been through in the past, they seemed to be minimal to what I had just experienced. It was a far more concentrated and radiating pain than the one that I had experienced when I broke the terms of the mana contract. Pain. Tilting my body slightly, he pulled on one of the drawers. In the meantime, his lips pulled into a soft smile. Every second, minute, and hour that I exist I go through a pain that is far worse than that. Do you think that something like this phases me? Hearing his words, I didn't know what to say. Flashbacks of the words he said in the past replayed inside of my mind. During the time when I saw my parents die before me in the illusion. That time. He had said something similar before. In the end, I couldn't help but find myself asking. Just what sort of past did you have? Sadly, he didn't seem to be keen on answering as he promptly ignored my words and continued to look through the drawer. It was only after a while that he found a small black box about half the size of my hand. Grasping the box, my lips curled. Casually tossing it in the air, before I could ask him what it was that I was holding, my mouth opened. This over here is the key to the arena treasury. If I still had control over my body, my eyes would have opened up. It would have then been followed by a smile. I'm already liking where this is going. Don't rejoice too early. Putting the box away, he slowly walked toward the door of the office. I can only take a few things. If we're planning on negotiating with the other Duke, we can't take too much. Well, obviously. This was common sense. If we took too much, then the Duke would just not bother negotiating with us, and considering that the skill was on cooldown, we really couldn't afford to do this. We couldn't be too greedy. Greed was the best recipe for disaster. Clank. Grasping the handle of the door, my arm pulled back and the door opened. Following this, I slowly walked out of Duke Azunaka's office. Time to collect our rewards. Asterisk. The location of the treasury wasn't that far. It was about a couple of minutes' walk from the Duke's office. Where is the treasury? Oh, over there. Most comforting about the journey was the fact that the demons still inside the arena would shake and tremble whenever I walked, well, my other self. To add to that, they were also kind enough to tell us where exactly the treasury was. Looks like we're here. Walking for a further couple of minutes and turning a couple of corridors, my feet soon came to a stop in front of a large metallic door. At the moment, the place was empty as no guard stood in front of the door. Was it perhaps because of what happened or because this was the norm? I didn't know. Regardless, since it worked in my favor, all I could do was secretly express my gratitude. Thank you. Shut up. Scanning the door, my eyes soon paused on a certain squared shape indentation. Softly smiling, and taking a couple of steps, my other self took out the small cube from before and placed it in the socket. Rumble. Following his simple movement, a rumbling sound echoed out and the door slowly started to open. 535 Ransacking, 3. If I had to describe the treasure with one word, then it would have to be messy. As soon as I walked into the room, I saw piles of useless armor and weapons stacked together in a corner. From the way the items were stacked, whoever was in charge of the place had no care for the items as he just carelessly threw them into the room. Regarding the room was relatively spacious as it was about the size of half a football court. Not too big, but also not too small. In spite of this, the place wasn't well maintained, with cracks forming on the walls and a rusty and moldy smell permeating the space. Do the demons not care about their own armory? I muttered as I stared at the place. Answering me was my other self as my mouth opened. The demons don't care, it's just that most of the stuff here is useless for them since these are just scraps from some of the deceased contestants. They essentially take any useful item for themselves before throwing the stuff they can't use in this place. Then this isn't a treasury. It's more like a dump. In a way, yes. My head slowly nodded. This is a dump for the demons, but an amazing place for anyone else. Moving forward, my body bent down and picked up a certain book. There were clear signs of aging and tears on the pages of the book. Further, the book's cover was dusty, so I couldn't see what it was. But from a single glance, I could tell that it was something that used to belong to a human. I instantly knew what the book was. Upon brushing away the dust, I saw the title and description of the book, confirming my suspicions. A martial manual. A 4-starred one at that. Iron style. Through a series of different techniques, the user can harden his body and acquire great offensive power. While reading the skill's description, I thought. This skill might fit well with Hein. Several months ago, Hein complained about his lack of offensive power. This skill seemed tailor-made for him. I became increasingly convinced that the martial manual was written specifically for Hein as I thought about it. Through the hardening of the skin, the martial manual not only increased his offensive power but also strengthened his defense. If Hein used the skill, alongside his defensive capabilities, then he would become an unstoppable tank. My other self finished my words for me. Glancing at the martial manual for a brief moment, he put it inside of my bracelet. Following this, he examined more items. Whether it was martial manuals, artifacts, herbs, or even skills, this place had everything. Of course, not all of it was useful. In fact, most of the stuff present in the room was rather useless to me. A half hour after entering the place, my other self had pretty much sorted through everything and had taken whatever he could take, but considering that we had to negotiate with the Duke afterward, he didn't take everything. In any case, he pretty much took all the martial manuals he could find. Many manuals ranged from 1 to 2 stars, but there was the occasional 3-star manual as well. Furthermore, he had found 2 more 4-star manuals, but neither of them was useful to me, so I could express my regret secretly. Still took them since I could either sell them or give them to the others. It was at that moment. This is a nice bow. Jolting me out of my thoughts was my other self as I suddenly felt my hand grasp something hard. When I focused on the object my other self picked up, I realized it was a bow. Upon closer look, I couldn't help but agree with his assessment. It really looks nice. The bow's frame seemed to have been constructed of long-lasting ash wood. Its string was made from what seemed to be great quality monster hair, an extremely rare material around the human domain that could go up for 8-digit figures. In addition to wrapping leather around the limbs, the points ended in curved claws giving it an eerie and menacing feeling. The handle was also wrapped in a dark and ominous skin decorated with carvings. A large quiver made of rare hide accompanied the bow, appearing to be intended to be worn around the archer's belt. In addition to its aesthetics, the outer side was embellished with animal horns, truly giving it a sharp and menacing feeling. An S-rank artifact. Not bad. Camulet's Rage. Rank, S. Bow carefully crafted through different Blood rage, the more blood this bow spills, the sharper and faster each successive arrow becomes. Cooldown, 1 hour. ===. The description of the item made my lips curl into a thin smile. After that, my other self quickly tossed the bow into my dimensional space and continued to look through the remaining items. Regrettably, there wasn't anything else that interested me amongst the piles of items. E. Flame domain. Creates a domain made out of fire around the user. G. Deafening. Upon activation, it will temporarily deafen the selected target. C. Levitation. A brief moment of levity occurs when the skill is used. There were also a couple of other skills, but none of them proved to be useful to me and were quickly discarded by my other self. Not that we had a choice. Since skills were something that demons could also learn, they were much more valuable in the eyes of the Duke. This was regardless of rank the skill was. That, and the fact that I could tell my other self already had something in mind when looking around the place. Not sure how I could explain it. But from the way he was carefully looking around the place in search of something, I knew that there was something important hidden there. Here it is. Fortunately, I didn't have to wait for long to understand what he was looking for as he soon picked up another skill book from the ground. At a first glance, it looked like any regular skill book out there. However, the moment I caught a glimpse of its description, I knew that this was anything but a regular skill book. A. Dark Servant. It will grant the user the ability to summon a shadow servant for an extended period of time. There will be a 50% resemblance between the shadow servant and the user in terms of skills and strength. Cooldown period, 5 days. This. In spite of the skill description's simplicity, there were tremendous implications behind it. For a brief moment of time, I didn't know what to say as I just blankly stared at the skill description. As I considered all the different things I could do with it, different scenarios continuously replayed in my head. I slowly became more excited. This will do. Jolting me out of my thoughts, my hand raised and touched the top of the book. Following this, a bright white light enveloped the room, and a multitude of different scenes sprang inside my mind, solidly implanting themselves in there. This process didn't hurt one bit, but it still felt weird. It felt as though something was tickling at my brain. Once the weird sensation disappeared, opening my mouth, I exhaled. The skill book in my hand shattered into different bright lights before disappearing into the air. Let's try the skill. Following this, my hand raised and the mana inside of my body started to circulate like crazy. Within the span of a couple of seconds, about half of my mana disappeared. As this was happening, I spotted a translucent black figure emerge from the shadows in front of me as two bright yellow pupils stared in my general direction. Taking a closer look at the black figure, apart from its general frame, the figure didn't bear any semblance with me as it just looked like a shadow. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the black figure was currently holding a sword on the right side of its body. Silence enveloped the room as the shadow's two bright yellow eyes stared in my direction. It was at that moment that my mouth opened. First movement. As soon as those words escaped my lips, the shadow servant quickly seized the sword's sheath and took a stance. While this was happening, my body's mana drained at an alarming rate. Far more than I was comfortable with. Click dash. Then, a familiar clicking sound rang out and a bright light flashed. After the bright light vanished, I felt a stinging sensation at the tip of my nose as the servant's sword paused right there. I felt a wet sensation trickle down my nose. It was probably my blood. Raising my finger, my other self pushed the sword away from my nose and nodded in satisfaction. This will do for now. After his words faded, the shadow servant dispersed. With his eyes lingering on the spot where the servant used to stand, my mouth opened. You've probably noticed from this slight demonstration, but you must be careful with this skill. As much as it grants you the ability to summon a servant of similar strength, each of his movements will deplete your mana. The same is true if it is destroyed after battle. After listening to what he had to say, regardless of how much I wanted to find a flaw in his argument, I knew that he was speaking facts. Although the skill was strong, it also had flaws. While these weren't major flaws, it was basically a short-time usage skill that could only be used during short combat situations. If I wanted to use the skill during prolonged battles, then it would only lead to my inevitable loss as the mana consumption was simply far too monstrous. Glancing around the place, my other self opened his mouth once more. remember. Clank. But it was at that moment that the door of the treasury suddenly burst open as a figure showed up from behind it. A threatening pressure bore out from his body, quickly heading in my direction. Closing my mouth, my head turned to casually look at the guest that had just arrived. A wave of annoyance ran through my body as my head stared at the figure outside. My mouth soon opened. I don't like to be interrupted when I'm talking. Chapter 536, A Good Laugh, 1. It was only momentary. But in that brief moment of time that Duke Adramalek laid eyes on the figure standing in the middle of the room, he suddenly felt an ominous chill run down his body. This. While it came and went as fast as it came, it had a profound impact on him, causing his guard to rise right away. A nervous grin spread across his face as he examined him closely. White hair, blue eyes, human. Duke Adramalek's eyes widened at that moment. He then opened his mouth calmly. Your White Death. His white hair, the fact that the events unfolded near the Pride clan's border, and his human status. Duke Adramalek instantly came to this conclusion. He was White Death. Upon coming to this realization, his mind started to race as he also thought of something else. If you're really White Death, then everything makes sense. In no time at all, he understood what had truly transpired at the border. Raising his head, his eyes met with White Death's. Everything that happened in the border was something you did on purpose to divert my attention from the arena, so you could sneak in and do whatever you wanted. Glancing around the place, his brows knit. Was your goal to enter the treasury and take all of the stuff? His voice contained a trace of uncertainty. Although the treasures in the treasury were valuable, they were not something that someone on a duke level would desire. In most cases, that kind of stuff would be too valuable to not be consumed immediately. That's not it. White Death's voice caught the Duke's attention, snapping him out of his thoughts. I don't care about what you found out. I'll cut straight to the chase. Extending his hand, a black sphere suddenly materialized in his hands. The Duke's countenance changed the moment his eyes laid on the sphere. With only one glance, he was able to instantly recognize what the object was. That's Duke Azanek's core. So it was the truth. He really did kill Azanok. White Death smiled at the sight. That's correct, I'll give you this in exchange for you helping me get out of this city and keeping everything under wraps. Hearing his words, Duke Adramalek became even more guarded. In fact, he was also actually a little bit worried. If rumors are true, and he indeed defeated Azanek in 2 seconds. His body shuddered. The reason for his victory, whether Duke Azanok had been caught off guard or underestimated him, did not change the fact that he had beat a Duke-ranked demon. Someone whose strength rivaled him. There was no way he was going to make the same mistake. Staring at the orb, he warily opened his mouth. You want to propose a deal? That's correct. White Death nodded. Extending the hand that was holding the core, he continued. I'll give you this, and in exchange, you will help me get out of this city, alongside 2 other people. Escape with 2 people. A frown appeared on the Duke's face as he listened to his words. Given your strength, you shouldn't have a problem escaping. I wouldn't. White Death shook his head. But it would be a hassle. Let's exclude the barrier that is currently overlooking the entire city. If you and all the other demons come at me at once, I'll have a hard time escaping. Especially since I'm trying to protect a couple of people. Pausing for a second, he added. Also, and the main reason, is because I want all the information about me sealed. I don't want other demons hunting me down while I'm trying to leave. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Duke Adramalek calmly listened. Throughout the entire time, his eyes would linger on the orb that he was holding. It's not a bad deal. To be honest, the deal wasn't actually terrible. It was famously known that the likes of Duke Azanek and him didn't get along well. This wasn't because they had an enmity from the past or anything that grand, it simply had to do with the fact that they both desired the entire city and arena for themselves. It took a lot of resources for demons to rank up, and although the city and arena provided plenty of resources, it wasn't enough for 2 dukes. Hence why the 2 of them never got along. With him now gone, the entire city was now his to rule, and so were the resources. Furthermore, if he managed to get a hold of the core. Raising his head, he glanced around the treasury. Noticing that a lot of the items that were previously here were missing, the frown on his face deepened. It seems like you took quite a lot of the items here. It would have been a... Shut up. Cutting the Duke off, White Death suddenly clenched the core. I'm going to make this clear now. This is not a negotiation. It is either you agree with what I said, or I will take matters into my own hand. His eyes slowly shifted from blue to gray. Don't mistake my proposal as a sign of weakness. Just like the other Duke, I can kill you if I wanted to. The only reason why I'm proposing the deal in the first place is because of all the problems that will arise from me not doing this. Choose carefully. The look on Duke Adramaleka's face sank as he listened to what he said. Staring at the place on more time, he asked. What did you take? You value your life less than the items that I took. Answer me. Duke Adramaleka's voice raised. Demonic energy started leaking out of his body. He actually threatened me. Duke Adramaleka's teeth clenched tightly. Given the clan that he was in, the Pride clan, Duke Adramalek would never agree with a deal that was at least equal to or in favor of him. Even if it ended up costing his life, he would never agree to a deal that was unfavorable to him. Peta NVL impossible. Exactly at the moment when Duke Adramalek was about to blow up, he heard the words of White Death. All the martial manuals belonging to the humans, a couple of high-ranked herbs, an S-ranked artifact and an A-ranked skill, Shadow Servant. These are the items I took. The choice is up to you. Do you want to fight me over these items, and most likely die, or do you want to make a deal with me? The demonic energy that was threatening to spill out of the Duke's body stopped. He slowly started to calm down. Staring at White Death that was looking straight at him, he proceeded to look around the place. He wasn't sure if he was telling the truth or not, nor did he know all of the items that were stored in the treasury. But I can have all my servants check for me later. What was important at the moment was figuring out whether these items were worth agreeing to a deal or not. After a while, glancing at White Death that was still looking at him, he ordered. I'll think about it. Follow me to my office. He then turned around and left the treasure. What a mess. Walking through the corridors of the arena, Lightning Dragon shook his head. Although everything looked to be the same as it was in the past, it was in fact far from that. There was this weird tension permeating throughout the whole arena, and all the demons were on high alert. What I don't get is why White Reaper didn't choose to escape. It was only for a short moment, but the moment that he killed the Duke he could have escaped from the place. Back then the barrier was still not erect, and he wouldn't have had trouble leaving the place. However, such a thing was no longer possible now with the barrier intact. To further add to that, Lightning Dragon also felt the presence of another powerful figure inside the arena. It was most probably the other Duke and the only person that could put up a fight against White Reaper. Placing his hand underneath his chin, he mumbled out loud. Does he have some sort of goal in staying here? I do. In the moment those words left his mouth, a voice echoed from behind him, startling him. Huh. Turning around, he was shocked to see White Reaper standing right behind him. Staring into his eyes, Lightning Dragon quickly calmed down. With his forehead creased and his eyes focused on the figure opposite him, he eventually asked. Which White Reaper am I talking to? There was a subtle look of surprise on White Reaper's face when he heard his words, but it soon turned into a thin smile as he responded. The same one that fought against you. I see, Carefully scrutinizing his body, he slowly nodded his head. From the way the mana is flowing in his demeanor, it looks like he is telling the truth. His guard relaxed the moment he heard those words. He wasn't as wary of this version of White Reaper compared to the other one. Just thinking of the other one made the back of his hair stand. With his shoulders relaxed and glancing around the place, his brows knit for a bit. He found the fact that no demon had come for him quite odd. Nevertheless, he still asked. What are you looking for? You. Me. Lightning Dragon asked in surprise. Why was he looking for him? White Reaper's next words answered his question. I need your help leaving the demon realm, and I know that you're the only one that knows of a way out. How long has it been since I've been here? Inside a dark cell room, a soft voice echoed out. It belonged to none other than Edward, who was still locked up in the cell. Has he won? His soft voice once again echoed throughout the empty cell. It had been a couple of days since he had been here, and he had been enduring every day in hopes of accomplishing whatever he had planned. He wasn't exactly sure if the plan had worked, however, he knew that something was up. Especially since he had not seen a demon enter his cell over the last day. Typically they would come to give him food or check up on him, but none of that happened. Had they perhaps given up on him and decided to just let him starve to death? Edward highly doubted it. Especially since the contract was still beside him, and Duke Azonek had not heard his response. This could only mean one thing. Something big definitely happened above. Whether it was good or bad, he still didn't know. However, as he thought of the possibility of possibly escaping this place, a fire lit up inside of Edward's heart, prompting him to keep enduring this lonely and silent place. It was at that moment. Clank. The door cell finally opened up, and light began to spill into the room. Edward's eyes reflexively squinted at the light. It took him a couple of seconds to adjust to the light, and once he did, he was finally able to catch a glimpse of the figure he so desperately wanted to see. A little trembling appeared in his mouth as his pent-up emotions started to surface. In an attempt to suppress his emotions, he mumbled, "Took you long enough." Chapter 537, A Good Laugh, 2. Hearing Edward's brittle voice that was pent up with all his emotions, I smiled softly. "Sorry, I had to take a little detour." Clank. Clank. With my sword unsheathed, I hacked at the chains that bound him and freed his arms and legs. Following the release of the chains, he started to fall down. In response, I lowered my body and pressed my hand on his shoulder, preventing his fall. "Are you okay?" "Yeah." Glancing at me, Edward had a bitter look on his face. "It's been a while since I've moved, and with my mana sealed for this long, my muscles just gave out." "It's all right. I'll help you out for now." Supporting Edward's body up, I helped him out of the room. On our way out, Edward opened his mouth and asked, "Did you do it?" His voice sounded rather weak and frail. Glancing at him from the corner of my eyes, I nodded. "Yeah." When I recalled my other self's conversation with the Duke, there were times when I was afraid that the deal would have fallen apart. Especially during that time, my other self had threatened him. If there was one thing you learned at the lock about demons, it was never to threaten a demon belonging to the Pride clan. If he hadn't been wary of the rumors about my strength, I would have been afraid he would have just attacked me then and there. Fortunately, my other self knew when to back down, and from there was able to make a deal with the Duke. Thankfully, I didn't have to give anything up. Initially, the Duke was against the idea of me keeping my stuff, but considering what he would gain, he eventually relented. It wasn't every day he would get a core belonging to a Duke-ranked demon. Furthermore, with multiple alibis pointing out the fact that I had killed him, he could consume it without worrying. No Duke would refuse such a tempting offer. Well, it wasn't like my other self gave him any choice to begin with. "Took you a while." While I was carrying Edward on my shoulders, appearing right in front of us was Lightning Dragon. His appearance shocked Edward as he looked at me. "What is he doing here?" Nodding in Lightning Dragon's direction, I glanced at Edward. "He's our ticket out of the demon realm." "Our ticket out?" "Yeah. He knows of a portal that can lead us back to Earth." Edward's face relaxed as soon as he heard those words. Staring in Lightning Dragon's direction, he nodded his head. "I'll be in your care. Don't worry about it." Waving his hand to brush him off, Lightning Dragon took a couple of black robes from his dimensional space and handed them to us. "For now it's best if you wear this." "Sure." "Okay." Simultaneously nodding our heads, Edward and I took the hoodies and put them on. This was something that the Duke had ordered. Since he was planning on consuming the core, he couldn't let it seem as though he was working with me. If it did, his plans would instantly crumble. Well, that was unless he decided to kill all witnesses, and realistically speaking, that was a bit more of a hassle than doing things this way. So, in the midst of putting on the robe, I suddenly heard Edward's voice. I turned my head to look his way. Did he need something? His next words made my expression harden. "I've been meaning to ask this for quite a while, but what's your relationship with my daughter?" Scratching the side of my cheek, I carefully answered. "The both of us attended the same academy, so we can say we're classmates." Honestly, it was a bit more complicated than that, but my gut told me to leave it as it was. "I see." As Edward raised the hoodie to cover his face, he nodded his head. He then patted me on the shoulder. "I was just curious. No need to stiffen up." After that, he walked up ahead. Turning my head to stare at his back, I secretly sighed in relief. During that brief moment, I felt an incredible pressure coming out of his body that I couldn't quite explain. And he wasn't even channeling his mana or anything of the sort. Overprotective dad. Shaking my head, I followed him from behind and caught up with Lightning Dragon, who looked at me with a strange look on his face. "What? You interested in his daughter?" In a glare, I turned around and walked away. "Put your hoodie on and let's go." We don't have much time. This way. Following Lightning Dragon, I, along with Edward and another figure, navigated dense vegetation. Our current destination was the portal Lightning Dragon used to travel to the Demon Realm. From the Demon Realm to Earth, there was only one way to get there, and that was through portal devices they created. Not only that, but they also needed to have specific coordinates installed in them. Despite the fact that dungeon desyncs could be used to access the Demon Realm, the same could not be said for demons. The only way to enter a dungeon was through the portals that were set up on Earth. Lowering my hoodie, I stared at Lightning Dragon, who was a little bit up ahead, and asked, "How long do we have left till we arrive?" "We're here." Lightning Dragon abruptly halted his footsteps. Also stopping, I curiously looked around the place. It soon dawned on me that we were in the middle of nowhere. Lowering my head to glance at Lightning Dragon again, I asked, "Where exactly is this portal?" Looking around the place, Lightning Dragon embarrassingly scratched the side of his neck. Taking another look at his surroundings, a wry smile appeared on his face. "I forgot." Shit. When I heard his words, I couldn't help but facepalm. I forgot about his crappy memory. Are you seriously telling me that he is the key to escaping the Demon Realm? These words were of course directed to my other self, who was the one that told me that Lightning Dragon was the only one that could help me escape this place. You don't remember? Suddenly, Edward's voice echoed throughout the forest. Sharing the same dumbfounded look, he asked, "Didn't you say that you knew a way out?" I did. Lightning Dragon, no, Liam nodded his head. I know that it's somewhere here. With a frown on his face, he turned to look at the other figure that was with us. Do you perhaps know of a way to sense where the portal is? I can try. In a look of disdain, the figure lowered his hood and displayed his horns before nodding his head and scanning the area. I can help out too. Edward offered to lend a hand as he too started to look for the portal. Leaning back on one of the threes, I shook my head. If only the Duke had his own portal. It was necessary to know the coordinates of the two locations in order to set up a portal. And since the Duke had never been to Earth, we couldn't use his portal. Secondly, demonic energy was required in order to activate the portal, and since none of us could use it, the Duke had a demon accompany us. It was part of the deal we struck. I let out a long and tired sigh and stared at the sky. Although I wanted to help, my body was still aching from the side effect of the skill, and although the pain was a lot less than before, it was still there. I could only hope they would find. But half an hour eventually passed, and the results remained the same. My mouth twitched. How useless. Let me help out as well. Scratching my back, I quickly scanned my surroundings. But upon realizing just how vast the place was, my face sank a little. This might take a WH. I found it. Just as I was about to start searching, I heard Liam's voice. He then appeared in the distance holding a small circular device. You found it. With a look filled with relief and excitement, Edward walked up to him before looking at the demon. Can you activate it? Yes. Taking the device from Liam's hand, demonic energy suddenly sprang out from the demon's body as he started channeling it toward the portal-like device. Crack. 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 Immediately after the demon channeled his demonic energy, thin black threads appeared in the air, and minuscule tearing sounds could be heard. Within 10 minutes, a black portal started to appear before us. A significant amount of paleness appeared on the demon's face while the portal was forming. It was evident that it took him a lot of demonic energy to activate the portal. In the end, he struggled for a couple more minutes before he finally dropped it to the ground. Ha, I'm done. His rough breathing echoed throughout the forest. He looked exhausted. You've done a good job. Walking up to the demon, I calmly patted my hand on his shoulders. I'm only doing this whack. Crack. Suddenly, I stabbed the demon in his abdomen area and broke his core before he could finish his sentence. I'm the same. I'm also doing this for the Duke. Even though I didn't want to do this, given the deal I made with the Duke, I had no choice. No one could know about the fact that I struck a deal with the Duke. This was part of the agreement we made. It took the demon a few seconds to disintegrate after I cracked the core. But once he did, a breeze brushed past, scattering what remained of him in the air. As I stared at the area where the demon died, I glanced toward the portal before turning my attention to the other two. Let's go. It's time to return. Duke Adramaleka's voice. Tap. 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 Drumming his fingers over his desk, Duke Adramalek stared at a small letter in front of him. An acquaintance of mine might come soon, give this to him if you meet him. An acquaintance. Who was he talking about? Duke Adramalek had no idea. But thinking back at the figure, the Duke decided to comply. Although he couldn't feel any strength from him. Especially one that could threaten him, whenever he thought back on his look, the Duke would sense a distinct sense of fear coming from him. He isn't simple. The Duke thought as he picked up the letter and wondered out loud. Just what in the world is he talking about? It was at that moment. Crack. A huge tear suddenly materialized in the middle of the room, startling the Duke, who stood up and shouted. Who? Calm down. Answering him was a calm voice. Taking a step outside the portal, a white-haired figure appeared. As soon as he stepped out of the portal, the Duke prostrated himself. This sudden movement wasn't out of his will, but it was simply his incidents acting for him. But it didn't take too long for him to figure out what had happened. Bloodline suppression. As a result of the suppression of the bloodline, the Duke was able to recognize the figure that had just entered instantly. It was the Demon King. Your Majesty. He shouted as his body shook uncontrollably. What is His Majesty doing here? Did he figure out what I have done? How is this possible? A feeling of fear overtook him, and he kept his head down, refusing to look at him. As the Duke's body continued to shake, the Demon King's next words almost caused the soul to leave his body. Have you seen a human with blue eyes and white hair? So. The Duke's mouth automatically opened as a powerful pressure bore down on his body. He didn't do this willingly, as he felt a strange power controlling him. Prompting him to reveal the truth only. Why, yes. Where is he? Gone. Gone. Why, yes. He already left, and only left one thing behind. He left something behind. Scanning the room, Jezebeth's eyes soon paused on a letter in the middle of the Duke's desk. Feeling a familiar aura, he asked. Is it that letter? Why, yes. He said that I needed to give it to an acquaintance. Acquaintance. Curious, Jezebeth walked up to the desk and picked up the letter. Seeing the Demon King take the letter, the Duke shivered even more. Rip. Taking apart the letter, Jezebeth unfolded it and read its contents. Got bored waiting for you, so I took my leave. Let's meet each other next time. As Jezebeth stared at the letter, there was a brief moment of silence. Suddenly the room froze completely, and the Duke's breath stopped. Not long after, the Demon King's back began to tremble. As soon as the Duke saw this, his face paled considerably. Oh no. Your Majesty. Please. Ha 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 ha. But it was at that moment that the Duke suddenly heard the Demon Lord burst out in laughter, and the room trembled uncontrollably. The Duke froze at the sight. The Demon King can laugh. This. The holy rulers of the demons and a figure that is believed to be as strong as a god was laughing. Duke Adramalek couldn't believe his eyes as he gazed at him. Ahahaha, got bored of waiting for me. Were you even waiting for me in the first place? With another burst of laughter, the room shook even more fiercely. Witnessing this sight caused the Duke's mouth to repeatedly open and close. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Is this the same person that entered the room not too long ago? Am I perhaps in the clear? Did the Demon King not catch his scheme to digest Duke Azoneka's core? No, I did. But it was at that moment that a soft whisper echoed in the Duke's head, startling him completely. Before the Duke had a chance to say anything else, he felt a tap on his forehead and his body completely disintegrated. With his gaze lingering in the direction of where the Duke once was, Jezebeth softly mumbled. Nice try. Then, crumbling the letter in his hand, he turned to look in a certain direction before muttering. You never fail to amuse me. Novel The Author's POV Chapter 538, Warmth, 1. The Author's POV. Chapter 538, Warmth, 1. Chapter 538, Warmth, 1. This chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. Borg. As I gripped the grass, I felt my stomach churn and it wasn't long before I found myself vomiting on the ground. Fucking port, Borg. Midway through my sentence, I once again puked on the ground as I felt a sudden wave of nausea wash over me. It's always like this with portals, and just when I thought I had gotten over it. It had been quite a while since I had last puked from a portal. After recently thinking I had become accustomed to it, I was disappointed to discover that this was only my delusion. In the midst of my puking spree, I suddenly heard the sound of someone puking close by. Borg. Upon turning my head slightly, I noticed Liam in a similar situation to mine. As a matter of fact, he appeared in a worse state than mine, as his face was swollen and tears were streaming down his eyes. Damned port, Borg. I felt a great deal of sympathy for him after seeing how badly he was affected by the portal. Poor hi. Bweg. You guys. A helpless voice echoed while Liam and I were puking. It belonged to none other than Edward. The only one that seemed unaffected by portal sickness. How can you still stand? I managed to get out a few words when I raised my head to gaze at him. It had to be noted that portal sickness was a very real thing that people suffered from, and the longer the journey, the more prevalent this was. It was weird for Edward to be unaffected by this. With a shrug of his shoulders, Edward answered. I just have a stronger stomach than the two of you. Ugh. I groaned. After that, it took about 5 minutes for both Liam and I to finally recover from portal sickness. Once I did, I finally stood up and looked around me. Currently, we were in a vast grassland. Immediately, my gaze was drawn to the mountains on the horizon, which were surrounded by a sea of trees. The sight was breathtaking. Taking a glance at Liam, I asked. Where exactly are we? I don't know. His reply was quick. But immediately after that, my face changed a little. Never mind. Need to make a mental note to myself about his bad memory. Tapping on my bracelet, I took out my phone and checked the top bar to see if there was any signal. Fortunately, it seemed as though I was in luck. 2 bars. Good enough. Ding. 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 It was at that moment that my phone started chiming repeatedly as over 100 different notifications came in at once. It was a bit overwhelming as my phone froze up. Furthermore, most of the notifications were useless as they belonged to some apps or were just advertisements. I quickly discarded those. Halfway through deleting them, I noticed that I also received plenty of messages from the others. Kevin sent me quite a few. Sad face Kevin Voss, Kevin, where are you? Kevin, why did you suddenly leave without telling anyone? Kevin, I swear. Kevin, I've just broken through A-rank. If you don't inform me soon, I will have no choice but to leave without you, /A-. Kevin, on a side note, does the quote, you have to look through the rain to see the rainbow, sound good? Sad face Kevin Voss, I quickly discarded his messages. He lost me on the last message. Oh, I also received texts from my mom. I quickly checked those. Sad face mom, Mom, my sweet boy. My favorite son. My son who I have barely seen over the last 5 years. I just came to learn about your little trip. One that would last for half a year. I'm totally fine with you going, but couldn't you have given your mother a little heads up? You know, because I'm your mother. You probably won't see this message for a while, so when you do, call me. If you don't. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Sad face mom, The message ended there, but I felt a chill run down my spine as soon as I saw it. Without hesitation, I glanced toward the others to make sure they weren't listening. As a sign of precaution, I moved a little bit further. Immediately, I dialed my mother's number. Ring. Ring. The call soon went through, but there was an empty silence behind it. She's mad. Forcing a smile, I started to speak. Mom. It's me. Your favorite son. I'm back. I was once again met with silence. It was from that moment that I realized I was in deep shit. M.O. Are you okay? Just as I was about to say something, my mother cut me off and spoke. Hearing her voice, I sighed in relief. I'm fine. I just came back a couple of minutes ago, Anne. Lowering my head, I glanced at my body. Making sure that everything was still there, I continued. It seems like all of my limbs are intact. That's good. My mother replied in a rather flat and short tone. My brows furrowed a little when I noticed this. Thinking of the worst, I felt my heart sink as my voice became rushed. Is everything okay? Did something happen while I was gone? Don't tell me that something happened. No. To my relief, it didn't seem to be the case as my mother continued. Nothing happened while you were gone. Everyone is fine. Is that so? Yes. Then what was the problem? Don't tell me she's giving me the silent treatment. While scratching the side of my neck, I decided that the best thing to do at the moment was to apologize. Listen, Mom, I'm sorry for not telling you that I was going to leave, but back then, circumstances forced me to do this. The only reason I went to the demon realm was to sort out my head, not because I wanted to train and explore the place. Despite not showing it outside, I was still suffering from my past experiences at the monolith. To cope with everything that was happening, I resorted to taking Melissa's potions. Since then, everything was going well. Nightmares became less frequent, and I was able to sleep more comfortably. All in all, my life seemed to be normal. Potions were not a long-term solution, unfortunately. 2 months into the demon realm, they ceased to be useful, and 2 more months later, they stopped working altogether. The nightmares began to return from that point on. In spite of this, they did not seem to affect me as much as they used to. This was to be expected. I had gone through ever harsher experiences since then, and my mind had hardened a little. Even then, they still affected me from time to time. I really need to find a long-term solution for this problem. If not, I might one day end up losing it again as I did back in Isanor. Raising my head to stare at the mountains in the distance, I continued to talk. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that the place I went wasn't dangerous, but you should know very well that it is very darn hard to kill me. Some might even call me a cockroach. I understand. Cutting me off, I heard my mother's voice. I instantly stopped speaking the moment I heard her voice. After a short pause, she continued. We'll have a talk once you get back home. For now, answer me this. Will you be back home on time for dinner? Dinner. Give me a second. Lowering my head, I glanced at my watch and checked the time, 14:03. Once I checked the time, I also checked my location through the GPS on my watch. Licking my lips, I did a quick scan of the map. We're not that far from Ashton City. In fact, we're pretty close to the Clayton Ridge. If we take the train, we might be able to make it by 6, 2 hours before dinner. Having confirmed that everything was in order, I responded to my mother. Yes, I should be able to make it back for dinner. This chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. Okay, I will make one extra meal. Natasha and Amanda will also be joining, so it won't really make a difference. Ah. The moment my mother mentioned Amanda and Natasha's names, I suddenly remembered something and turned my head to glance at Edward in the distance, who was currently helping Liam recover from the portal sickness. Turning my head back, I whispered. Mom, can you add another person? Another person? Yeah. Don't worry about who it is, you will know once we arrive. Okay. Her voice sounded rather confused, but she still nevertheless complied. Thank you, Mom, I will come back home soon. I will see you later. Okay. See you soon. Following her words, she hung up on me. Scratching the back of my head, I turned to look at Edward and Liam in the distance. Are you two done? Shall we go back home now? Insidious Guild and Raging Dragon Guilds have both filed for bankruptcy. Following their actions, we've received several letters from the central government telling us to stop. How should we proceed? Ignore them. Continue as planned. Tell the central government to stop meddling in our affairs. If this persists, we will no longer hold back, even if costs our guild to go under. Amanda's threatening voice echoed throughout her office space as she glanced in Maxwell's direction. Following their plan to take over all of the guilds that planned on harming her guild, the central government decided to interfere. Although their actions were understandable, it was still disappointing. In light of the fact that her actions were destroying several diamond-graded guilds, their actions didn't seem so unreasonable. Not that Amanda cared. This is something we must do. We will look like pushovers if we listen to the Central Guild. It is unfortunate that several diamond-graded guilds will go down as a result of our actions, but this is a result of their actions. Who told them to provoke us? While she was talking, her eye would repeatedly glance toward a pen holder that sat on the far end of her desk. It was slightly tilted to the right. Just a little. In an effort to look like a proper guild representative, Amanda tried her best to not mind the slightly distorted pen holder, but it was hard. Really hard. Her finger twitched underneath her desk. I agree with your assessment, young miss. As the saying goes, if we give them an inch, they will take a mile. I will quickly share your HM. Is everything all right, young miss? Yes. In response to Maxwell's words, Amanda straightened her back. Keeping her face straight, she glanced at Maxwell. Do exactly that. Please do tell the elders about the situation. Okay. With a rather confused look on his face, Maxwell eventually nodded his head and turned around. Now is my time. In the exact moment he turned around, Amanda reached for the far end of the desk and adjusted the pen holder. A wave of relief washed over her body when she did this. But you really need to fix your habits, young miss. Weren't you leaving? I was. And have a good day, young miss. With a satisfied smile, Maxwell left the office. Staring at his disappearing back, Amanda's eyes squinted. He knows too much. Twang, twang. At the exact moment Maxwell left, Amanda's phone rang. Lowering her head, Amanda's back straightened once more. It was a message from Samantha. Sad face Samantha Dover, Samantha, Amanda dear, please join us for dinner today at 8 p.m. Your mother will also be coming and she will be sad if you don't come. Don't be late. Sad face Samantha Dover, The tone. A bitter smile appeared on Amanda's face as she read the message. From the tone of the message, it appeared as though this was not an invitation but an order. HAAA. Letting out a long and tired sigh, Amanda started to clear out her schedule. Might as well. Chapter 539, Warmth, 2. Clank. Clank. During the slow opening of the air train doors, a sweet voice lingered in the air. You have arrived at the station. We're here, let's go. Okay. Standing up, Edward was the first one to head out of the train. Similarly standing up, I glanced at Liam who was sitting on the seat beside me. Are you going to be fine by yourself? No problem. My eyes squinted. He nodded. You sure? Positive. All right then. With a casual shrug of my shoulders, I showed him my phone. In case you forget where you're supposed to be, you can still call my number. Well, that is of course unless you also forget that, in which case I won't be able to help you at all. I should be fine. If you say so. Finishing my drink and putting it down on the table, I bid farewell to Liam and left the train. All right, see you. Goodbye. Beep. Beep. Moments after I got off the train, I heard beeping sounds come from the train and the doors closed. A short time later, the train sped away. It was then that Edward moved next to me and asked. Have any idea where he's going? No clue at all. He just said that he had some stuff to do. Right before we left the demon realm, I had proposed to him to join my mercenary group. On a good note, he accepted my offer, and we were soon going to meet each other again. On a bad note, he said that he was only going to be a member in name, meaning that he would help whenever he was free. Apparently, he didn't like being chained down by organizations as that was too boring for him. I tried to convince him otherwise, but he didn't seem to budge and I eventually had to step back and accept his terms. It was better than nothing. I guess I better get going now. Jolting me out of my thoughts was Edward's voice. Turning around, I placed my hand over his shoulder. Where are you going? To my guild and meet my daughter? Nope. Edward looked at me with a confused look. Taking a closer look at him, I shook my head. Not like this you are. Ah. It wasn't until Edward felt my gaze that he realized what was wrong. It was the fact that he was dressed as a hobo at the moment. While he was in the arena, his clothes were in good condition, but after being trapped in a prison for a few days, he grew a rough beard and he smelled. Additionally, his clothes showed signs of tearing due to the demon's treatment. He was just unpresentable. It would be best if we got you something to change in before you meet your daughter. And your wife as well. But I wasn't going to tell him this. Wanted to create a surprise for the two of them. That said. Suddenly, Edward's eyes locked on me, and I realized my tongue had slipped. Would you please correct me if I heard you incorrectly, or did you just say we were going to meet my daughter in your apartment? I meant my parents' house. With a slight cough, I kept a straight face. Weren't you there during the meeting where I introduced magic cards? Yeah. Edward's eyes squinted. I continued. Well, considering just how much money was involved, I had asked Amanda to send some people to look after my parents and she moved them to stay next to her apartment. After that, Amanda and my mother got along well with each other, and sometimes she comes over for dinner. I see. With a slight nod, Edward's face flashed with sadness. At a glance, I could tell what he was thinking. He must be thinking that she was lonely. Pressing my hands against his back, I pushed him forward. This chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. Enough with that look. Let's get you changed and show Amanda the best version of yourself, and not some hobo version. Watch it. You can't deny reality. Ignoring the stares coming from the people beside us, I somehow managed to bring Edward to a nearby retail shop to get him some decent clothes and a haircut. That was how we spent the remaining 2 hours before dinner. 7:30 p.m. Ding. Dong. Samantha rushed to the door when the doorbell rang. I'm sure it's Natasha. Since Amanda was due to arrive a little later for guild business, Samantha assumed the person outside was Natasha. Only she would arrive so early. Her instincts proved correct when she opened the door and found a familiar figure behind it. With a bright smile on her face, Natasha greeted Samantha while holding a basket of goods. My apologies for intruding. Come on in. A smile spread on Samantha's face as she took a step to the side. Make yourself at home. Thank you. As Natasha handed Samantha the bag of goods, she slowly entered the room. Immediately after coming in, she was met with the sight of Nola playing with Ronald, her father. Taking note of her appearance, Ronald greeted her with a nod. She greeted back. Nice to see you. You too. Immediately after greeting him, Natasha's eyes fell on Nola. Her face instantly melted. Nola. How have you been doing? Sister Natasha. After escaping her father's grasp, Nola ran up to Natasha and hugged her, causing her face to melt even more as she patted her head. I am a sister, that's right. With a broad smile on her face, Natasha put Nola down. Then, turning her head, she looked in Samantha's direction. Do you need any help? Not thank you. Walking toward the dinner table, she carefully placed 7 plates. Natasha, who was looking at her, quickly took notice of this and asked. 7 plates. There are 2 extra plates. It's deliberate. Samantha answered. Her tone was rather chilly. Deliberate. Who could the other guests be? Ah. It was at that moment that she thought of something. Did he return? Samantha's hand paused the moment Natasha's words left her mouth. But after a while, with her usual smile, she continued to set the dishes in place. Yeah, and he's apparently bringing an extra guest. An extra guest? Natasha curiously cocked her head. Did he say anything about who the guest is? No clue. Setting the last dish down, Samantha cleaned her hand with a small rag and headed back to the kitchen. You know him. He won't tell me anything anyway, so I guess we can only find out when he's coming. What a troublesome boy. Standing up, Natasha started to feel great sympathy for Amanda. Oh, daughter of mine. I might not judge you for your tastes, but you are in for a tough battle ahead. A man like Ren was hard to tame. I think it's best if I hell. Ding. Dong. Halfway through her sentence, the door suddenly rang. Immediately after the door rang, leaning her head out of the kitchen, Samantha looked at Natasha. Natasha, would you mind getting the door? Sure. Raising her thumb, Natasha slowly walked up to the door. While she walked to the door, she thought to herself. Did he already arrive or is it Amanda? Either way, she would find out soon enough as she reached her hand out to grasp the doorknob. Clank. Opening the door, with a bright smile on her face, she welcomed the guests. This chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. Welcome. But halfway through her sentence, her face suddenly froze. After that, her face became significantly paler. Boo, but, how? Moments before. This is the place. The moment Ren's voice echoed out, Edward's feet came to a pause. Staring at the door in front of him, he took a deep breath. This where you live? Yeah. Ren nodded from the side. Robotically turning his head, he asked. Yo, oh, you nervous? There was a slight stutter in his voice as he spoke. This caught Edward's direction as he stared in his general direction. I want to ask you the same thing. You nervous? Me. Ren instantly scoffed at his question. I'm definitely not nervous at all. I've gone up ag ain't rank demons, I am definitely not scared of my other, as if. Then why are you shaking? Edward almost blurted out as he saw Ren shaking even more fiercely. However, he decided against it. He probably had his own circumstances. That said, I feel a bit better now. Witnessing Ren's state, Edward felt a lot calmer. Taking another deep breath, he extended his hand and pressed on the doorbell of the house. As he did, he made sure to smile. Ding! Dong! The doorbell chimed at the push of the button, and the sound of rushed footsteps echoed from behind the door. Clank! Within moments, a stunning beauty emerged from behind the door, her hair falling gracefully down her shoulders and her eyes reflecting an innocence that seemed to abound. With a bright smile that seemed to light up the surroundings, she greeted. Welcome. Then, halfway through her sentence, Edward's gaze caught hers and the two of them froze in place. As if time had frozen still, a deep silence prevailed over the area as the two of them stared at each other. Neither believed what they were seeing. It can't be. The first to break the silence was Edward, who repeatedly shook his head and took a step back. Impossible. As he struggled to find the right words to say, he felt a lump in his throat. The woman whose crystal eyes were now filled with tears stood by the door, and Edward was overcome with a sharp pain in his heart. He grasped his clothes as he took another step back. That woman. There was no way he wouldn't recognize her. She was the only woman who had left a deep imprint in his heart, and the woman who had also torn his heart apart. Despite the fact that she looked like Amanda, Edward would not mistake her for her. That was the depth of her imprint on his heart. Throughout the years, he had never forgotten about her. She may have left abruptly, but Edward never forgot about her. After all, he knew why she had left him. Of course, he knew. He may have not been as powerful as he was now, but he still had his means, and when he learned the truth of the matter, he felt a little piece of him tear apart. In the end, despite all of my power, I couldn't do anything to stop what happened. Often mumbling to himself those words, he would isolate himself and focus on his work, neglecting Amanda. The reality was that Edward had never been too busy in the past to support Amanda. In fact, he did have time. He felt a suffocating sensation every time he glanced at Amanda, as he recalled his past with Natasha and her actions. It was as if he were trapped in a room filled with water with only a small opening for air. Despite his best efforts, he simply couldn't do it. It was only later that he managed to come to terms with Natasha's sacrifice. Even then, the damage had already been done, and Amanda stopped expressing her emotions. This sight. It broke him. Just what kind of father would allow his daughter to experience such a neglected childhood? His decision to move on from the past began at that moment. At least that was how it was supposed to be. When Edward stared at the figure in front of him, he felt a surge of emotions as his body trembled uncontrollably. In an effort to quiet his trembling mouth, he bit his lip. Eventually, he managed to mutter something. Tasha, is that really you? Hearing his voice, a tear trickled down Natasha's cheeks as both her hands were pressed against her mouth. As she struggled to speak, her choking sounds echoed throughout the apartment corridors. A few moments later, she weakly nodded her head. Why, yes. Chapter 540, Warmth, 3. I should probably take my leave. As Edward and Natasha stood by the door in silence, I took this moment to finally enter my house. Didn't want to get in between the reunion of the two. As I stepped into the house, my body unknowingly began to relax. It was the same old corridor, the same old smell, the familiar voices in the distance, everything was the same as it had been before. A thin smile spread across my face as I took out my shoes and placed them on the shoe rack. Afterward, my shoulders stiffened a bit, but I still gathered the courage to walk into the living room. It was now or never. And, just as I managed to gather my courage, a familiar figure emerged from the kitchen and met my gaze. Did something happen to Natasha? It's taking her. Both of our feet came to a stop as we stared at each other. At that moment, silence enveloped the corridors of the house as neither one of us spoke. She looks the same as always. As she wore a nice blue apron, my mother looked exactly as she did half a year ago, with her blonde hair falling to the right side of her shoulders that perfectly complemented her blue eyes. Her deep blue eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to mine, scrutinized my body carefully as a variety of emotions flashed across them. I could definitely feel hints of anger coming from her, but above all else, I could feel the relief in them as she looked at me. Breaking the uncomfortable silence, I waved my hand in the air and smiled awkwardly. It's been a while, Mom. How have you been? As she stared at me, I was only met with deep silence. After a while, wiping her hands on her apron, she subtly nodded her head. You're back. Her voice sounded rather monotonous. I inwardly groaned when I heard the tone of her voice. With her head raised, she nudged me. What happened to your hair? Did you dye it? A new style? I started to scratch the back of my head. How should I explain this? I definitely couldn't tell her that this was a result of my body suffering a trauma due to accessing a power that was far above mine. Circumstances happened. In the end, that was all that I could mutter. Although I could have lied about my circumstances, I decided against it and just decided to be vague. My mother was a living lie detector. There was no point in lying. Okay. In the same apathetic manner as before, she turned to the kitchen. Before entering the kitchen, I was able to hear her last words. Go and take a shower. Dinner will be ready in half an hour. Staring at her disappearing back, I raised my armpits and smelled them. Ugh. My head recoiled back as I thought. I really do stink. Ha. Letting out an exhausted sigh, I proceeded to head for my room. But just before I did so, I stopped by in the living room to greet my father and Nola. After turning right in the living room, I noticed the two sitting together on the sofa. As Nola scooted close to Dad, she pointed at the screen of the tablet he was holding. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Why did he jump the fence? Because it is quicker this way. But isn't that naughty? Very naughty. As I listened to their conversations, I couldn't help but smile. Aren't the two of you going to greet me? At that moment, both heads snapped in my direction, and we looked each other in the eye. The first to react was Nola as she jumped out of the sofa with an excited look on her face. Broth. But halfway through her sentence, as though she recalled something, the excitement on her face disappeared and she sat back on the sofa with her arms crossed. She then turned her head and snorted. This chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. What? The sight left me shocked as I felt something pierce my heart. Moving up to her, I poked her little arms. Nola. But no matter what I did, she would repeatedly turn her head and avoid making eye contact with me. The sight of her reaction made me once again feel a piercing pain run through my heart as I started shaking her body. Hey, Nola, it's me. Your big brother. I know my hair has changed, but it's still me. Don't do this to me. As I circled around Nola in an attempt to meet her gaze, my father's voice echoed out. Just leave her be for now. Okay. In the end, worried that she might twist her neck, I decided to stop. But the damage was already done as I gazed at my father in hopes of receiving some support. This is on you. Unfortunately, he didn't seem too keen on helping me as he shook his head. Raising his head, he patted me on the shoulder. It's good that you're back, but you best listen to your mother. Go and take a shower. All right. With my shoulders slumped, I turned to glance at Nola. For a brief moment of time, our eyes met, but she quickly turned her head and crossed her arms. No one loves me anymore. As I lowered my head, I headed to the bathroom to take a shower. Before that, I took a spare change of clothes. Clank. Closing the door behind me, I ended up muttering. I'm never doing this again. Edward lived over 15 years believing that his wife had died protecting him and their daughter. 15 years. For a human, 15 years was a frighteningly long time despite the increase in life expectancy. He had long come to terms with his wife's death. But, deeply staring into Natasha's eyes, Edward finally realized that she wasn't dead. She was still alive, and she had just come back. Seeing the tears that were dripping down her cheeks, a smile soon formed on his face. You look the same as the last time I've seen you. She truly did. With her lustrous black hair, crystal clear eyes, and a look that would leave anyone speechless, she would be the envy of anyone who saw her. It was the same as in the past. Laying eyes on the woman in front of him, Edward was hit by a sudden wave of nostalgia as he couldn't help but think of the old days. Back when he still had her. He had thought that those days would have never ended. Who would have known what the future held for them? Had he known, he would have tried his best to stop whatever was going to happen. Alas, he knew that this was merely something he could only dream about and never accomplish. Why, you too? As Natasha nodded her head, tears started streaming from her eyes. Yo, you also haven't changed. You think so? Staring at his clothes, Edward embarrassingly scratched the back of his head. I didn't know that you were going to be here. If I did, I would have opted for better clothes. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Natasha's eyes fell on his clothes. I think they are fine as is. Carefully taking a step forward, her hand trembled as she reached out for his top button. But you forgot to button this one up. While fixing his top button, neither of them blushed. They just felt it was natural. It was as if this were the way things were supposed to be. She was done. Natasha took a step back and weakly smiled. This chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. You look much better. After staring at her for a couple of seconds, Edward realized they were in the middle of a corridor. Thinking for a moment, Natasha looked behind her. Wiping her eyes, she looked back at Edward. Seeing as we still have some time before Amanda arrives, why don't I show you what your daughter has been up to? As soon as Amanda's name was mentioned, Edward's face changed and he lowered his head. It's all my fault. It's all right. Caressing his cheek with her hand, Natasha raised her voice. Samantha, I'll be going back to my room for a couple of minutes. Several seconds later, Samantha replied. Don't worry about it. It will still take 10 more minutes before dinner is ready. Take your time. Thank you. Glancing in Edward's way, Natasha headed for her room. Come, I'll show you what your daughter has been up to all these years. I'm tired. Amanda thought as she pressed the elevator button. Immediately after pushing the elevator button, she felt a pushing sensation coming from beneath her teeth. I hope they will like this. Currently, she was holding a pie made by the guild's chef. Apparently, it was a rare delicacy that only a very few could taste as the milk came from a very rare breed of monster that could only be found in certain areas of the human domain. Because Amanda wasn't much of an eater, she didn't know how good it was. In spite of this, she knew that Nola loved sweets and that this would probably score some points with her. Thinking of Nola, Amanda smiled. Ding! Upon reaching the top floor, the elevator chimed and the doors opened. Knowing the place like the back of her hand, Amanda soon arrived in front of Ren's apartment and rang the bell. Ding, dong. Immediately after she rang, the door opened and she was greeted by Samantha's large smile. Amanda, you're just in time. This is for you. Smiling back at her, Amanda handed her the cake. What's this? Surprise flashed across Samantha's face as she stared at the cake. A cake. How sweet of you. Let me quickly put it in the fridge. Extending her hands, she took the cake. What are you waiting for, Amanda? Come in, make yourself at home. If you will excuse me. Entering the apartment, Amanda took off her heels and placed them on the shoe rack beside her. Just as she was about to close the shoe rack, she suddenly heard the sound of rushed footsteps heading her way. Sister. Before Amanda knew it, Nola had already arrived before her and lunged her body in her direction. Any normal person would have been caught off guard by Nola's sudden actions. But Amanda wasn't. Extending her hands, she quickly caught Nola. Nola. Hey. Snuggling in Amanda's chest, Nola giggled. Then, recalling something, Nola tugged at Amanda's clothing. Leaving Amanda's embrace, Nola urged Amanda to follow her. Come. You want me to follow you? Though confused, Amanda followed Nola all the way toward the other end of the house before stopping at a certain room. Isn't this Ren's room? Recognizing the room, Amanda looked at Nola in confusion. Why did you bring me here? Knock, knock. Instead of answering her, Nola knocked on the door, much to Amanda's confusion. Within 2 seconds of the door knocking, the door opened, revealing a topless figure whose lower body was covered by a towel, and droplets of water flowed down his nearly perfect body. With his right hand holding onto a towel to dry his hair, he blinked a couple of times before asking. What is it? Amanda's body froze completely. Chapter 541, Warmth, 4. As expected, those bastards took advantage of my absence to lay their hands on my guild. Several files and papers were projected on the holographic projection in front of Edward, whose deep voice echoed throughout the apartment. The more he stared at them, the greater the frown on his face became. You don't have to worry too much. Standing by his side, Natasha comforted him. Your daughter is a lot more capable than you think. She may not have handled everything perfectly, but she was still able to deal quite a severe blow to all of the guilds that tried to lay their hands on the Demon Hunter Guild. I would say that she had done a fantastic job. She really did. The news of his daughter's accomplishments made Edward's face soften a bit. As he gazed at all the things she had accomplished during her career, he felt great pride fill him. Despite being just 20 years old, she was able to manage the guild without her father's support and prevent it from being devoured by other guilds. His pride grew for every minute that passed. You truly have grown up so well, Edward. Jolting him out of his thoughts, Edward suddenly heard his wife's voice. Turning his head, he softly asked, "Yes?" With an uncertain look on her face, Natasha thought for a moment before asking. You can choose not to answer this, but weren't you supposed to be in the demon world? From what I've heard, you fell into some sort of scheme, and the dungeon you were in desync. How is it possible for you to have come back? Edward's face turned serious when he heard her words. Pondering for a bit, he eventually nodded his head. There is no need to hide anything from you. Yes, I was indeed in the demon world. So it's true. Natasha's face was filled with worry as she looked at Edward. But how were you able to escape? I heard that it's almost impossible for someone to come back to Earth once they enter the demon world. About that. After briefly covering his hand with his mouth, Edward looked at Natasha for a moment before finally telling her everything. From how he had spent several years trying to find a way out, to one day finding himself inside the arena after getting injured in a big fight, and everything else that happened after. The expression on Natasha's face changed when she heard Edward tell about his time with the demons. It became increasingly concerned. Who would have thought that the fights were rigged? Had it not been for Ren who? Wait, did you just say Ren? Cutting Edward off, Natasha's eyes opened up a little bit. Yes. You heard correctly. Tilting his head, Edward looked at Natasha. Is there something wrong with him? Had it not been for Ren, I would have never been able to escape the place. After his confirmation, Natasha sat down on a couch with a deep and contemplative look on her face. Finding her reaction strange, Edward sat next to her. What's wrong? Did something happen with Ren? Yes. Natasha nodded her head. Lifting her head up to stare at Edward, she softly mumbled. It was also because of him that I was able to get rid of the Mindbreaker curse. What? Immediately after hearing her words, Edward stood up as his eyes widened. Did I hear correctly? Did you just say that Ren was also the one that saved you? With a complicated look on her face, Natasha nodded her head. Yes. Thinking back at everything that had happened back in Isinor, Natasha's face softened up a little before muttering. He's a good man. In an attempt to rebuke, Edward opened his mouth. However, as he thought about what had happened in the past, and what Ren had done for him, he eventually closed his mouth and nodded his head in agreement. He is. Standing up from her seat, Natasha checked her watch. Amanda should be here anytime soon. How about we go to dinner? Okay. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. Knock, knock. Having just taken a shower, I opened my room door without too much thought after hearing someone knock. After all, I could only think of my mother knocking on my room door. But it was at the moment when I opened the door that I was greeted by a familiar face. A face that I had not seen for over the past half a year. It was Amanda. It was at that moment that my mind blanked out as my eyes repeatedly blinked. You. It took Amanda's careful gaze to snap me out of it. With no trace of shyness, she carefully examined my body from head to toe. I felt a little weird. Have you looked enough? The moment I said those words, Amanda snapped out of it and raised her head to look at me. More specifically my hair, as she asked. What happened to your hair? After scratching my face, I glanced at Nola, who had her head turned away from me. It was from that moment that everything started to click for me, as I thought. It was you. Was Nola going through her rebellion phase? But wasn't that supposed to happen when they were in their teens? An early bloomer. Ugh. As I stared back at Amanda, I replied in the same way I had spoken to my mother. It's kind of complicated. Vaguely. Complicated. Unconvinced, Amanda's eyes squinted. But she eventually relented and her face softened up a little. Never mind, I don't care if you don't tell me. As long as you're fine, I'm fine. After that, her eyes paused on my body, prompting me to reflexively cover it. Staring at her, I asked, "What are you doing?" "Your scars." Pointing at the scars on my chest, Amanda's brows furrowed. "There are quite a lot. A lot more than when I last saw you." Even though she was trying to hide her emotions, I could tell from her glance that she was concerned. I smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry about them. I'll get them healed once I get myself a potion. They aren't even that bad, mostly from training. And from my fight against Lightning Dragon. That fight. It really took everything I had to beat him." "I see." Despite not being completely convinced by what I said, Amanda eventually nodded. In her eyes, there was a trace of relief. But that didn't last long as a small hand reached out for her pants and tugged them. It was Nola. Nola. Raising her small hand, Nola pointed in my direction. "Sister. Remember the promise." "Ah." Covering her mouth with her hand, Amanda glanced in my direction. Following this, her face quickly became expressionless. Or rather, it became quite cold. Opening her mouth, she icily said, "It's good that you're back." "Humph." Accompanying her words, was Nola's exaggerated snort as she turned her head. For a split second, Amanda's lips trembled. This obviously didn't escape my sight as I leaned against the side of the door. "If you want to pretend to be angry at me, at least try your best to not laugh." "Sister." As she gazed at Amanda, Nola raised her voice. Amanda's face quickly crumbled as she quickly apologized to Nola. "I'm sorry, Nola, but I just can't do it. Why don't you forgive your brother already?" Glancing my way, she gave me a signal with her eyes. With one glance, I understood what she meant and pretended to look hurt. At the same time, I did this, Amanda pointed in my direction. "Nola, I don't think this is a very good game. Your brother is very sad that you aren't talking to him anymore. I think he may cry soon." "Cry." This chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. Turning her head to look at me, I secretly channeled some mana and pinched the side of my leg, causing my eyes to fill with tears. "Oh no." In an instant, Nola's face changed as she rushed to comfort me. "Brother, don't cry. Nola was only joking. I'm not angry." "You're not?" I asked as I wiped my tears. Nola repeatedly shook her head. "No." "Then give me a hug." "Okay." Extending my hands, I tightly held Nola in my arm as I slowly stood up. Feeling her squishy body in my arms, I felt a wave of pure bliss wash over me. There, don't cry, brother." Patting me on the head, Nola tried comforting me. Not that I cared, as I was trying my best to stop myself from grinning. But it seemed as though I had failed miserably at this as Amanda just shook her head when she looked at me. I could only helplessly shrug my shoulders. Unfortunately, Nola's charm was that destructive. Coddling Nola for the next few seconds, I suddenly realized something. Staring at Amanda, I asked, "Did you meet your mother yet?" "Mom." Cocking her head a little, she looked at me with a confused look. After a while, she shook her head. "No." My brows furrowed when I heard this. Putting Nola down, I grasped Amanda's wrist and brought her with me. "Come with me for a second." "Wait, Ren." Without putting any resistance, Amanda followed me from behind. She did call my name a couple of times, but I was too preoccupied looking for Edward to notice. "Oh, here." Upon hearing voices in the dining hall, I dragged Amanda along with me into the dining hall. The moment we entered the place, all forms of noise ceased as I felt everyone's eyes pause on me. What's wrong? Why was everyone looking at me like that? But it didn't take too long for me to understand what was wrong as the towel on top of my head fell to the ground. Then, turning my head slightly, my eyes soon paused on Edward, whose eyes were fixed in my general direction. I instantly let go of Amanda's hand and took a step back. "I know this looks weird, but please don't, Ms." As I was about to finish my sentence, Amanda's figure disappeared from beside me and reappeared in front of Edward. As tears streamed down her cheeks, she tightly hugged his body. Dad." At first, she was flustered. Being dragged around by a half-naked Ren would obviously fluster everyone. But from the moment that she stepped into the living room, all of those emotions ceased to exist as her eyes paused toward two figures happily conversing with each other at the end of the dining table. It was as if her body and mind had frozen completely. "Is this a dream?" Amanda wondered to herself as her eyes lingered in the direction of the two figures in the distance. That sight. It was a sight she had dreamed of since she was young, and something she never believed could ever happen. Mom, Dad. Their presence prompted the two figures to turn their heads, and their eyes met. As Amanda's eyes locked onto the men sitting next to her mother, she felt a bolt of electricity run down her body. That figure. The figure she had been longing day and night to see for the past 3 years. I know this looks weird, but please don't miss. Within seconds, her body moved on its own, and her body began lunging toward him. Dad. In that moment, Amanda's face sank into the man's broad chest and she felt a familiar warmth. A warmth she had long yearned for. Chapter 542, Like, 1. This familiar warmth. It's real. It's not a dream. When Amanda looked into her father's eyes, tears began to trickle down her cheeks. It's okay. Wiping the tear away from her cheek, Edward softly smiled at her. It's really me, Amanda. I'm back. Ah. Amanda let out a weak sound as she hugged her father even tighter, trying her best to imprint the warmth inside of her mind. A while later, Amanda opened her mouth. The frail sound of her voice echoed throughout the room. How are you here? How was it possible for her father to have returned from the demon world? Many had told her that this was an impossible feat, something that could never be accomplished due to how dangerous the territory was. Many times she had wanted to go herself, but knowing how weak she was, she could only silently endure the pain and continue training until she became strong enough to go. Yet, feeling her father's warmth, Amanda knew that he was right here with her. This was not a dream. Softly staring at Amanda, Edward opened his mouth to answer. However. Rendover. Are you an exhibitionist? Go and put some clothes this instant. He was stopped by Samantha's enraged shout. Turning around, Amanda watched as Ren left the room with a crestfallen look on his face. You think I really did this on purpose? Also, it's not like I'm actually naked, people go to the beach all the time, it makes no difference if they see my chest. As he left, nearly everyone in the room heard his parting words. Hey. Edward chuckled slightly at that moment. With a confused look on her face, she turned her head to look at him. Do you two know each other? Letting go of him, she sat down on the seat next to him. Glancing in her direction, Edward had a complicated look on his face as he nodded his head. You wanted to know why I was able to get out of the demon world, right? Yes. Unknowingly, Amanda's heartbeat started racing as she nodded her head. In her mind, she was already formulating a theory about what had happened. The words her father said next confirmed her assumptions. It's because of him. He helped me escape from the demon realm. As expected, it really was him. Instead of being surprised, Amanda's face turned complicated. She had already formed an idea once her father appeared the same time he did, but being overwhelmed with emotions, she didn't think too much about the situation. However, now that she had calmed down, she was able to understand exactly what had happened. Lowering her head, Amanda glanced in the direction of where Ren used to stand, letting her face soften a little. The edges of her lips curled ever so slightly. You truly are. This is very good. With my fork in hand, I chewed my food politely. Once I finished eating, I would wipe my mouth carefully with a napkin. I also made sure to keep my back straight and hold the fork properly. I wasn't one to eat like this, however, at the moment I felt that I needed to do this. For the sake of my life. Kiam, what delicacy this is. What is this weird thing? With a slight cough, I swallowed another mouthful. Along the way, I made sure to compliment the food, regardless of whether it was good or not. Unfortunately, this chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. Isn't that ginger you're eating? I don't think you like ginger, don't you? The dining hall echoed with my mother's voice. My fork froze in place. As I smacked my lips a couple of times in an attempt to get my taste buds to work, I finally tasted the food in my mouth, and from that moment, I had to do my best to stop my tears from falling. I fucked up. Lifting my head a little, my left eye twitched. Nevertheless, I still complimented. Amazing ginger, mother. I don't know how you seasoned it, but I think I no longer dislike the taste of ginger. I didn't do anything to it. Nothing. Then I must compliment you on how well you selected the ingredients. Truly AMA. I ordered them online. Scratching the side of my head, I lowered my head and stopped speaking altogether. I realized that the less I spoke, the better the situation for me would be. And it proved to be the right decision as the dinner continued smoothly after that. The feeling lasted only a short time, as my mom's icy words echoed throughout the room. Is that so? So you met Ren in the demon realm. Feeling her intense gaze from the other side of the dining table, I lowered my head even further. Shit. But it seemed as though fate did not want me to do that as Edward continued talking. Yes, if not for your son, I would have never been able to escape from the demon world. Oh my, what a brave son I have. With every word that came out of my mother's mouth, I felt as if a sharp knife was stabbing my heart. Please stop. Lifting my head a little, I pleaded with Edward to stop, but it didn't seem as though he got the message as he continued speaking. In fact, I even fought against your son back in the demon world. At his words, the room froze completely as the eyes of several people in the room opened widely. So this is what your goal was. It was also at that moment that I realized that Edward was not feigning ignorance to my earlier signals, but was actually doing it on purpose. You two have fought? My mother asked with a rather surprised tone. Feeling her gaze pause on me, I silently glared in Edward's direction. You better stop talking. But unfortunately, my words went to deaf ears as Edward continued speaking. Secretly glancing in Natasha's and Amanda's direction, he put on a hurt look. We have. Your son also beat me quite badly. I was punched multiple times in the face, and he also broke a lot of my bones. If not for my sturdy body, your son could have killed me. Oh my. While he was speaking, I suddenly felt Amanda's gaze pause on me. Turning my head, our eyes met. She didn't say anything, but with a single glance, I could tell what she wanted to ask me. Is what he is saying true? Ugh. Groaning slightly, I covered my face with my hand and slowly nodded my head. Glaring at Edward, I was forced to interject. I only did it for the sake of helping you. A smile spread across Edward's face as he glanced at me. I didn't say you didn't. The misunderstanding was finally clarified by Edward as he looked toward the others. In spite of Ren's actions, he did it to save me, so there's no need for you guys to think badly of him. Hearing his words, my eyes began to squint. Just why is he acting this way? It somehow felt as though he was having some sort of vendetta against me. But it didn't take too long for me to understand the reason for his sudden actions. Following his line of sight, I soon realized why. It's about what happened earlier. He had probably misunderstood the moment I came into the room. At least that was what I thought it was. This chapter upload first at allnovelfull.com. So in order to save you, Ren purposely beat you up. But aren't you supposed to be strong? Once again, my mother's words echoed. The smile on Edward's face stiffened a little as he quickly explained. Back then I had my mana sealed and my rank dropped to the same level as Ren. Not only that, but Ren also had a device to stop my men. Sounds an awful lot like you are making excuses for your loss. In the middle of his sentence, Edward was interrupted by Natasha. With a slight smile on her face, she glanced in Amanda's direction. There is no need to be embarrassed, we have all seen Ren's capabilities. It wouldn't be strange for you to lose to him, right Amanda? Alternating her gaze between me and Edward, Amanda eventually nodded her head. Yes. Amanda. Edward pitifully looked at Amanda with a betrayed expression on his face. Despite his reactions, Amanda just ate the food calmly, seemingly unconcerned with his reaction. She looked to be lost in her own thoughts. And just like that, the next couple of hours flew by. By the time it was 10 p.m., everyone had already eaten their fill and my mother was already back in the kitchen, cleaning up the dishes. Whom. Letting out a long yawn, I stood up from my seat. Glancing around the place and seeing everyone still busy doing their own thing, I decided to head for my room. I was honestly quite tired. Stretching my back a little, I walked toward my room. Along the way, I thought about the dinner. If I had to be honest, it was a lot more tiring than my half-year-long trip back to the demon realm. In spite of the dangers there, I never felt so tense in my life. Like a hawk, my mother watched every move I made with great attention. It felt as though any wrong move would spell the end of me. Remind me to never do this again. Shaking my head, I entered my room and headed for the balcony. Clank. The moment I opened the balcony door, I was left surprised by the sight of Amanda staring at the nightly sky as her figure basked underneath the moonlight, perfectly highlighting her soft and delicate features. My feet came to an abrupt pause. You're here. Turning her head, Amanda glanced in my direction. Staring back at her, I walked toward the balcony railings and proceeded to gaze at the city from the balcony. A momentary silence followed as we both stared at the city below. Breaking the silence, I turned my head to glance at her. You were waiting for me. I was. Resting her head in her arms that were crossed on the balcony, Amanda slightly turned her head in my direction. I just put Nola to bed, and since the two rooms are connected, I decided to head for the balcony to enjoy the breeze. I see. Raising my hand, I scratched the side of my eye. However, her next words caused my hand to freeze on the spot. Do you know? I like you, you know that. As if time had stopped, everything around me faded away, and I could only see Amanda's figure at that moment. Show. With a slight smile on her face, Amanda pressed her finger to my mouth. There is no need to pretend as though you don't know. I noticed this back when we were at the concert. I wasn't exactly sure back then, but I'm sure now. You know about my feelings for you. Taking her finger away from my mouth, Amanda turned to glance at the city below. Pressing her hands on the handrail, she leaned her body back. The only reason I'm telling you this is because I'm no longer going to hide the fact that I like you. Though faint, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks as the smile on her face deepened a little. I tried. I really did try to stop these feelings from growing. Me with the guild, and you with your own stuff, it is really hard to pursue what we really want to do since we are forced to bear responsibilities that others can't, but... With a slight pause, Amanda turned her head to glance my way again. You are making it really hard for me to not like you. This familiar warmth. It's real. It's not a dream. When Amanda looked into her father's eyes, tears began to trickle down her cheeks. It's okay. Wiping the tear away from her cheek, Edward softly smiled at her. It's really me, Amanda. I'm back. Ah. Amanda let out a weak sound as she hugged her father even tighter, trying her best to imprint the warmth inside of her mind. A while later, Amanda opened her mouth. The frail sound of her voice echoed throughout the room. How are you here? How was it possible for her father to have returned from the demon world? Many had told her that this was an impossible feat, something that could never be accomplished due to how dangerous the territory was. Many times she had wanted to go herself, but knowing how weak she was, she could only silently endure the pain and continue training until she became strong enough to go. Yet, feeling her father's warmth, Amanda knew that he was right here with her. This was not a dream. Softly staring at Amanda, Edward opened his mouth to answer. However, Rendover, are you an exhibitionist? Go and put some clothes this instant. He was stopped by Samantha's enraged shout. Turning around, Amanda watched as Ren left the room with a crestfallen look on his face. You think I really did this on purpose? Also, it's not like I'm actually naked. People go to the beach all the time. It makes no difference if they see my chest. As he left, nearly everyone in the room heard his parting words. Hey. Edward chuckled slightly at that moment. With a confused look on her face, she turned her head to look at him. Do you two know each other? Letting go of him, she sat down on the seat next to him. Glancing in her direction, Edward had a complicated look on his face as he nodded his head. You wanted to know why I was able to get out of the demon world, right? Yes. Unknowingly, Amanda's heartbeat started racing as she nodded her head. In her mind, she was already formulating a theory about what had happened. The words her father said next confirmed her assumptions. It's because of him. He helped me escape from the demon realm. As expected, it really was him. Instead of being surprised, Amanda's face turned complicated. She had already formed an idea once her father appeared the same time he did, but being overwhelmed with emotions, she didn't think too much about the situation. However, now that she had calmed down, she was able to understand exactly what had happened. Lowering her head, Amanda glanced in the direction of where Ren used to stand, letting her face soften a little. The edges of her lips curled ever so slightly. You truly are. This is very good. With my fork in hand, I chewed my food politely. Once I finished eating, I would wipe my mouth carefully with a napkin. I also made sure to keep my back straight and hold the fork properly. I wasn't one to eat like this, however, at the moment I felt that I needed to do this. For the sake of my life. Kiam, what delicacy this is. What is this weird thing? With a slight cough, I swallowed another mouthful. Along the way, I made sure to compliment the food, regardless of whether it was good or not. Unfortunately, this chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. Isn't that ginger you're eating? I don't think you like ginger, don't you? The dining hall echoed with my mother's voice. My fork froze in place. As I smacked my lips a couple of times in an attempt to get my taste buds to work, I finally tasted the food in my mouth, and from that moment, I had to do my best to stop my tears from falling. I fucked up. Lifting my head a little, my left eye twitched. Nevertheless, I still complimented. Amazing ginger, mother. I don't know how you seasoned it, but I think I no longer dislike the taste of ginger. I didn't do anything to it. Nothing. Then I must compliment you on how well you selected the ingredients. Truly AMA. I ordered them online. Scratching the side of my head, I lowered my head and stopped speaking altogether. I realized that the less I spoke, the better the situation for me would be. And it proved to be the right decision as the dinner continued smoothly after that. The feeling lasted only a short time, as my mom's icy words echoed throughout the room. Is that so? So you met Ren in the demon realm? Feeling her intense gaze from the other side of the dining table, I lowered my head even further. Shit. But it seemed as though fate did not want me to do that as Edward continued talking. Yes, if not for your son, I would have never been able to escape from the demon world. Oh my, what a brave son I have. With every word that came out of my mother's mouth, I felt as if a sharp knife was stabbing my heart. Please stop. Lifting my head a little, I pleaded with Edward to stop, but it didn't seem as though he got the message as he continued speaking. In fact, I even fought against your son back in the demon world. At his words, the room froze completely as the eyes of several people in the room opened widely. So this is what your goal was. It was also at that moment that I realized that Edward was not feigning ignorance to my earlier signals, but was actually doing it on purpose. You two have fought? My mother asked with a rather surprised tone. Feeling her gaze pause on me, I silently glared in Edward's direction. You better stop talking. But unfortunately, my words went to deaf ears as Edward continued speaking. Secretly glancing in Natasha's and Amanda's direction, he put on a hurt look. We have. Your son also beat me quite badly. I was punched multiple times in the face, and he also broke a lot of my bones. If not for my sturdy body, your son could have killed me. Oh my. While he was speaking, I suddenly felt Amanda's gaze pause on me. Turning my head, our eyes met. She didn't say anything, but with a single glance, I could tell what she wanted to ask me. Is what he is saying true? Ugh. Groaning slightly, I covered my face with my hand and slowly nodded my head. Glaring at Edward, I was forced to interject. I only did it for the sake of helping you. A smile spread across Edward's face as he glanced at me. I didn't say you didn't. The misunderstanding was finally clarified by Edward as he looked toward the others. In spite of Ren's actions, he did it to save me, so there's no need for you guys to think badly of him. Hearing his words, my eyes began to squint. Just why is he acting this way? It somehow felt as though he was having some sort of vendetta against me. But it didn't take too long for me to understand the reason for his sudden actions. Following his line of sight, I soon realized why. It's about what happened earlier. He had probably misunderstood the moment I came into the room. At least that was what I thought it was. This chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. So in order to save you, Ren purposely beat you up. But aren't you supposed to be strong? Once again, my mother's words echoed. The smile on Edward's face stiffened a little as he quickly explained. Back then I had my mana sealed and my rank dropped to the same level as Ren. Not only that, but Ren also had a device to stop my men. Sounds an awful lot like you are making excuses for your loss. In the middle of his sentence, Edward was interrupted by Natasha. With a slight smile on her face, she glanced in Amanda's direction. There is no need to be embarrassed, we have all seen Ren's capabilities. It wouldn't be strange for you to lose to him, right Amanda? Alternating her gaze between me and Edward, Amanda eventually nodded her head. Yes. Amanda. Edward pitifully looked at Amanda with a betrayed expression on his face. Despite his reactions, Amanda just ate the food calmly, seemingly unconcerned with his reaction. She looked to be lost in her own thoughts. And just like that, the next couple of hours flew by. By the time it was 10 p.m., everyone had already eaten their fill and my mother was already back in the kitchen, cleaning up the dishes. Wham. Letting out a long yawn, I stood up from my seat. Glancing around the place and seeing everyone still busy doing their own thing, I decided to head for my room. I was honestly quite tired. Stretching my back a little, I walked toward my room. Along the way, I thought about the dinner. If I had to be honest, it was a lot more tiring than my half-year-long trip back to the demon realm. In spite of the dangers there, I never felt so tense in my life. Like a hawk, my mother watched every move I made with great attention. It felt as though any wrong move would spell the end of me. Remind me to never do this again. Shaking my head, I entered my room and headed for the balcony. Clank. The moment I opened the balcony door, I was left surprised by the sight of Amanda staring at the nightly sky as her figure basked underneath the moonlight, perfectly highlighting her soft and delicate features. My feet came to an abrupt pause. "You're here." Turning her head, Amanda glanced in my direction. Staring back at her, I walked toward the balcony railings and proceeded to gaze at the city from the balcony. A momentary silence followed as we both stared at the city below. Breaking the silence, I turned my head to glance at her. "You were waiting for me." I was. Resting her head in her arms that were crossed on the balcony, Amanda slightly turned her head in my direction. "I just put Nola to bed, and since the two rooms are connected, I decided to head for the balcony to enjoy the breeze." "I see." Raising my hand, I scratched the side of my eye. However, her next words caused my hand to freeze on the spot. "Do you know? I like you, you know that." As if time had stopped, everything around me faded away, and I could only see Amanda's figure at that moment. Show. With a slight smile on her face, Amanda pressed her finger to my mouth. "There is no need to pretend as though you don't know. I noticed this back when we were at the concert. I wasn't exactly sure back then, but I'm sure now. You know about my feelings for you." Taking her finger away from my mouth, Amanda turned to glance at the city below. Pressing her hands on the handrail, she leaned her body back. "The only reason I'm telling you this is because I'm no longer going to hide the fact that I like you." Though faint, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks as the smile on her face deepened a little. "I tried. I really did try to stop these feelings from growing. Me with the guild, and you with your own stuff, it is really hard to pursue what we really want to do since we are forced to bear responsibilities that others can't, but..." With a slight pause, Amanda turned her head to glance my way again. "You are making it really hard for me to not like you." Chapter 543, Like, 2. "You are making it really hard for me not to like you." Amanda's words echoed inside my mind like thunderbolts as my body stopped moving altogether. Millions of different thoughts flashed inside of my mind as I struggled to speak. This. She knew that I knew all along. A bitter smile soon spread across my face. And here I thought I was doing a good job at trying to hide my feelings. As expected of Amanda, she was more perceptive than I thought. I was unsure of what to say to her sudden confession as I stared at her. Although I knew that she liked me, I didn't take her for one to express her emotions so suddenly. The Amanda I knew was supposed to be reserved and shy. Not someone that would boldly confess like this. Just what happened during the time that I was in the demon world. Honestly, she had caught me off guard. You don't have to answer me just yet." Amanda let go of the railing before I could say anything else. As she turned away from me, she moved toward the balcony sliding door. "Sorry for dropping off something like that after you've just returned. I just feel like I needed to say it. For my sake." There was a short pause in her speech as she placed her hand on the slider door. "I guess I'm selfish in my own way, but if I never did this, I don't think you would have ever though about it." In the midst of my racing mind, a strange feeling overpowered me. Once again, sorry FO. I didn't know when, but before I knew it, I had already taken a step forward and I found myself grasping her wrist. "Wait." "Huh." After my hand made contact with Amanda's, her body flinched and she turned to face me with a surprised expression. Our faces weren't far. About a few inches away from each other. Gazing at her face which seemed to sparkle under the moonlight, I had a sudden thought. Was I always this indecisive? It didn't take long for me to come up with an answer to that question. Yeah. I guess I was. Thinking back, I really did have the tendency to overthink things. But it couldn't be helped. I was someone that liked to have everything under control. Just like in this case, were my emotions real, or were they a fruit of my other self's work? To be honest, this was something that had been plaguing my mind for quite a while. I had long stopped thinking about it because I was busy with other stuff. It only resurfaced recently when I went to the demon realm. At the time, I didn't think about saving Amanda's father when I went to the demon world. How could I have? I had just come off from a fight against the Demon King and found out about the secret of the entity residing inside of my body. Edward was the last thing that was on my mind back then. In addition to that, I saved Edward back then primarily because the situation back in the Demon Hunter Guild was complicated. It had to be noted that they were the ones protecting my parents, and if something bad happened to them, my family would be put in quite a bit of danger. I wasn't really thinking too deeply about it. And maybe, just maybe, Amanda may have misunderstood my actions. But, taking a deep breath, I slowly opened my mouth to speak. This weekend. I let go of her wrist as I stared deeply into her obsidian black eyes. Are you free this weekend? Clank. Closing the door behind her, Amanda stood still while lowering her head. This persisted for a good couple of minutes as she tried to let the events that transpired not too long ago sink into her mind. This chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. It really happened, right? She thought to herself. Ren had actually asked her out on a date, right? Within a moment, Amanda's cheeks became hot as her head made its way deeper into her bosom. It really did happen. Recalling his soft smile and warm eyes, Amanda knew that whatever happened back then wasn't a fruit of her imagination. It had actually happened. Knock. Knock. It was at that moment that Amanda heard a knocking sound. Amanda. Are you okay? It was her father. Edward. Placing both of her hands on her cheeks, Amanda hastily turned her head and pressed her hands on the door. I'm okay. She answered in an audible whisper. Is that so? Edward awkwardly said. A weird silence followed his voice as neither of them spoke. After a while, unable to bear the silence anymore, Edward spoke up. Amanda, can I come in? No. Putting more pressure on the door side, Amanda shook her head furiously. Don't come in. Despite feeling sorry for her father, she did not want anyone to see her right now. Let alone her father. Although she couldn't see herself in the mirror, Amanda knew that her expression wasn't quite right at the moment. She didn't want to risk it. Are you perhaps angry at me? Having misunderstood Amanda's words, Edward's voice fell. Calming herself down, Amanda replied. I'm not. Then why? Because I'm about to take a shower. Oh. Another moment of silence ensued as Edward seemed to struggle to find the right words to say. He eventually backed off. All right then, we still have a lot to discuss together. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Good night. Good night. With her back pressed against the door, Amanda closely paid attention to the sound of his footsteps distancing themselves from her room. It was only after she could no longer hear them that she finally calmed down. Slowly, her feet slid down and she hid her face in between her knees. I'm sorry. She silently murmured as she thought back at her father's crestfallen voice. But it really couldn't be helped. She really couldn't bear to let anyone see her at the moment. This is hard. Did I make a mistake? I repeatedly asked myself this question as I stared at the ceiling of my room. In all honesty, everything since the events that transpired not too long ago still seems a little hard to believe. I hope she isn't too mad with my answer. Thinking back, I neither agreed nor denied her confession. Still, after removing all thoughts from my mind, I decided to give it a go. I wanted to explore my feelings and see if I actually liked her. There was indeed the possibility of my other self manipulating my feelings in order to create a weakness for me, but I honestly didn't think this was the case. Amanda was strong. In terms of talent, she was only lagging behind Kevin. Not only that, she wasn't someone that I needed to look after in case the situation turned bad. She was someone that knew her responsibilities and knew how to act upon them. This chapter upload first at allnovelful.com. In contrast to being a burden, I thought of her as someone I could trust. After a moment's pause in my thoughts, I muttered silently to myself. I think this might be for the best. On another note, I really did need something to distract me from the things that were happening. And this was probably the best distraction out there. Is it really for the best? At that moment, a voice echoed beside me. My reaction was non-existent since I had grown accustomed to hearing that voice. While still staring toward the ceiling of my room, I replied. What do you know? I then turned my head to glance in his direction. If not for you, things wouldn't have been so complicated. If not for me, you would have died many times over. That may be true, but... Sitting up straight on the bed, I leaned my body forward a little. I would have never found myself in those situations had it not been for your influence. Clank. Clank. Scratching his ear, the rattling sound of the chains binding his arms echoed out. He had a rather nonchalant look on his face. Been curious about something, as someone who knows that their actions are controlled, you don't seem to be doing much. Am I not? Massaging the bottom of my chin, I shrugged my shoulders. I guess I just realized there is no need for me to do so. No need. Yeah. Glancing his way, I just smiled at him. There were many ways for someone to deal with a manipulator. In most cases, it would be best to ignore what they say and do the opposite of what they advise, but in my case, where most of his suggestions aligned with my desires and goals, this was not an option. Thus, I decided to opt for a different method. I see. Nodding his head slowly, my other self calmly opened his mouth. So you still think that I'm your enemy? Shrugging my shoulders, I leaned back on my bed. Think what you like. All right. With a casual nod of his head, the other me turned to look toward his body, which was slowly starting to become transparent. The chains that were binding his body suddenly tightened, and a weird red hue started sprouting from them. Clank. This sudden phenomenon surprised me a bit, as I had never seen it before. What's going on? I've overstayed my stay. Staring at the chains which were binding his body, my other self turned to look in my direction. Before he could say anything else, I started speaking. Let me guess, you've used too much energy after controlling my body. Yes. As expected. There was definitely a cost that he needed to bear when controlling my body and using that skill. As a matter of fact, I also suspected there was more to the skill than it just being a simple power boost, but as he wouldn't tell me, I could only guess for now. Clank. 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 Suddenly, more chains appeared from underneath the ground as they beckoned my other self, who stared at them without showing any signs of panic. Extending his hand, he let them bind his body completely. His body gradually started to fall toward the ground from that moment on. Within a few seconds, his head had already reached the ground, and with a simple smile on my face, I waved in his direction. Have a nice trip. Moments after my words faded, his body slowly sunk to the ground and disappeared. With my eyes lingering on the spot where he disappeared, the smile on my face slowly faded away as I softly mumbled underneath my breath. Monarch's Indifference. Chapter 544, Soul 1. A pity I couldn't stay up any longer. Staring at the chains that were behind his arms and legs, the other Ren's face remained impassive. While walking toward the distance, the rattling noise of the chains filled the darkness. Clank. 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 The sound did not persist for long, as his feet soon came to a pause. An orb of white and black loomed before him in the dark space as he muttered. Not bad. As he extended his hand to touch the orb, a small gap appeared in the black thread surrounding the orb, allowing his hand to pass through briefly before he yanked out again. A sizzling sound rang in the air as the other Ren gazed at his hand, which had turned semi-transparent. With his brows furrowed, he murmured. Almost. Almost what? A familiar voice suddenly echoed out, forcing Ren to turn his head abruptly. His eyes were immediately drawn to a familiar figure. Surprise. An ambiguous smile spread on the familiar figure's face as he stared at the white orb in the distance. Pointing at it, he asked. So is this the secret that you've been keeping away from me? Calmly walking toward the white orb, Ren carefully inspected it as he walked around it. Throughout the entire time, the other Ren didn't say anything as he just calmly observed him. This persisted for a good minute before the other Ren eventually started to speak. Did you plan this since the very beginning? The moment his words faded, Ren's feet came to a pause. Turning his head to glance in his direction, Ren placed his hand underneath his chin. Planned. Caressing his chin, he thought for a moment before shaking his head. Not really. I was just testing something. Testing something. Carefully staring at Ren, the edges of the other Ren's lips curled a little. If my guess serves right, you purposely lent me your body so that you could test whether there were any drawbacks to it. That's quite the bold move. It was. Halting his feet in front of the white sphere, Ren carefully looked at it. It doesn't take a genius to understand that nothing is free in this world. For you to have gained access to such tremendous power, just a little body trauma wouldn't have been enough. Extending his hand, Ren carefully moved it toward the white sphere. As his hand approached the sphere, the black threads revolving around it suddenly gained vitality and began wiggling. Not minding it, he continued moving his hand forward. You definitely had some sort of goal planned when taking over my body, and I can finally see that it has something to do with this white orb. His hand touched the black threads and the black threads quickly escaped away, revealing a clean white outer surface. Following this, his hand slowly sunk in. Throughout the whole time, the other Ren did nothing but stare at Ren doing whatever he was doing. This didn't last for long as Ren slowly removed his hand from the orb. With a complicated look on his face, he lowered his head and murmured. "It's just as I thought." Raising his head to glance in the direction of where his other self stood, Ren's face sank a little. "That white orb is my soul, isn't it?" "It is." Without denying anything, the other Ren calmly looked toward the white orb and nodded his head. "It's as you've guessed. That is indeed your soul." Without showing any changes in his expression, Ren pointed at the black threads revolving around the white orb. "What about the black threads?" "Them." Turning his head to stare at Ren, the other Ren calmly extended his arm. Immediately after his actions, the black threads revolving around the white orb started moving like crazy, as they quickly tried to entrap the white orb. "You can say that they are a backup plan." "A backup plan?" "Yeah." A calm nod from the other Ren preceded a sudden deepening in voice. "A contingency plan in case you disappoint me." "A contingency plan in case I disappoint you." Sounds like quite the plan. Rather than being surprised or angry at the other Ren's words, Ren just calmly stared at the white orb in front of him. "I already have a pretty good idea of what you're trying to do. I'm glad everything worked out for the best and I found out about this now." Turning his head slightly, Ren just looked at the other Ren for a second before disappearing. "I'll be seeing you soon." His last words deeply echoed throughout the black void as the other Ren stared in his direction. This persisted for a good minute before the other Ren turned to look at the white orb next to him. "Whether you've figured it out now or later, it doesn't change the inevitable future." As he muttered, he raised his hand and forced the black threads around the white orb once again to go crazy. "Everything is still under my control." "I knew it." Slowly rising from my bed, I opened my eyes again. As I was still processing the information that I had just learned, my thoughts were rather scattered. Regardless, I was soon able to sort them out inside of my head. In the brief moment of time that I touched that white orb, I was able to finally tell how a lot of my thoughts and actions were being controlled by him. Or at least, how. It's through my soul. Despite not knowing much about souls, what I gathered during that short period of time in the black void was that the black threads surrounding my soul were things my other self planted to control my soul. The more it corrupted, the more he was able to alter how I felt, how I acted, and basically what made me, me. I guess power never really does come for free. It was only a hypothesis for now, but when the other me took over my body through monarch indifference or through schemes such as the Angelica incident, his true goal was to damage my soul so that he could exert his influence on it. I wasn't exactly sure what his end goal was, however, if there was one thing I knew at this moment, it was that I needed to find a way to heal my soul. This was the only way I could ensure that I would be free from his influence. I used to believe that someone's soul couldn't be healed. That, however, was based on memories in my head. Knowing that my memories were purposely altered by him, I came to the realization that there was perhaps indeed a way for me to heal my soul. It was just that he purposely left it out since it would go against his wishes. Coming to this conclusion, I knew exactly what to do at the moment. Standing up from my bed, I took my phone out and scrolled through my contact list. Looks like I have to make a couple of calls. The next day. Wham. A yawn escaped from my mouth as I felt the morning breeze. As I stopped in front of a large gate and stared into the distance, a thin smile formed on my lips. "Morning, Professor Voss. Nice to see you too." Leaning against the side of the entrance of the lock, Kevin rolled his eyes. Under his eyes were glaring black circles, clearly showing his exhaustion. He was dressed in Locke's black professor uniform, which perfectly highlighted his bulked-up body. Moving toward me, his face turned strange as he cocked his head a little. "Did you dye your hair? You didn't strike me like the guy that would do that." "Circumstances." Just like everyone else, I decided to be vague regarding the situation about my hair. Despite Kevin already knowing about the entity inside of me, explaining everything was going to take a long time, so I brushed the subject aside. "Let's set the topic of my hair aside. Care to bring me to Douglas?" Alright, but don't forget to meet me after you're done. We still need to talk about the trip. Sure. Turning around, Kevin scratched the side of his head as he entered the gates of the lock. Letting out another yawn, I followed him from behind. I hope this helps me. Last night, after making a couple of calls, I was able to make an appointment with Douglas. Given his age and experience, I thought that he might have a clue with regard to something that could heal my soul. After all, this was now my current top priority. Further adding to that, I also was planning on making a trip to the lock's treasury, the Cube. Since I had accomplished the task they had given to me last time, it was only right that I took what was owed to me. If there was nothing that could help me with regard to souls, I still had a couple of things in mind that I really needed for myself. One such example would be a cure for all the mental problems that I was currently having. With potions no longer being as effective as they were in the past, I needed to find a solution right now. Though I wasn't sure yet, I had a feeling that if I didn't keep this in check, I might end up losing myself again. It was only just a hunch. But I didn't want to risk it. Chapter 545 Soul 2. Good morning, Professor. Morning, Professor. While we walked around the academy, we were greeted by students who were heading out for their classes. The students seemed unable to recognize me since my hair had changed, so most of their greetings were directed at Kevin. This was good since I didn't want to be recognized at the moment. That being said, the fact that my hair was white did attract quite a lot of attention as I felt multiple eyes pause on me whenever we went. How are we going to explain to Jean about the system and everything? It was while we were walking that Kevin spoke. Staring at him, my brows knit. What are you talking about? Didn't you previously mention that we should bring Jean with us? Oh, that. Right, I did suggest to Kevin to bring Jean with us during the trip. Although I wasn't sure how strong he was right now, he shouldn't be any weaker than Amanda, who was on the verge of breaking through to the last time I saw her, which was yesterday. That said, it would indeed be quite troublesome to explain to him about Kevin's system and everything. Unlike Kevin, who believed most of the words I said, Jean wasn't one to be fooled easily. As much as I hated to admit it, I was afraid my bullshitting skills would not work on him. Well, we can just not tell him anything. Huh. Kevin's feet came to a sudden halt. Turning his head to glance my way, he asked. What do you mean we don't have to tell him anything? He's currently working to take over as the next guild master of the Starlight Guild. If you want him to come with us, we should at least give him a proper reason to follow us. Listening to his words, I slowly nodded my head. You're right. His words made sense. Just like Amanda, Jean had a lot of responsibilities for himself. If we suddenly sprang the idea of going to another world to him without a proper explanation, he might end up refusing our offer. Although I knew a couple of other people that could replace him, ideally I wanted Jean to be the one that came with us. Considering his skill set, he was the most appropriate person to come with us. Squinting my eyes, I asked. What is the time difference between here and the place we're going? Let me check. Waving his hand in the air, Kevin carefully looked at the air in front of him. To be honest, had it not been for the fact that I knew he had a system, I would have thought he had some mental problems as he tapped and swiped the air randomly. It was quite a comical scene. This persisted for a good couple of minutes before Kevin turned around and informed me. The time difference between here and there is about half of that of Amora. So about 5 times. Yeah. 5 times, huh? This is a lot longer than I expected. Even though I didn't know how long I would be away, I didn't think it would be a good idea to take another long trip after just getting back. I might end up suffering quite a bit before leaving. Mother aside, it is also quite a pity to leave Earth. Presently, the best place to train was on Earth. Although time flowed slower on the planet that I was just about to go to, there was a major flaw in the place, and it was the fact that it lacked mana. Just like the demon world, the place was filled with demonic energy. Compared to Earth, whose mana density is increasing day by day, the time difference advantage would simply be negated by the fact that the mana there was thin. The same went for Amora, which unfortunately also had little to no mana in the air. Had the 2 plants had more mana, I would have without a doubt spent my time training over there. What a pity. While my thoughts paused there, I had a sudden thought as I opened my mouth and voiced it out. Wait, if the time is 5 times slower, why don't we just kidnap Jean? Huh. Kevin's face changed the moment those words escaped from my mouth. Snapping his head to look at me, he frowned. What are you talking about? Don't misunderstand. Raising my hands, I quickly explained to Kevin my thoughts. Since it will be troublesome to convince Jean and even tell him about your secrets, might as well just open the portal and send him in before he knows it. Coma back before his guild members notices something is wrong. It's not like this trip will be a long one. A dumbfounded look crossed Kevin's face as he stared at me. Are you serious? Just an option. As I approached the enormous structure in the distance, I shrugged my shoulders. The goal of the operation, from what he told me, was to prevent the mana on the planet from corrupting and becoming demonic. If everything played out well, then I didn't see why we would need a lot of time to do it. We just had to find the device that converted the mana and destroy it. Furthermore, since the system judged that the difficulty was around A, it shouldn't be too hard for us to deal with it. Who knows, perhaps I might even find a way to break through to S- rank. Though, I doubted it since it was actually hard to break through. HAAA. Thinking about breaking through to S- rank, I let out a long sigh. Although I was closer to it than ever, it still felt as though I was quite far away from it. I'm probably still a year or two away from breaking through. Sounded slow, but by then I would be around 23 years old. A 22-year-old S- rank hero. The news would probably shake the whole domain as not even Monica, who was considered one of the greatest prodigies humanity had ever seen, had accomplished such feats. If I don't remember incorrectly, Monica reached it when she was just 25. For me to do it at 22/23, it would probably alarm a lot of people. As I imagined Monica's face once I beat her record, the edges of my lips curled. We're here. Jolting me out of my thoughts was Kevin's voice as we stopped in front of a large wooden door. The headmaster is already waiting for you, so all you have to do is just knock on the door. Glancing at the door for a second, Kevin soon turned around. About your proposal of kidnapping Jean, tell me more about it later. I've got classes to teach now. I'll see you later. Bye. Waving Kevin goodbye, I turned to glance at the door in front of me. Without wasting any time, I raised my hand and knocked on the door. Knock. Knocks. Come in. Following my actions, a familiar aged voice echoed out from behind the door. Without hesitation, I twisted the doorknob and entered the room. Clank. As soon as I opened the door, an old wooden smell filled the room, while sunlight filtered through the large window at the end. Sitting in front of it, and behind a large wooded desk was Douglas, who slowly stood up and smiled in my direction. Haven't seen you in quite a while. His aged and tranquil voice echoed throughout the room. Extending his hand, he pointed at the leather chair in front of his desk. Have a seat for now. I heard you wanted to talk to me, what do you need? Smiling at him, I complied with his request and sat down on the chair. Brushing my hair up, I thought for a moment before I decided to go straight to the point. I need a favor. Do you have anything that can heal the soul? Right as those words escaped from my mouth, Douglas's face changed as he asked. Did something happen to your soul? Sort of. I nodded my head before explaining. I sustained a bit of damage to my soul, and I need to find a way to heal it. Massaging his long beard, a deep and contemplative look appeared on Douglas's face as he mused to himself. His brows soon furrowed tightly. Something that can heal your soul, huh? Seconds passed, and soon minutes passed as the frown on Douglas's face deepened. The longer time passed, the less hope I had that Douglas would find a way to heal me. Looks like I will have to ask someone else. Douglas wasn't the only person that I could ask with regards to possible news about something that could heal my soul. There were other people I could ask. Of which, there was Kevin, and possibly even Gervais. Though, making contact with him would prove to be quite difficult. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like I can be of help, Ren. It was then that Douglas shook his head in disappointment. With a smile on my face, I waved my hand. It's okay, But, I do know someone that can actually help you. But halfway through my sentence, Douglas suddenly said something that immediately caught my interest. You know someone that can help? Yes. Douglas nodded his head before his face turned weird as he looked at me. You might not like it, but if there is one guy that can help you, it's probably him. Listening to his next words, I suddenly had a bad feeling. However, as I thought about how urgent the matter was, I reaffirmed my resolve. It's okay as long as he can help me, then I can do anything. You sure? Sure. Don't tell me I didn't warn you. A grin appeared on Douglas's face as he caressed his beard and leaned back on his chair. If you're looking for a way to heal your soul, then the individual you should contact is none other than Octavius Hall, the strongest human in the human domain. Ah. A strange sound escaped from my mouth as my face hardened. Seriously. Chapter 546 One Problem at a Time, 1. Ugh. A groan escaped from my mouth as I thought about asking Octavius for help. Out of all individuals, it had to be him. Just my luck. Glancing Douglas's way, I sighed before asking. How sure are you that he can help? I'm fairly confident. Caressing his beard, Douglas slowly said. He also seems to have had a problem with his soul, so if there is anyone you should ask, it should be him. Ugh. Letting out another groan, I leaned back on the chair and sighed. It doesn't look like I have another option. Things had just turned a lot more problematic. To be honest, I didn't really want to see him. However, because this was one of my top priorities at the moment, I really didn't have much choice. Somehow, and some way, I had to meet him. This is the only way I can finally regain my memories before reincarnation, and dispel my other self's influence. Although just a hypothesis for now. After my soul healed completely, I believed all my memories of the future would disappear, and my old ones would reappear. Not only that, but I would also know which feelings of mine were real and which ones were fake. I think I've answered your question. Do you need something else? Jolting me out of my thoughts was Douglas's voice. Turning to look at him, I thought for a moment before answering. Remember how you told me you would allow me to take anything from the cube? Ah. Douglas looked at me with a sudden look of understanding. I see what you're aiming for. Taking a small tablet from his table, Douglas stroked his beard before pressing it to activate the hologram. Following his actions, a series of different items present themselves before me. Extending his hand, Douglas smiled. Here is the catalog of what we have stored inside of the cube, choose whatever you want. Looking at Douglas, I squinted my eyes while studying the catalog. Am I allowed to pick an S-ranked skill? In response to my gaze, the hand that caressed his beard froze slightly. With a rather complicated look on his face, he eventually nodded his head. I did say that you could take anything you wanted, so I guess I should keep my word. Take whatever you want. Pausing for a moment, his face became sterner. But let me remind you, Ren. You shouldn't choose a skill just because of its rank. Choose a skill that you need the most at the moment. Okay. Firmly nodding my head, I started to scroll the catalog. Just like Douglas said, I couldn't be too greedy. That said, now that I had his approval, I wasn't going to be courteous with my choice either. Since I was allowed to take an S-rank skill, I wasn't going to shy away from it. If it proved to be useful, I was definitely going to take it. Pressing the skill section, I quickly got to work. Let's see. Let's go. In a slick suit, Edward calmly waited at the house's entrance for Amanda, who was currently changing. This is it. Today was an important day. After leaving for 4 years, Edward was finally going to return to his guild. There was no doubt that his appearance would shake the entire human domain. Clank. It was at this moment that the door to Amanda's room suddenly opened. In a beautiful formal dress that accentuated her curves, Amanda walked towards her father. With a smile on his face, Edward asked, "Do you have everything ready?" "Yes." Amanda nodded her head with a serious look. "Have fun, you two." From the other side of the apartment, a cheerful voice echoed as Natasha stared at them with a warm smile. "Don't come back too late, I will get lonely." "We won't." Taking a step to the side, Edward opened the apartment door and allowed Amanda to leave first. "Thank you." As soon as she walked out, he waved at Natasha one more time before closing the door. "I'll see you later. Don't come back too late." Clank. "Let's go." After closing the door, he walked towards the elevator in the distance. In place of his former cheerful demeanor, he adopted an imposing one. Now that he had left his apartment, he was no longer Edward Stern, but the guild master of the Demon Hunter Guild. He had to adopt the right demeanor to suit his position. This was especially so given the current situation at the Demon Hunter Guild. He had only been briefed a little bit by Natasha, but the more he heard the more displeased he was. People seemed to have forgotten what made the Demon Hunter Guild the world's top guild. "It's fine. I'll quickly make them understand once I return." Clenching his fist tightly, Edward entered the elevator with his daughter. Dad." Snapping Edward out of his thoughts was Amanda's voice. Edward's face immediately softened. What is it, Amanda? You can ask me anything. Lowering her head a little, Amanda asked in a rather hushed tone. I didn't really hear it properly yesterday, but how did you meet Ren? Huh. Her words instantly caused Edward to feel an ominous premonition as he warily asked. Why are you asking about him? I'm just curious. Amanda said as her face remained stoic. Furrowing his brows tightly, Edward carefully looked at his daughter. Staring back at him, and seeing her stubbornness, he eventually relented and started talking to her about his experiences with Ren back in the demon world. We met when I was inside of the arena. If I don't recall incorrectly, he went to meet me because... And so, Edward began to recount to Amanda his experience with Ren in the demon world throughout their trip to the guild. From how he met him, to what happened after and how he saved him. Throughout the entire time, Amanda had an attentive look on her face as she listened to every single one of his words. Her eyes twinkled strangely as Edward spoke, but Edward wasn't sure what it meant, so he could only continue speaking. That said, something about that twinkle irked him off. So are you saying that Ren managed to defeat a Duke-ranked demon? I think so. Scratching the back of his neck, Edward furrowed his brows. When it happened, I was locked inside of a cell, so I don't know exactly what happened, but it appears as though he really did manage to do it. I see. Lowering her head, although brief, Edward saw Amanda's face flash with worry. Don. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a loud shout in the distance. Guildmaster. In the aftermath of the shout, Edward suddenly found himself the focus of everyone's attention as a large building appeared nearby. Turning his eyes away from his daughter, Edward, and locking his sight towards the building in the distance, Edward muttered. Looks like we're here. Clank. Are you done? Yeah. Glancing Kevin's way, I nodded my head and headed his way. Did you just come back from choosing a skill? Yup. What skill did you choose? An S, ranked 1. Kevin's face twitched. You can do that. As I approached Kevin, I patted his shoulder. You're too humble, Kevin. All you had to do was just ask. Ugh. A distraught look appeared on Kevin's face as his shoulders slumped down. Raising his head a little, he glanced my way and softly whispered. Let me see the skill you chose. You sure? I asked as I turned to look his way. A small change took place in Kevin's face as he took a step back. A look of heavy caution flashed across his face. I suddenly have a feeling that you're up to something. How about you just tell me what the skill is? You don't need to test it against me. Don't worry about it. Extending my head toward his head, I softly smiled. Come, Kevin, let me show you my new skill. Hold up. Nope. By the time Kevin could do anything, I had already pressed my hands against his head. It was at this point that my face became serious. Stop moving. How about no? Shrugging my shoulders, I replied. Because I'm about to use the skill. Don't blame me if something bad happened. Ugh. Letting out a groan, Kevin's face twisted as he eventually gave in. All right, fine. Good. At that instant, I channeled my mana before he could regret his decision, and a faint hue started to sprout out of my hand as he watched. Staring directly into Kevin's eyes, I solemnly said. It shouldn't hurt, but just in case, be prepared to experience some pain. Also, make sure to leave your mind unguarded. Leave my mind, Hyuk. In the blink of an eye, I had already activated my skill, and Kevin's eyes went white as his body started spasming. My expression changed a little when I saw this, but I continued to use the skill. It was too late for me to stop. This shouldn't be enough to kill him. There was no way, right? Fortunately, my worries were unfounded. Kevin was much more durable than I thought as I soon let go of his head, and his eyes regained some clarity. H-A-A-A, H-A-A-A. Supporting himself with his knees, his heavy breathing echoed throughout the corridor. You. As he raised his head, he glared at me as his voice grew groggy. What did you do to me? Instead of answering him, I squinted my eyes and carefully scrutinized his body. Oi, what did you do to M? Cutting him off, I asked. What's your name? Huh. Raising his brows, Kevin looked at me strangely. What's my name? Why are you asking? Shouldn't you already know? Just answer it. Okay. With an extremely confused look on his face, Kevin opened his mouth and answered. Cringe Lord. Placing my hand to cover my mouth, I tried my best to stop my body from trembling as I shook my head and murmured in disappointment. It looks like I've failed. You failed? Yeah. My skill didn't work. Really? Cocking his head a little, Kevin's brows furrowed tightly. This is the first time that I've ever heard of a skill not working. Are you really sure that it didn't work? Just to make sure, what's your name? I asked again. To which, Kevin answered immediately. Cringed Lord. Pausing for a moment, his head snapped up to look at me. Wait, why are you even asking for my name? Nope, doesn't seem like it worked. Ignoring his words, I shook my head. Then, turning around, I slumped my shoulders down and exaggeratedly sighed. I guess I still haven't gotten the hang of my new skill. I'll have to experiment with it more. It was while I was talking that I finally felt a hand pat me on the shoulder. It was Kevin. He had a supportive smile on his face. It's all right, Ren, maybe it actually worked and there is a slight delay. Only time will tell. Yeah. Nodding my head, I gratefully looked at Kevin. Thank you, Cringe Lord. Chapter 547 One Problem at a Time, 2. Memory Manipulation. That was the name of the rank skill I picked. As implied by the skill's name, the skill enabled me to alter the memories of the people whom I activated the skill against. In the future, this skill would prove to be extremely useful as the possibilities were endless. That being said, it wasn't without faults. There were a couple of drawbacks to the skill. One such drawback was the large amount of mana consumption required to activate the skill. It wasn't an S-ranked skill for nothing. The deeper the memories that I altered, the greater the mana consumption. In the same way, the more I changed, the more mana I consumed. If it wasn't hard enough already, I could only alter the memories of those who were incapacitated or had their minds unguarded like Kevin not too long ago. Still, this was the perfect skill for me at the moment. If possible, I might be able to alter some of my memories from the time that I was back in the monolith. In choosing this skill, my main goal was to solve all the mental issues I had been experiencing ever since I returned from the monolith. They had never stopped and had only gotten worse. It was about time I finally did something to solve this issue, and this skill was probably the key. That said, I did see a problem in this method. What if in the process of changing my memories, my personality also ends up changing? This was a very real problem since my experiences at the monolith were the things that made me who I was today. Thankful, I had a way to restore my memories, and therefore, could experiment a couple of times. That aside, I should probably call Melissa. In memory of my earlier conversation with Douglas, I skimmed through my contacts until they paused on a particular profile. Melissa Hall. She might be able to help me make an arrangement with Octavius. My chances of getting in touch with him by myself were rather slim considering our situation. Thus, I had no other choice but to call her. HAAA. Letting out a long sigh, I pressed on the contact and called Melissa. I might regret this. So bright. With her eyes squinting, Melissa had trouble keeping her eyes open while camera lights flashed before her and shutters clicked all around her. Click. 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 So annoying. Waving in front of her, Melissa forced herself to smile. We would like to once again congratulate Melissa Hall for her exemplary research on mana dissemination amongst beasts. Thanks to her research, humanity has once again advanced several steps. As expected of her. In the meantime, a loud voice echoed throughout the large auditorium as a man dressed in a black suit handed her a certificate. He was the president of the National Group of Science. The largest scientific community in the human domain. Thank you. With a bright smile, Melissa thanked the president, and reached out for the certificate. How much longer do I have to do this for? After taking the paper, Melissa glanced at it casually. Equals. It is with great pleasure that I congratulate Melissa Hall for her outstanding capabilities in the field of research and development. Her outstanding achievements over the past year have earned her this award from the National Group of Science, and equals. How useless. Putting on a bright smile, Melissa hugged the certificate to her chest and bowed her head toward the cameras pointed at her. Her actions were followed by the loud clapping sounds of the audience who stood up from their seats to congratulate her. This persisted for 10 minutes, before it was finally time for Melissa to finally leave the stage. As she left, she made sure to bow her head one more time and thank the president of the NGS. A bright smile adorned her face the entire time. Finally. Once Melissa left the stage, her smile vanished from her face. Waiting for her at the end of the stage was Rosie, who immediately jumped at the opportunity to congratulate her. In her hands was a large stack of papers. Congratulations. Take it. Shoving the certificate to Rosie, Melissa moodily stormed off the venue. Wah. Quickly losing her balance, Rosie quickly hooked her hand over the papers and supported the bottom with her thigh. Wait up. Hastily putting the certificate on top of the stack of papers, Rosie followed her from behind. Melissa, why are you leaving so early? I heard that there is an afterpart. Not interested. Melissa snappily replied. As if she would want to participate in a party filled with perverted old men that leered at her with every chance they got. But it is a great chance to make great connections. I don't need them. I have plenty already. Upon turning the corner, Melissa entered the venue's lobby. As Melissa gazed around, her eyes soon landed on the enormous glass doors in the distance. Soon, her eyes caught sight of the large car waiting outside and she started walking toward it immediately. Welcome, young miss. Upon exiting the building, a man dressed in black stepped out of the vehicle and opened the door for her. Melissa glanced at him briefly before entering the car and crossing her legs. Clank. Wait for me, young miss. Moments after she entered the car, entering from the other side was Rosie. She looked rather tired as she still held onto the large stacks of papers. Briefly glancing at her, Melissa nudged her with her head. Get in, I don't have more time to waste. Oh, okay. Carefully putting the papers beside her, Rosie put on her seatbelt. Knock. Knock. A knock on the glass door signaled the driver to start the car. Within a few seconds, the car had disappeared into the distance. The next few minutes were spent in uncomfortable silence as Melissa stared at the ever-changing scenery outside of the car. In the midst of the silence, on a sharp turn, one of the papers fell down toward Melissa's lap. It was the certificate of today's achievement. NGS National Award Certificate. With a clench of her teeth, Melissa crumbled the paper in her hand before throwing it away. Useless. That was all she thought as she stared at the reward. Rather than feeling any sense of accomplishment from it, all she felt was disgust. Young miss, I don't think you should throw away your reward. Lowering her body, Rosie carefully picked up the certificate and unwrinkled it. There are many people out there that would be very envious of your reward. They can have it for all I care. Melissa replied as she continued to stare at the ever-changing scenery outside. A low whisper escaped her lips as her eyes closed for a moment. It's not like anyone else cares anyways. To others, such achievements would have been their greatest accomplishments in their life, but to Melissa, it was just like any other reward out there. One of many, and one that nobody else she knew cared about. It would be more accurate to say that no one in her family knew she had won the award, and even if they did, they would most likely not even care. The world was ruled by strength. In her family, science and technology were considered nothing but a waste of time. Had it not been for her father's influence, Melissa would have probably already been thrown out of her house. Even then, it wasn't as though her own parents liked her. I don't think it's a waste of time. Rosie's voice echoed inside the car. Finally unwrinkling the whole paper, she carefully placed it on top of the stack of papers. Just because your family doesn't accept the fact that you are a scientist, doesn't mean that there are people out there that don't accept you for who you. Shut up. Brushing her hair behind her ear, Melissa glared at Rosie from the corner of her eyes. Don't talk about them. You will only end up souring my already bad mood. Opening her mouth, Rosie stared at Melissa for a good couple of seconds before she nodded her head. As you wish. As the two sat in silence following her words, a tense atmosphere permeated the car. Ring. Ring. Breaking the silence was the sound of Melissa's phone ringing. Furrowing her brows, Melissa took out her phone and looked at the user ID. Rendover. Oh fuck. Unable to keep herself from swearing, Melissa's face twisted as she stared at the user ID. This was probably the last person that she wanted to talk to at the moment. However, as she considered her options, she realized that ignoring Ren would only lead to him calling her through other means. He was as persistent as a fly. Ugh. With a groan, she picked up the phone. What is it? Melissa. My favorite money-making Maki, Melissa. How have you been? He was about to say money-making machine, wasn't he? Clenching her phone tightly, Melissa forced a smile. I was doing great until you called me. Now I'm doing terribly. Thank you so much. You have my condolences. All right, what is it? Spit it out, I don't have time to waste. Straight to the point. This is why I like you, Melissa. Shut up and speak. While covering her hand with her face, Melissa tried to remain composed. You can do it, you can do it. Okay, I need your help setting up a meeting with your dad. I can't do it, I can't do it. Firming her grip on the phone, it took all of her willpower to not open the window and thr it away. Opening her mouth, she irritably asked. Tell me you're joking, right? Do you have any idea who my father is? Yes, sadly I do. And that's why I'm asking you to help me set up a meeting with him. Disguise it as you have a meeting with him, but instead, it will be me who will go. That's the dumps. Halfway through her sentence, Melissa's mouth stopped moving. Wait a second. It was at that moment that Melissa suddenly recalled something, and it was the fact that her father hated Ren with a passion. If I pretend to set up a meeting with my father, but instead have Ren go. Once her thoughts passed there, the edges of her lips curled upwards as her hand started trembling. Taking a deep breath to calm herself down, Melissa asked. Is the meeting very important? Yes, very. Ren replied in a very serious tone. Ha. Letting out an exaggerated sigh, Melissa pretended to fall into deep thought before asking. What do I get in exchange for setting up a meeting between you and my father? My eternal love. Melissa's mouth twitched. This fucker. I'm hanging up. Wait. Wait. It was then that Ren's rushed voice echoed from the speakers of the phone. Pretending to be irritated, Melissa spoke. Make it quick, I don't have time for your jokes. Okay, okay. Check your messages. Ding. Ding. Just as those words escaped his mouth, Melissa's phone rang twice. Surprised, Melissa lowered it and checked her messages. She was soon able to see 2 attachments in the message sent to her by Ren. Opening them up, her eyes opened widely. What the? Chapter 548 One Problem at a Time, 3. Within the confines of a dark room, a sinister voice echoed. He is never wrong. Make sure you keep your guard up. Don't ever let anything happen to what you've built, or else I'll make sure to end you in the most painful way possible. Understood. Malik al-Shayatin nodded in agreement while standing behind an oval circle that hovered in the air before him. I will make sure to thoroughly search the monolith. Make it quick. The faster you remove this liability, the better for you. Understood. Malik al-Shayatin, or better known as Hemlock Farer as Malik al-Shayatin was merely a title, once again nodded. In response, the sinister voice grew a bit livelier. Its satisfaction was evident. As expected of my contractee. You are an obedient one. In response to the praise, Hemlock merely lowered his head. Your Highness, I have something to report. Speak. I am close to breaking through. I figured that much. How long will it take for you to break through? Half a year to a year. Hemlock answered as his voice grew deeper and his eyes turned a shade of red. Around the same time when the contract with the Union ends. When Hemlock thought about the Union, he suddenly felt a powerful force surge through his body. Humanity's traitors. He saw them as such. People who pretended to be doing this for humanity, when they were in fact doing the exact opposite. They were the reason why humanity was on the verge of extinction. It sounds like you will achieve a breakthrough within the next year or two, huh? Then you better make sure you sort out all your problems in the monolith now. Squinting, Hemlock solemnly replied. Understood. After his words, the black circular void appeared to slowly dissipate. You better not let me down. Those were the last words Hemlock heard before the voice completely vanished. In the wake of that, Hemlock stood still and closed his eyes, enveloping the room in an eerie silence. He remained in this state for half an hour before he opened his eyes and turned to face the door. Come in. He spoke in a cold tone that echoed throughout the room. As the voice sounded, the door opened to reveal an obscure figure that hid behind the shadows of the room. Clank. Leader. Through the large windows at the end of the room, moonlight filtered into the room and illuminated the figure as it stepped into space. Everblood. Recognizing the figure that had just come in, Hemlock's eyes squinted. Could he be the cancer that His Highness was talking about? While carefully examining the figure before him, Hemlock became uncertain. Realistically speaking, it was unlikely that Everblood was the cancer within the organization. Setting aside the fact that he was a demon, he had also made a lot of contributions to the monolith. Why would anyone who had made so many contributions to the monolith be the cancer that His Highness was talking about? Especially since he was tied down to the organization by a contract. Did he not value his life? I should still not let my guard down. Regardless, despite how unlikely it seemed that Everblood was the cancer within the organization, Hemlock was not going to let his guard down. With his eyes glued to Everblood, he spoke. What is the reason for your sudden visit? I have something to report. Everblood curtly replied. The very edges of his lips were curled upwards, giving Hemlock a rather unsettling feeling. Something to report? What is it? We have a new rank in our midst. He has broken through successfully. Oh. Raising his brows, Hemlock's body relaxed a little. Someone has broken through. This is good news. Who broke through? It's Rhinestone. Oh. Hemlock's joy quickly dissipated. Wasn't he the same guy that was brought in by him? This. Upon reflection, Everblood had gained an impressive amount of influence within the monolith. Even though he didn't have the authority of an elder, his authority within the organization was quite high. The more he thought about it, the more concerned Hemlock became. It wasn't just Everblood that he was concerned about. In his mind, Hemlock was considering all the monolith members and who was the biggest threat at the moment. Leader. Jolting him out of his thoughts was Everblood's voice. Turning his head to glance at him, Hemlock calmly nodded his head. A small smile spread across his face. That is good news. I will personally go and visit him in a while to congratulate him. I understand. Nodding respectfully, Everblood lowered his head. If there is nothing else, I will. Wait. Putting his hand over Everblood's shoulder, Hemlock stopped him before he could leave. A confused look crossed Everblood's face as he turned his head. Yes. What is your goal? Goal. The confusion on Everblood's face grew as he met Hemlock's gaze. With a nod of his head, Hemlock continued. I'm curious, do you have any aspirations? What do you wish to achieve in the monolith? What do I want to achieve in the monolith? Furrowing his brows and falling into a state of contemplation, Everblood eventually shook his head. As a demon, we don't have the luxury of having any aspirations. I am only following orders. Following orders, huh? Hemlock stared deeply at Everblood as he listened to his words, seemingly trying to discern his true intentions. I see, It was only after a while that he let go of Everblood's shoulders and nodded to himself. You are just following orders. That makes sense. Indeed. For someone as weak as Everblood, he couldn't afford something like an aspiration. At most, his desire was to climb the rankings. If I may be presumptuous, why are you asking me this? It was then that he heard Everblood's voice. In the moonlight that spilled from the glass window, Hemlock turned to glance at him and placed his hands behind his back. After that, he calmly walked toward the windows of the room. As he paused in front of the window, the moonlight perfectly accentuated his otherworldly features. Opening his mouth, he asked, Are you aware of why I became the leader of the monolith? His voice echoed throughout the room. Responding to him, Everblood shook his head. No. With his back still facing him, Hemlock lifted his head up to gaze at the moon. After a short silence, he answered. My aspiration is to save humanity. In the wake of his words, Everblood's complexion changed slightly as a heavy silence engulfed the room. Pardon. Did you just say that you joined the monolith because you wanted to save humanity? You didn't hear wrong. With a shake of the head, Hemlock asked a question. In your opinion, what are the chances of humanity winning over demonkind? Not even 1%. Everblood's answer was rather direct, leaving no room for doubt. It prompted Hemlock's lips to curl upward. My thoughts are the same as yours. Outstretching his hand toward the moon to block the moonlight, Hemlock slowly opened his mouth. They may not understand what I'm doing, but they will soon realize that my actions are all performed for the sake of humanity not going extinct. They may call me a tyrant, but I don't care. My conscience is clear. Magically, the moonlight dispersed as he clenched his hand. I can only open their eyes and make them realize that the only way for humanity to continue existing is to join hands with the demons. Fighting against the inevitable is futile. It will only lead to humanity's imminent extinction. What I'm doing is saving our race from extinction. Hemlock's voice darkened after a short pause. While they may see me as a villain at the moment, they will proclaim me the savior of humanity in the future. Your statement makes sense, leader. With his gaze locked on Hemlock's back, Everblood's voice echoed throughout the room. Your actions are truly praiseworthy. Instead of letting humanity perish at the hands of the demons, you are trying your best to save them by making them join our cause. If that's not a hero, then what is? I'm glad you understand me. Turning his head around to stare at Everblood, Hemlock smiled. I might not be recognized for what I'm doing now, but once humanity faces extinction, they will understand my actions. They will understand why I did what I did. Breaking news: after disappearing for over 4 years, Edward Stern, the guild leader of the Demon Hunter Guild, makes a shocking appearance. Many have speculated that his disappearance had to do with some sort of accident, but we are now learning that he was simply on a journey to find a way to be reek through to rank. Speculations have it that he is on the verge of breaking through to that level, making him the 17th ranker. Click. This is problematic. Turning off the holographic device in front of him, Gene sat back on his chair. His brows tightly knit together as he fell into deep contemplation. He had to show up just when we were catching up to them. It had been quite a while since he had taken over Starlight Guild, and although he hadn't done anything major yet, the guild was thriving more than ever. It had gotten to the point where they finally managed to get close to the level of the Demon Hunter Guild. In any case, I shouldn't worry too much. Grandpa is also not too far from breaking through to the next level. This is only a slight setback. Pressing his hands against the desk, Gene slowly got up from his seat. Stretching his back and neck, Gene took out his daggers. Caressing the body of the dagger, his eyes sharpened. I wonder how much stronger he got. It had been quite a while since Gene had last seen Ren. A year or so. And despite all of his responsibilities, Gene had not once stopped training. Not only that, coupled with all the resources provided to him by the guild, Jin's rate of progress had drastically increased. Not long ago, he had finally managed to break through to rank. This was unfathomable for someone his age. In spite of that, Gene was not satisfied. There was a simple reason for this, and it was the fact that he knew Ren was most likely still a notch or two above him. He was a wall that Gene saw no hope in climbing over. Yet. In spite of all this, Gene didn't once find himself hopeless or depressed. Rather, it only reinvigorated his urge to train more. What matters isn't how fast one climbs, but who climbs the highest. Such was his thinking as he put his daggers down. Rying. Just as he was about to leave for training, Gene suddenly heard the sound of his phone ringing. Pressing onto the table, a holographic image formed in front of him. What is it? I'm in. Young master, you have a guest. He is currently waiting in the guest room. Cutting Gene off was a female voice. It was his assistant. A guest. Furrowing his brows, he swiped the holographic image to display the camera of the guest rooms. Moments after he swiped his hand, his eyes opened up a little as he recognized the individual waiting in the guest room. It was none other than Ren. Speak of the devil. Turning his attention back to the holographic projection, Gene spoke up. Let him in. Chapter 549 Martial Body, 1. So. Following Gene from behind, I looked around me. Even though I wasn't entirely certain where we were, a glance at the room told me we were in a training room. Its design was reminiscent of Amanda's training room back in the Demon Hunter Guild. Just a simple and clean white room. With large windows on each side of the room, the space was about half the size of a football pitch, making it quite a large space to train. Take it. As I stood there watching Gene, a sword suddenly swung in my direction. A curious look crossed my face as I instinctively grabbed the sword. What's going on? Let's spar for a minute. Gene replied as he took off his blazer and dropped it on the ground. Wah. Before I could even argue against him, his figure vanished, and an airborne metallic sound rang out as I swung my sword toward the right side of my body. Clank. It was at that moment that Jin's figure reappeared. He wore a look of utter seriousness as his eyes fixed themselves on the point of contact between my sword and his daggers. Staring at him, I asked. What are you doing? Getting a better understanding of our gap. Hearing his words, I had a strange thought. Getting a better understanding of our gap. Does he think of me as his rival or something? What? Why? Immediately following his words, and just as I was about to speak, his figure disappeared. In this instance, he appeared on the other side of my body. There was a noticeable difference in his speed this time. The speed was so fast that I was left shaken for a split second. Fast. To the naked eye, it appeared as if he had teleported. Even so, the rank difference between Jean and me was quite big. It wasn't difficult for me to dodge his daggers, as all it took was a simple movement of my head. Swoosh. Still, feeling the sharpness and speed of the daggers, I immediately grew apprehensive. His mastery of daggers is insane. He probably had a greater master over me with the sword. Tisk. A click of his tongue caused Jin's figure to disappear for the third time. In the midst of this movement, I noticed a sharp dagger head pointing straight at me. Swoosh. But just like before, I was able to easily dodge his attack. Following the path of the dagger, my brows furrowed a little bit as I opened my mouth and asked, "Are you satisfied?" Instead of answering, Jean once again disappeared. This time, he reappeared right behind me as I felt the sharp tip of his dagger head for the back of my head. Dangerous, I thought as my eyes sharpened. As opposed to his previous attacks, this one felt far more dangerous. In addition to its speed, it felt more terrifying because of its hidden power. It was akin to a move from an A-rank individual. As I rotated my body, I twisted the heel of my foot. Ha! Upon turning my body, I was struck by a series of black threads that sprung forth from the ground, encircling my entire body and halting my movement. Shit! It was at this movement that I finally realized the severity of my situation as Jin's dagger continued to head my way. All of this happened within a fraction of a second, and before I knew it, his dagger was only inches away from the back of my head. Clenching my teeth, I muttered, "Come out." Within an instant of saying those words, I saw a black shadowy figure appear in front of me. Immediately after that, Jin's dagger struck its head, and half of the mana inside my body disappeared just like that. Jin's face was flushed with surprise as she watched the shadowy figure disappear into thin air. Taking advantage of the moment, I distanced myself from him by pressing my foot against the ground. As I brushed my hair up, I complained, Oi, you can't just pull such moves without even warning me." There was a moment when I thought my head might fall off. Without a doubt, that was his strongest technique. Do your enemies warn you when they attack you? No. Then what's the problem? In my attempt to refute his words, I was only able to curse myself inwardly once I realized I was unable to do so. He has a point, damn it. Although you have a point, you could also argue that I was here to meet a friend. Someone that I didn't think would attack me the moment they saw me. Without saying anything, Jean put his daggers away. I was left a bit surprised by his actions. Wait, didn't you want to spar? If you want, I can still go a couple of rounds. I'm good. Jean answered as he picked up his jacket from the ground and put it on. I'm already satisfied with what I've seen. Tilting my head to the side, I grew curious. I'm curious. What exactly did you see? Our gap. Jean indifferently answered as he slowly fixed his tie and shirt. And what? Our gap, what did you see? Turning his head to glance at my eyes, though faint, the edges of his lips curled up a bit. After that, he turned around and headed out of the training ground. Hey wait, you didn't answer. From behind, I threw the sword on the ground and followed him. Yet, despite my persistent pestering, he continued to ignore me. This continued all the way until we made it to his office. Are you seriously not going to answer me? Sitting down on his sofa and making myself at home, I glared in his direction. It would have been nice for you to at least tell me this much after you suddenly took me to a training ground and assaulted me out of nowhere. After putting his gray blazer behind his chair, Jean sat down and asked, So, what is the purpose of your visit? Are you just going to continue ignoring my words? Yes. Jean nodded his head. Tisk. Clicking my tongue, I leaned back on my chair and crossed my legs. Leaning my head against my hand, I went straight to the point. How long can you be away from the guild? A confused look filled Jin's face as he tilted his head to look at me. After a while, he answered. It depends. Let's say, a month. Do you think your guild will let you leave for a month? A month. With a thoughtful look on his face, Jean shook his head. A month would be too long. I'm currently handling a couple of important deals, so I won't be able to afford such a long break. What sort of deals are they? Confidential. MHH. Lowering my head while covering my mouth with my hand, I thought to myself. Should I just kidnap him? This seemed to be the best option at the moment. Although there were alternatives to Gene at the moment, it wasn't so much for his skills that I needed him, but it was more for his profession that would make things a lot easier for Kevin and me. Snapping me out of his thoughts was Jin's voice as he asked. Why are you even asking me this? Lifting my head up a little, I honestly replied. Kevin and I will be going on an important mission, and we thought of bringing you with us. A mission? Yeah. I nodded my head. It's quite dangerous, however, it is also a great opportunity for us to train. Deeply staring into my eyes, Gene didn't answer as his brows furrowed tightly. After a while, pressing onto the table, a series of holographic images appeared before him. Scrolling through the contents, his hand eventually stopped on a particular file. The frown on his face deepened as he looked at the file. Pinching his fingers to enlarge the file, Gene opened his mouth and asked. When exactly are you planning on going? By the end of the week. I replied. Since I had a lot of things to do before leaving, I decided to leave with Kevin by the end of the week. MHH. The frown on Jin's face deepened as he heard my words. For a month. Not sure. It depends on how fast we can finish everything. It might even be less than that, to be honest. Could even be as fast as one day. Scratching the side of his neck, Gene closed his eyes and pressed onto the holographic device to shut it down. He then shook his head. I don't think I can go. How sure are you of this? Fairly certain. I see. Kidnapping it is. Can I ask why? With a difficult look on his face, Gene answered. To answer truthfully, my grandpa is going to break through any time soon now, and I don't think I can afford to leave. All right. Massaging my forehead, I slowly nodded my head and stood up. I won't force you to come. However, if you do change your mind, you can call me before the end of the week. Okay. Gene replied with a nod. Raising my head to wave in his direction, I headed out of his office. It was nice chatting with you, I'll see you later. Sure. I then opened his office door and walked straight out. Clank. Jin's eyes lingered in the direction of where Ren had left as a heavy silence descended in the room. Only after a few moments did Gene let out a sigh. As expected, the gap between us is still huge. On the outside, it looked like he held the advantage throughout the fight, however, only Gene himself knew just how easily Ren had defended his attacks. Even the casual manner in which he had defended his attacks gave Gene an indication of the distance between them. Additionally, the last attack he executed was one he devised to win any 1v1 match. To have defended against it somehow, Ren. I guess I'll have to train harder. It was a harsh reality, and Gene could only adapt to it. Tapping onto the holographic device, Gene got back to work. Scrolling through his emails, his eyes paused on a certain email before he shook his head and leaned back against his chair. What a pity. Gene murmured as he covered his eyes with his arm. It really was a pity that he couldn't go. The excuse about his grandfather was a lie. The reality was that Edward's sudden appearance alarmed him. For all guilds in the human realm, his sudden appearance brought great turmoil, and Gene could already foretell the troubles that were to come in the near future. The mere thought of it gave Gene a headache. It's HAAA. So annoying. A couple of hours later, Kaisa headquarters. Use whatever means possible to check Jin's schedule. Report to me if he has anything important to do over the next month or so. Understood. Faced directly with Small Snake, I inquired about Jin's schedule for the month. Normally, this wouldn't have been possible, but I trusted Small Snake and Ryan had the means to make it happen. Particularly Ryan, who was now very adept at hacking systems. As for Gene, his excuse about his grandfather almost breaking through was bullshit. There was no doubt about this. Given everything that had happened, it was most likely that he was concerned about Edward's future actions now that he was back. Assuming that was the case, I could just tell Edward to not touch the Starlight Guild and after that kidnap Gene without any problems. Is there anything else? A look at Small Snake snapped me out of my thoughts. Taking a moment to think, I shook my head at him. I'm good. All right. As Small Snake stood from his seat, he waved his hand and left the office in a lazy manner. If you need anything from me, you can just ask me. Clank. It wasn't long after he left that a tranquil silence engulfed the place. Nevertheless, someone soon knocked on the door, interrupting the silence. Knock. Knock. Come in. In anticipation of who was about to arrive, a smile spread across my face. Clank. Excuse me. On the other side of the door, a familiar figure appeared. In an instant, I recognized him. Why wouldn't I? Recruiting him had been on my mind for quite some time, and I knew that he was the key to improving my physique. As I rose from my desk, I smiled. It's been some time since we last met, Han Yufei. Chapter 550 Martial Body, 2. So this is the martial manual. As I slowly opened the pages of the book in front of me, I stared carefully at the words on the pages. It was then that I noticed that it wasn't only filled with words, but images as well. In each image was a depiction of a different stance. Body hardening, mind-spirit connection, martial body. Pointing at them, I raised my head to look at Han Yufei. I've already seen what martial body does, and I already have an idea of what body hardening is. What about mind-spirit connection? What is that? Mind-spirit connection. Leaning forward, Han Yufei pointed at a certain illustration that depicted a person sitting cross-legged with their arms linked together right towards the abdomen area. By mastering the martial manual, your mind will become more connected to your body. To sum it up in modern terms, it will improve your ability to connect with your brain, thereby enabling you to react more quickly. Ah, I see. Listening to his words, I came to a sudden understanding. In short, my reaction time will drastically increase once I reach a certain point of my mastery. That's pretty useful. This skill perfectly complemented Eyes of Kronos. Even though it wouldn't solve my problem of being unable to move at the same rate as my eyes were seeing things, it could still prove to be a life-saving skill in the future. Not bad. Flipping through the pages of the manual for the next minute, I eventually closed it. All right. This is good. It was exactly what I wanted. In fact, even better. Putting the book away, I took out a key from my dimensional space and opened the drawer next to me. Opening the drawer, I took out a small file. Taking out the file and scanning through its contents, I nodded in satisfaction. As expected of Small Snake. He has done his task beautifully. Done checking the files, I slid the papers onto the desk. Toward Han Yufei, who pointed at them and asked. This. My other end of the deal. You mean? Yeah. With a nod of my head, I opened the file in front of Han Yufei. The location of the 5-star sword art that I promised. Han Yufei's eyes immediately widened after this as he dragged the file toward him. For the next couple of minutes, he carefully looked through the information on the files. As time passed, the greater the surprise on his face. This is the place where the sword art is located. It is. I nodded my head. It's not exactly in the human domain, however, considering that the relationship between us and the other races has improved, you won't have to worry too much about secretly entering their territory. The location where the Gravar style was located was actually in the Orson domain. A place that was located not far off from one of the 4 great cities. It is going to be quite difficult to collect. Han Yufei muttered after a while as he continued to observe the files in front of him. With a shrug of my shoulders, I replied. It's a 5-star sword art. What do you expect? If 5-star sword arts were so easy to get, everyone would have them. Actually, now that I think about it, collecting the Keiki style was quite easy. The same could be argued for the Levisha style. The only thing that was hard about them was the fact that they were extremely hidden. Other than that, in terms of difficulty, they really weren't much. Could this be a coincidence? I didn't know. Regardless. Well, like I've said before, the relationship between us and the other races is much better. Furthermore, now that we have portals, it should pose no trouble for you to go there and come back within the day. Had it been in the past, the task would have been incredibly hard. Nevertheless, times had changed. We now had portals, and entering the Orson territory was no longer stuff of the past. True. Han Yufei also seemed to have realized this as his brows relaxed. Closing the paper down, he slowly stood up from his seat. I'll send this back to my clan. If we truly can find the 5-star sword art, then I will have no problem agreeing to what you previously asked. All right. Leaning back on my chair, I faintly smiled. Just remember to not piss off the orcs on your way to collecting the sword art, and you should be fine. Will do. Pressing his hands on the armrest of the chair, Han Yufei put the files away and stood up. After that, he cupped his fist in my direction. Many thanks for your help. No problem. I replied while waving my hand. The both of us had benefited from this deal, and the Gravar style was quite useless to me anyway. I will be taking my leave. Cupping his hands one more time, Han Yufei turned around and headed for the door. Staring at his back, I suddenly recalled something as my face changed. Wait! I called out. Halting his movements, Han Yufei slowly turned around. He had a rather confused look on his face. In no way bothered by this, my face became extremely solemn. Yes? Han Yufei asked as his face similarly turned serious. My sudden shift in demeanor must have caught him off guard. You. Deeply staring into his eyes, I opened my mouth and asked. How high is your charm? Does anybody in the class know why one must coat their weapons with mana? Kevin's voice echoed throughout a large auditorium that was filled with over 100 students who were all attentively listening to his lecture. This brings back memories. A smile would involuntarily plaster Kevin's face every time he reminded himself of his student days back in the past. Anyone? Scanning the classroom with his eyes, they soon paused toward a certain student. He had a rather thin frame, with an oval cut and circular thin-framed glasses. Jackson. Kevin called out as he recognized him instantly. How could he not when he was the brightest student in his class? Although he wasn't as adept at physical training compared to the others, in terms of brains, he was a step ahead of the others. Yes. Upon rising from his seat, all eyes fell on the student who hid his face in front of the book in his hands. Opening his mouth, he started to speak with a slight stutter in his voice. Owen, swore Professor Voss's question. Users coat their men. Wait a second. Halfway through his sentence, Kevin couldn't help but interrupt him as his brows furrowed tightly. Feeling Kevin's gaze paused on him, Jackson's face paled slightly. Taking a serious look at him, Kevin asked. What did you just call me? Jackson's face paled even more at the question as his hands started to shake. However, as he felt Kevin's stern gaze fall on him, he weakly opened his mouth and replied. It's Professor Voss. Professor Voss. The frown on Kevin's face deepened. Is that some sort of nickname that the students have created for me? But what exactly is a Voss? After a while, he shook his head. Turning his attention back to Jackson, Kevin signaled him to sit back down. Sit back down for now. Yes. Following Kevin's instructions, Jackson quickly sat back down on his seat. Once he sat down, Kevin's eyes swept toward all of the students before he raised his voice. I don't know if this is a common thing among you guys, but I would like it for all of you to refrain from making strange nicknames for me. I have a name. Turning around, Kevin took a piece of chalk and walked toward the blackboard at the very end of the classroom. Something that was rarely used in this day and age. I may have been too nice to my students. So much so that they've started taking liberties with me. I need to quickly change this. When Kevin arrived at the blackboard, he scribbled something down. Tap. Tap. Once he was done writing, Kevin pointed at the board. Make sure you remember my name. It is not Voss, or whatever you guys have made up. It's Cringe Lord, or to be precise, Professor Lord. Putting down the chalk, he looked at the students who all wore dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Make sure you remember that. The next day. As the sun poured directly down on my body, I squinted my eyes and carefully surveyed my surroundings. Then, lowering my head to glance at my watch and check the location, I muttered. If I'm not wrong, this should be the place. Checking one more time to see that I was in the right place, I eventually let out a sigh of relief and sat down on one of the benches in the park that I was in. Not so far from where I was sitting, I could hear the sound of water gushing echoing throughout the air as a fountain stood not far from where I was. The water glistened under the sunlight. Reeing. It was at that moment that my phone vibrated inside of my pocket. Again. With a sigh, I took out my phone. Upon unlocking my phone, I was bombarded with a series of text messages and missed call logs. Sad face Kevin Voss, Kevin, I will kill you. You have missed a call. Kevin, answer my calls you scum. I know what you did. You don't have to pretend that you don't know. You have missed a call. You have missed a call. Kevin, don't ignore me. Kevin, you lied to me about the skill not working. You have missed a call. Kevin, I swear to God. You will pay for what you did. Sad face Kevin Voss, What a drama queen. Putting my phone away and turning off the ringer, I leaned back on the bench and relaxed. Rather than laughing, my expression turned serious. As expected. For one to figure out whether their memories have been manipulated or not, the environment around them is very important. Leaving aside the fact that Kevin deserved this, I had another goal in changing his name. I wanted to test the limits of this skill. In order to determine whether the person under the influence of the skill would notice that their memories had been altered instead of rejecting reality wholeheartedly, I had Kevin be my lab rat. Needless to say, the experiment proved successful. Instead of still believing that his name is Cringelord, once Kevin realized that things were wrong, he was able to quickly determine that his mind had been altered instead of denying reality. This was useful information, and leaning back on my chair, the edges of my lips curled up a bit. As expected, this might be the skill that the other me used in order to alter my memories. I had a hunch when I selected it, but upon seeing the result of the experiment, this seemed more and more plausible. So beautiful. Is she a celebrity? Wow. Suddenly, jolted out of my thoughts, I saw a crowd gathering as people gazed into the distance. In their line of sight, I saw a familiar face. A soft smile spread on my face once I recognized the figure. She's here. With a black skirt that nearly reached her knees paired with black leggings, and wearing a soft white turtleneck shirt to complement her glossy black hair tied in a ponytail behind her back, Amanda walked gracefully through the park grounds as her appearance caught everyone's attention. This was especially so for the males who couldn't help but blush at her sight. As Amanda halted her steps in the middle of the park, she took a moment to take in the surroundings. In addition to her quiet and collected demeanor, her manner further enhanced her image to those around her as some of the people around her unknowingly found their heads tilt toward her direction as they walked. So beautiful. Who is she? But it was at that moment, that time seemed to have stopped for everyone around her. Gaze paused in my direction and a smile blossomed on her face. It was a smile that seemed to dazzle the whole world as everyone around her dropped whatever they were doing and just stared at her. Fully immersed in our smile. Not long after, the crisp and pleasant sound of her voice echoed throughout the air. Ren. Chapter 551 Date 1. Chapter 551 Date 1. Piece of shit. In an act of anger, Kevin threw his phone all the way toward his bed before walking toward the room's glass windows. Placing his hands on the window, he stared at the city beneath him. This is the second time. When he remembered what happened in Isanor, where he clapped in front of everyone, Kevin felt as if he wanted to burrow himself beneath the ground. I swear to God. My name is Kevin, my name is Kevin, my name is Kevin. Kevin repeatedly muttered to himself as he leaned his body against the window. In spite of knowing his name was Kevin, he was still not used to it. To him, it felt unnatural. In the presence of people calling him by that name, he would experience an odd sense of discomfort that he couldn't quite explain. I know my name is Kevin, but why do I hate being called that? Just what did Ren do to me? My name is Kevin, my name is Kevin, my name is Kevin. Mumbling the name a couple of more times, Kevin eventually took his hands away from the window. After that, he swiped his hand in the air. System. His attention was drawn to a small holographic table in front of him. Swiping his hand, his brows furrowed tightly. Harrison Street. Displayed in front of him was a large map of Ashton City. 2 red dots appeared on the map. At the top of the red dots, 2 names were displayed. Why is he with Amanda? With a thoughtful look, Kevin pinched his fingers and zoomed the map closely. Upon confirming that Ren was with Amanda, his face grew curious. Could he be on a date? Additionally to its great restaurants and view, Harrison Street had a lively atmosphere. One that made it a great place to go on a date. I doubt this is the case. Kevin shook his head after a bit of thought. Ren didn't strike him as a guy that would spend time on such things. He was probably there to do something important. Pinching the map out, 2 more dots appeared on the map, and Kevin muttered. This is a pretty useful feature. Soul linkage. That was the name of the feature he was currently using. It wasn't a skill, but something that was integrated with the system he had. By creating links with several individuals, Kevin was able to know their location at any time he wanted. That wasn't all. When facing an emergency situation, he could use the feature to teleport directly to them and vice versa, by teleporting them to him. Although the cooldown was extremely long, about half a year, it was a very useful feature that made Kevin feel a lot more relieved. It really made him worry less about his friends. Waving his hand, the The screen in front of him vanished as he mumbled to himself. A pity that I can't register that many people. Although it wasn't exactly a big problem, at the moment, he could only link his soul with 5 people. But this was enough. After all, he was only close to about 5 people. Setting that aside, I should probably get to work. Scratching the back of his head and taking out an orb from his dimensional space, Kevin outstretched his hand toward the air. Later on, the orb disappeared into thin air, and the room's mana started fluctuating. Would you like to set up a portal? A string of blue text suddenly appeared in his vision as Kevin shook his head. No, configure the coordinates for now. Following his words, a whirl of mana swirled in the air as Kevin's hair and clothes fluttered. At the same time. In response to the strange distortion in the space around him, Jezebeth slowly opened his eyes. There was a tight furrow of his brows as he stared toward the distance. This power. Raising his hand and sensing the familiar power coming from the distance, Jezebeth's eyes icily flashed as he became more certain. It's the Akashic records. The moment he came to such a realization, everything around him came to a still as he slowly stood up from his throne. Unprecedented seriousness flashed across his face as he extended his palm toward where he felt the power coming from. Gone. But just as he raised his hand, the sensation quickly disappeared. Lowering his hand, Jezebeth's face remained impassive as he continued to gaze into the far distance. After a while, he softly muttered. His connection with the records has gotten stronger. His voice loudly echoed throughout the space he was in. There was a deep hint of solemnity in Jezebeth's voice as he moved in the direction of the power he felt. Halting his footsteps, Jezebeth once again raised his hand and stared at it. His hand was encircled by strange white thin threads. The Akashic laws. A power that he had managed to acquire after swallowing the planetary seeds, and the only power that could harm the records. With each movement of his fingers, the faster the threads moved around his hand. Slowly, he raised his head. It's a pity that you didn't use your powers for longer, Kevin. However. Squinting his eyes, his tone turned icy. There won't be a next time. Configurating coordinate error A string of red text suddenly formed in front of Kevin's vision as his brows furrowed tightly. What's going on? The sudden turn of events did not deter Kevin from losing his cool. As this was not the first time something strange was happening to the system, he was able to quickly adjust himself to the sudden situation. Nevertheless, he was still concerned. What exactly is going on? Error. As Kevin viewed the continuous stream of error messages, his frown tightened. In that moment, however, he was awoken by a new string of text. His brows immediately jumped up. Warning, there is an interference with the connection. Warning, there is an interference with the connection. Warning, there is an interference with the connection. Interference with connection. His expression instantly changed to one of solemnity. It was clear to him that something serious was happening, despite not knowing what exactly was happening. Bah thump. Bah thump. In an instant, everything around him stopped and time seemed to have slowed down. An uncontrollable rush of adrenaline filled his body as his heart started to beat faster. What's going on? This sudden turn of events startled Kevin as he looked around him in alarm. Ach! In the midst of this strange feeling, he suddenly felt his body get engulfed by a strange energy. Shortly after, the mana inside of his body quickly drained as his face paled. Raising his hand, he shouted. Stop! In the wake of Kevin's words, his vision was colored with yet another string of messages. A sudden sense of doom loomed over Kevin as if a gigantic black hand was reaching for him as his heart tightened unconsciously. Another string of text appeared. Disrupting connection. Error. Trying again. Error. Force shut down. Error. Trying again. The error messages continued for about a minute before they finally disappeared. Bah thump. Bah thump. Bah thump. As sweat trickled down Kevin's face, the only sound he heard was the beating of his heart. Ha, ha. A heavy gulp of air forced Kevin to get on his knees as his energy drained out. What just happened? It was difficult for him to explain, but he felt his connection with the system deteriorate for a short time. This was something that had never happened to him before, and it was quite frankly worrisome to him. Taking a deep breath, Kevin sat back down on the ground, trying to put his thoughts into order as he tried to sort out what had just happened. Freedomville.cm Throughout the process of configuring the coordinates of my destination planet, a strange force suddenly appeared and attacked me out of nowhere, sending the system into a frenzy. It seems that the force is somehow related to the system, though I'm not sure what it is. Upon further reflection, Kevin was only left with more questions as the frown on his face deepened. Should I tell this to Ren? Kevin suddenly thought. If there is one person that might know what's going on, it has to be him. Although he was still angry at him, Kevin understood that the situation was very serious. Taking out his phone, he quickly sent him another message. I've got something serious to discuss. If you don't answer, I will directly go to you. I know where you are. Should we go somewhere else? Uncomfortable with the stares of those around me, I scratched the side of my cheek and looked around. The situation had quite frankly gotten out of hand. Amanda was simply attracting too much attention. Fortunately, she seemed to have noticed this as well, for she nodded her head in agreement. Sure. Great, do you want to go to a cafe first? In spite of my nerves, I asked calmly. Having never been on a date before, I had no idea what to expect, and my distorted memories were of no help whatsoever. In fact, there were many times in my memories when I was rejected by girls, so if anything, they were only making me more nervous. With a soft smile on her face, Amanda answered. I'm fine with anything. Raising my brow, I turned my head slightly. And what if I choose a really crappy place? That's fine with me. The expression on Amanda's face remained unchanged as she answered. Still the same simple smile that attracted the gazes of the people around us. I trust you. She added. HAAA. As I studied her expression, I let out a long sigh. Talking like that. She was really making it hard for me. When you put it like that. Turning around, I waved my hand. All right, follow me. I know of a nice place that the both of us can go to. While we're at it, we can probably eat lunch there as well. Okay. A brighter smile spread across Amanda's face as she walked beside me. Looking forward to it. Chapter 552 Date 2. It was already late afternoon when we reached the cafe, and the sun was blazing down on us. The extreme heat made it difficult for the two of us to stay outside any longer. Amanda and I walked into the cafe, wondering if the heat would stop anytime soon. So, Amanda, what are you going to order? Just some coffee for now. I'm not hungry yet. I'll do the same. As I browsed the menu, I decided to get a simple cold brew. Much preferred that over an espresso. Especially given how hot it was outside. Looking around the restaurant, I turned back to look at Amanda. She was admiring the scenery outside the window with a smile of joy. Thinking of something, I let out a bitter sigh. Then, I called out Amanda's name. Hey, Amanda. Amanda turned around and faced me. Yes. I'll probably leave on another trip quite soon. There was an immediate expression of obscurity on Amanda's face as she looked back at me. You're going on a trip after having just come back from one? With a bitter smile on my face, I nodded my head. Yeah, I have no choice. Is it really important? It is. I nodded my head. In view of the fact that completing this task would delay the Demon King's ascension by a year, the mission was indeed critical. After staring at me for what felt like an eternity, Amanda let out a sigh. Thank you for telling me. I wasn't exactly sure why, but I was relieved to see that she wasn't mad about me suddenly leaving again. Closing down the menu in front of her, she asked. Have you told your mother? My face instantly hardened. Scratching my face, I turned my attention away from Amanda. Following my actions, I could hear an audible sigh coming from Amanda's side. You're planning on telling them that you're leaving, right? If you leave once again without any warning, I don't think I'll be able to help you out of the situation. I know. I stared at Amanda. It did occur to me for a time that it would be better simply to leave without telling them, and hope to return in a day or two given the time difference, but upon further thought, I realized that this was not a good idea. Putting aside that lying to my parents again would be disrespectful to my parents, it would also be arrogant of me to think that I would only be able to spend a short time there. Especially since this was quite a difficult mission to complete. I'll have a talk with them after I come back home. That's for the best. In an effort to call for a waiter, Amanda raised her hand. Due to her appearance, her sudden actions instantly caught the attention of those around us, and a waiter soon approached our table with a bright smile on my face. Throughout the entire time, he completely ignored my existence. How can I help you? I was left speechless by this. By the way. Seeing my dumbfounded stare, Amanda ordered for me and changed the subject. I'm curious about something. There was a slight stutter in her voice as she placed both of her hands on her thighs. In a barely audible tone, she brushed her hair behind her ear and spoke. Did that Sophia girl contact you recently? In an effort to maintain her composure, she tried to keep a straight look. Unfortunately for her, the reddening of her ears was a dead giveaway to me as my lips curled. Is she jealous of Sophia? How cute. Shaking my head, I replied. No, she hasn't contacted me since I left, but she probably already knows this. Not that she would have been able to since I was away for the past 6 months and Leopold had probably told her that. That being said, now that I was back, I wasn't as certain it would be the case again. Oh, so she will contact you now that you are back. Grumbling, Amanda stuck out her lips in a small pout. In an effort to make it not obvious that she was jealous, she decided to change the topic. Also, I may not be as strong as you are, but you could ask me to help you sometimes. No, that's. I'll soon break through to rank, I'm sure I can be of help. Since when had Amanda been so talkative? I'm not asking you to bring me if you can't. I'm just suggesting that maybe you should ask me for help now and then. I've been training a lot, and I have a good reputation in my guild. I'm sure it can be helpful for you. Unlike her. Seeing her throwing a tantrum, I could only laugh silently. This side of hers was really cute. Here is your order. It was right at this moment that the server finally came with our orders. Holding onto a circular black tray, he carefully placed our drinks in front of us. An espresso and a cold brew. Thank you. Thanks. Taking the drink, I sipped it quickly. The feeling of refreshment spread throughout my entire body as my face relaxed. Not bad. This. However, it was at that moment that I heard Amanda's confused voice. As I turned my head, I saw the waiter handing her a bouquet of flowers. With a smile on his face, he announced. This over here is courtesy of the gentleman sitting over there. After that, he pointed away from her to where a handsome young man sat quietly spying on her from a distance. He had long black hair, accompanied by brown eyes that seemed to carry hints of wisdom and arrogance within. The clothes he was wearing seemed rather flashy as they all seemed to be from designer brands. Once his eyes met Amanda's, his back became straight as a confident smile spread across his face. Oh God. Turning my head to face away from him, I took another sip of the coffee in my hand. As expected of Amanda, it was inevitable for her to attract the attention of some rich youth. She was simply that beautiful. So. But it was at that moment that I was met with Amanda's gaze. I turned to glance at her. So, what? She pointed at the flowers. Not going to say anything about them. The flowers. I shook my head. Why should I? Are you going to take them? Was she expecting me to get jealous over some flowers? As if. Taking another sip of my cold brew, I leaned back on my chair. I soon cracked a smirk as I thought about something. Just so you know, my charm is higher than Han Yufei's. His charm was rank. Mine was. I won. After taking a moment to process what I said, Amanda then rolled her eyes. And how would you know that? I've recruited him into my mercenary group. You. I could see Amanda staring blankly at me for at least 2 seconds, as she struggled to comprehend my words. Excuse me. Her thoughts were interrupted by the waiter pushing the flowers towards her. Will you take them? Before she turned to look at the flowers again, Amanda looked at me with a thoughtful look on her face. You really won't mind me taking the flowers? Nope. I answered while taking another sip of the coffee. It would be troublesome if you rejected the flowers. The guy will most likely bear a grudge or something, and things will get annoying. Just your typical annoying stuff. It was better if she took the flowers. While staring at me deeply for some time, Amanda nodded her head. Despite her quickness, her eyes flashed with disappointment, and my body tensed up a little. Okay. After that, she reached out to touch the flowers with her hand. A brightened expression spread across the face of the individual who sent her the flowers as he slowly rose up from his seat. He seemed to be ready to walk over at any minute. When I saw this, my brows furrowed. A strange mixture of annoyance and something else washed over me as Amanda was about to reach the flower and the individual was about to walk over. Even though I knew she was probably pretending to take the flowers at the moment, I felt a strange sense of discomfort as the image of her taking the flowers imprinted itself inside of my head. In the blink of an eye, I had already reached out and grabbed Amanda's wrist before I had even realized what I was feeling. In just a few seconds, the server's face and the individual that was about to walk over changed. But I didn't care. "Wait," I called out, as Amanda turned to look at me with a stunned look on her face. "Ren," Amanda called out. Her face is still stained with surprise. Looking deeply into her eyes, I firmly gripped her wrist. "On second thought, don't take the flowers." "But..." "I know what I said, and I'm sorry. Don't take the flowers." I couldn't explain why I was doing this, but the thought of Amanda taking the flowers irked me. No, who am I fooling? I already knew what I was feeling, I just didn't want to admit it. Neither of us spoke for the next couple of seconds as we just stared at one another. After a few seconds, Amanda calmly nodded. "Okay." While she tried to hide it, there was a slight tremor in her voice as her pupils dilated and her lips twitched. I could only bitterly sigh at her when I saw this. With a calm look on her face, Amanda turned to look at the server and pushed the flowers away. Extending her hand in my direction, she proceeded to speak. "As you can see, I'm currently on a date with him." Turning around, her eyes paused on the male that was about to head our way and she raised her voice a little. "Please tell him that I'm currently taken." When the server heard her voice, an awkward look spread across his face as he gazed at the distant male consumer who looked back at him with a twisted look on his face. A few seconds later, he stormed off the store, glaring in our direction. Leaving after him was the server who brought the banquet of flowers away with him. While staring at them both, I sighed. "Great, it looks like someone has been offended." "What are you afraid of?" Amanda asked as she softly smiled in my direction. Turning to look at her, I replied. "I'm not afraid. I'm just saying that it's annoying." It didn't take a genius to understand that he was soon going to come back with backup to annoy us. Ugh. Just the thought further irritated me. Seemingly amused by my annoyance, Amanda reassured. "Don't worry too much." "How can I not? Trust me, I can bet all my money that this will happen." Instead of answering, Amanda continued to smile. "Well, whatever." Finished with my rant, I leaned back on my chair and grabbed my drink. "I'll deal with them when the time comes. Just so you know, I was going to refuse the flowers." Rumbling one more time, I was cut off by a soft whisper. It was very faint, but I was able to hear it clearly. It was then that my hand, which had been holding the drink, suddenly stopped moving. Lowering my hand to get a better look at her, Amanda's head lowered as she continued to whisper. "I was never planning on taking the flowers." Opening my mouth for a moment, I soon closed it. A smile spread across my face. "I know." Chapter 553 Date 3. A small smile spread across Amanda's face as she sipped her coffee cautiously. When it came to smiling, she didn't do it very often, but today, she just couldn't stop herself from doing it. Particularly after what had just happened half an hour earlier. "On second thought, don't take the flowers." Amanda's hand trembled as she recalled what Ren had said when he stopped her from taking the flowers. Despite accepting the fact that she liked Ren, she didn't expect to feel so delighted when he expressed his jealousy as clearly as he did. He was definitely jealous. As observant as she was, Amanda could easily tell from a glance what Ren was feeling back then. His furrowed brows, his firm grasp on her hand, his stern voice. They were all obvious indications to Amanda, and her heart raced unknowingly. "Hey, Amanda." Amanda's thoughts were jolted by Ren's voice. In light of her current state of mind, she could not help but be startled as her hand shook and her coffee spilled, resulting in a few coffee stains appearing on the tablecloth. Leaning forward, Ren asked. "Did I surprise you?" "A little." Amanda honestly replied as she put the coffee down. "Fortunately, you didn't seem to have spilled on yourself." "Yes." Amanda softly replied as her eyes were drawn to the small stains on the cloth. There was a twitch in her hand. "I can endure it." Taking her eyes away from the stains, she smiled. "I was just too deep into my thoughts. It's nothing big." While she spoke, Amanda tried not to glance at the stains, but her attention kept drifting toward them as she curled her toes. Putting her arm over the stains, she pursed her lips. In an instant, her shoulders relaxed and she felt better. "I can do it." Breathing a sigh of relief, she looked at Ren. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Ah, nothing. With a shrug of his shoulders, Ren leaned back on his chair. I just wanted to know if you wanted to eat yet. Eat. Rubbing her tummy, Amanda thought for a moment before she nodded her head. Sure. She was indeed feeling a little hungry. Great. Trying to attract the waiter's attention, Ren raised his hand. In no time at all, the last waiter arrived. They were greeted by a different waiter than the previous one. This was to be expected. After what had happened, there was no way that the previous waiter would have the face to serve them again. How can I help you? With a bright smile on her face, the waiter greeted the two of them. The first to order was Ren, who picked up the menu and pointed his finger toward a certain item. I would like to order th. Perhaps due to his excitement, while pointing at the menu, Ren's elbow came into contact with his cup and it spilled all over the table. Ah, crap. Ren cursed out loud as he pushed his body back and avoided the liquid from falling all over his body. His actions clearly startled the waitress as her body jerked back a bit. It was only upon realizing what had happened that her face turned a little red from embarrassment. With a wry smile on his face, Ren scratched the side of his ear and looked at the waitress. Can we have the cloth changed? Yes. Please wait a moment. With a nod of her head, the waitress turned around and left. Staring at the departing waitress, Ren leaned back on his chair and grumbled. What luck. Thank you. It was at that moment, however, that Amanda spoke. A warm feeling embraced her as she gazed toward Ren. You noticed, didn't you? Though she didn't say it aloud, she could clearly understand the intent behind his actions. Turning his head to look at her, Ren shrugged. For what? As her smile grew brighter, Amanda shook her head. Nothing. Just thank you. As expected of a feature from the system. It works flawlessly. It only took Kevin a few seconds to find Ren after he followed the point on the map. Since you've been ignoring my calls, I've got no choice but to go to you. The same goes for Amanda. Despite being with Ren, she too ignored his calls as she seemed to have ignored his calls and messages, forcing him to go directly to them. Honestly speaking, Kevin had no interest in going to Ren directly. It was quite a distance from where he was, and he wasn't particularly eager to see his face. However, he was someone who knew his priorities, and his priorities currently urged him to take whatever happened not too long ago very seriously. The impending sense of doom he felt before was still lingering before him. I have a bad feeling about this. Kevin rarely had bad feelings, but when he did, they all tended to come true. The feeling he just experienced was the clearest one he had experienced thus far. As his thoughts paused there, he checked the map one more time. After that, he picked up his pace. Where is this? Scratching the side of his head, Liam looked at a small piece of paper in his hand. Written on it was an address. Ashton City Northern District, Fillion Street 097. This should be the place. Liam checked his GPS. Upon confirming that he was indeed in the right place, he crumpled the paper in his hand. After that, he stared at the enormous warehouse in the distance. This place looks kind of sketchy. It appeared that the warehouse was the only building within a kilometer radius of the site. As an actual matter of fact, it was quite distant from the city, and Liam wouldn't have made the trip if he hadn't found the letter in his pocket telling him to go here. That being said, where exactly does the letter come from? It was on his way around the city that he found the letter in his pocket. If he had to be honest, he had completely forgotten about it and therefore had no clue as to whom had given it to him. In spite of that, after deliberating over it for a couple of hours, he decided to head toward the location in the letter. Surely, it must be something important. I'm starting to regret my decision. Carefully scrutinizing the warehouse in the distance, Liam was starting to feel that perhaps coming here was a mistake. The warehouse looked rather abandoned, and badly maintained, with crevices on the side of the building, and spiderwebs covering the windows. In other words, it wasn't the most appealing building that one could see. Lowering his head to once again glance at the crumpled paper in his hand, Liam eventually sighed and put the paper away. Whatever, since I'm already here, I might as well just go. As he stepped forward, he began to walk toward the building. While silently murmuring to himself, he yawned loudly. If it's a trap, I hope they are strong. It would truly be a pity if the opponents were weak. Do you want to go here after? This looks nice. While waiting for our orders to arrive, I presented Amanda with different spots we could go to after eating lunch. Although it was unbearably hot outside, there were still a lot of fun places to go to. One such example was the ice skating ring in a mall nearby. Apparently, it was a popular location to go to. Especially with the heat outside. Ren. It was while we were choosing our next location that I faintly heard Amanda's voice. Raising my head to look at her, I asked. What is it? About the guy that we've offended. Upon his mention, my mood soured a bit. What about him? Have a look. Flipping her phone around, Amanda showed me a photo. On it was the image of an individual who closely resembled the guy from before. Michael Liverton, rank hero, and the rising star of the Starlight Guild. Reading his description, my face turned strange. The same could be said for Amanda, who leaned her body forward to get a better look at the image displayed on her phone. At the moment, our faces were only a couple of inches apart. Since Amanda's focus was on the image on her phone, she didn't seem to have noticed this. Pointing at the screen, she spoke. He has cleared several ranked dungeons and is predicted to be a ranked hero in the future. He seems to be as skilled as some of our most promising heroes. I guess. The more I read, the more I was left impressed by the guy's resume. It was pretty good. That said, it wasn't anything impressive compared to the likes of Jean, Amanda, and the others. He was just a very talented human. The likes of Kevin and the others had long left the human realm. Still, for him to be a part of Jin's guild. Ren, your face. Distracting me out of my thoughts was Amanda as she shook her head when she looked at me. Raising my hands to touch my face, I wondered. Is there something wrong with my face? No. Amanda shook her head once more before pointing her finger at my face. It's your expression. Before I had a chance to understand what she was trying to say, she turned her phone around and I was finally able to catch a glimpse of myself. Ah. From there I was able to notice the smirk on my face. Covering my mouth with my fist, I coughed. Kiem, enough of that. Placing my hand over her phone, I lowered it and glanced at her from the side of my eye. Pretend that you didn't see that. No point. You've done it more times than you can count. Eh? Really? Yeah. This. How come I was only made aware of this fact now? Actually, never mind, Small Snake has said the same thing multiple times in the past. I guess this is a bad habit of mine. In any case, since he works for Jean, things will be much easier. In fact, things wouldn't have escalated to this point had he been able to recognize Amanda and I. Unfortunately, I was wearing black contact lenses at the time. This, along with my white hair, only made me look like a Ren lookalike. Not the real thing. The reason for this was because I didn't want to interact with people, and as far as I could tell, it worked like a charm as no one bothered me. The reason why no one was coming at me could also be because I lashed out at everyone during the press conference, but I honestly didn't care. I hated attention anyways. The same couldn't be said for Amanda, who was in fact a lot more famous than me. However, with the individual in question being such a prolific hunter, he probably spent most of his time inside of dungeons and most likely didn't know who the both of us were. Excuse me. In the midst of our discussion, the waiter finally arrived at our table with 2 plates of food. Instantly a nice fragrance lingered in the air as Amanda leaned back in her seat. Similarly leaning back, and catching a whiff of the smell coming from the food, I was forced to smack my lips together to stop myself from salivating. As I stared at Amanda, her lips were pursed in a similar manner as mine. My hand reached for the fork next to me. Shall we? MHM. As she picked up the fork, Amanda nodded. While we both were about to dig into our food, from the corner of my eye, I spotted a figure bursting into the restaurant. Opening my mouth, I lowered my fork and smiled. Fuck. Chapter 554 Date 4. He's here. As I stared toward the entrance of the building, I silently sighed to myself as I repositioned my fork on the table. After turning her head, Amanda also caught sight of the individual, resulting in her eyebrows furrowing tightly. He came a lot faster than I expected. Yeah. With a nod of my head, I met the individual's eyes. Immediately after meeting my eyes, I was met with his fierce glare. After him, a couple of people with larger frames entered. Their appearance only served to give me a bigger headache. I knew that this was going to happen. Squinting my eyes, I carefully scrutinized them. They appeared to be B rank at best. MHM. The auras they emitted were not hard to detect since they did not attempt to hide them in the first place. In addition, they both wore black suits adorned with a familiar emblem. After a careful look, I realized that the emblem belonged to the Starlight Guild. It was then that I came to one conclusion. They are probably his designated bodyguards. They are. Anyhow, even if they brought an A rank, I wouldn't be concerned. The same couldn't be said with S ranks, as they would be quite troublesome to deal with, but it wasn't like they could actually get one. Upon their arrival, all the eyes inside the restaurant shifted toward the three individuals as they approached our general direction. When I turned to stare at Amanda, my smile became bitter. What did I tell you? Turning her head away from them, her lips curled. So what are you going to do? What else am I supposed to do? As I slowly stood up from my seat, I removed the napkin from my lap, ready to confront the people who were about to approach us. I'll just release a bit of my aura and get this over with. However, what business do you have with them? Out of nowhere, a familiar figure appeared, and two hands touched the shoulders of the bulky individuals, stopping them from moving. Startled, they turned to look at the individual who had stopped them. As soon as they saw him, their faces bleached completely and their bodies trembled. Meanwhile, with eyes wide open, I immediately recognized the figure as I called out. Kevin. A million questions rose inside my mind as our eyes met. What are you doing here? Since when was he here? And how does he know that I'm here? Was it a coincidence? I discarded the notion as soon as I saw his glare. There was no doubt that he had come to me on purpose. Before that. Who are you? A loud shout echoed throughout the restaurant as Michael glared at Kevin. With a furrow of his brows, Kevin didn't answer immediately. Staring in my direction, he alternated his gaze between Amanda and I. What are you guys doing? We're having lunch. I replied after meeting his gaze. Nodding his head, Kevin's frown deepened. After that, he turned to look at the three individuals that were looking for trouble. Let me handle this for now. Once you're done with lunch, I'll just need 10 minutes from you. I need to talk about something important. Okay. I subconsciously replied as I stared at his serious expression. The only time Kevin's seriousness was this severe was when something significant happened. And so I knew better than continue to ignore him. Hey yo. Without waiting for the guy to finish speaking, Kevin gripped Michael's shoulder blade and he let out an agonized scream. On the other hand, the bodyguards had stopped moving completely as their eyes focused on Amanda. Their already bleach-white faces blanched even more. Clearly, they had finally recognized Amanda, who no longer had her back turned on them. Silently staring at them for a moment, Amanda raised her head to stare at Kevin, who was dragging Michael out of the store. Pointing at him, Amanda asked the two bodyguards. Donvel. Shouldn't you be helping him? We apologize for his behavior. Instead of following him, the two bodyguards bowed their heads in Amanda's direction. Coldly staring at them for a couple of seconds, Amanda waved her hand. Leave. Thank you. After that, the two bodyguards quickly scurried out of the restaurant. Scratching the side of my head, I turned to look at Amanda, who seemed to be in a sour mood. That was resolved a lot faster than I expected. In truth, I had originally thought I'd have to do some annoying stuff, but things turned out much more smoothly than I expected. Now that I think about it, we really do have some bad luck. What do you mean? I mean. Pausing, I glanced around the place. Immediately after I glanced around the place, the heads of the people around the store quickly snapped away from our direction. I wryly smiled. See, a lot of the people here recognize you. For that one guy to know who you are, it really is bad luck. You're pretty famous too. Not with my hair and eyes. Squinting her eyes to get a better look at me, Amanda picked the fork back up and softly muttered. Maybe. Mr. Voss. We deeply apologize for his behavior. Quickly coming out of the restaurant, the two bodyguards rushed up to Kevin and apologized profusely as they looked at Michael on the floor, bloodied and bruised. With a white cloth in hand, Kevin glanced in their direction briefly without replying. Row Alpha on the outside, Kevin looked extremely serious and fierce. However, on the inside he was secretly regretting his actions. I may have gone overboard. He had only wanted to stop him for a moment, but the more he restrained him, the more he lashed out. In the end, Kevin beat him up for good, and he was ashamed to say that he felt great relief from it as he imagined Ren being the guy he was beating up. In any case, taking out of his phone, Kevin snapped a photo of the guy on the floor. After that, he quickly sent the image to Jean. I hope he won't get too mad at me. This guy yours. Ringing. Not even a couple of seconds after he sent the message, and his phone suddenly started to ring. With a bitter smile on his face, Kevin picked it up. So. What happened? After a brief pause, Jin's solemn voice echoed through the speakers of Kevin's phone. As soon as his words echoed out, the bodyguards' bodies trembled uncontrollably as they instantly recognized who the voice belonged to. Well. Brushing his hair up, Kevin started to recount to Jin exactly what had happened. He had already heard a bit from the individual himself, and connecting the dots together, he already had an idea of what had happened. In short, this guy annoyed Ren and Amanda. Huh? Jin's voice sounded rather confused. Did you just say that he annoyed Ren and Amanda? What did he do? I'm not exactly sure myself. But it appears as though he tried to hit on Amanda while she was having lunch with Ren. He did. Yeah. After another brief pause, Jin spoke up. Do me a favor and let them go for me. Sure, but what are you going to do with them? Kevin asked out of curiosity. However, Jin's reply caught him off guard as he almost tripped on the spot. What else am I going to do? I'm going to promote them. What? Did you not hear what I said? It's exactly because I heard what you said that they deserve to be promoted. Opening his mouth for a moment, Kevin soon closed it. Did Ren also piss you off? Oi, if you have something to say about me, say it to my face. Cutting Kevin off was Ren's voice as he headed in his direction. Glancing at the individual on the ground, his eyes soon paused on Kevin's phone. Jin, is that you? He was met with no response. Give me that for a second. Taking his phone from his hand, Ren spoke up. I know that you're still connected. You don't have to pretend like you're not. What do you want? It was then that Jin finally spoke and Ren smiled in satisfaction. Cum. Clearing his throat for a moment, Ren looked at Kevin before his eyes paused on the figure on the ground. Do you have time 2 days from now? 2 days from now? What do you need? You free or not? In an attempt to avoid answering him, Ren pushed. Somehow it worked as Jin started to check his schedule. Let me check. Sure. Turning his head to face Kevin, Ren shrugged his shoulders. Kevin instantly realized what he was trying to do and shook his head. Guess we're going with the kidnapping. I'm free. It was at that moment that Jin's voice once again echoed through the speaker of the phone. Looking back at Kevin, the smile on Ren's face widened. That's great, that's great. Ren repeatedly muttered out loud as he brought the phone closer to himself. Since you're free, I'll send you the address and location of a place in a bit. Make sure you don't come late. Wait, I didn't say that I was going to. Without waiting for Jin to finish replying, Ren hung up. Then, turning to look at Kevin, he tossed the phone in his direction. That's one problem solved. Catching the phone, Kevin put it away and looked at the two bodyguards. Pointing at Michael on the ground, he waved his hand. Take him. Immediately after his words, the two bodyguards nodded their heads and grabbed him by the armpits and carried him away. Staring at their departing figures, Kevin shook his head. He almost felt bad for them. Especially since he knew that Jin was only joking when he said that he was going to promote them. Tough days will lay ahead of them. What are you thinking about? Arriving next to him, Kevin felt a hand on his shoulder. Never mind what I'm thinking, let's go somewhere more private to speak. I've got something important to say to you. Feeling Ren's gaze on him, Kevin stared back. After a while, Ren nodded his head. All right, if that makes you feel better. Chapter 555 Date 5. What did you want to talk about? Gazing into the distance from one of the park benches, I sat. The person next to me, Kevin, sighed and leaned back on the bench. You know, if you had answered my calls, I wouldn't have had to come all the way here. I was kind of busy, you know. I replied whilst scratching the side of my neck. I actively chose not to use my phone while I was spending time with Amanda, as I thought that it would be rude of me to do so. In addition, I was here to understand my feelings properly. Not to play around with my phone. And, after sending me over 100 messages just this morning, I wouldn't know if you sent me a message. Whose fault do you think that is? Kevin glared my way. His eyebrows shot up as he suddenly recalled something. Now that you've reminded me, fix what you did. Right. Almost forgot that Kevin's memories were still altered. Empty your mind. A gentle white hue enshrouded my hands as I extended them towards Kevin. I was just about to touch Kevin's head when he backed away and warily glanced my way. His reaction made me frown. "What are you doing?" "I'm telling you now, you better not pull off another one of your jokes." I won't. Waving my hand, I reached out to grab his head. The only reason I even did what I did back then was because I wanted to confirm a couple of things regarding the skill. If I used the skill too often, I would end up losing Kevin's trust. "Relax a bit. If you do it like last time, you will suffer a bit of pain." "I know." In a harsh reply, Kevin closed his eyes. After that, an intense white light illuminated the area we were in for several seconds. It came as fast as it went, but it was enough to attract the attention of the people around us who looked at us with strange looks. Figures. My grip on Kevin's head soon loosened, and he gradually opened his eyes. "How are you feeling?" I asked. After pulling a small card from his wallet, Kevin glanced at me briefly before ignoring me and staring at it. Similarly, looking at the card in his hand, I recognized what the card was based on its color. "Is that your ID card?" I was met with no response. As Kevin ignored me, his eyes swept left and right across the card. While he was scrutinizing the card, his face was filled with serious expressions. Everything seems to be in order. It was only after a while that he finally put the card down and sighed in relief. His reaction made me want to roll my eyes. Am I that untrustworthy? Yes. Kevin nodded his head. Not an ounce of doubt in his tone. Stopping for a moment, he looked straight into my eyes before repeating. "You are definitely the least trustworthy person that I know." Right. I should probably treat Kevin better. Scratching the side of my head, I shook my head and checked the time. 5 minutes already passed. "Whatever, please don't tell me that the only reason you called me here is because you wanted me to fix your memories." "No." A serious look crossed Kevin's face as he shook his head. "Ren, there is a problem with the system." Huh. Upon hearing his words, I immediately tensed up. A problem with the system. This was a lot more serious than I thought. Crossing my arms together, I asked. "What exactly happened?" "Earlier today, I was trying to configure the coordinates of the planet we're about to go to, but the system suddenly stopped working as I got a string of error messages, and I even lost contact with the system for a moment." "For a moment, you lost connection with the system." Repeating his words, my brows knit even more. Leaning my body forward, I covered my mouth with my hand as my brows furrowed tightly. This is a lot more serious than I thought. For Kevin to have lost connection with the system, there was only one thing that came to my mind. Turning to face Kevin, I breathed out. "Although I'm not sure, I believe that the Demon King has his eye on you, Kevin." "The Demon King?" Kevin's face tensed immediately when he heard my words. His reaction was to be expected. After all, the Demon King was currently the most powerful individual in the entire universe. For him to have targeted Kevin, there was no doubt that he felt extremely wary. "How do you know this?" Kevin suddenly asked as he turned to look at him. With my gaze still locked toward the ground, I replied. "It's just a hypothesis for now, but I believe the Demon King draws power from the same source as you." "In what sense?" "As in that, it is closely related to the Akashic records." Having thought deeply about what my other self had told me in the past, I came up with this theory. In particular, from how he said that Kevin was the only person capable of killing the Demon King. That was the phrase that sparked this hypothesis. In the most likely scenario, the Demon King noticed you opening the portal and intervened. Of course, we could assume that something happened to the records, and that's why you lost connection, but I honestly doubt that's what happened. There was a brief moment of silence after my words as Kevin stared deeply at the park. After a while, he asked. "If that's the case, does that mean that we can't finish the quest?" MHH. Furrowing my brows, I leaned forward a bit. This was more serious than I thought. Only 4 years remained until the Demon King descended, so if we couldn't complete the mission, we would be in serious trouble. Even with the mana density increasing by the day, it was simply not enough time. "How about this?" It was then that I suggested. "I will soon send you the address of my mercenary headquarters. Before we leave, we can run a few tests to see if anything goes wrong. If you feel you're losing connection with the system, I'll knock you out directly and disrupt the connection directly." At this point, this was probably the best course of action. This was especially true because of the fact that my warehouse was in the middle of nowhere and there was no way that anyone would notice that we were currently setting up a portal there. Having said that, we've always planned on setting up the portal there. This was especially so because Small Snake and the others were there. Their presence would definitely simplify things. This might work. Standing up from my seat and checking the time, I patted Kevin on the shoulder. 10 minutes on the dot. Come to my place in a few days to see if there are any problems with the system. If there are, we might have to give up on the idea of going there. Okay. Similarly, Kevin stood up after nodding his head and exhaling deeply. I'll leave now. Have fun on your date. Immediately after he said those words, my head snapped in his direction, but by then, he had already disappeared from my sight. As I squinted my eyes, I shrugged my shoulders and headed back to the restaurant. Guess he found out. Whatever. What do you think? Will Nola like this? Meeting back with Amanda, we soon decided to take a stroll in the surroundings. From going to different shops to trying food on the street, we went to whatever was in the vicinity, and quite honestly, I really enjoyed my time. So much so that in no time, it was already late into the night, and we were standing in front of a large candy shop. Currently, my attention was drawn to a large lollipop about the size of Nola's head. That's too big. Amanda commented as she looked at the lollipop. True. As I pictured Nola struggling to hold the lollipop in her hand, my interest in the treat was even more piqued. Don't think about it. It seemed that Amanda could read my thoughts as she pressed her hand against my shoulder and pointed in a different direction. Following her line of sight, I was able to catch a glimpse of a large teddy bear. A teddy bear? My eyes squinted. My gaze shifted to Amanda, who kept her expressionless. Taking a glance at me, she lowered her head. Why are you looking at me? Are you sure this is for Nola? The moment my words left my mouth, Amanda's head slowly turned as her right brow twitched. Bingo. A smile spread across my face as I shook my head. It's hard to believe she's someone who would be hard to understand when her expressions are so easy to understand. Wait here for a moment, I'll go buy something for Nola. Okay. Amanda replied with a soft whisper as her eyes darted toward the teddy bear once more. She then turned her eyes away from the shop and looked elsewhere. Entering the store, I walked up to the clerk. Looking back to see if Amanda was watching and confirming that she wasn't, I pointed at the teddy bears. Can I have 2 of them, please? The bears. Yes. Understood. Immediately after that, the cashier retrieved the teddy bears and handed them to me. That would be 80 U. Here you go. With a simple tap of my card, I paid the fee and put the bears inside of my dimensional space. After that, I headed out of the store. Spotting Amanda sitting on one of the benches lit up by one of the street lights, I headed her way. Similarly spotting me, she softly smiled and asked, "Did you manage to get with the bears?" Yeah. While sitting on the bench next to her, I leaned back and relaxed. Neither one of us spoke for the next minute as we both stared toward the stars in the sky. Amanda broke the silence first. I had fun today. Turning to gaze her way, I didn't answer immediately. When I reflected on everything that had happened to me over the past few years, and how rarely I had the opportunity to enjoy myself like this, a sad smile spread across my lips. Slowly, I murmured, "Me too." Chapter 556. Date, 6:09 p.m. As Amanda stared at the familiar building in the distance, her footsteps slowed. Matching her pace, Ren's footsteps also slowed. They eventually stopped in front of the building. "We're here," Amanda muttered softly as she raised her head up, her face basking beneath the gentle moonlight. In no time at all, it was already nighttime, and Amanda felt the whole day pass by in a blur. It was fun, she thought as she turned her head to gaze at Ren's profile. While he may look different from how he once did, as she gazed in his direction, she could not help but feel her heart racing. Amanda had never felt this way before, and it felt refreshing. This was especially true after everything that had happened to her. Now that I think about it, all of this happiness is because of him, isn't it? From risking her life to save her mother, to saving her father from the demon world. After meeting him, Amanda's dark world began to lighten to the point that she didn't dread waking up in the morning like in the past. She no longer had to wake up in an empty home with no one to greet her in the morning. She no longer had to worry about her father's safety every day, and she no longer felt as empty as before. Truly. While he may not have done it specifically for her, he had changed her life for the better, and she was grateful for him. Before she knew it, her mouth opened on its own. Thank you. Thank you. Turning to look at her, Ren cocked his head a little. Are you thanking me for today? No. Meeting his gaze, Amanda shook her head before interlocking her hands behind her back. Slowly, she took a step toward the building. Thank you for everything. For saving her mother. For saving her father. For brightening up her cold world. For letting her meet new people who treat her with warmth. And for existing. Thank you. Sure. Clearly confused, Ren tilted his head further. Then, recalling something, he tapped on his bracelet. It was at that moment that a large teddy bear appeared in his hands. There was an immediate pause in Amanda's steps. Isn't that Nola's bear? Nope. Shaking his head, Ren stepped forward and brought the bear toward her. A small grin spread across his face. You think I wouldn't notice your secret glances at the bear? An embarrassed look flashed across Amanda's face as she felt her cheeks warm up a little. Was I that obvious? You were. Ren's voice echoed out as he seemed to have read her mind. Amanda's cheek became even warmer as a result. She then turned her head to look away from him. Are you going to take it or not? But it was at that moment that she heard Ren's voice. Feeling the bear touch her body, Amanda turned her head slightly and softly bit her lips. My arms are starting to hurt. If you don't take it, I'll give 2 bears to Nola. I'll take it. Unable to contain herself anymore, she snatched the bear from Ren's hands as he hugged it tightly. Her simple yet innocent actions were clearly caught by Ren, who unknowingly smiled. Tapping onto his bracelet once more, he said, I've got something else for you. Immediately after he said those words, Amanda suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming from Ren as she was forced to take a step back. Ugh. Her hair fluttered behind her as a strong gust of wind blew on her clothes. Suddenly, Amanda caught sight of a small frame in Ren's hand amid a nebula-like black hue. She couldn't quite make out what it was due to the nebula-like hue. However, it wasn't long before the hue receded. When she raised her hand to get a better look, her eyes opened wide in surprise. Isn't that a bow? It is. Ren replied as a powerful hue sprung out from his body, covering the black nebula and forcing it to shrink. Following his actions, everything around them once again returned to normal as Ren apologetically looked at her. Sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. It looks like the high mana density here has somehow excited the bow. After testing the bow to ensure that it was not acting up anymore, Ren handed it to her. Here. For me. Who else but you can use the bow? Upon hearing his confirmation, Amanda lowered her head to gaze at the bow. This bow. She was left astonished and shaken by the tremendous pressure the bow emanated when her eyes locked on it. That's at least S-ranked. It had to be noted that even S-ranked artifacts were very rare. Each one of them went for an astronomical amount of money. One such example was Monica's sword, which sold for billions of U back at the auction. They were so rare that even her guild only had a couple of them. And none of them were bows. The value of the bow Ren was giving her was simply tremendous. So much so that Amanda was starting to feel conflicted. Ever since I've met him, all he's done is let me while I. Gently biting her lips, Amanda secretly clenched her fist. Thinking of her past, she realized that she had never truly helped Ren the way that he helped her. She was always on the receiving end. There were times when she had also helped him, but compared to what he did for her, they were negligible. And she hated that. I want to help him. Help him as he had helped her. I'll take it. And that was exactly why she firmed her mind and decided to take the bow. Amanda had no reason to reject the bow in the first place. If she took the bow, her power and usefulness to Ren would increase dramatically. Rejecting her would do nobody any good. She wasn't one who didn't see the bigger picture, and refusing the bow simply because she felt she owed too much to Ren would come across as though she was insecure on her part. If she wanted to be of help in any way, shape or form, she had to take the bow, and she understood it. I'll use this bow to help Ren. Extending her hand, she soon came into contact with the bow. Ugh. An explosive force erupted from the bow the moment Amanda touched it, forcing her to take a step back. Regardless, gritting her teeth, she continued to press her hand against the bow as she firmed her grip on the grip of the bow. Even then, the bow proved to be a lot harder to handle than she originally thought as her mana started to quickly deplete. Let me help a bit. In the midst of her struggle, she heard a gentle voice from beside her. A short time after hearing the voice, the pressure on Amanda began to ease and the power erupting from the bow slowly receded. After that, the wild aura coming from the bow quickly calmed down, and it wasn't long before Amanda was finally able to fully control the bow as she firmly held it in her hands. With heavy breaths, she glanced in Ren's way from the corner of her eyes. Thank you. While she still struggled to properly control the bow as her rank was still not enough to properly wield it, she was now able to somewhat bear the pressure. Taking a couple of deep breaths to catch her breath, Amanda suddenly felt Ren's grip loosen from her shoulder. How do you feel? Tired. Amanda replied with a bitter look on her face. She truly did not expect Ren to suddenly pull out such a strong bow, let alone give it to her. Regardless, staring at the bow in her hands, Amanda felt a weird sense of closeness. Looking at the bow's frame that seemed to blend perfectly with the night sky, she thought. So beautiful. Amanda finally had a chance to take a good look at the bow now that it had calmed down, and she became able to appreciate its true beauty. There was a subtle yet majestic glow emanating from out of its beautifully carved frame that seemed to be meticulously carved by hand by a master. In addition, its weight also seemed to perfectly balance in Amanda's hand. It felt as though it was handcrafted just for her. It was an odd yet satisfying feeling. It's perfect. Amanda thought as she raised and lowered her hand. The bow was without a question even better than her current bow. Nightfall, an A-ranked bow that she had been wielding for the past couple of years. Without a doubt, this bow was far superior to it in any way, shape, or form. I'll make good use of it. Amanda muttered as she firmed her grip on the bow. I'm glad you like it. Ren replied with a smile. There were hints of relief as he scratched the back of his head. I didn't know if you would have liked it, to be honest. Although it's an S-ranked artifact, it still looks kind of you. No, it's perfect. Cutting Ren off, Amanda raised her head to look at him. Deeply staring into his eyes, she put the bow away. Hey, Ren. Amanda called out. Yes. Leaned forward a bit. Ren looked at her with a confused look on his face. Nevertheless, he complied. What is I? The events that followed felt like a blur to Amanda. It all happened so fast that it took her a couple of seconds to realize what she had done, and when she realized what she had done, it was already too late, as Ren stared blankly at her. To Amanda's surprise though, she neither felt flustered nor shy. Staring at Ren, her smile softened and she turned around. Lowering her head, she gently bit her lips before she murmured in a low whisper. Thank you. Without looking back, she walked back into the building, leaving Ren standing outside with a blank expression. Clank. Welcome back, Ren. The sound of my mother's voice welcomed me into the apartment. But to be honest, at this very moment, everything just felt weird to me as I just merely greeted her with a nod. I couldn't quite process everything around me as a weird feeling surged from within me. A feeling that I couldn't understand. In the end, much to the confusion of my mother and Nola, I walked toward my room and shut the door behind me. Clank. When I reached my bed, I sat down on it and just blankly stared at the ceiling of the room for what felt like a very long time. My mind was a bit of a mess at the moment as I struggled to comprehend the events of today. It was a fun day. So much so that it felt as though time was flowing at a different speed than usual. It was a strange yet pleasant feeling. Never before have I ever felt as relaxed as I did today. I thought that this feeling would continue till the date ended, but... Slowly raising my hand to touch my lips, I softly murmured. Soft. Chapter 557 Error 1. Ren, are you listening to me? As I absent-mindedly lifted and lowered the spoon in my hand, I heard a familiar voice tickle my ears. Ren. The voice grew louder with every passing second, and before I knew it, it was right next to my ear, startling me out of my daze. Ren Dover. Wah. I screamed as my hand reached out for the corner of the desk to stop myself from falling. Unfortunately, my efforts proved futile as I inevitably still fell to the ground. Bang. Ugh. With my butt feeling the cold hard ground, I slowly raised my head to see my mother's face looking down at me. She had a rather worried look on her face. Are you okay, Ren? Did something happen? No. Pressing my hand against the ground and picking up the chair, I sat back down. Then, picking up the spoon, I took a mouthful of cereal and ate it. Ren. I'm just I've got a lot to think about, Don't speak while you're chewing. With a small rag in hand, my mother sat down next to me. Supporting her chin with both hands, she leaned her body a bit. Be honest with me. I can tell that something happened. You can tell your mother, I'm all ears. Lowering the spoon in my hand, I turned to face my mother. My brows soon furrowed and I sighed. Fuck it. I'm going to leave again. Immediately following those words, I closed my eyes expecting my mother to go bonkers. But. To my surprise, I did not hear my mother lose it even after half a minute had passed. Upon opening my eyes, I was surprised to see my mother smiling at me. The sight caused my brows to jump up. Mom. See, it wasn't so hard to tell me, was it? What? Opening and closing my mouth, my head tilted. I was legitimately very confused at the moment. Are you not angry at me for leaving again? Angry? Cocking her head a little, her neat blonde hair gently fell over her shoulder. Plucking her lips a little, she asked. Why should I be angry? Raising my hand to scratch the back of my head, I didn't know how to respond. What's going on? This wasn't the reaction that I had expected from her. Was there something wrong with my mother? Was she sick? Worry instantly flashed across my face. Don't look at me like that. With a frown on her face, my mother slowly stood up. Taking the rug from the table, she walked toward the kitchen and placed it on the counter. Throughout the entire time, neither one of us spoke as I waited for her to start speaking. In no time, she asked me a question. Ren, do you know why I was angry last time? It's because I didn't say anything before leaving. Right. With a turn of her body, I met my mother's eyes. They looked an awful lot like mine. If you know that, then why do you think I'll get angry over you leaving? You're already an adult. What you do with your life is up to you. I can no longer control you like when you were a kid, as your safety was my responsibility. It still is, but considering our circumstances, I can no longer CT you like when you were young. A sad smile flashed across her face as she leaned her body a bit. That's why I'm never going to stop you from doing whatever you want to do. You are strong, and I've seen it. Pausing for a moment, my mother let out a gentle sigh. All I ask is for you to tell me when you're going on such dangerous trips. Just so that I don't have to worry about where you are all the time. You can do that for me, no? Okay. Taking my eyes away from my mother and staring at the bowl of cereal in front of me, I slowly nodded my head. I'll do that. As water flowed from the faucet in the kitchen, the sound of the water echoed throughout the room. While putting one of the plates in the sink, my mother suddenly asked, "When are you leaving?" My hand suddenly paused. Bitterly smiling, I answered, "Most likely today." Unfortunately, we couldn't push the trip any further and therefore had to go today. As a matter of fact, I probably shouldn't be here right now. There were also a lot of things that I needed to do in order to ensure that the trip was going to be successful. I had already contacted Small Snake about the little stuff, and so that was fine for now. The real problem was something else. Gene. The plan to kidnap him was still on full steam. But in order for that to work, there were some things that I needed to handle. Ha! A sigh escaped from my mouth. Today was going to be a busy day. As my mother replaced the plate in her hand with a new one, she placed the old one on a rack beside her. For how long are you going to be leaving? I'm not too sure. Yes. Clank. Exactly at that moment, the kitchen door opened and a familiar figure appeared. While rubbing her eyes with her little fists, Nola held a small teddy bear by its arm. Still in her pajamas, Nola dragged the bear behind her and slowly walked toward the kitchen table, and helped herself up. It was clear that she was still sleepy as she took no notice of me who was sitting in front of her. Smiling to myself, I got off my seat and sat down next to Nola. Sleepy. MHHH. Raising my hand, I gently stroked Nola's head. In spite of this, she did not react as she simply lowered her head so that I could stroke her better. How cute. While thinking of something, I tapped my bracelet once. In the blink of an eye, a large teddy bear appeared in my hand. Hey, Nola. MHH. Look, look. Urging the bear forward, I pushed it toward Nola. When the bear touched Nola, her mind cleared up a little and her eyes opened wide. Wah. She let out a startled shout. A broad smile appeared on my face as soon as I noticed her reaction as I leaned my head to the side. How about it, Nola? Do you like it? Brother. In an instant, Nola's eyes glowed with excitement. Extending both hands, she jumped toward the bear and hugged it tightly. A particularly amusing aspect of the situation was that the bear was almost twice Nola's size, making it appear as if she had vanished. MHH, MHHH, MHH, MHH. Muffled sounds rang out as Nola hugged the bear tightly. The sounds persisted for a couple of seconds before they stopped. Nola. I called out as my brows furrowed. Why did she stop moving? Getting up from my seat, I circled around the bear to discover Nola's figure motionlessly hugging it. Hey, Nola. I immediately became startled as I placed my hand on her back and shook her. Nola. I was met with no response. Panic started to set in from there as I shook her even more fiercely. Hey Nola, Nola, no. Boo. Whoa. Startled, I took a couple of steps back and almost tripped on the ground. Raising my head, I was met with the sight of Nola extending her tongue in my direction. He. Calming down and realizing that I had been fooled, I glared in Nola's direction. Do you seriously think that you can get away with what you've just pulled? Kaya. No. Mother. Haha, he, no. I ticked Nola's sides. Just like most children in the world, Nola was ticklish. In fact, she was especially ticklish. Just tickling her legs would send her crying with laughter. Ha, brother. Stop, ha. Out of mercy, I stopped after 10 seconds. I wasn't cruel enough to punish her for too long. You better have learned your lesson. Yes, sorry brother. I will never do it again. Nola muttered on top of the bear on the floor. It was needless to say that she had learned her lesson as she was having a hard time breathing. A triumphant look spread across my face when I stared at Nola. Lowering my head, our eyes met and Nola stuck her tongue out. Stinky brother. On second thought, let's go for another round. Kaya. No, ahaha. Did something good happen to you? In the midst of putting her shoes on, Edward stared at his daughter. While her face was covered by her hair that was leaning forward, she was currently wearing a long black coat that reached all the way to her knees. Shaking her head, Amanda replied. Nothing in particular. Is that so? Squinting his eyes, Edward decided to let it go. Turning his wrist, he checked the time. 9:17 a.m. Let's get going. We're about to be late. Okay. Finally managing to put on her boots, Amanda brushed her hair behind her head. After that, she turned around to wave at Natasha, who was staring at the both of them with a warm smile on her face. Have fun you two. What fun? We're going to work. How about you help out as well? Edward rebutted as he playfully glared at his wife. Have you missed me so much that you want me to work next to you? I do. Edward seriously replied. With a wave of her hand, Natasha's cheeks blushed slightly. How smooth. But I wasn't joking. Oh, you. Clank. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Edward turned his head only to see Amanda leaving the house with a weird look on her face. Hey, Amanda, where are you going? Work. Wait for me. Bitterly smiling in Natasha's direction, he followed after Amanda. Clank. Hey, Amanda, you can't just leave like that. Closing the door behind him, Edward followed Amanda from behind. Halting her feet for a moment, Amanda turned her head to look at her father. And you can't just flirt in front of your daughter like that. Speechless, Edward closed his mouth and stopped speaking. Awkwardly scratching the side of his neck, Edward came up with an excuse. Amanda, your father and mother have not met after so many years, it's normal for them to. Clank. Cutting him off was the sound of one of the apartment doors opening. Turning his head, Edward spotted a familiar figure. Ren. But contrary to Edward's expectations, Ren did not greet him back but just stared in Amanda's direction with a blank look on his face. Most shocking was Amanda's next course of action. Good morning. Walking closer to him, she greeted. Leaning her face closer to him, a mischievous grin spread across her face. Going to work? Yeah. Ren replied with an odd look on his face. Though not exactly flustered, he didn't seem his usual calm self. Odd. Edward's eyes began to squint once he realized this. This was the first time that he had seen Ren lose his composure like this, and the cause seemed to be his daughter. Don't tell me. A sudden thought crossed his mind as he alternated his gaze between Amanda and Ren. You too. Chapter 558 Error 2. That. Feeling Edward's gaze on me and staring at Amanda, who was closely staring at me, I was left speechless and silently glared in Amanda's direction. Do something. I urged her with my eyes. Turning around, Amanda looked at her father. Yes. Alternating his gaze between Amanda and I, Edward looked to be at a loss for words. He eventually managed to speak. Are you trying to take revenge for what happened this morning? Unexpectedly, and much to my confusion, Edward talked about something else entirely. I glanced at Amanda, who gazed at me from the corner of her eyes, and brushed her hair behind her ear. You finally understand? Ugh. A difficult look appeared on Edward's face. Soon, his shoulders slumped. All right, I'm sorry. After that, he proceeded to walk all the way toward the elevator. The sudden turn of events left me dumbfounded as I pointed in his direction. What's up with him? Nothing. Amanda gazed at her father's back. Stretching her body a bit, she hummed in joy. Let's just say I took a little revenge for what he did this morning. At my expense. Without answering, Amanda flashed a small smile. Taking a small step forward, she followed her father toward the elevator. I'll see you soon, she whispered as she got into the elevator. The elevator doors soon started to close, and the last thing I heard was Edward's faint whispering voice. Hey, Amanda, that was a prank, right? There's nothing really going on between you two, right? Maybe. Amanda. This is not F. Clank. This should be all. With a satisfied smile on his face, Kevin clapped his hands together. In front of him were 2 large bags filled to the brim with goods. With a wave of his hands, the 2 bags magically disappeared. After that, Kevin tapped the air with his finger. A translucent blue screen formed in front of him. Quest. Information: stop the Demon King from consuming this planet. Location: Casaria. Goal: stop the demon corruption of the planet. Rank: plus. Requirement for transportation: A. Ranked Corps. Total people: 3. Reward: Demon King Ascension plus 1 year. Minor Realm Rank Up. Synchronization plus 15%. Penalty: Demon King Ascension, 1 year. I hope I'm not too late. He had been delaying this quest for quite a while now, and he was finally going to embark on this new trip. Phew. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it doesn't look like the delay has caused the mission to become harder. Kevin feared that his delay in the mission would have increased the mission's difficulty. Fortunately, it turned out to be a needless worry since the system prompt remained the same. I better get going. Turning his wrist to glance at his watch, Kevin headed out of the door. Right. When he was about to leave, his feet slowed. As he turned around, he glanced at a picture frame positioned on top of one of his desks. There were 2 people in the picture. Both bear a striking resemblance to Kevin. Moving to the picture frame, he slowly caressed it and his face softened. Mom, Dad, I'll be leaving for a bit now. The faint sound of his voice echoed through the room. It's going to be a dangerous mission. One that might force me to leave this place for quite a long time, but strangely enough, I don't think there will be much trouble. I've got 2 reliable people coming with me. A faint smile spread across his face as he scratched the side of his nose. They both are weird in their own way, but I trust them, so I'll be coming back soon. Touching the frame, Kevin slowly closed his eyes. I hope you don't miss me too much while I'm gone. HAAA. After parking my car and getting out, I gazed at the distant warehouse. Closing the car door and heading there, I sighed. What a headache. The mere thought of what had happened not too long ago caused my head to hurt. Recalling Edward's last words, I involuntarily let out another sigh. He definitely suspects that something happened. This was going to be troublesome. Beep. By pressing my hand against the wall, the metallic door that led to the warehouse automatically opened. Who are you guys again? I heard a familiar voice in the distance as I entered the warehouse. It was shortly after followed by more voices. Oh God. Just how bad must your memory be if you can't even remember what someone told you 10 minutes ago? Hein, do something. Me. What am I supposed to do? I don't know, maybe try knocking your shield against his head. That should knock some sense into him. But it'll get dirty. As I was far, I couldn't quite understand what they were arguing about. But without a doubt, it was probably something annoying. Walking toward the main lobby and opening the door, I spoke up. What's going on? My words immediately ended the argument, and everyone turned their attention to me. Ren. You're finally here. Finally. To my surprise, the moment I arrived, the rest of the group rushed toward me with bright looks on their faces. They looked like children who had just found their parents.